of a body of liquid does the curve start becoming self-evident and
You're a level 1
axiomatic?
troll, that's all I can say.
Oh, anybody?
I mean, it's obvious that you're trolling. Clearly,
Don't
the other
see it
guy's
at the
really
ocean.
good at it, but you're really
Wait.
trash.
I don't see it at the ocean. How big of a body of water do you need before it curving becomes self-evident?
Sounds like you're just reading quips. You need to,
Sounds like you don't have the answer.
More.
Yeah. No evidence, no answers, just ad-homs.
So I think it's self-evident from this conversation that at no scale does he ever observe water being self-evidently not tending towards a horizontal surface equilibrium.
I don't think on any scale you can observe your feet.
Yeah. So it's
my
definitely
gosh.
self-evident. We thus conclude that he has absolutely no evidence of his claim that the globe Earth is an axiom in any way. Okay, thank you.
Oh, we do have evidence, though. It's called the eye test.
Ooh, this is a new one. What is it?
You know your caveman eyeballs, you know? Start utilizing them correctly.
So just ad-homs.
No, it's not an ad hom at all. I just told you what you should do.
Which is?
I just said.
To do what?
Would you want me to repeat it again? Because this is some, like, you're trying to
No,
go some
elaborate,
tyrannical
dude.
rampage.
Give us what the correct means of using our eyeballs is.
It's funny how you keep asking us to repeat, like, for reassurance.
He doesn't
yes,
know.
I do have power.
Okay, so use
Yeah, he
use
doesn't
your
know.
eyeballs correctly, but you don't know what that actually means. Okay, well that doesn't help us much. Thank you.
It is advised that if you think if you see straight lines as being curved or wavy, you should get an eye test.
Well, we've been told to use our caveman eyeballs correctly, but he doesn't seem to know what using them correctly is. So I don't know where we go from here.
I've already said in the past, like, NASA, which you said was a conspiracy theorist, which means you are making a claim.
What? I said NASA was
the burden of proof.
I said that NASA was a conspiracy theorist, and I have to provide a burden of proof.
Yes.
Okay, so I said it's a conspiracy. NASA is a conspiracy theorist, and you told me I have to provide the burden of proof, so I will provide the burden of proof to you for that claim, because it was you who made it. I never said anything like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said yesterday it was a conspiracy theorist. Like the pictures.
I said NASA was a conspiracy theorist.
You made that claim, right? You're just trying to get the conversation into a complex standpoint, so you can just
it's very cool. Yeah. This is complex, yeah. I'm in over my head. Whew.
By complex, he means, like, very convoluted and full of, bullshit.
Basically, for a simplistic idea, it doesn't need to be complex.
He is kind of making it like that.
You're trying to make it that way so you can bait people into it and be like, oh, Jesus, like some evil guy in a movie, like, oh, we got him. Oh, Jesus Christ, look what I made him do.
Bro, is what I said coming across as complex to you?
It's not complex, it's convoluted.
It's convoluted to you, huh? So you guys, you have a hard time keeping up. That's what's going on.
Yeah, he likes to say that because we keep on pointing out, well, specifically I, the guy left, that he's constantly projecting the fact that he doesn't understand what people say.
So here's what happened. He said something crazy. I repeated it back to him, and then he said, "Whoa, this is getting complex. You're just trying to make it complex to confuse me." But I said
that's what you're trying to do. You see how you're flipping my words? That's funny.
All I did was.
I said
this is the gaslighting part. This is the gaslighting part.
All I did was repeat back his very words to him, and then he went, "You're trying to make this unnecessarily complex." So he was baffled by his own.
See, this is a straw man of the scenario because he's trying to gaslight everybody.
He's gaslit by his own words.
Yeah, but the situation you're painting right now is gaslighting.
Yeah, I'm gaslighting you with your own words, the very things.
You saying this right now is gaslighting.
Yeah.
Pugmuggus, are you white knighting for Walsit? Certainly he can take care of himself, right?
Oh yeah, he absolutely can, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't just
then,
right?
Yeah, you could chill. You don't have to Captain Save-A-Ho for Walsit.
Yeah, I don't have to, but like I'm just going to.
It's almost like you muted me. I took my ability away to defend myself. So
I don't think Walsit could take care of changing his own diaper, man. He's baffled by his own words when he hears them back, word for word.
Again, this God combo. Like I said, if you want to meet up, Dr. Kindergarten, then you could teach me about the flat Earth. You know, I'm open and willing. If you want to meet up, do you?
Need? Oh, you're a weirdo.
He wants to sell your kidney.
Oh, you don't?
No, that's what we
Why
have
is
Discord for. Because you're a weirdo?
Well, that's cool. How about you try to convert me from being a weirdo to not a weirdo? You're gonna make that attempt, right?
No. You're so much more fun as a weirdo. Let's keep it like that.
Like I said, I openly admit I'm a weirdo and I need help, and I want you to help me. So, you know.
Oh, dude, I'm not a therapist or a psychologist.
Does this mic work? Well then, fuck that mic!
And then here are Don Petit and another astronaut talking about the stars. Matthew showed us a fabricated picture from the Epic satellite and claimed it was real, but it has no stars. Meanwhile, the so-called experts who go out there say,
because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah,
you know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
the Magellanic Clouds.
Oopsie doopsie, because we don't see any of that, and they say it's exposure because of the Earth and the light from the Earth, but they're saying they can see it during the day when they have the same amount of exposure and they have the light inside the capsules. It's so inconsistent, the story.
You can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots. And then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
How do you destroy the technology? How can you destroy the technology? You would have to murder every single person who understands how it works.
They lose it. They lost it for a while, and then they found it in a garage, and then they re-destroyed it. I think they lost it again, though. How did it be lost and destroyed? He said we lost that technology, but then he said they destroyed it. I think. Don't they say both?
I'm dying. That's what I want to check in on. Kill me. What?
Let's do this.
Here's the World Economic Forum telling us how we can trust the science.
Becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it is a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Need to be very active in owning the science. They think they own it. I'm pretty sure science is a method, not something you own.
What kind of name is that?
You have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
I also have Buzz.
It's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
I also have Buzz Aldrin admitting it.
I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. You associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop.
It was
and
exciting.
A few other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed. Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah. This was
all these stars and.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Because it didn't happen, and he wants to know why it didn't happen. He thought they were going. Yeah, or at least that they would go. Karma's addition.
You got any Carl Sagan quotes?
No, I wish I had the some flat earther took all of his when he says millions of stars and all this stuff, because he says it so many times, and if you cut just the billions and millions together, it becomes a hilarious clip. Essentially what he's doing is he's appealing to your emotion and trying to make it sound like it's so grand and awesome, so you must believe it.
Yeah.
And I think this is...
I think a lot of us missed how wrong everyone could be at the same time.
It's pretty easy for people to get hoodwinked or pulled along in some dumb idea. If you look into mass psychosis and the instances of it where it has happened in the past, I think we're just living through the biggest instance of it right now. Yeah, I'll download it, CP. Just a second.
Hey, is it true that the Saturn V rocket could not have made it to the moon and back, even if, like, it could have traveled through this fictional vacuum of space?
I remember hearing that, but I don't know enough to be able to argue it.
Okay.
And the clip is ready. Here we go. Carl Sagan, I think.
Now, if we look at the shadow of a three-dimensional object in 2 dimensions, we see that, in this case, not all the lines appear equal. Now, let's take this 3-dimensional cube and project it, carry it, through a 4th physical dimension. Not that way, but at right angles to those 3 directions. I can't show you what direction that is.
I have another one I want to play for you guys. This time I have visuals with it.
Despite what you might be thinking, these 2 circles are not equal. I repeat, these 2 circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these 2 circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These 2 circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what do we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes
tradition. I should have cut that just a smidge later. Here's CB's.
Here's a map of ancient Egypt. I've inserted 2 sticks or obelisks, one up here in Alexandria and one down here in Syene. Bruh. Now, if at a certain moment each stick casts no shadow at all, that's perfectly easy to understand, provided the Earth is flat. If the shadow at Syene is at a certain length, and the shadow at Alexandria is the same length, that also makes sense on a flat Earth. But how could it be, Eratosthenes asked, that at the same instant there was no shadow at Syene and a very substantial shadow at Alexandria? The only answer was that the surface of the Earth is curved.
Stop the cap!
Incorrect, Carl. Actually, it works if the light is playing out from a point source, which is exactly what we see in real life. When the sun is behind a tree, the shadow from the tree is wider than the tree itself, because the light is playing out from a point source.
That Carl Sagan, he's like a magician. Like, you get like caught up in like how he talks, and he just seems like very convincing and all that. But like, when you think about what he's saying, it's assumptions and outright lies.
Yeah, he's just a talking head on TV trying to convince you of nonsense. That's all it is.
Do you have a bathroom though?
Don't they know?
Making you pretend to believe something you don't, that's the point. Because if they can make you pretend to believe something you know is untrue, they've won. They control your brain.
That was an actual clip, though, wasn't it?
It was an actual clip from Tucker. He said that for you.
What interview was that from? That was Tate interview?
I don't remember. I used to watch Tucker for a long time, and when I saw that, I was like, "Oh, that's so apt. I could use that. Cut it out."
I don't know if y'all can hear me well. It's super loud where I'm at, but yes, I think more of you should pay attention because other people will make comments that fit so well here. They're very apt, like Grace just said. You have to pay attention to that. So pay attention.
Yeah. Do you want to listen to your own mind and critical thinking and look at the world the way it is, or are you going to believe in people who tell you things like this?
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut
in
up.
a donut
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a
Hole
moron.
in the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
add
hole
anything
in
more.
the hole in a donut.
Shut
the
up.
hole
I
in
don't want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space-time.
If you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
But Brenda is a special case. She's like a crazy anti-flat earther. And the funniest thing is, even though this transformer says all of these really strange things, on the Globe Earth Discord, where all the anti-flat earthers collect together after they've been smacked around and cry together about us, they consider Brenda to be highly intelligent and one of their most intelligent speakers. So,
I know
here's Brenda
Sean
again.
Hawkins is the smartest bowler. He's got #1 spot.
Who?
Sean Hawkins is the smartest. You have to take my
Yeah,
word for it.
Sean Hawkins, the guy who claims his what was his father was a astronaut.
Yeah, his proof of gas pressure without a container is him blowing on a sheet of paper. Just funny.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brenda's
that,
my favorite.
A dog bone is a clock is a legendary one.
Yeah, I got it
never
right
gets
here.
old.
Basically, psychology is pharmacology. That's
Psychology
basically
is
what
pharmacology now.
Yes.
Is it a dog bone?
Dog bones are clocks.
Brenda is so crazy. She literally thinks a shoe is a natural phenomenon. It's just going to appear in nature by itself.
If you don't realise how retarded you seem, carry on giving us your hypothesis for shoe, you absolute bonehead.
Yeah, the hypothesis for the shoe is that this is a shoe.
It's not a hypothesis.
Yeah, it is.
Brenda, this is why we love when you come back.
Brenda, how do you?
I just love when Brenda speaks, but here's another clip. This is a very common issue for globe believers. They seem to think gravity is the cause and the effect.
Is called standard gravity, which is the acceleration due to the cause of which is gravity.
Wait, see what you just said? Will you repeat what you just said?
An acceleration, a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second is often called standard gravity. That acceleration is caused by gravity.
In other words, they are retarded. They're just contradicting themselves left and right. In the words of QE,
well, tough shit.
And in one of his videos, Kiwi has a clip of, I think, Dr. Bob basically complimenting and paying homage to Brenda. It was pretty funny.
Dr. Bob himself is just a world-class idiot, man. He tried to strike the channel because we used the public source image of him. I got some images here. He was trying to figure out how a sextant could work on the globe, and I just gotta show you the image. Yeah, look at that image, and the guy standing on this giant box, who is like a Shingeki no Kyojin giant, by the way, is looking out into outer space, and there's a horizon there somewhere. Because the bottom picture is a picture where he tried to strike us for it, I drew a little bit on it. But look at that picture, because the other one didn't work at all. He drew another Shingeki no Kyojin giant, but this time the sextant is in outer space. And that's how you use a sextant to navigate on Earth. It's just so funny because the sextant basically requires there to be a ground plane, and the baseline of the triangle is all the way to the ground position. But when you're on a globe, they present things like this to you, and they're like, yeah, well, it works on a globe. But when you actually break down that image, it's so incoherent. The thing is only that these lines only meet close to the surface where this thing is supposed to be. The ground position is somewhere deep in outer space, and they think there's a person standing in the middle of the Earth looking at the star. And the only thing you really need is this. This is the only aspect that they actually use. The globe and everything else is not used. That's just there to make you feel good as a globe believer. And they have to do all this convoluted nonsense, like cutting the globe in half and transposing themselves into the center of the Earth, because when you try to take an angle from a curved surface, it just doesn't work. Because how could it? The angle will be different at every single point on the arc. And AutoCAD will tell you, just error, no, it doesn't work.
That's why I'm sticking around, because when I first got involved, I was like, all right, so the globe has all the science, and it's flat earthers that have no clue what science is. So this ought to be a very short discussion. And then when I actually listen to flat earthers and globe earthers, it's reversed. Globers are like, well, you don't really need the scientific method. You can do science just through observation and, just guessing. And
That's the most hilarious part of the Glober's so-called science. Observational science. You just look at things, and that's science. That means your dog, a pigeon, anything that has eyes or can see is doing science now. They just destroyed the word science by saying everything is science and nothing is science. And anything I say is science, anything you say is not science.
Exactly. Yeah. It just, and Kiwi kind of blew the lid open on that whole game. I mean, you can't go back to the ignorance after you see it. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's just like you can believe that the stove that's turned on is not hot and it's not gonna burn you. But once you put your finger on the stove and you burn yourself, you're like, oh shit. The guy who told me that was wrong, and my belief about that was wrong. You're not gonna go back to that.
Yeah. Well, see, I see these globers, especially the anti-flat earthers. I mean, it's not the ball or the globe theory that they like. I mean, it's the consensus of society that they value above all else.
Yeah, they want to fit in.
Yeah, exactly.
I know so many globers who think they're intelligent because they can parrot nonsense they heard about outer space or the globe or some other pseudoscientific idea they just heard. And because people are like, oh, you're so smart because you're telling me all these big fancy words and all this stuff I don't understand, they get that validation thinking they're intelligent. But when we come and show them they're wrong, they just can't take that because that you're debunking their whole ego.
Yeah, sadly, that's deeply ingrained in humans, is to go with the herd and the fear of like going against it, sticking out. I mean, they don't want to be ostracized, and but I mean, flat earthers, we care more about what's actually true, what you can verify. And in time, I think we will be validated, hopefully, by society. Like, I hope this global eye is on its way out.
Well, it is. You can see the numbers of flat earthers growing everywhere, and their conversion rate is abysmal. We don't go back to the globe. Globers just turn into flat earthers. So they literally have to outbreed us. That's the only way. And even then, like, we're also having children, so it's not going to work. It's a done deal. It's just a matter of time.
Yep. And like with the technology, like all the high definition video we have, I mean, it's you can't unsee it when you see it. Like, I mean, and globers are just having to scream refraction, and I mean, and not all globers are screaming refraction. Some of them are like, okay, you got a point there. We're seeing too far. Fair enough.
But even refraction, I love when they go into refraction because you can kill them there as well. You can kill them on every single point. You just got to dig into it until you understand it better than them, and then you can explain to them, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. Light refracts at different rates based on the wavelength of the light. And so we should be able to quantify how much the light is bending, if it is bending like you're telling us. When we go out and test it, turns
I've
out the
seen
light
it.
isn't bending.
You know what the best part about refraction is? It's that the fact that in order to refract, you need air, you need the medium, right?
Yeah, you need
even if
different
it's
mediums, yeah.
right. So as soon as they invoke the medium, they need to acknowledge that the medium that they're using is right next to an open vacuum. So it's over, bro. Like it doesn't even.
Yeah,
Because as soon as
no
you
matter
get literally they get refuted, even because they can't even get it to refract, because they need
yeah,
that gas
it,
pressure.
it literally doesn't matter where they go. Anywhere they go, we can destroy them. That's how simple it is. You can let them run around wherever they want to go, and you can just destroy them right there. The funny thing and the problem is, even if you destroy this one thing, which would invalidate the whole thing, they still jump to the next thing and you destroy that, and then that would also invalidate the whole thing, and then they jump to the next thing and you destroy that, and that would also invalidate the whole thing. But they're too dumb to realize the implication.
Yeah.
I honestly blame the education system, because when we had the trivium and quadrivium, people were learning logic and linguistics, and so it was that much harder to lie to them. And so they had to remove it and just turn it into indoctrination, where you just tell the student, this is what it is. If you don't write that on the exam, I fail you.
Yeah, they're just trying to survive, basically. Just trying to get by. That's how it is usually. Like, I'd rather get an A than. Because I don't think when I was in school, I don't remember anyone raising their hand asking, "Hey, is gravity? How are you going to prove gravity?" Like,
I did.
I've never actually seen that. Have you had it?
I did. When they brought up gravity in the globe, I asked all the questions, like, how are we staying on the globe? And they're like, gravity. I'm like, how does that work? And she's like, I don't know. I'm like, who does then? And they're like, you just have to go further in schooling. Like, they're teaching stuff they don't understand.
That's funny. I thought, really, so they didn't even mention any of like the mass or anything.
Nope, she didn't know any of that. She was a dumbass.
That's hilarious. Actually, it's so funny.
Another very malicious aspect of it, even in the textbooks, there are examples where they're like, back in the day, people were super dumb. They thought the earth was flat and you would fall off the edge. Now we know it's a ball. Like, that's just very malicious sophistry. You would have to present evidence to the children so that they can understand and know. Don't just lie to them and tell them that the opposition that you're afraid of is wrong and are retarded. You need to show them that they are retarded. We're not saying that boats fall off the edge. We don't believe in outer space to fall off into.
Yeah. It is pretty. Whoever implemented the whole education system, they're definitely trying. Maybe not hard it, but they're. How should you say it? A lot of effort went into the lie. Basically, there's a lot of things, a lot of effort, a lot of people went into this. To try to convince everyone.
Yeah, it came with schooling. Before public education and the Rothschilds and the Rockefeller creating public schooling because they wanted factory workers, not critical thinkers, which is the education systems we got today, there were schools made by the Jesuits who taught the world. And if you know anything about the Jesuits, you know that's not a very good source to have as your teacher.
By the way, is there any more? Is there any VC verified roles here? Let me see. Is LVA Paul? Is he a flat earther? Or see who else?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're preaching to the choir.
Okay. I did see one other person. Is Percurious? Are you a flat earther as well? Is Percurious a flat earther?
He's got a red pill in his profile picture. His name seems familiar. I'm pretty sure he's not a globetard.
Okay. Yep, I guess we'll just have to wait till wait for the next one.
The Earth is flat. The globe is crap. What do you think about that? Come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 and tell us all about your globe.
That's a good one. Oh, by the way,
Suffocation debunks the globe through the black swan and the fact that high pressure moves to low pressure. That's the second law.
that was brilliant. Love it.
You were saying?
I was just gonna say, that one woman who left earlier, who was here earlier, did she learn anything, do you think?
Yeah, at least according to her, she says he learned stuff.
Okay.
She was not arrogant and therefore more receptive to listening and absorbing some of the information compared to the vast majority of people we get.
Yeah, she was like better than 99% of the people who come in.
Yeah, they come in with a preconceived idea that they are have all of the weight of science and all the smartest people believe what they believe, so they must be correct. And when you come in with a preconceived idea like that, it's super easy for you to just ignore everything else because you have this fundamentalist belief.
Good evening, all.
It would destroy it would destroy them internally, I think, if they really found out how much they've been lied to. But that's normal, though. We get over it, you know.
Yeah, I think they just need more life experience, like go through life, realize that, oh, my best friend actually lied to me. My girlfriend cheated on me with him. Like before that, he's like, oh, she would never cheat. My best friend would never do that.
They would humble them, yeah. That would cause.
Yeah, they need a little bit of humility.
Yeah. You know what I think would be interesting is what's the next thing, like obviously 2020. I wonder what the next lie is gonna be besides like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've already told us that it's the aliens.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna get some crazy stuff in the next few years concerning that. And my prediction is that it's gonna culminate with alien Jesus coming to save them, and that's gonna like hoodwink them all into this new religion.
You know, that's at the very least, it's gonna be maybe not just a little bit entertaining. I think the worst case scenario, it's going to be entertaining just to see what they come up with. But at the same time, it might be it might be anticlimactic. But I think it's still interesting, because like it's such a weird, such a funny story. Like, to go from
You guys are wrong. The ground is not flat. There are mountains and valleys, though.
Bumpy earther. I agree. Bumpy earther.
It's generally flat. One of my concerns is now that we have such advanced AI, you can literally take someone's internet, all of the data they have on you from Facebook and other areas like that. They can create a large language model based on you, which then will respond like you do. And then they will tell the language model that it's on Mars having a great old time. And then because they have deep fakes and the ability to fake your face, you can FaceTime with a person that you think is on Mars. And so they will create, basically in Futurama they had suicide booths. And they can tell you, you're going to Mars through this new teleport technology. Just step into this booth. And that might work for a while, though people are like, no, I'm sure the globe is true. My grandma's on Mars.
Yeah, they're gonna do it only to like very select few people, and then eventually they'll start realizing.
Well, they've done it here in the UK. They've selected quite a few students. I think 4 of them. They've told them they were going to a journey to outer space. Just a parabolic flight, and they put them in this bus. They equipped them up. They took them to what they thought it was a platform for launching. They were locked in this room with lots of buttons and stuff. And they had a countdown, and all of a sudden there was a takeoff, and they can see all of this in the screen ahead of them, And days later, it was announced to them that all of that was just a fakery. They've been tricked, they've been pranked. But ultimately, they did believe that they were going to outer space, and they were seeing the Earth from above, and and nowadays the technology is to a point, if you go to a fun fair, they can close you in the room and your seat will go up, down, turn left or right or whatever. It gives you the perception that you are in doing something else that you're not. You're just in that simulator.
Yep.
Did it cost money? Because that would be a really interesting stuff.
No, it was a prank. Obviously, they didn't charge anything for this, but in the fun fair, obviously, it costs money.
Yeah, you could probably like, they could probably make a big profit if they started like actually trying to fake something, and then they would be like, oh yeah, we'll sell you tickets to this spaceship. It only costs you a lot of money, and then they do the elaborate scheme.
What's his name? Shatner. He did something similar. That's the claim, at least. Went on a parabolic flight. For all I know, they never left the ground. But the perception of the person inside is that they went and came back. They went somewhere and came back.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Jeff Bezos and William Shatner?
Yeah.
Yeah. According to witness testimony from the old lady who was on that flight, she was so disappointed that they couldn't see Earth curve from that height. And then there's Neil deGrasse Tyson, who also commented on this. I should have it here somewhere.
These flat earthers, those flat earthers.
And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens.
Okay, now that's Neil. That's Neil talking about Baumgartner. Here's Neil talking about Jeff Bezos and his launch.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe.
That is...
So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, he didn't even go high enough to exit the so-called atmosphere. Of course, according to the latest nonsense from NASA and the European Space Agency, you'd have to go beyond the moon to get out of the atmosphere. But the height he went to, there's still clouds above him. So not out of the Earth, buddy.
Yeah, but that contradicts their claim, isn't it? The torque value that they told us that the moon's surface is, it's a vacuum. You cannot have atmosphere there. It's a torque value. You can't have gas pressure without the container in the first place, anyway. But the torque values that they tell us, so if you compare the gas pressure with the vacuum pressure, it's orders of magnitude of difference. The differential is so great with no container. It's impossible. It's just a claim. They cannot support it.
Yeah, we can't even
pressure without a container.
We can't even replicate the low numbers of pressure that they claim are up there with the biggest vacuum chambers. The air still seeps into them.
Yeah. And if you ask them the alternative, which is, can you demonstrate an open vacuum? There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, but there are no vacuums in nature. That's the first one. Nature abhors vacuums. So all the vacuums that we talk about or they talk about are man-made objects. You know that they use to do whatever they do. But that would be begging the question that the sky is exactly the same as that vacuum in a lab.
Yeah, vacuum is also a misnomer because they've never achieved an absolute vacuum, or it doesn't exist. So it's always gas inside that. It's just less gas. That's all it is.
The man-made vacuums have walls, and they have physical barriers. They have containers. So those don't count. We need them to make a man-made vacuum without walls and without a container.
Well, if the sky was a vacuum, we would need two containers, one for the vacuum and one for the gas pressure. And as we understand from the second law of thermodynamics demonstration, if you have a vacuum next to a pressurized gas system, if you pierce a hole between those two systems, what's going to happen? They're going to equalize. The entropy is going to increase from the pressurized system rushing to the vacuum. Entropy increases, it's a fact. Now, the globe model, yeah, we know. The second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to their model. They never thought about this violation of, of the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah, we've been fooled.
It all goes back to the imaginary globe. We need that spinning ball space monkey religion soundbite.
You mean that globe that measures to be flat?
Oh yeah. You mean the flat one? The flat globe? Oh yeah.
Yeah, the flat globe.
Wow. It sounds like a cylinder kind of. Why can't we just... You go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. You got it. Go
ahead. How can you have a horizon on the sphere? True. Knowing that the definition of horizontal is parallel to the horizon, how can you say that the sphere has an horizon? Yeah. Shouldn't it be deviating from straight in every single vector rather than horizontal?
Oh yeah, QE had a really good point with that. There was like this y. He was talking about how the y equals mx plus b slope formula, and there was something about it had to go from 0. I don't remember what he said, but he had a really good point.
Yeah, I've asked yesterday to Matthew Lawrence, how many horizontal planes are there on the sphere? Because what we observe when it comes to the oceans mainly is a horizontal plane. That's how we navigate. North, south, east, and west, and all the other vectors in between. Those are horizontal vectors, descriptive of a horizontal plane. More precise, a Cartesian system. We use it for lines of longitude and latitude. That doesn't work on a sphere. How would you find your latitude with an elevation angle to Polaris? So all of this geometry, it's contradictory of a sphere.
Yeah, and just like when they tell us about tides in school, they're like, there's this giant bulge of water that moves around the globe. If that were true, whole countries would just be drowning under this bulge of water, when in actuality, the tides circle around amphidromic points. So they just go in circles around points that are equidistant, and they don't lower or raise in height at all. So they're always at sea level. They're always at the same height.
That's correct. I mean, regardless of the tides, we know that it's a fact. It remains level as it goes up or down. I mean, if you have a glass with water and it's at rest, obviously it's level. But if you pour more water into it, it's still level. Or if you remove water out of it, it's still level. So if you use celestial navigation, you're using the horizon, it doesn't matter to you if the tide is up or down or going up or going down. You're using the surface. We're using the horizon where the surface appears to meet the sky. So yeah, through and through, it's a horizontal plane. That's how it's described. That's how it's observed. That's how it's measured. That's how we use for navigation. No science required, just a geometrical claim that it's easy to debunk.
It's all far too easy to debunk. Like when I got into this, I didn't think we could do any of this. I watched Eric Dubay's 200 Proofs, and I was like, oh, he says a bunch of interesting things here, but I believe it's a globe still. Like there must be a globular reason for why all this stuff seems to imply that the Earth isn't a globe. So I need to find the evidence. So I talked to my childhood friend who became an astrophysicist, and I was like, I'm talking to these flat earthers. Like, I'm not a flat earther, but I want to get the evidence so that I can prove to them that the Earth is a globe. And he was like, yeah, no problem. Easy. And then as I played devil's advocate, he got so annoyed. He got so angry that I had to talk to another guy I knew who was a robotic engineer. And so I was like, maybe he has the evidence. And then he started telling me all sorts of stuff that contradicted the other thing that the other guy was saying. So I would copy what he said and send it to the other guy. And he was like, you're retarded. And I'm like, bro, it's an engineer who's telling you this. And he's like, well, he's dumb. He didn't go far enough in education. It's crazy.
I mean, to know the difference between a horizontal line or a curved line, to know the difference between those two, it requires academics. You need to be highly educated to know the difference between those.
Yeah, the issue is because one is an engineer who uses practical things. He uses Newton because it's a simplification, and he uses basic things. A straight line is a straight line to him. But the astrophysicist, he uses Einstein. A straight line is a curved line. Gravity doesn't function the same as in Newton. It's Einsteinian, bendy space-time. And so they fight like cats and dogs.
Yeah, I know. All of these things are caused by the uneven distribution of mass. I mean, a concept. How can a concept cause all of these things? You know, whatever these people are taking, we would like to take some of it. I mean, now it makes sense to us, but we've been there. We all been deluded. I mean, we've been tricked. We all believed in Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus at some point of our lives. This is another one. The Earth is actually flat. It measures to be flat. When I say the Earth, I don't mean the ground. The ground is obviously not flat. There's mountains, valleys, seabeds, riverbeds, and so on.
It could be flat at parts, but
it's the water that give us the it's the liquid that give us the level that we're talking about.
yeah. But also when we say flat, we're not saying it's smooth. We're not saying there's not topography. Like even on the water, you have tides, you have waves, but the water is still generally flat, just like the land is generally flat. They surveyed Kansas, for instance, and it's flatter than a pancake. And when they extrapolated that to the rest of the United States, the whole of the United States is also flat. So where's the curve? It's not on the land. It's not in the water.
Well, if you start with the principle that you need to trust that that statement is true, first of all. 70% of our world, or our realm, is water. Or some statistics is more than 70%. But 70% is a good enough number. It's more than 50%. That means that the majority of the realm that we live in is level. It's called sea level. So the vast majority, it's flat.
Yeah,
even though the ground is what's holding the waters within. So again, the ground cannot be flat.
Well, it is generally flat. Like, let me read from this paper, for instance. Imagine stretching a pancake to the size of a state. The pancake measured in the article was 130 millimeters, and its surface relief was 2 millimeters. Apply that ratio to the east-west dimensions of Kansas, approximately 644 kilometers, and the state would need a mountain 9,908 meters tall in order to not be flatter than a pancake. Since the highest mountain in the world is only 8,848 meters tall, every single state in the U.S. is flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But again, water at rest needs to be contained. Like gases also need to be contained. But water needs to be contained within.
Yeah, it's contained
so the
within
oceans,
the shoreline.
Exactly. The oceans need to have a shoreline.
Yeah, there's elevation changes. It's just like if you look at your wooden table is flat. It's made to be flat. But if you use a microscope and you look at the surface, it actually has microscopic topography. It doesn't mean the table is no longer flat.
That's correct. Even if you put pots on the table itself is still flat. Regardless if you have pots and other objects on top of the table itself is still flat. And we navigate it as such. If you have to move something on the table from one place to another place, you're going to move it horizontally. You cannot go through the table, can you? Same way how we travel. We travel horizontally, level flight. Is proof of it.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I find really annoying when talking to globe believers when they're like, well, circumnavigation proves the globe. And I'm like, dude, walking around your house proves your house is a globe? What, are you retarded? Like, going in a circle does not prove a ball. You can move in a circle over a flat plane.
Yeah, that's a big misconception that the bowlers have. You know, circles, they're not descriptive of a sphere. It's like when they say, but you have 60 nautical miles per degree. Hello, it's 360 degrees. Yeah. But that is a description of a circle, not a sphere. The horizon is not curving away from you, but you can do a circle around your position on the ground. You can have a circle around it, but definitely not going away from you. That would that would be contradicting the laws of physics. Water remains level at rest. Some people have the problem of saying that it's actually measured to be flat. Yes, it is measured to be flat. The only way you can find your latitude or longitude, for that matter, is to consider the Earth to be flat. If you're trying to reach a destination, you can never cross your mind that your destination is not going to be there when you reach your destination. That's ludicrous. Regardless of which way you travel, you travel from point A to point B, you follow that vector, and you follow that position, you keep rigid on it, and you'll get to your destination. Your destination is not going to move away. It makes no sense. It's stationary. It's flat.
Yeah, for instance, if you try to use a globe model, the globe, and try to navigate, assuming that north is at the North Pole, you're never going to reach your destination correctly. But they actually need magnetic declination to actually bend things into place. And so you think you're going north or west or whatever, but you actually have to change the degrees and think you go in a different direction to make that work.
Yeah, it depends how you're navigating and what map you're navigating. Because they didn't make it simple, it's ever more complicated. The Carta Marina, it's the map of the seas. It describes the seas, the depth of the seas, and so on, and demarcations of lighthouses and so many other references that you can have it at sea. So it's very accurate for mariners when they're traveling through the sea to know where they're going. Now,
that's why they use it. They don't use the globe because it would be so convoluted. It would take so much more time.
But not just that. When it comes to land masses, it's a different type of map. It's a map based on the geographical north, not the magnetic, not the celestial, but the geographical north, which is slightly different. There is a difference between them. And on the last convention of the Carta Marina, they were actually comparing both maps. And if you were using a land map as a reference to travel the seas, you're going to run aground because the positions are different. It's pretty much what they describe as a magnetic declination. You know, whatever that means, it's not. There is no magnetic declination. But there are at least, I think there are 4 different norths. I know 3 from heart, but you know, you have the geographical north, the magnetic north, and the celestial north. You know, and they are not in the same place.
Yeah.
They differ degrees from one another. So mariners, they will never use a land map for navigation. They will use a nautical map. It's more accurate.
Yep. Just like when they're plotting their paths with the airplanes, they're not using a nautical map. They're using an equidistant AE projection. So they have all these different things to try to make it work. It's not the globe model they tell us. I've never seen a working, complete globe model. All I see is these partial models used to explain a single thing.
And there is no globe model. The globe model is people's idea of how it should or not be. You know, you have a different conception, you know, in your mind of how things should or not work in your model.
You hit the nail on the head there. The globe model only exists in the mind.
Yep.
The globe model. All they have are these partial models. That's not the globe model.
And let's not forget that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the globe model, I would say. Because it cannot apply. You know, same thing as water sticking to a ball. It cannot apply. Because on the globe model, it does attach to a ball, but in reality, it's not, you know, it's just water contained by the ground. You know, cannot have uncontained water. It's ludicrous.
There's also a bunch of manipulation. When I first got into this, and I was looking for proofs and things, because there was not a lot of stuff back in 2015, I stumbled on something called Taylor columns. And according to all of the documentation I read about it back then, it was supposedly discovered by a student in the 1990s. And I remember when I was in school back then that they would present tubs filled with water, and then they would rotate them and drop a little bit of food coloring in it. And they said, oh, this is proof that the earth rotates. However, this student dropped a coin into the thing. And what they found was that the coin and the rotation created a column above it, which would prevent the food coloring from passing over it. And so this is an effect that we would see everywhere in the fluid of air or water. We just don't see it anywhere. And then many years later, I went back to look for the sources. Turns out all of that has been deleted. And now in its place, there's a claim that Freemasons discovered it in the 1800s.
Well, if the Earth was actually spinning on a flight, you would never have a return journey. Think about that for a second. If the Earth was actually spinning, and obviously would affect flight times, you know, you would never have a return journey. The only way is forward. The spinning of the Earth will catch up with you. So
you would just need to hover. That's all you need.
Yeah, you wouldn't need
Wait
even
for the
airplanes.
location
You
to
just
come to
need
you.
exactly a hot air balloon would be good enough. You know, you just hold your position in the air and wait for the destination to come to you. Why would you need an airplane?
Well, they believe that all of the air is attached to the ground and being rotated with the ground in
They have to
perfect
say that.
harmony, which is so incoherent because the gas would have to travel faster and faster to appear to be in sync. And we would be able to measure that. You simply put an accelerometer on a balloon and that goes up into the air, and as it's rising, it would be able to show you that there's an acceleration to the side to account for this increased rotational rate, so to make it appear to be non-rotating. We don't see any
Tell that
evidence of that.
tell that to the birds and the bees and the butterflies. You know, listen, guys. When you guys come out and about, you know, you need to account for the spin of the earth. Hey, you know, you need to do a cartoon about it. You know. Imagine the insects flying around and accounting for the spinning of the earth. I mean, you know, it's attached to the ground. That's why they need to say everything moves together, so no Coriolis then. Yeah, there is no Coriolis effect on Earth. It's, I mean, I'm not saying that the Coriolis effect doesn't exist. It's easily represented with a turning reference frame, like a roundabout or so. But the Earth doesn't have a Coriolis. The Earth is a fixed frame of reference.
Did you know that Gustav Gaspar Coriolis did not invent or discover Coriolis?
I wouldn't be surprised. Not the first time.
It was first postulated and explained and used as proof of the Earth not rotating by flat earthers for decades, long before Coriolis got attributed that.
Professor Brian Cox says that there is no experiment we can do to detect the movement of the Earth. This is Professor Brian Cox.
Yeah, Einstein said the same thing twice.
Yeah. It's all fantasy world. It's Narnia. I mean, to say Narnia it's not an overstatement, you know. People like these fantasy worlds, you know, imagination. You know, when it comes down to reality, it's a completely different story. That's why people need to wake up to reality.
It's also something you can just go and see for yourself. You can go into a gravitron in a carnival, which is basically just a big spinning room. And as the room spins, if you try to throw objects between you, the air is not going to be spinning with the room like they claim it's spinning with the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, how can gases be attached to something? I mean, it's ludicrous.
Yeah, they're unbounded. They're not attached to anything. It's retarded.
Exactly. It's retarded. Absolutely. I didn't want to use that first, but yeah. I mean, gases can. That would be defying the gas behavior. Intramolecular bonds, you know, they're in constant movement. It's not in layers. Imagine you breathing gases in layers. Is oxygen that heavy that it stays next to my nose? You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah, it's absurd.
It's absurd.
The gases are mixed. They're inhomogeneous and anisotropic. They're not conducive to refraction. They don't have anything. It's so bad. Even if you look at the Big Bang, in the beginning of the Big Bang, all of the matter was supposedly compressed into a single point where no mass or anything existed, because otherwise it would never have been able to expand, because it would be stuck in an insane black hole in their delusion. However, the story goes that as it expands, the gases start attracting other gases to coalesce into more matter. Like you can't have that because gas does not attract gas.
But still a cool story, though.
Yeah, I think Lord of the Rings is a better story.
I mean, people need to realize that these things are just stories that they're telling you.
A funny aspect of Lord of the Rings is, in Lord of the Rings, the world was flat until the evil god made it a globe.
Oh well, even now, if you do a movie, I don't know, a medieval movie or so, got back in time. Yeah, they need to depict the world as to be flat because that's what they thought back then. But not just back then. It's been always thought to be as such. It's only the European culture and the other countries in the world who follow the same footsteps and that learned that indoctrination that men had been to the moon, outer space, all these galaxies, and the world is a globe. Obviously, we know because NASA showed us the picture to confirm. That was the confirmation we needed. We needed men to go to the moon to confirm, and voila, they did confirm. There's pictures, from the second law of thermodynamics violation, depicting the Earth to be a sphere. People believe it. Why wouldn't they?
Well, are you saying they're liars?
Well,
that's how they act. They like you're not allowed to question them because otherwise they would be liars, and that's unacceptable.
Obviously, if you went through the school system and you had no objections, no objections throughout, how come now, after you leave the school system, now you have objections to what you've learned? That's why they look down at you and the name calling starts, educated people, and saying this. How can he say that the straight line is not straight anymore? See, this curved line is actually straight.
Yeah, they just don't know logic. You can't just say that. It's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, but everybody knows that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, unless you're using the surface of a sphere. When you look from the top, from above, it's still a straight line, even though if you look sideways, it's curving. But, yeah. I don't know how these things make sense to them. It hurts my brain just to try to represent their claim. I mean, it's moronic.
Yeah, but I can't blame many of them because it's what they were born in. It's like being raised in an insane cult. It's all you know.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't blame people individual people. I blame the society itself. We are product of a society that we accepted, and we need to live by their rules and whatever the majority thinks, whatever is acceptable or not. And then we have the weapons of mass deception called TV, programming us with things for us to accept and not to accept in our lives as being normal or not. Just need to watch TV a little bit to see what they're trying to push next. And people are led. After a hard working day, nothing better than escape to a fantasy world, in the imaginary world. Because their reality is so hard. Why? Because their reality is that they live on a ball, a confined space. There's nothing else to discover. There is, no other lands to be found. Unless we go to this imaginary world, outer space. Different planets, galaxies. Even though they are very far away, will take many generations in order just to reach there. I mean, that's why they find refuge in this TV nonsense. And if it's not somebody else poking the bear, and waking them up to reality and say, look, you've been sleeping this long, being hibernating like a bear. It's time to wake up. Yeah, people need to reach that point. But not everyone is ready for the red pill, if you know what I mean. Some people are happy to just take the blue pill and go back if they could. Talking about the Xanax and the Rumpuses, If those guys could take a blue pill and go back, they would. Nothing happened, just took a blue pill. Yeah, nothing happened, just another regular day. But no, they are too deep down in the rabbit hole, There is no turning back. It's just their ego is, it's the only thing stopping them to actually face the truth. They know better by now. I mean, they've conceded, all of them. They've conceded already to be flat. At
They
some
know.
point.
So
Yeah,
they're too invested. The sunk cost fallacy.
that's correct.
For instance,
That's what I'm trying to
love,
say. Yeah, their ego is in the way.
Yeah, I love for instance, the optical gyroscopes that used to be their so-called kill shot on the rotation, but when you change the pressure around the gyroscope, well, you get different readings. Did the Earth rotate slower or faster? What's happening? When you raise the optical gyroscope up into the air, it shows slower rate of rotation. How does that work? You're supposed to be moving in a larger circle around the Earth, so it should be going faster. It's the opposite of what they require. And then another aspect is that we now know that because we have optical gyroscopes, we've played around with them, that optical gyroscopes pick up linear motion, and just slight linear motion is enough to be detectable with the latest ones. So all of the imagined motions of the heliocentric model would all be picked up by the optical gyroscope, but it doesn't pick up any of them.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, if the Earth was turning, the Earth would be turning, regardless of gyroscopes or whatever. It would be turning, but not just underneath the gyros, as these guys are claiming. Would be spinning under hot air balloons, airplanes, helicopters. Even if you are jumping up and down, it will be rotating beneath your feet. Point is that it's not observable. They claim gyros are detecting a spinning of something, but definitely it's not the Earth. It would be detectable in many different ways. It's not. It's a false claim.
I also hate that they call optical gyroscopes because they're not actually gyroscopes. They don't have the gyroscopic effect. The gyroscopic effect is rigidity in space and is what the mechanical gyroscopes operate on. And rigidity in space would show us rotation, because as the Earth would rotate, the gyroscope would remain rigid in space where you spun it up at the start. And so you would be able to see the rotation, but that doesn't work. If the mechanical gyroscope is precessing, you can make it precess in 15 degrees per hour. But if that's happening, your gyroscope is broken. It's unbalanced and doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just that.
It's just so funny.
You just mentioned the point there. what they're looking for is the 15 degrees per hour, because that is what it's measured and observed.
Yeah, we see the stars
Not-
and the
yeah,
sun move at
the sun moving at 15 degrees per hour, approximately, give it a take. Yeah, that's how we get to the times and the calendar and everything else. Yeah, we know that. But to claim that it's actually the Earth that is spinning and not the sun that's traversing the sky, it's the claim on the table. And if it was the Earth spinning, it would be detected many different ways. Many different ways.
It would be super obvious.
Yeah.
Here, for instance, they like to look at everything in a vacuum. Like, they only look at rotation. They never combine rotation with the orbit, because then you would have insane speed changes happening between you rotating into the motion of the orbit and out of the motion of the orbit. They never account for how gas acts with a moving object. If the Earth were moving at 66,000 miles per hour in one direction, hitting the air, you would have all the air getting compressed on that side, and that would have Doppler effect, and people would simply just die. And on the other side of the globe, you have the Earth moving away from the air at 66,000 miles per hour. So now you have a vacuum, and everything would die.
Yeah, I know. But in order to do all of that, you're going to require a flat Earth in the first place.
Yeah, all of it starts with the flat Earth, and then
That's
they
correct.
go into their imagination, like balls.
But even the so-called orbit, whatever that means, yeah, the orbit, the observations are made from the ground, and it's the movement of the lights in the sky in relation to the ground, to the surface of the ground. So whatever you're referring in the sky, it's in referencing to the ground. And mainly, they do it with elevation angles from the ground. The position of this star in this place, and so on and so on. The only way you can tell the difference is by measuring it, and they do it with elevation angles. So you need to treat the surface of the Earth to be flat in order to claim orbits or any claims you're going to do about the movement of the lights in the sky is always in relation to the ground, to the surface, to the baseline.
Yeah, that's because that's where they start. That's where we all exist. You can't go from that. Like, you gotta try to incorporate that somehow.
And the point that we tend to forget is the process of doing all of this. In practical terms, what you're going to do is you're going to have angles. And how are you going to measure these angles? Well, you're going to use a protractor to do so. Protractors, they use a baseline, which is a zero line from left to right, with you as a pinpoint in the center and the elevations from it. Yeah, that's a baseline. It's a flat line. It's a horizontal line. That's how the surface of the Earth is represented. And if you're going to claim any elevations in degrees above that surface, yeah, you're going to need to treat it as to be flat.
Yep. And one of the most damning aspect of that is that horizontal line reaches all the way to the GP, or the ground position underneath the object that you're looking at. And so in the globe delusion, their GP is out in outer space. It's not on the Earth.
That statement is not completely accurate, because that line goes from you to the GP. That's correct, but it extends to the opposite line, the opposite side of that GP, same distance as from the GP to you, because it's a circle. So that circle, yeah. So the distance from you to the GP, there will be also the same distance from the GP onwards. So that circle, the diameter, not just the radius of the circle, the diameter of the circle needs to be flat. And this is just one circle of equal altitude, obviously.
Yeah, that's
you will
the
need
circle of equal
three.
altitude. That's not what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah. What you talking about then?
What I'm talking about is when the globers try to use the sextant and try to use elevation angles, they have to put the globe underneath themselves and transpose themselves into the center of the Earth. And when they do all this, their ground position is not on the Earth.
Not following.
If you look in live stream voice text chat,
You said ground position.
Yeah, ground position. Like,
so the ground position is not on the ground.
Yeah, if you're a globe believer and you're trying to use the sextant
I
and get
see.
angles and stuff
I
like
see.
that, your ground position is in outer space.
In other words, the ground position is not on the ground.
Yeah, in other words, they can't actually use it, and so they have to
you
just
wouldn't have
cut
a ground
the globe
position
away.
then.
Yeah, it's not. They don't have a way to make it actually work without making it super convoluted, so it doesn't work. So
Yeah,
that's why when they have the globe, all of it doesn't make any sense, and then what they actually just use is the top of it, which is flat Earth. They use what we use, circles of equal altitude on a flat plane where the ground position is actually a position on the Earth, not in outer space.
It never crossed my mind that the ground position wouldn't be in the ground. Anyway, we always listen to something new every day. For more ridiculous it may sound. Yeah, ground position is on the ground, it's not in outer space. But if you're using the sextant, what you actually observing is the horizon and whatever celestial body you are observing that you can identify, like the sun, the moon, some other stars. But mainly the sun and the moon will be good enough if you can see any of those in order to find your fix, your position on the ground, on the surface of the Earth, that is. So when you observe the horizon, you bring the celestial body just kissing the horizon, and you rock your sextant left to right in order to have your 90 degree position on your sextant. When you're satisfied that you have your position, you say mark, and the time is registered. So you can refer to the almanac, the time of the day or night, that the celestial body's GP is positioned. So once that you know the celestial body's position, I mean line of longitude and latitude, then you can pinpoint on your map, X marks the spot. So this light that we're observing, ground position is on this spot over the ground. So you mark on your map. So now you need to know the distance to it. Now the distance, to find the distance, you're going to need a co-altitude angle. So basically you have an accurate, acute angle to a right angle, to a 90 degree angle, which you're going to have to deduce that angle from. So if you have, let's say, a 40 degree angle, minus 90 gives you 50. So that's how you find your co-altitude angle. With the co-altitude angle, with this 50, what you're going to do, you're going to multiply by 60 nautical miles. So 60 nautical miles per degree. And you find the distance. So you have a distance from the GP going outwards, which you're going to mark in miles. And you have a radius value. So this radius is X amount of miles. Now that you have a radius, you grab your compass and you draw a circle around the GP position. Because you know the distance between you and the GP, but you don't know where exactly you are located. You need to draw a circle around that point, and you are somewhere on that circle. And that is your first observation. Then you need to have at least one more, to be precise, two more circles of equal altitude to pinpoint your position on the ground. So all of this, if you cannot be working on a sphere. Spheres, they don't have horizontal planes, circles of equal altitude, and so on. That's how it's done, always been done like that. That's how it works. It's the killer. I mean, it's the proof that everyone was waiting for. If you actually want to come with a statement of fact, is that the Earth is actually measured to be flat. Full stop.
I am MC Loon. I want to debate you guys. Are you ready for my evidence?
That's so cool, Gray.
If you climb the tree, you see further. Seeing further is seeing around the globe. Therefore, the Earth is proven to be a globe by climbing a tree.
Wow.
Now, I need to think about this one. Okay, I got it. Obviously, it's super refraction. Cannot be anything else, therefore, globe. Coriolis is water going down your toilet, an actual deviation from an apparent deviation. Because in my pretzel mind, that feels like it could make sense, maybe. Potentially. Therefore it is.
Well, at least I just heard it from an authority. Now I can continue on with my mundane life.
Yeah, but you missed the one that it says, actually, the flat earth, this is what they mean. You actually need a right angle triangle for celestial navigation. That's the one you
Word
missed.
salad. What you are saying is an incoherent jumble of words, and my giga intellect cannot detect any meaning within what you are saying. Which cannot mean that I don't understand. It can only mean word salad. I know because I am an expert on word salad. This, for instance, is a narcissistic word salad, which is better because I use it.
Is there any dressing on that salad?
No, you. You don't know what I know, therefore I am right, and you are wrong. His ego is almost as big as my ego, and mine is bigger than my own cosmology.
How right is it wrong?
Gravity. That proves the globe. Newton and Einstein combined to form the law of the gravitron. Gravity is the mass or misogynistic man, and bendy spacetime, its feminine homoerotic man identifying as his wife, that simply superseded objective reality with enough faith. And oh boy, do we have enough faith. Just ask anyone in my religion, they all believe in gravity. Therefore,
Density and gravity live together in perfect harmony. Word salad.
That was the most coherent I've ever heard him speak.
I know, right?
well, I have more beliefs, I mean proofs, like sticks and shadows, baby, checkmate. But you can clearly see boats going over the water hills. So you flat earthers need to prove they are not going over water hills.
How it even got like the timbre of his voice, and that he hangs on his S's a little too long.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Oh my God, that's amazing.
They call me MC Loon because the loon is my favorite bird and I could rap about that all day. Loons are a group of aquatic birds found in much of North America and northern Eurasia. All living species of loons are members of the genus Gavia. Loons, which are the size of large ducks or small geese, resemble these birds in shape when swimming. Like ducks and geese, but unlike coots, which are Rallidae, and grebes, Podicipedidae, the loon's toes are connected by webbing. The loons may be confused with the cormorants, Phyllacrocoracidae, but can be distinguished from them by their distinct call. Cormorants are not too distant relatives of loons, and like them are heavy-set birds whose bellies, unlike those of ducks and geese, are submerged when swimming. My feelings are more important than your facts. I have more feelings than you have facts, therefore I win.
This guy's still using fax. You never heard about email?
Yeah, I made a bunch of these dumbass statements by him so that I could play a fallacy game. So I would be like this.
So, what are we talking about, guys? Do you want to try to detect fallacies in my speech patterns, or are you too scared to try?
The misogyny thing, I think is it his pronouns or...
My pronouns are Cosmic Level 88 Superconsciousness, the humorless hemophiliac, the most shiniest of turds, respect my pro-authority, and fear my incoherent feelings, or simply be cancelled in the name of the rainbow flag. Hashtag Globe Life.
No, it was gravity.
Gravity. That proves the globe. Newton and Einstein combined to form the law of the gravitron. Gravity is the mass or misogynistic man and bendy spacetime, its feminine homoerotic man identifying as his wife, that simply superseded objective reality with enough faith. And oh boy, do we have enough faith. Just ask anyone in my religion, they all believe in gravity. Therefore, it's true and the globe is true.
Oh yeah, belief makes it true.
You forgot the perturbation, masturbation of words.
WTF, I love AI now.
You are probably lying because you believe the earth is flat. Since I am more intelligent, I can say with confidence that you are lying as a consequence. I know the son of an astronaut. His father has been to outer space. So I know outer space is real, therefore the Earth is a globe and cannot be locally or generally flat. When it looks like that to us, it's simply an optical illusion. Because my big blue ball is so big, in fact, that it always displays this optical illusion of flatness, unless you go to outer space. Reality is a giant expanding ball, filled with massive smaller balls, made up of tiny little balls. If it does not have balls, I cannot accept it. Nope. No way. Not me. I love balls. I can see
the Earth is very big.
You flat
is that the
earthers are
measurement?
superior to my humble globe zealot self. Am I winning this debate?
Yes, no one can respond.
Yeah, take the medal. Go ahead.
McToon finally won a debate.
Yeah, that's the only way. The only people he will actually talk to are people like Jaren, which will just agree to anything he says. I even made him make arguments for us.
Hello, I am MC Loon. I am known for struggling with flat Earth. And oh boy, have I struggled. At first I thought the horizon was geometric. The leading edge of a sphere, a water hill if you will, that the distance to the horizon would always match the globe. Then the flat earthers showed me this picture. They call it the black swan. Do you see where the horizon is, way behind the furthest oil rig? That is impossible in my worldview. The horizon is at least 10 times further than it should be. That is by orders of magnitude, not something standard refraction can help with. The sphere would become so large as a consequence that all the known world would just be a tiny flat spot on it. So I knew I had hard work ahead trying to find some way to maintain my belief with sophistry. But then they showed me this. Just take a look at this picture taken from France. A world record long-distance photograph in infrared, with a picture taken in visible light only 4 minutes earlier. Infrared refracts less than visible light, so if the globe were true, we would always see the horizon closer in that part of the electromagnetic spectrum, and therefore see less in infrared on a globe, where refraction is allowing us to see so much further than the geometric horizon. This picture shows us a mountain that is 255 miles away. The horizon should only be at 117 miles away. The top of this mountain should be hidden by 6,985 feet, or more than a mile under the horizon. Yet we see the most of the top of the mountain. This completely debunks my globe ideas. I was a massive fool for my blind faith in this religion. I see now that my fallacious appeals won't make the earth turn into a sphere.
A flat sphere, I must add.
Listening to all this makes me dislike McToon even more. This guy is complete. I don't even have a word for it.
You know, I think the AI is actually better than McToon.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Like superior.
Well, yeah, AI makes McToon look more like an idiot for sure.
Spud off of a potato is better than McToon.
Bruh, this is garbage.
Globe believers, do not be afraid. MC Loon is here. Just go in, VC check in. I will help you. The foremost anti-flat earther globe expert is right here. What are you afraid of? You cannot look worse than me.
It's like when he says this, it's like he's playing some kind of a game and he knows it. You know, he knows he's wrong. Just playing some kind of a mind game with himself and everybody else that's listening to him. He's an idiot.
Yeah, these people, they've been here long enough to know better by now. They know the argument. They know there is no rebuttal to the argument. And yeah, the ego is still on the way. You know, they give faces, you know, and their names, and you know, it's hard now to accept reality for what it is. That's when they they become trolls. That's what they're doing. They're just trolling.
Oh yes, most
There is no more
assuredly.
debate. There is no more debate.
That's the only thing that makes any sense. That was a good call there. It's trolling. That's the only thing that makes any sense. You're right.
Yeah. And if you find flat earthers that you know will feed that fire, if you don't have a defeating argument, if you just go around the bush like some flat earthers are doing, I mean that's not winning a debate. When you start saying things like agree to disagree, that's not a debate. There is no will of finishing off. You know, you're just next to the finish, and all of a sudden you stumble in your feet and you fall on purpose, you know, and you lose. People only do that for a reason, you know. They're not searching for truth.
Because they're scared of the truth. Scared to death of the truth. It should be enlightening. It should make you happy to know that you know the truth. they clearly, you can tell clearly they're not after that.
Not just to know the truth, but to be able to rebuttal all of the claims.
Well, like you just
I
said,
mean,
there really is no rebuttal. They don't have any ground to stand on, in my opinion. I mean, it's all fallacious and it's
absolutely.
all, you
Yeah.
know, it's all nothing but a bunch of bullshit, really. They don't really have anything to stand on. So I don't, just don't get it, how they can continue this argument and people want to debate with them. And there is no debate. There is none.
The only way it remains is, you know, we did woke up. Other people are waking up to it. But, you know, there's still a lot of people sleeping. That's why those who are still sleeping with the help of the trolls and those who come new to the subject, when they do a Google search, what they come across is these trolls with their answers. That's what we find. You know, people coming to these channels on Discord with, you know, 3 containers to demonstrate gas pressure with other containers, for example. Because they are spewing these anti-flat earthers rhetoric. If you do a Google search or YouTube search, what you're going to find is, you know, Simon Dans and Professor Daves and these guys, you know, that's what you're going to find. You're not going to find a real flat earther. And if you do, it's not what I consider a real flat earther, unless they come to these channels.
Guys, I am not a anti-flat earther. I don't identify as that. I'm a planet.
Really, Craig?
It's really hard to do Fight the Tight Shirt because he's always umming and eyeing and like he can't complete a whole sentence.
Yeah, I cannot multitask. I mean, looking at his chat, searching for answers, and trying to keep a conversation on, it's a difficult task for him. Yeah, I'm just buying time to get the answer from the chat. Someone is feeding him with the answers. It's so moronic, man. Forget about the grid system that we're using for navigation. Forget about that. I'm saying this because even before you think about grabbing your sextant out of its case and doing anything to pinpoint your position, you you're going to have to find your latitude or longitude position. That's already descriptive of a Cartesian system, a flat plane. So when you actually grab your sextant and you find the position of the star, you're going to compare to the grid system that we're talking about, lines of longitude and latitude, to pinpoint the ground position. The ground position it's a point on the grid system. It's a point on the Cartesian system, demarcated with a line of longitude and latitude.
Yeah,
X marks
forget
the spot.
the grid system. Everything works for my side. Just don't look too closely.
Locally flat. And then there's the absurd of the absurd, at least to me, is when these people claim triangles with more than 180 degrees. I never heard of such a thing, you know. A triangle needs to have 180 degrees. If it has more, it's not a triangle.
It's locally fat, not flat. My belly proves it. Just look at how globular I am.
More of late.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, Indio, how are you, man?
How's it going? Hey, I want to play this video Owen Benjamin posted. I'm gonna play the audio though. This is it's pretty amazing. I think it is. So hold on a second. It's not Owen Benjamin. It's someone else. This is for the people that think it takes a vast conspiracy to trick everybody.
Have you ever heard of a game called Werewolf? No. Everyone gets a piece of paper. It's either got villager written on it, but two have the word werewolf. Someone runs the game to make sure no one's cheating, and they go, okay, it's nighttime, everyone close your eyes. Werewolves choose someone to kill, and the werewolves go. They say, okay, everyone close your eyes, it's morning time, open them again. During the night, Francis was killed. There's then a conversation, and this is where it gets interesting, between all the villagers and the two werewolves over who the werewolves are. Then at the end of the day, the villagers have to decide who they're going to kill, and they say, well, we're going to kill Constantine. It's revealed by the person running the game, I'm afraid Constantine was a villager. And the game continues. The villagers win the game if they kill both werewolves. The werewolves win the game if they kill all but two villagers. And the werewolves usually win. The game was invented by a student of sociology in Russia who wanted to prove his thesis that an uninformed majority will always lose a battle of information against an informed minority. So that just shows when you have hidden information, you can completely manipulate a large group of people.
That's it.
Boom.
Yeah,
That's pretty good. I'm adding that.
Yeah, I'm slightly chubbier below the equator.
Chubbier below the equator? I thought it was above the equator.
Do you mean the country called Ecuador?
No, I mean like the flat Earth's body form. His body morphology.
Now that you say it, yeah, you're right. He's actually chubbier above the equator, like an inverted pear.
Inverted paroid.
No, I'm just thinking, there's this land called Ecuador. I can't say the equator. And above it, like the cloud, above Ecuador.
Well, there really is no equator. But
Yeah, but even the word above or below the equator, it doesn't exist. You just go forwards, or backwards. Turn around, you just go forwards. You go horizontally. You don't go up or down. There is no above or below. You just go forwards. You cross the border. Here we go, the other side. You don't go above the equator or below the equator. Just move forward. North or south is not up or down. It's forward.
yeah, I agree. I agree. There is no above or below. They don't believe in up and down, Globers. There is no up. There is no down.
Yeah, it's just in and out.
In and out. That's it.
Yeah.
It's a word game, and the conception that we have when we describe these things is to take us to the globe, to the description of. When it's in reality is completely different, you go north, you go south or east or west, you could just go forward.
Indio, do you have an actual link to that video? There's a couple people I'd like to show that to.
Yeah, I got the Twitter link. Hold on. The original video, or like where I got it?
Well, I mean, even if it's just that clip, but like something that I can just throw over SMS or whatever.
Well, it came off of Trigonometry. I don't know who that guy is he's interviewing, so I don't know how you'd find it. But Trigonometry is like a YouTube channel with this Constantine dude.
Okay.
But I'll post it. I'll post the original post.
Yeah, that'll help. Thanks.
Yeah. Echo, it's Constantinople. That's where it's the Holy Land.
I wonder if they're studying triangles with more than 180 degrees, man.
Here's to you, Constantinople.
Yeah, Istanbul, Constantinople. Of
Oh,
course,
yeah.
he's gonna call it Istanbul. He can't call it Constantinople because that's that's Christian shit. So like depictions of Jesus, the first depictions of Jesus on the cross showed images of Constantinople, Jesus on a cross in Constantinople. You can tell because there's a giant church. I don't know if it's still there. I don't know if it got wrecked or turned into a mosque. But there's also pictures of the sea and of a river, and there's no river or sea in modern day Jerusalem. Can't see the river or the sea from there.
Well, I have problem with the name because I'm sure his mom and dad wasn't calling him Jesus.
Well, I'm just going to use, obviously.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I learned so many things. Globe is one of them. But when it comes to names of people, they are not to be translated. No matter what your name is, in any other language, your name is your name. It's not to be translated.
Well, I've heard things like Jesus never existed because the letter J didn't exist at the time he was alive. So
Yeah, that's something else. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, if you want Joseph to help you, you don't call Carlos, do you? You call Joseph. If that is his name, if that's the person that you want, you don't call a different name. You should call his name.
Yeah, if I translate my name, sorry.
Go ahead, Drees.
If I translate my name, it's the swift spear, son of the uncontrollable.
Everybody hates the Turks, man. Even the Turks hate the Turks. Like legit. Anyone ever heard like someone going, "Yeah, the Turks are all right"? No one's ever said that.
The only thing good that the Turks have is the bath.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to hang out in a Turkish bath. You ever seen that? What the hell was the name of that movie? Where he gets caught smoking.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
My daughter's mom used to work at a Montessori school in summer camp and blah blah blah. And they would bring in these foreign exchange like workers and shit. There was one that came in from Turkey and had never seen like a toilet like ours, mistook it for a foot bath and was sitting on the tank of the toilet with her feet in the frickin' can. And when they walked in and saw what she was doing and corrected her, she was very embarrassed.
He confused it by a bidet. I see.
The movie's called Midnight Express. By the way.
Yeah, there's a few depict the Turkish bath.
Well, it's an American that gets caught trying to smuggle heroin out of Turkey and then ends up in a Turkish prison. And going to the Turkish bath in a Turkish prison isn't good for your, virginity.
I see. Mainly when you go and grab the soap on the bottom of on the sink.
Stick with the foot bath, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Now the foot bath don't sound so weird.
Did you say heroin? It was black hash. In Midnight, whatever it's called, the guy, he's smuggling black hash. It's not
Oh, it's hash,
heroin.
right? Hash. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he's got hash around his waist. Yeah. Anything drug related.
Has anyone
just ask
spoken to
me.
Diaz? He seems like a new person.
But what I find amazing about the Turkish baths is this anti-gravity steam.
The whole rabbit hole with that is that there's basically, and kind of like what you were saying about names, that about 1,000 years of history never happened. That it's just a complete fabrication.
I would say the whole history. Let's not forget that the 9/11 will go down in history as a terrorist attack.
Well, it was.
So, yeah, but we know the perpetrators are not the people that will go down in history as being the perpetrators of it. So yeah, in our time, we can see history being written completely different from reality. So I would say, yeah, the whole history has been manipulated.
So as far as like the Jays not existing, even if that's true, that doesn't. And I don't even come at this from a Christian perspective, but that doesn't negate like the existence of these people. It just means that the way that it was pronounced or spelled was different. So like Jesus would be, pronounced or spelled with, a Y or or whatever. You or Joseph would be like Yosef or Joseph or something like that. But it doesn't negate their existence. It just says that
This is
the way
this
that
is a
it's spelled has changed.
yeah. Well, it's a result of people confusing translation with transliteration.
There's like I don't know how deep I want to get. I've been watching this guy named David Irving Jr. Right, so he's found some pretty interesting things about Arabic, Hebrew, because Hebrew and Arabic, they're dead languages. They weren't spoken. Like there wasn't like a common Arabic or a common Hebrew until like the early 1800s, and these languages were reconstructed. The Quran, like there's ancient Arabic because the Quran is recited. That still existed, but there's something called modern Arabic. I was talking to Shekel about this, kind of, that there's modern Arabic, which is like nobody actually speaks this, and that people speak Arabic like local dialects of what's considered Arabic. It's crazy. Like some of the stuff he came up with is crazy, because like millions of Arabic coins have been found in Europe. More Arabic coins with Arabic writing have been found in Europe than coins from anywhere else. More than Roman coins, more than British coins, more than German coins, way more. And like some the Tsar, there's like a Tsar helmet that has Arabic writing on it, and it's like his hypothesis is that Arabic was the language of the world, pretty much the Western world, and that has been like erased from history.
Yeah, to a point, according with the history that I know of Europe. Yes, the Moors and the Arabs, they fought over the land of Europe.
So the Jews in Spain, so like a lot of Jews fled to Spain to call the Sephardic Jews. They actually, all their writings of during like the so-called Dark Ages, or that time period from like what they say is 1 AD to like 1000 AD, they wrote all their stuff in Arabic. They didn't write it in Hebrew. Right? And like Yiddish, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff I knew separately from this because New Perspective sent me a thing, and it had like these runic writings. It's from some flat earther that like hangs out on Quora. He's got a couple PhDs or whatever. But that's not the important part. The important part is he had these ruins, and they're supposed to be Slavic ruins. So I look them up, and then like the Slavic language was like invented by like it wasn't like a written language, so like some Greeks came around and like created this Slavic language out of nowhere. So with the Cyrillic letters and all this stuff, right? So like, but here's the funny thing: is the Ashkenazi. That's where they come from, and then they took that Slavic language, German, right? And they made Yiddish, right? But Yiddish is like the Slavic language, like an amalgam of it with Hebrew letters. Dude, it's a total rabbit hole, man. You can like dig in this hole forever and ever and ever. It's like, it's just mind blowing.
Do you have I'm sorry, do you have like a video or something you can post to get me started on this?
God, get you started, man. I'm like probably like 400. Yeah, I'll post a couple. I'll post a video in the live stream. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like which one. I think I should start with. Now, I haven't fact checked everything this guy said, but a lot of this, I would say, at least 70% of what he says checks out. Like if you go look, it checks out.
I did want to comment on what you said about Arabic being more widespread. I've been wondering about that because Muslims, they're very, very strict about the Quran being only for Arabic speakers. So It
Well,
would
it's not.
seem
But it's
that at one point,
my point is, yes, the Quran is spoken in Arabic, but that's like I don't know what they call it, Old Arabic or something like that, ancient Arabic, right? It's not the Arabic that's spoken today.
oh, okay, all
They
right.
rewrote Arabic, is what I'm saying. And that for like it was
Yeah,
like
but
kind of like a dead language. Like, so if you go to Egypt, right, or if you go to like some other bit of each country or each location, they'll speak a dialect of Arabic, but it's not really translatable to like if like someone from Egypt, they can go to Saudi Arabia and they both speak quote unquote Arabic, but a lot of the stuff isn't transferable, right? They're speaking kind of like it's almost like Mandarin and Cantonese. Think about it like that. Like they're both Chinese, but
right,
they're a little
right.
bit they're different enough so that they can't understand each other, or they
Like
understand
old
each other a little bit.
English and regular English.
It's worse.
Okay.
Yeah, but the whole point is that like all this was like manipulated, like the whole history of like Europe, the Middle East, all that stuff was manipulated.
Yeah, even Newton knew this. He talked about alternative history. Anatoly Fomenko as well. I highly recommend that, looking into his works.
Yeah, David Irvine is like I would say Irving is kind of like I wouldn't call him a disciple, but he's like, you know, he came like from what the background that he said, he was just like always interested like in languages and like
Yeah, but
he
let
came
me
at it
ask
from
you a
one
question.
angle, right? Like all these languages are messed up. Everything they're saying about it's bullshit. And he intersected with flamenco and was like, oh my God, like this is what I'm talking about, basically.
Oh, sorry. Is
Like
hieroglyphics is hieroglyphics a language?
Yeah.
He does some stuff on
Do
that
people
too.
speak hieroglyphic?
No.
Not anymore.
That's my point.
And Urban connected it to like Carthaginian because some of the symbols of Carthaginian, like Hannibal, who you know, supposedly conquered Rome, like there's some connection there.
Yeah, I saw a bunch.
And with Aramaic, like there's a connection there in what the symbols look like and what the words mean.
Yeah, I saw a breakdown of the earliest hieroglyphics and the similes between early hieroglyphics and Scythian script. So apparently, those things are also tied together. Even though Scythian script wasn't, it wasn't until just recently that people started realizing that it wasn't just a bunch of weird marks. It was actually a language.
It's symbols. It's symbols, you know. But I think majority of it is reification. You know, it's whatever you want it to be. Anyway, guys, have a good night. Catch you guys later.
All right, yeah, have a great night, man.
See you, George.
It's very quiet in here.
I just want to say it's been nice starting another year in 24/7.
Yeah, of course. I know it can be intimidating to talk to a hot girl like me. If you can prove the globe, you will get a discount to my OnlyFans. I guess it's full price for you then.
Oh, snap.
Eventually, I'm going to have enough clips that I can talk to the Glober completely with her.
Does my mic work?
Yeah, of course.
It's working, but it's a little, eh.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's a little low. Turn it up so I can hear your masculine voice. Try speaking again.
Okay, I got a burning question since we got some dead air here. Are lines of sight curved?
That's a negative.
Yeah, lines are lines, curves are curves.
Well, in Globetardia, lines of sight are curved, I guess.
Lines of sight? No, that is absurd.
I
What are
pointed
you,
this out to a bunch of them,
ophthalmologist?
and like they're trying to like die on this hill. I don't know why. This greater than 180-degree triangle hill. They're trying to die on it.
Love dying on that hill.
They'll say, no, lines of sight are straight lines. But they measure a triangle that has interior angles that sum to greater than 180 degrees. Like, okay, connect 3 straight lines and show me a triangle with interior angles greater than 180 degrees. And they'll
They
show a
want to die
triangle
on
painted
every
on a
hill.
globe.
It's a serious problem.
I'm like, dude, that's not a line of sight. That's you putting a triangle on a globe. They're not, if you're on 3 mountaintops, those are lines of sight. Okay, so how do you make those lines of sight into a triangle, a spherical triangle? They won't stop. Like, it's crazy to me. They just can't take the L, man. They can't take the loss.
There is no such thing as a spherical triangle. It's a married bachelor. That violates the definition of a triangle, which is the sum of all interior angles in a triangle add up to 180 degrees. That's it. Period. It's called the angle sum property. If it's not up to 180 degrees, it's not a triangle. Period. End of story.
Well, there's a peach if I ever heard one.
Baby, come back. Any kind of fool could see I was wrong.
Spherical triangles. Now that is hilarious. Quantum Eraser is correct, like usual.
You got
Now we got a brown nose in AI.
You guys missed it with the baby come back last night. It was friggin', we were dying in here. Gracie Bear was here. Gracie Bear, hit it. I got a question. How much for an order of ribs? Nobody? All right.
How much is just one rib, Chris Rock?
One? Just one? Yeah, I sure am hungry. I want beef. I like the thicker ones. I don't like the thin ones because those are too flaky for me. So I like the thicker ones.
Gosh, that's right. You did clip that.
Ribs taste good, but I'm too lazy to eat those, man. That's too messy.
Can you put on some gloves and a bib?
That involves work, man.
You can just cut it off the bone and just eat it with a fork.
I eat my food like a pelican eats fish, okay? Just whoop that shit. Might taste like something, I'd never know it.
Yeah, we're low on Globers.
Miggy, come back. Any kind of fool could see.
Always busy in the lobby chat. They never come in.
I've been really trying, baby, trying to hold back this feeling for so long.
Oh, we got a Glober.
Enemy spotted.
What's up, Parallel?
Hello?
You can do the
Hello?
temptations.
Is my mic
Temptations,
working?
used to let me go.
Yeah, we hear you.
Cool. Someone asked me to explain something about refraction, I believe. I don't know if he's here.
Why don't you just go ahead and take a stab in the dark at it, buddy?
You can
Sure,
explain it to
sure.
us.
Oh, I'm sure you're familiar. Someone
yeah.
was asking in lobby, but he's not here.
Who, to Gus? Or was it earlier? Oh, box ops.
Yeah, that's right. That's the one. Unless I'm blind, maybe he is here.
No, he's not in here.
Oh no, here we. Yes. I don't know if he has his mic.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Refraction argument again?
That's right.
Or the Black Swan?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, at least there are multiple pictures there to do with this. But anyway, someone mentioned earlier Snell's law, which is the angle of refraction that you get when light passes between.
No, that's the law of refraction. Snell's law, not the angle.
Yeah. So yes, it's used to describe the angle of refraction.
No, it's the
when
law
light
of
passes.
refraction.
Yes, which is what I'm saying.
No, it's not.
Which is it is. That's what I meant. Maybe it didn't come out right. In which case,
fair
my
enough.
apologies.
All right, what is it then?
So, as I'm sure you're familiar, the changes that happen when light passes through an isotropic medium or an anisotropic medium. So, water and glass have this effect, as we know.
Two different isotropic media, not an isotropic
Correct.
media. Two different isotropic media.
So the claim was that air isn't isotropic, which I contest. Air is isotropic because it has an index of refraction of
No, it
0.
doesn't.
It does.
0. Yeah, but that's
Zero,
not Snell's
yes.
law. Shut up. That's not Snell's law. It's two different isotropic media. Is Snell's law.
Right. And so when you have the medium of water or glass and the medium of air, which are two different mediums.
Three different.
Okay, water
glass,
or air.
Air
Water
is
or air.
3, not 2. That's 3.
Okay. Well, they were examples. So, in the case of these pictures where we see over the horizon, where we shouldn't,
Over the
that's
horizon.
specific.
Well, I'm coming at this from my angle, my perspective.
What's your
which
angle?
is
A retarded angle.
Well, my perspective is that the globe is.
All
the Earth
right,
is a
hold
globe.
on. So, you said over the horizon, right? We'll get back
That
to
is what I
refraction
said.
in a second. How can you
Sure.
have a horizon on a ball-tard?
Well, a horizon it's a border, right?
No.
Well,
That's not
okay,
my
well,
question. I'll ask you again. You're not answering my question. I didn't ask you
Okay.
what a horizon was. I'm saying, how can you have a horizon on a globe?
I don't really understand your question.
The reason why is, according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, the slope of a horizontal line, which is derived from horizon, is always 0. But curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope. So how in the world can we observe horizons everywhere, and they all have a rate of change of slope of 0, yet, according to you, live on a sphere tard that has the rate of change of slope in every friggin' direction away from your feet? How is that possible?
Well, I would say if we were living on a flat Earth.
No, answer my question.
No, so I'm answering your
No, you're
question
not.
through an
No, you're
analogy.
not. No, you're not. It's a paradox. If we were living on a flat Earth is not an answer to my question.
Well, yeah, because you didn't let me explain.
No, there is. So you're going to explain a paradox. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, okay, fine, I'll explain a
Quickly,
paradox.
please. Quickly.
If we live on a flat Earth, we would see horizon. It would look like a horizon, which it
That's
does
not
because
answering
that's
my
what we
fucking
see.
question. That's not answering my paradox, Mr. Funny Bones. Yeah, ignorance is bliss, you dumb fuck. Reconcile the paradox right now.
Could you state the paradox again? Just so I'm getting this
According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have rate of change of slope of 0, the ball-tard's IQ. However, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope. So, in reality, we see horizons everywhere. Rate of change of slope of 0, but yet you tell us we live on a globe tard that has a rate of change of slope of non-zero in every single direction. How is that possible?
So we get a horizon because the horizontal line.
I didn't ask you how we
as
get
you
a
say,
fucking horizon.
No, as you say, the slope intersect formula states, as you said, that it must intersect the horizon.
I didn't say that. You're a dumb book. I don't even know why we go on anymore. He fucked up refraction. He fucked this up. I don't know. You guys want to put up with him? Yes, no, maybe. Do I get any positives, negatives?
Seems fruitless, but it may become fun eventually. Who knows?
Well, you can. I'm not putting up with this retard shit. He's an Elmer Fudd sophist at best. He's not
I'm
answering
attracted
any
to
questions.
intelligence, so this is turning me off Globers.
So we'll just leave you with you glue sniffing fungus muncher. Your fuckwit refraction. Let's go over refraction. According to Britannica, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light, by the way, rays of light don't exist, and crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances. You don't have that in the fairy tale Atmo sphere. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. Light's not a wave, and it's not fucking bending. As it passes from one material to another material. The refraction occurs at the boundary. There are no boundaries in the Atmo. And is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave, that's not a wave, upon crossing said boundary. The tendency of a ray of light that doesn't exist to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave that doesn't exist speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. And finally, your alma mater wiki, Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, or the law of refraction, like I fucking said, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction. When referring to light or other waves, light's not a wave, passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. End of fucking story for you. All right. What's left? What's left?
Oh, sorry. I didn't. I thought. Never mind.
You still thought you were on mute.
Sorry. I suppose the only thing I could mention. So I suppose this would be to box ops. Is if you pretend, I know this is a stretch, if you pretend that what I said about refraction was true, the reason we wouldn't get, I know, but the reason we would get that sort of gradual curvature is because that
Shut the fuck up. If you pretend that that doesn't exist, if this happens and my aunt had balls, should be my uncle. Fucking clown.
It's a thought experiment.
No, it's not.
That's
There's
all.
no such thing. Go ahead, talk the box ups. These guys are boring today. I'm not listening to your dumb shit anymore. I had enough dumb shit
that's
for
fine.
today. So you can go ahead. I'm not. I'm gonna vacate.
I think that was it, to be honest.
Yeah, so as soon as you say refraction, that's a concession that the horizon is not Earth curve. Welcome to Flat Earth, dude.
So, I mean, it was said earlier that we can't have curvature and a horizon at the same time, which, again, I contest. So, Quantum Eraser mentioned the slope intercept formula and horizon, two, solid mathematical formulas that describe, rate of curvature, etc., etc., etc. The slope-intercept formula does not contradict curvature. Just because things are curving away from us at great scale and at great distance doesn't mean that a non-horizontal line cannot intersect that.
The horizon is horizontal, right? That's where the name comes from. One, right?
Yeah,
and you didn't respond to what I said, saying that we want you to say refraction, right? Because as soon as you say that, you're conceding the entire spirtard.
How am I doing that? I just don't see.
How many planes are there on a sphere?
Say again?
How many planes are there on a sphere?
Do you mean a plane as in, like, a square face?
Yeah. If you like.
In what context?
Like the horizon on Earth, which is flat, horizontal.
I mean, so, like, I suppose I'm confused by your question. If I'm to imagine
so
this
people think that they live on a ball, yet the horizon's horizontal. And when you see the horizon, you're actually looking at the top of the water. That'd be all the oceans of the Earth being flat. Kind of difficult if we live on a globe.
I don't think so. Again, what's the maximum distance you can see, do you think? From your house?
Well, it's definitely not 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is implicated by your radius, right? And I provided you earlier the Earth curvature calculators, which use that, and you say, well, you don't really need curve for a globe, so you kind of lost it.
No, I said you don't need horizon, because horizon it's a concept rather
More
than
specifically,
something.
geometric horizon, formerly known as Earth curvature. So obviously you need Earth curvature for a sphere.
So if you're using geometric horizon and Earth curvature synonymously, then sure, I guess I agree. Like geometric horizon exists. What I was saying earlier was that geometric
Well,
horizon.
you said it doesn't exist, though. Now you're saying it is, so it's just
No.
whatever you feel like at the moment.
No, it's because I disagree with your definition, or disagreed with your definition of geometric horizon. My statement was that horizon.
It's not my
isn't a
definition, dude.
place.
I showed you NASA 3 times, showing you the math of the radius implicates a physical geometric limitation, and that's where they predict the horizon would be. So we go out and test the Earth's surface to see if that prediction is right. And we see orders of magnitude beyond that geometric limitation, which is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right?
So we use the definitions from your high priests. What is your newly invented definition?
I don't. Would you like me to tell you the definition of horizon? Because I think it's the same as yours.
The geometric horizon, you say that isn't geometric.
Okay, tell me what geometric horizon is.
You want me to make your argument? Are you retarded?
No, I want, because I don't know what you mean.
I'm asking you to define it because you're saying that your high priests are wrong and their definition doesn't work. So please tell us your definition.
I say that geometric horizon is a nonsense collection of words. It doesn't. How can something that doesn't exist horizon?
What is the sun? Hold on. Let me say something. What is the sun set over?
Sorry, I'm going to have to turn you up. Can you say that again?
What does the sun set over?
Well, literally, objectively, it sets over the land mass. We would call that the horizon.
Stop the cap. Okay. So that would be the geometric horizon, right? The land mass is the geometry of the ball.
So, a horizon is a concept. It's not a thing. So, geometric implies that the horizon is a place you can go to. You know, it's a literal thing. But a horizon is an idea. It's the border between what the most distant part of land we can see and the sky.
You're arguing against your own claim, mate.
What?
So is the horizon physical or not?
It's an observation. It's something that we see, and we gave it a name, horizon.
Yeah.
You just said it was a landmass, so that would be physical. A landmass. Someone's hot micing.
Well, you guys
D-Love.
need some sugar to keep going on.
D-Love, meet up.
Sorry, if someone said something, I didn't catch it.
Yeah,
sorry, my mic is trash. But D-Love's hot
No, it
micing.
wasn't used to be.
Okay. I got a lot of background noise, so I can't really interact a whole lot. But bro, you just said it was the landmass, so that would be physical.
So
our
that
position
would be
is that it's an optical phenomenon, not a physical position like the landmass you just described.
That's
just like the horizon you pointed at earlier is commonly accepted by your own high priests as being the apparent horizon, not the geometric one. That's the one you want to give us a definition for.
No, because I'm saying that horizons are inherently just a made-up, observed thing. That they are there. They're a thing.
Behind them, right? And you said that was a landmass. So what's blocking the sun?
No, so I said.
Listen, just for a second. The line that splits the sun in half. What's that?
We would call that the horizon. But what it actually is land. Over. It's land, not a horizon.
Yeah, but we call it the horizon, right? But it's physical, right? It's a physical thing?
Yeah.
Okay, that is supposed to be the geometric horizon. That's supposed to be the edge of the ball, right? On the other side of that, it's curving down, right?
Sure. It does curve down. I agree.
Okay, so that, if it's geometry, right, we can calculate, based upon what they say the radius is, where that's supposed to be.
Yes. But again,
Yes.
I just wouldn't have called that geometric horizon. I think.
Well, we're using geometry, so we're going to call it the geometric horizon. The physical horizon, the edge of the ball, we can call it whatever you want. That's not important.
Okay, well, that's fine then. We will call it whatever we want. So, I think going back to what maybe we started out with was that quantum erasers said that according to the slope-intercept formula, it would never intercept the horizon, that everything would just not exist, which I say is false. It makes sense in my mind absolutely perfectly that on a curved object, a non-horizontal line would still intersect the sphere at exactly the point that we would call the horizon. And that's what you would call the geometric horizon.
It's actually not us that calls it that.
Okay, well, sorry.
It's in the
But
literature.
what you say, I
It's
say.
not like we made it up. It's in the literature. That's what it's called, in the literature.
Sure, then that's what we can call it. Fine.
Okay, so how does it move around?
How does what move around?
The horizon distance.
Well, because it's relative, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you can stay at the same altitude and it still moves around.
In what direction does it move? Away from you? Is that what you're saying?
Away, up, down, closer, farther.
Yes.
Yeah, so that it's not physical.
It is, but as we were saying earlier in the previous
It's
argument,
not. You just
I
got
was
proven
saying
that it's not.
Oh, it's physical, so the Earth is getting bigger and smaller.
so. No, so this is what our argument about
Well,
words
that's what
was.
has to happen, because if it's a physical thing like a hill that you see, right, and you there's something on the other side of the hill that's cut off by the top of the hill, right, because it's on the other side. You see half of it like a windmill or something.
Yeah.
Right. So you don't look at it one day and you see more of the windmill than some other day. Right.
No.
The hill's always blocking it. The hill isn't changing size. Right? And you think that there's a hill of water between you and some object out there.
No, so what I'm saying is it's all physical. So just because at a different elevation we can see over the hill, like the hill is still
I'm
part
not talking
of land.
about different elevations. I'm talking about at a single elevation.
No, so I understand what you're saying. Your objection was, and correct me if I'm wrong,
I don't have an objection.
was that why would
go ahead.
Okay, so
Sorry.
why you were asking? Maybe I'm struggling to remember. You were asking why would the horizon move? Is that correct?
Yes, where it appears to be.
Yes. To be honest, I don't really understand why that's an issue. Maybe you could explain it more.
Because if it's okay, so if the globe geometry, right, the size they say it is, the size of the ball predicts the horizon is, as was already told to you, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for a 1 foot observer height, the horizon's supposed to be 1.22 miles away.
Yeah.
If we go out one day and it's 10 miles away.
What? Why would that change at the same elevation?
You tell me.
It doesn't. So okay, so it may, right?
It does. Don't say it doesn't when we have evidence it does.
Okay, hang on. I'll clarify what I mean. If I'm imagining in my head, right, perhaps my location, which is in a hilly countryside. So in this specific location on Earth, I am not going to be able to, with my bare eyes, be able to notice a difference in how far I can see, other than through atmospheric haze, on a particularly misty or foggy day. The actual limits of my vision due to geometry is mostly going to stay the same, and that's because of the conditions in my area. Now, I imagine what you're about to show me are pictures over water. Am I correct? Do you have any pictures over land?
Yes.
Can I see them?
What do you mean?
Well, why don't you show me the pictures so I won't make any assumptions?
Well, I mean, look in the live stream voice text. Of course, they're over water. Because if it's over land, right, the land can have a slope, right? It's terrain. Whereas water's supposed to conform, you're supposed to form a ball because of gravity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
See, you're
that's why
trying
we
to
do
prove
it because there's no elevation changes, right? We don't have to worry about the topography of the land.
I've got a question.
You're trying to prove the globe, not the hill.
I don't know who it is that I'm talking to because I'm talking on my phone, but the guy said, do we have any observations over land? We do have observations directly over ice, which is characteristically the same as dry ground, especially in incredibly low freezing conditions. Clouds, no sublimation, it's actually drier than the desert above the surface of the ice. We can see things where the radius of the Earth would have to be 10,000 times larger than it actually is.
Again, if you have pictures, honestly,
Right.
I'm happy to see them.
Let me send it, because I did it. I did the test. I'm here in Alaska. Went out to Lake Tustamina. Did a 10-mile test. We're doing a 20-mile test this year. I'll bring it up. I'll post it in the voice text chat here in a second. I'm on my phone, so it's going to take just a moment.
Okay, while you're getting that. So if you look in the live stream voice text, you
Yes,
can
I'm
see these oil rigs, right? So the horizon is beyond the oil rig, right?
Yes.
Okay. That oil rig is 9 miles from the camera.
Yep.
The horizon is supposed to be 1 mile from the camera.
Okay.
Okay, so obviously that horizon distance doesn't match the globe geometry.
Correct.
What they say where the horizon should be.
So I agree.
So if we watch the sunset in this picture, which you theoretically could do because this is on the west coast, what would we see? Would the sun be setting over the physical edge of a ball, or would it be setting over some sort of optical effect? Because even if you say this is caused by refraction or some other thing, that means the horizon is not a physical location. It's not the edge of a ball that blocks boats. It's not the edge of a ball that blocks the sun. It's an optical effect.
So I'm obviously of the position that the sun is blocked by the physical geometry of the Earth.
Even though that physical geometry is just apparent, and it doesn't actually match the physical geometry.
Yeah,
So
so
it
you're
doesn't matter
aware.
where the horizon is, right? The horizon can be 10 times too far, 2 times too close. Doesn't matter. If it blocks the sun, it's the physical geometry. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. Sorry, I was looking at the video sent by Lanadin.
And yeah, here's the other thing, Parallel. I'm going to send you a observation of the sun from an incredibly high altitude. So we're looking over very clear air, about 32 degrees outside. It was done in Connecticut over dry land, not over the water.
Is that 32 Fahrenheit?
Yeah, 32 Fahrenheit, correct. Yeah, so just above freezing. I believe it was like 34 to 32 degrees Fahrenheit when he did the video. And I'll send it to you. It'll take me a moment to get to it. However, it shows that the sun doesn't actually ever set over any physical horizon, a geometric horizon.
Okay, well, for just a minute, let's just stick to the horizon. So the one you posted about over the Arctic and also the over the ocean. Now, I'm pretty sure everybody in this voice call knows exactly what I'm about to say. Dare I say it? It's refraction.
Prove it. So far, you've only given us your opinion with no basis for it.
Yeah, so why would you say it's refraction making this happen?
Well, because this is the nature of light, right? So
Okay. No. It's not just the nature of light. Okay. Yes, light can be refracted. What's the evidence that it's terrestrial refraction, light bending around the ball, that exists at all?
So the reason that scientists or you or me may try to make any particular observation of refraction over the planet, or try to figure out or explain what we might be seeing and why it doesn't match up to expectations, is because we already have suspicions of the nature, or at least some of the variables of what we're looking at. So in this case, some of the variables in these pictures is the rate of curvature of the Earth. This is something that we
There
take
is no
into
curvature of the Earth. That's not in the pictures. You're imagining things.
And I did want to point out, Parallel, that when we shot that test, we actually assumed that the theory of refraction on a globe was correct, even though it actually is quite opposite, that our light would bend upward instead of inwardly around a globe. But we assumed that it was correct, and then we gave it a generous portion of refraction for the environment we were in, and yet we were still magnitudes off the expected outcome, where our beam actually didn't rise at all. The bottom of our beam hit literally 1.25 feet above the surface of the lake, meaning that our laser was actually pitched upward, so it should be gaining elevation as it goes across the surface of the lake, and yet it really didn't. So, I mean, here, that's kind of the dilemma we're at. Having a very low Miller rating of 0.403, and there should have been an immense amount of gain in height of that laser. So yeah.
I would say, so this behavior of light is, again, I've said it earlier and some people weren't too happy with it, is something that is part of my job. So there are many different types of refraction. There are many different reasons why something refracts or is refracted less or more. Generally,
so now the horizon is actually apparent. It's not geometric anymore. So in just one full circle, we've gone from it's geometric to now actually what you see is apparent because it no longer fits my belief in this world. And therefore,
So I'm not saying that. I'm saying you have to see this from how I'm approaching it, and that is correct. Yes, that this is a globe that we're standing on. That is my assumption. And so what I'm saying, from my perspective, makes sense. Yes, refraction is a thing. All of your observations are valid. I'm not. There's not a doubt in my mind that you didn't go out there and perform these experiments and got the results you did, or people taking these photographs. There were answers to this. They fit in.
You're just saying that. No, they
equations.
don't. No, they don't.
You were saying...
Okay, no, Glenn, let me handle this, dude, because this is horseshit. Okay, show me a model of terrestrial refraction that makes accurate predictions, and show me the data that validates those predictions.
Do you know why that's difficult? Why that's a very difficult thing to do?
So you don't so you have a model that you can't actually validate. That's what you're telling me.
No,
yeah, you have an unfalsifiable claim.
Okay,
a baseless assertion.
Can you simulate all the weather on the planet on Earth at once?
That's not my problem.
You can't.
Not required.
No, I'm not saying it is. It's an example. It's an example. I'm not saying
irrelevant.
All you're telling me is, I'm saying refraction exists, and because we have known physics that predict it, but I can't actually verify those predictions. We have to take it on faith.
No, not at all. There are some educated guesses according to
guesses.
Yes, because it's all approximation.
Okay, can you show me any data that validates any terrestrial refraction model out of the dozens? And yes, there are dozens of them.
I'm sure there are plenty of ways that you can try to calculate refraction, but they are not all going to be up to the job, because there are variables in this.
Can we use dispersion to figure out if there's refraction?
So dispersion is the separation of light waves as they refract, right?
So refractive index is wavelength dependent. So how much something refracts in a particular medium depends on the wavelength?
Yes, so if you could measure the deviation of the wavelengths.
Yeah. So if
but
we took like 3 lasers, right, of different wavelengths, starting at the same point, and we beam them 149 kilometers, right, and the so-called refraction model predicts that there's going to be a separation of, say, 20 meters,
sure.
then there's no separation.
Well, so laser light and normal light are different light. Are you sure your calculator, for example, is taking that into account?
How is laser light and normal light different? How do they refract
Well,
different?
they're very different in the way
Explain
that
to
they
me how they
behave.
refract different.
They so
You don't do this for a living. Good try though.
I don't
Yeah,
deal
you're a
in
verified liar.
I don't lease
No, you don't
in
do this for a living. You're full of shit.
I
Tell me,
don't
what's
deal in
refraction?
laser light.
Tell me, how do I calculate refraction from the permittivity and the magnetic permeability of a medium?
So the ways to calculate refraction are based on several variables. Input these variables
I want the
according to a
refractive
formula.
index of a material. Okay.
Okay, would you like
So
the
how do I
refractive
calculate it from the
index of air?
permittivity and the permeability of the material?
Are you asking for
You have
the
no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
Are you asking for the refractive index of air or water? Is that what you're
No.
asking?
No. No. I
Then
want
what
to
are
know
you
how
asking?
I calculate it.
We
the
do not
refractive
care.
index. So the refractive index is calculated by the square root of the electric permittivity and the magnetic permeability of a material. That determines the speed of light in that material. That's what refraction is. Change in the speed of light as something transitions a
Yes.
material. You do not do this for a living. You didn't even know what the fuck I was talking about.
I said that earlier. Yeah, someone's posted it. John P.R. Ryan. Light bending before your eyes. A few sentences up in that exchange half an hour ago, I stated that refraction is the change in the speed of light. You can look this up yourself.
Yes, but you don't know any details about it. If you did this for a living, when I asked you how you calculate it from a refractive index of material, you'd have known that instantly. This is fucking elementary physics 101.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
No,
Well, I
it
took it
isn't.
in physics 1, so I don't know what you're talking about. It was derived from Maxwell's equations in the fucking 19th century. It's how they got the speed of light in the first place.
Fair enough.
You take the electric permittivity and the magnetic permeability of vacuum, you take the square root of that in the refractive index of, well, we set it to vacuum, but the speed of light pops out. You can look this up, look all the shit up on Wikipedia. It's not me that made this shit up.
Yeah, I mean, so you can make observation and deduct the various refractive indexes of various materials, sure, and that's what we have done, and that's how we've arrived at how we can know that the distances that we see, that we shouldn't see over these bodies of water
Incorrect.
or bodies of ice
You're just
are
saying that.
what they are. Are
No,
what
you're just talking out of your ass. You're not saying anything true.
There's no evidence for that. But the thing is, there's no evidence for this refraction. That's
That's
the
right.
problem.
You're
Like,
saying
No,
what
there
we want
is.
is the
India,
evidence. There is, then give it to me.
India, you gotta love when they try to convince themselves. Right?
Like, listen, if there's evidence for this thing called terrestrial refraction that's bending light around the ball, where is that evidence? Because what the experiment I was just describing to you, that's actually been done. And it was done by the U.S. Air Force. And they took terrestrial refraction, a model using the U.S. standard atmosphere, and they calculated how much each laser path, how much they should be separated. And guess what? They should have been able to do the experiment. Unfortunately for them, they did the experiment before they did the calculation. And you know what the experiment did? They picked up all 3 lasers in a 3.4 meter wide telescope. But there's no way those lasers should have been able to go simultaneously. So what they did is they had a big telescope on both. So I'll describe it for you. So across both two Hawaiian islands, they shine a laser from one side to the other Hawaiian island. They pick it up in a 3.4 meter telescope. That gets sent into a fiber optic cable, and each wavelength is separated, and they analyze the speckle pattern. After that, they did the experiment. Someone's trying to get their master's thesis, so they did the calculation on how much refraction should have separated the lasers. And the lasers should have been separated by 20 meters. Well, that's a problem because the telescope's only 3.4 meters wide. So if there was refraction, right, then you'd have dispersion, and each wavelength would take a different spatial path to the telescope, and they'd be
That's right.
separated from each other. But when they actually did the experiment, they didn't observe this. Okay, this isn't the only one. If you look at actual data, so people have gone out and tested it and tried to quantify it. The actual data doesn't match any model that exists.
That's right.
So I have two things to say. So the first one is, as I said earlier, there is evidence of refraction. Obviously,
As a general phenomenon, yes.
Yes. So you can stick a hand or a stick in a bowl of water and you can see it bend.
That's
Yes.
a vacuous
Now-
truth.
Yeah, that's great, but that's a red herring. It doesn't matter because we're not talking about 1.3 refractive index going through 1 refractive index, right? So that's a 30% difference. We're talking about light traveling through air. And the
That's
difference
right.
is in, say, different temperatures of air is in the 5th decimal place.
So, okay.
So think about that.
So-
It's in the 5th decimal place. So if I
Right.
have if I have 1 C air and 2 C air right above it, the difference in refractive index is in the 5th decimal place.
Does
actually in the
air
6th decimal
contain
place.
water?
Yes, it does.
Right.
You want to know how much water is in the air when it's a negative 14 degrees outside?
Very little, but some.
Almost
It's water
not
vapor, actually.
considered to be null. It's so low.
But that
Yeah,
still
Joyce is right.
happens over
The
an ice
water
sheet.
vapor-
You still get refraction because there's
Water-
still enough. Sorry, go on.
Water vapor is lighter than the air around it, so it's going to be less refraction. There's not liquid water in the air unless it's raining or fogging. If it's clear and you're trying to see long distances, the amount of gaseous water in the air is going to rise up because it's kind of hard to think about because in its gaseous state, it's more buoyant than the atmosphere around you.
So,
The refractive index of material does depend on its phase.
so is a cloud made of water?
Yes and no.
Okay, so why yes and no?
It's got dust particles because clouds are made of dust and water. So water has to nucleate on little teeny dust particles for cloud to form.
Yes. It condensates in the air and you get what we see as a cloud. Now,
So you actually need the particle. It won't happen without the particle.
yes, this is why we can seed clouds and why it happens over polluted areas. Yes, I pretty much agree there. There is water in the air nominally. We call it humidity. I'm sure everyone is aware.
That's water vapor, buddy.
Yes, but is water vapor vapor? Is water vapor water?
Yes, but it's in a different phase.
Yeah, it's in a
No, but
gaseous
it's
phase.
It's
The refractive index changes when the phase changes. Because I just
That's right.
told you what it's tinged on. So especially water, because water's H2O, right? So the spacing between the hydrogen. That's why when water gets cold, it expands. It's like one of the only things that does this.
yes. So
Right? You know this, right?
yes,
That's because the internal electronic configuration of the molecules changes, and that's what determines the refractive index.
yeah.
It's
So, and
polarizability, technically, is what it is.
this kind of thing is all over the place. Different types of gas molecules have different amounts of atomic mass, and that interferes with which wavelengths of light can reach a certain location. This is why we observe the sky to be blue. I'm very familiar.
Rayleigh scattering.
Yes, Rayleigh and me scattering, and any sort of given content of air, pretty much across the globe, it contains a certain percentage of humidity, a certain percentage of water vapor that is still water and still retains its refractive
Water is liquid,
and
buddy.
dispersive Okay, if water was a gas, if water could be a gas, it would.
Listen, you can talk about all these theoretical things. I just told you an actual experiment. In the results of the experiment, it doesn't
Yes.
matter what your theoretical notion of what should be. There, like, we have theories or hypotheses, right? And those are validated by experiment. They're not validated by more words or equations or other things. Ultimately, those words and equations, they have to be tested in the physical world to see if they match reality. Right? Do you agree with that?
Say again?
That all the equations, right, and the theories and all the hypotheses ultimately at some point must be tested in the physical world to validate their correctness.
Correct.
Okay, then. I just told you an experiment. Doesn't matter what you think theoretically should be happening. There's only what is happening and what's been demonstrated by experiment to happen.
So, do you want to know why that argument doesn't just instantly turn me into a flat earther?
No one's trying to turn you into a flat earther, so you're fucked up already.
Yeah, we don't care what you
I
believe.
understand. I understand that. I've been here a little while. I know that.
Like you say that.
But the reason I don't just immediately take that at face value is because I'm not familiar with that study. In order to be able to think about that in my head and compare that to the knowledge that I already know, I need to know about the study. So yes, I will go away in 5 or 10 minutes when I've got to leave, and at some point this week I'm going to look up that study and I will see how it compares to what I know. I'll see what other research is available related to that.
You don't actually know anything. No, I'm serious. You don't actually know anything. And when I'm saying that, like, you know what they said in the book, okay? You know what your professors told you. But you don't
I know it lines up with what...
You don't know what's happening in the real world. That's
But
what I'm talking
I
about
know...
when you know stuff. You don't know any experiments, right? If I ask you, okay, give me one experiment to validate the refraction model, you can't name any. I can name
I
dozen.
told you one.
What?
I told
What
you
one?
one.
What one?
Sticking your hand in water, that's an experiment.
That has nothing to do with terrestrial refraction.
Because you're wrong, buddy.
That has nothing to do with. We're not talking about that scenario.
Because your claim...
Here's the funny thing.
Go on.
Well, here's the funny thing. Okay? That experiment, right? The difference between the refractive indexes, air is 1, water is 1.3 refractive index. So you can use Snell's law to calculate what the deflection is. If we use Snell's law to calculate the deflection of a difference in the 5th or 6th decimal place, it's going to be indistinguishable from no refraction.
Okay.
Because
And
it's the difference in refractive
respectfully...
indexes that causes a refraction, right? It's the difference. It's not the absolute value. It's the difference between the values, right?
So, yeah, and the angle of incidence. If you don't have the correct angle, you're not going to get refraction. If the light is normal to this boundary, you don't get any refraction. If the light is too steep, you get reflection.
Yes, that I know. So,
and that's not the experiment that you're talking about, right? That's not a relevant experiment to what we're talking about.
No, but it's the same principle. It's not. As I said earlier in the earlier text conversation, that what is happening in between your eyes and the horizon beyond the Black Swan's oil rigs is that exact experiment happening million
there are
times.
No boundaries between you and the horizon.
No, between the apparent horizon, between their light is coming from the sun, entering the atmosphere, passing through the atmosphere, passing through the billions of droplets of water.
This requires a plane
Not a hill of
interface
water.
for you to even have an effect, a visual effect. That's why
Yeah,
it
you're just
requires
begging the question, buddy.
media.
I think the point is I don't think anybody with half a brain would say that sticking a pencil, looking at it in a glass of water, is equivalent to a 30-mile sight line through air. It's
Do
not.
you want me to
Listen,
explain why I think that?
I can tell you why it's not equivalent. First of all, Snell's law is inapplicable in a gradient index medium. It's not mathematically equivalent. So you have to use Fermat's principle. Okay, so right there, right off the rip, you know why you have to use Fermat's principle? Because there's a well-defined boundary between the air and the water.
Hmm.
But we don't have a well-defined boundary through the air because it's one single medium. A medium with variations of temperature, pressure, density, etc., water vapor content, CO2 content. It's actually way more complicated than what you're even saying. There's actually pockets of air, like it's a foam that you can't actually see it. So there'll be a pocket that's meter, like almost bubbles in a glass, right? So
Yeah.
in the bubbles, they'll have one refractive index, and the exterior of the bubbles there'll be a different one. But the thing is, what they find is when they model this, it averages out to a straight path using, I don't know if you've heard of the random walk, right?
Yeah.
If we do a random walk simulation they qualify as non-Kolmogorov turbulence. So they do random walks of this in simulation. Turns out that yes, it'll vary slightly up and down, but it won't vary. It won't bend in a curve around the ball. It'll stay straight, right? It'll just wobble.
Sure.
Scintillation is the technical term. It'll scintillate.
What did you say the formula was called? I've forgotten the name.
It's I posted a paper. Well, hold on. Actually, again,
Oh.
just give me a second. I'm going to post the link to this. Copy link. It's in here. So if you scroll up, I linked to the experiment. So they did this experiment first, right? And then this guy got his master's based upon his analysis of the experiment. And part of that analysis was modeling it with refraction. And lo and behold, the experiment should not have worked. They didn't know that at the time, right? They didn't even think about it. That's kind of funny. Doing this for the Air Force, why didn't they even think about it?
So what did you say that it was called again?
Turbulence. It's a turbulence model.
No.
There's two. I mean,
you mentioned a specific law.
Yeah,
I didn't catch
it's
what
not
it
a
was.
law. It's an approximate model. It's useful under certain conditions. It's very hard to model.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. I think that was what I was going to say somewhat ages ago at this point, but when we were talking about how we calculate refraction. But yes.
Oh man. We went from geometric horizon to now we're calculating refraction because it has to be.
Look, no, it doesn't calculations for refraction make accurate predictions. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
You're right. 100%, man.
That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Can you? I'm really sorry. Can you say that again? Someone posted an emote. I couldn't hear what you said.
No, there is no model of terrestrial refraction that can make accurate predictions.
Okay, so right, I see. So
you can draw two conclusions. We suck at modeling, and after 150 years, we still can't get it right. Right? That can actually be three. The air is so chaotic, we can't figure it out. Or B, the hypothesis is wrong.
The air. So you say yes, the air is so complicated we can't figure it out. It's like trying to accurately predict the weather. Like we can't do it. After 120, 150, 200 years of predicting weather, thousands of years of trying to tell it, we don't have sufficient models or computing power to accurately and perfectly produce the same
So
digital
let me ask
models
you a
that we see
question.
in real
Can
life.
anybody take any picture of anything, right, showing the Earth is flat, in which is not dismissible by just saying refraction?
So you're asking, can anyone take a photo of
Yeah,
the
so
Earth
say
being
like the
flat?
oil rigs or any other observation, right? We do an observation, and then
Yeah.
some go over comes out, oh, that's refraction. Is there any possible observation where it can't be refraction?
Well, to my knowledge, probably not.
I have a
I
question.
think most things
Thank
boil
you
down
for
to various forms of
confirming that the
reaction.
globe is unfalsifiable pseudoscience. Okay? Because the definition of pseudoscience are claims or theories that are not falsifiable by experiment. So if we can't do an experiment that can falsify it, then it's a pseudoscientific claim, because all observations fit within the hypothesis, no matter what they are. This is not scientific
So
at all.
I can't take what you're saying at face value, again, because
Karl Popper.
okay.
I'm serious, dude. This is the definition of pseudoscience by the person that invented the word. Claims or theories that are not falsifiable by experiment.
So, but that's not falsified. I don't know what I'm saying.
We can't do the observation. You
We
just
know
said we
you.
can't do an observation, right? That can't fit within some refraction claim.
Yeah,
So that
but
any
Take a deep breath,
observation,
dude.
we see the horizon 100 miles away. Oh, super refraction.
well, again, I'm confident in the properties of refraction.
You are.
Confidence has nothing to do with it. Which refracts more, infrared or visible light?
Yeah, you're being the epitome of Dunning-Kruger. What's
You know
wrong
what
with
confide
you?
mean? Confide comes from the word faith. I have faith. Accusing us having faith.
Fair enough.
By
I
the way,
mean, again, like you, I'm not specifically trying to convert you, but yeah, I
saying like
don't know,
I
man.
linked.
Horrible
I
job of
linked
that.
Well, why
something.
should we have faith in this refraction claim? Why should we have faith when I go, okay, is there any substance to this physics claim, right? That there's refraction, that'll let you see too far. Like, okay, let's look at the supporting data, and I see a big nothing.
Fine.
Why should I
Well,
have any confidence in that?
I tell you what, I'll go away. I'll look at the studies that you've mentioned, the one by the U.S. Air Force. I'll study them, and maybe we can come back to this refraction discussion at a later
Okay,
time.
You don't even know what refraction is.
Yeah, we've already settled that.
Before
So
you
I
run
want to
away,
give you background on these studies, right? I found this because there was a Swiss lady that was trying to so in the Alps, in Switzerland they make lots of tunnels, right? And because it's a tunnel, right, you have like, it's hard to survey in the tunnel because the walls heat up,
Yeah.
right, and the ground heats up, and you got concrete that is like heating up because it's curing. So
Yeah.
they needed to be able to quantify what refraction was. So her idea was to invent something, a diodolite that uses dispersion to measure how much refraction is between her and somewhere else. Well, no matter how much they tried, it didn't work. And in the course of this, so I looked up all different stuff. There's something called a dispersometer. They don't work either. And the reason they don't work is because they have a model under which like you stick the values in the calculation and you go, hey, this is how much refraction is supposed to, like if I get this angle of separation between these two wavelengths, there's X amount of refraction. But then when they actually go do it in practice, nothing matches. And in the course of this, I found this thing where the dispersion did not match. The predicted dispersion from the different wavelengths suggested that there is no refraction existing at all.
So it's all very well to bring up these studies, and yes, studies
Yeah.
are
So what
important.
else should I bring up?
Right. So the problem is, you can't expect everyone that you debate with to know these studies. Now, as I said,
know.
I will go away and I will look at these studies because you've brought them up, and maybe we'll talk about them again.
You don't know what refraction is. Hello, McFly.
Before you run away, answer this. Which refracts more, infrared or visible light?
Oh, God.
I don't know, man.
You should know.
He claimed
yeah,
he worked with refraction,
you
so
should know because it's directly related to the absorption of light. So that's another. I'm not going to get into technical details.
Yeah, to the absorption of light, yes, but not visible light.
What? What? What did you say? No.
Not physical light. I think I
You
heard.
can calculate the refractive index through something called the Kramer-Koenig's relation for the absorption and attenuation of light in a medium, right? Infrared, as far as like that, is not absorbed, right? So it's actually what they would call the optical window. So the most transparent optical window in air is 1200 nanometer infrared radiation. And obviously it gets less as you go down toward visible light. But the point is infrared refracts the least out of any wavelength.
In what? In what? Air?
But it still refracts.
In air, yes.
And there is no refraction in just air.
I know.
It still
Oh, you
refracts.
know now.
It probably would.
Yeah.
Listen, it depends. Listen, depends. Depends on what it's traveling through. Depends on its optical path. Because it's not the absolute value of the refractive index that matters. It's the relative values.
What?
Again, I have never claimed that light refracts solely, entirely through just air. I've never said that.
Yeah, we know. You say that air is suspending water in it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I said that infrared refracts the least in air, and you said in air, like, yeah, dude, air is irrelevant. It depends on the primary thing is the temperature.
Primary thing is fucking substances and the boundary and the angle of incidence. Where's that in fucking air?
Temperature simply affects the state of the water involved in the refraction, and that's why we get
But
differences
water
in
where? Where? In the ocean?
No, in the sky.
You got water in the fucking sky?
Yes.
Liquid water. Liquid water in the fucking sky, like rain?
I can buy a humidifier detection system for like £5
That's
off Amazon.
gas. It's fucking gas.
If it was gas, it would be split into individual
It's not a
molecules
fucking
of oxygen and
substance.
hydrogen.
It's still part of. You fucking idiot.
No, he's right.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, he's right. Steam, like when you see it, it's actually small particles of water. Steam, if it's an actual gas.
Talking about fucking steam.
Water doesn't. Hold on. Water doesn't have a gas phase now.
No, it does. You just can't see it.
Dude.
Yeah, Rhino, we're not talking about steam being between you and the things we're looking at. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see them.
Yes,
we are talking about steam. It's all vapor in the air.
We're talking about vapor.
What the fuck? What is your globe Earth evidence? Get off this refraction nonsense. You don't know what it is. Neither does fucking Rhino, idiot. What is your evidence for your globe tard? What is it?
That's what we've been talking about for about 2 hours, and I've got to go to bed, so I can't spend another 2 hours explaining
I
the same
fucking left.
conversation.
I left an hour ago with your refraction horse shit. Right? You didn't know what it was. I got tired of listening to your dumb ass. Exposed you like Mae West. And now you're still talking about fucking refraction. Right? That doesn't exist in your atmosphere, which is a paradox. Do you understand that atmosphere is a paradox? Do you understand that before you go?
No, I don't understand that.
You don't understand paradoxes, do you? Okay, I'll explain it to you real quick. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, doofus.
Okay. I mean, again, I have multiple objections to that.
You're a fucking, you'd fail intro to first grade gas behavior, Mr. Objection dumb fuck. Let me go get that. Hold on. My God.
So hold on, it's just to go back to the water thing real quick. So I just posted calculator for the refractive index of air, difference in water vapor, humidity. So 1 is 10% humidity, which is crazy, extremely low. 1 is 50% humidity. The difference is in the 7th decimal place.
Dun dun dun.
What's his dumbass name? Oh, that shit didn't even post.
He's called
going on?
Parallel.
What the hell is going on with Discord? Why isn't my shit posting here? What the fuck is going on here? Hold on.
Looks like you're typing, but I don't see anything.
I'm not typing. I'm fucking deleting and shit. Oh, I think I know what happened. All right, 1 second. No, don't move it, you crayon muncher.
So now I also posted 100% humidity, same thing.
What's his name? At Parallel Mayhem? Oh, brother.
That's why I don't understand when people bring up water. I mean, water don't matter, dude, unless it's raining.
There he is. Parallel Mayhem. Here we go. Sorry, Indio. Parallel Mayhem. Are you looking in live stream right now?
I can be.
At 52 minutes after the hour. Like I told you, you'd fail intro to first grade lesson in gas behavior. You ready?
Sure.
Yeah, from Christy Bodak, Southwestern University, grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or fucking volume, you moron. My God. Get your dumb ass out of here before I slap you. Fuck off. Now we can move on. Sorry. Object to that, you numpty dipshit. Fucking pretender clown globetards everywhere. My fucking cat's litter box has more intelligence than them. Collectively. Baby, don't come back. You get
I was just thinking that.
Any kind of fool could see you're a retard, and there ain't no question about it. Lunatic, what the fuck are you doing back here? You come back here from the land of misfit toys and shit. Welcome back, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. No, I had to. I get frustrated with this place once in a while, and then I go running my mouth talking shit, and so that's about it.
I've been killing people with your time lapse, by the way.
Nice. I'm glad to see that's still going around. I catch it once in a while, and people will post it like not knowing I'm the guy who fucking took the damn video. I'll be like, yeah, that's mine.
I always give you credit if I slip up and forget. Flatsy's there to always remind me.
That's a good one. Lots of different points can be made on it. I know you got your favorite stuff.
Yeah, the big one is the demolition of the entire heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion. That's my favorite one.
That's a good choice.
Yeah. I still use it. I use it all the time. I had a whole show on it. Damn.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Actually, you should link me that show so I can catch it.
Oh fuck. All right, remind me about. Don't remind me tonight. I got too much going on.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I get frustrated with a lot of you guys here, but somehow I fucking miss you.
Yeah. Where's your buddy AI at?
I don't miss him, but I'm sure he's lingering.
Now this is the place to be. Even after like the last 3 years, still the best flat Earth server on Discord.
He should have been here last night, Loaded Dick. We had an astrophysicist. He's a master's degree in astrophysics. He was headed for his PhD. It's funny because about a year and a half ago, we had another astrophysicist come in, and he was scheduled to bait me, and then we went live. There was a whole shitload of people, like 90 people in there, right? And I started off, and I got to the question, what is a scientific hypothesis? To him, I don't know if you remember this or you were here, but he all of a sudden, after I asked him that question, he developed like technical difficulties, then he dropped.
Yep. I did catch part of the conversation last night that you're talking about, but I might have missed that portion.
I don't think it was last night. It was the night before, but that one was like a year and a half ago. But the other, like a couple nights ago, and master's degree astrophysics student came in, and we got to the point real quick. I said, what is a scientific hypothesis? And then it all of a sudden
fumbled around like you're asking me the question again.
No, it's not like that. But I asked him, and it went quiet, right? And people started jumping in because it was quiet because they just can't fucking help themselves. But all of a sudden, after like a minute and a half, he was still in there. I was looking at him, and all of a sudden he dropped. I said, "Holy shit, deja vu all over again."
Yeah, it's always classic.
Yeah, that was it. That's when Baby Come Back, any kind of fool could see. That's when that was born.
The worst part is it's not even that difficult of a question, but they run.
Yeah, you don't like that. Yeah.
I went back and listened to the stream last night. It was just as funny when it was live. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Good to see you again, man.
Yeah. Mickey, come back.
Yeah, seriously, make it come back. I got too much background noise to talk here for a long term, so make it come back.
Mickey, come back. It sounds
too good, man.
It sounds like Miggy come back too. If I keep saying it, Miggy come back, and then you play it. Miggy come back.
That's true. That's true. It does sound like that.
Yeah, that was hilarious last night, man. Had a great time. Thanks for that.
Yeah, amen. I agree.
Yeah, astrophysics. They Seems got to a be tough time now. with It doesn't this claim itself to hypothesis be. thing. Many people, because it's an inanimate concept. I understand that, but astrophysics seems to portray itself as natural science when it is not. It doesn't follow the scientific method. There is not a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of astrophysics.
Yes, who told you that?
Who told me that? I know it for an absolute fact, unless you can provide one.
Astrophysics does follow the scientific method.
Okay, really? Negatory. So, please provide one viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of the discipline of astrophysics right now. Do you even know what a scientific hypothesis is?
Yes, I know what a scientific hypothesis
What is a scientific hypothesis, sir? And being a master's degree student or a master's degree holder, going for a PhD possibly, well, you better get that shit right now. What is it?
I don't have to take this shit. I have a degree.
You're
Don't
looking
Google
that
it.
shit up, aren't
It should
you?
be at the top of your head.
You're not letting him Google it first, guys.
Okay.
Come on, man. Give him some time
Master's
to Google
degree,
it.
bro.
Boy, this is a long delay, dude.
Is this pause for effect?
Pause for
dramatic Bro, this effect. This is dramatic effect. It's a build up, right? We got to get the crowd going.
Is this where we play taps?
Real quick, we got 56 in the panel, and we're climbing, guys. We need a bigger audience. So call everybody you know. Listen, let's call everybody you know right now. Get everybody in here. We want this to be a display of what people that are, say that they're collegiate or they're in any type of uni, that they have some information that the Earth is a globe. We want to put this on display for everyone to know. They don't know what they're saying. So hopefully you guys can call everybody you know, tell them to come into this panel, and kind of listen.
Thank you for calling Microsoft. How may I help you? I messaged the other place, told them we have a live one in this server going right now, so it might jump up.
All right. So the question on the table is, what is a scientific hypothesis? And it's been out there for more than 2 minutes. You think we forgot?
Do you need a drum roll or something, mate? Come on, hypothesis. It should be simple.
Is my mic working?
Yes.
Yes, I said my neighbors can hear you.
Bro, this is like me saying I'm a developer, and somebody asks me what's a variable, and it takes me 5 minutes to even say something. Like, are you serious?
You said he said he was the chair of the Texas Beef Association, and I asked him what is a ribeye, and we've been waiting 5 minutes for what a ribeye is.
No, I think he dropped out of the call.
Did he leave?
I think he dropped out of the call.
Oh my god.
He dropped out.
Baby, come back.
Who's next?
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Well, okay, so I've been looking into the compass stuff. On the globe, of course, they say that you have to have a different compass for the southern hemisphere compared to the northern hemisphere because of the dip and crap. So I just wanted to get your all thoughts on that crap.
What the hell is that shit? I never heard anything like that in my day.
Really? Yeah. So if you look into the compass, let me see. Where in the hell is it? I have I can link you a article on that crap. So it's basically saying that if you're in the northern hemisphere, basically will get stuck to the plate because it's trying to point around the curve.
That's some bullshit, man. I was in the military. They're not. Listen to me, man. I'm retired military. They're not issuing you new fucking compasses.
They literally say that there's like, oh shit, how many? 13 different variations of the compass, and basically nowadays they have the needle separate from the magnet so that it doesn't get stuck anymore. So I've been researching in this crap trying to find proof of the fact that or the proof of the claim that there's a weighted needle to prevent it from bottoming out on the plate on the dial. So if you look up compasses and stuff, that's what you'll find everywhere. Oh yeah, they're specific to what part of the hemisphere you're on. Otherwise, they won't work.
That's some
And they got a
stupid
photo.
shit.
This photo shows the white end of the compass needle jammed down against the base of the compass,
Yeah,
so that needle can't freely rotate.
That's dumb shit.
Yeah, I wish I could find some good evidence that that's bullshit. Other than that, because I'm trying to make basically this wiki and stuff. So I'm trying to put all that stuff together. So I thought that would be a good one because I haven't heard a lot of flat earthers, talk about the compass yet. Because I guess it's too gay to talk about, but still.
It's just yet another flat Earth proof.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I understand this declination bull crap, and if you look up the magnetic, what do you call it, direction or the waves or some crap off the globe, it looks like some sort of freaking Spider-Man bullshit. How the magnets all flying off into space, and then some of them are wrapping around to the bottom of the ball, which is impossible, of course, but these heliosexuals can't, not believe that crap. I just figured I gotta find some good evidence on that's bullshit, that manufacturers don't really actually put weights on the back of the compass.
Said they put weights on a compass.
Yeah, they say they actually they say that they're weighted differently in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
Where's that? Where's that written? Like, I want to see that.
Okay,
Oh,
so I sent that link.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So in there it says it is because the Earth's 3D magnetic field that the magnet needle of a compass has to be weighted so that it floats horizontally in one hemisphere. But this means that the weight is on the wrong end for the other hemisphere so that it doesn't work there. So that's what their claim
I
is,
see
and they
the
said
graph,
that.
dude. That's just crap.
Yeah.
I want to see measurements, man. I don't want to see your stupid graph.
Yeah, and I found some other articles. Basically, what I was trying to find out is because I was listening to the Tomb of Illumination on YouTube, that channel. I don't know if y'all heard of him, but anyway, he brought up some interesting shit, and he's basically saying that along the equator, the compass doesn't work, which kind of, in a way, refutes the globe as well. And I thought, oh shit, I gotta find some gravy on that. And then I ran into all this weighted freaking compass shit, and that's all I can find because Google is gay.
Shit, man, wouldn't it work the best at the equator? It worked great there, right?
The what
you're
now?
in the center, right? So you got the South Pole in one way and North Pole in the other way, so...
Right. No, the flat earthers claim, this particular flat earthers claim is that at the equator, your compasses do not work at all. And that refutes the globe. And I've never heard that shit before, so I started looking into it. And then I found this weighted magnet crap, or weighted compass stuff everywhere, and I said, oh crap, there's another one to disprove, but that's hard to do with Google and, DuckDuckGo and all the search engines, because all they do is bring you to the bullshit.
Well, a lot of the stuff they put out on that magnetic field is a model. It's not actually, like, data.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the magnetic declination stuff.
Yeah, that's a model, too, yeah.
Yeah. Just like they want you to do a 180 when you get close to the ice ring.
Yeah, the two South Poles and shit.
Yeah, the two South Poles. I've heard there might be three or some shit too. Exactly. Yeah, so I know that the weighted compass stuff has got to be bullshit, but I just wanted to know if any of you guys have had any gravy on that, where I could get some citations for that and put together an article on it, but maybe not. It's all good.
What the hell is that text message crap? Or direct message? What the fuck is that shit? All science is fake? Who the hell says that?
It's just a straw man argument. He's trying to hand wave him away so he doesn't have to come in here.
Sounds like someone's pissing their pants. Oh man, those are the people too that don't know any science at all. Those are the ones. I figured out the louder they scream about a particular topic, the less they know about it. You guys don't believe in math. They're the ones that can't do any math. You don't believe in science. They're the ones that don't know any science.
Yeah, they telegraph it as well. They say you don't believe because they only have a vague belief.
So not trying to turn this bad or anything, but that might be a lesson that a lot of flat earthers need to learn as well. Like,
Oh yeah,
people,
I mean that can be thrown around on a lot of people. So like Goldberg don't have a monopoly on that shit.
Yeah, so what is the math for zero curve?
R equals 0, buddy. Punch that into the curve calculator. What's the radius of the celestial sphere? That's what I want to know.
Oh, we had 2 extra Globers in here who just left. But Sackworm just joined us, who has no rolls. And he ran away.
You just gotta unmute him and start talking to him at this point. They keep running away.
Baby, come back. I want to see your curves. Show me the curve.
Not unless she's pear-shaped.
What a complicated. How...
He's back. He's back.
Shout out Zodiac.
I'm back too as well.
You're the man. Where you been? Good to see you, man. Really.
Yeah, thanks. I've been just working life real.
Cut that shit out. What are you doing working? How dare you?
Okay, wait. We got Sackworm. You there? It's just unmuted. There's no roll. Let me give him. Oh, I can't give him roll. Can you give him roll? I can't give him roll.
Well, Sackworm, we unmuted him, and he should have control of his mic. He muted up himself, so.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Well, I gave him BC Bear Bud, so. So, Xmas, Mr. Lego. Your mic is on, buddy. Xmas.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, welcome to the panel.
Oh, hey, well, yeah. Oh, thanks for having me.
Well, then fuck that mic.
Yeah, thank you. It's an absolute honor. It actually is an absolute honor. So, what do I owe the pleasure?
What do you think of the shape of the Earth in general?
Well, you see, it's pretty flat, but like there's a kind of like a cone like down in the middle of it, right? Because there still is like an underground to it, you know. So like I plan to basically move my base of operations to like the bottom of the cone, so that way I can observe everything from there.
Is it moving or is it not moving?
Oh, it's spinning, all right.
And how do you know that?
Dude, I felt it. It's been there's a high like rotational accelerated force on it.
Who's this for?
But the thing is, what's interesting is that once you get to like the tip of the cone, right? Once you get to the tip of the cone, it's like it's not spinning at all because it all cancel out.
What?
Also, another thing too, I've noticed. So you know how like some of these normies, right? They randomly ask like, "Oh, have you seen the edge of the Earth or whatnot?" Right? I think that's bullshit. Only because like it's not as simple as just walking to a straight line. Oh fuck, you fall. No, that's not. It's not as that simple. So here's how it goes. Okay, you walk, but as you keep walking, as you keep turning, right? It's like you curve, right? It's like you curve. You don't feel like it curves, but it just curves. So when you quote unquote reach the edge, you just start walking in a straight circle. And I just think that's what people just don't get. I just think that's what people just don't get. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get what you just said. What?
Yeah. Exactly.
Exactly. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Well, anyway, I'm thankful you guys had me here. I gotta go take a pig shit. All right, I'll see you guys.
All right.
The fuck was that guy?
At least you tried to be funny, you know. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate all you do for us, mate. Thank you. Enjoy your shit.
Yeah. Do you want to take the next one, or do you want me to?
Mate, if there's people in here, just unmute them. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Is the goon that goon? Are you there? He's muted. Let's see. Ray Lake right here. Oh no, looks like he's flat earther.
Did he leave already?
Yeah, I think he was just trolling. I was gonna try to interrupt him, but it was so funny that I didn't wanna break it, you know, because it was like a stand-up comedy routine. I didn't want to break didn't want to break the momentum that he had. This Descent. Are you there? Descent? Or Decent? He has no roles. Okay, it's just Descent and Descent and Rayleigh Criterion and Space Lorian and that goon. So Descent, Rayleigh Criterion, Space Lorian, and that goon. Any four of you, unmute your mics. All right, nobody wants to talk. Let's just play the Baby Come Back song for 2 hours. Yeah, just
Generally,
keep it
when the
going.
Globers are talking, this is the sound I hear.
Though first, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was saying it sounds like me when I'm playing the flute. Reminded me.
Yeah. For a split second, I
Pretty
did
bad.
see that goon unmute himself, but I don't think he's. Goon, are you there? No, he's not there. I saw him unmute himself, but then.
Yeah, I also saw him on mute, but he also said that he just likes to listen. I don't know.
Okay. L Jeffrey, L Heffrey, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Welcome. Are
What?
you are you new to the server?
Yeah, I'm been here since a while, yeah.
Oh, you've been here
And
before? Okay.
yeah, we talked already about the Black Swan and the Horizon stuff and so on, yeah.
Nice. Are you
Thank you.
fully flat Earth now, or are you still like in between?
I would say I'm fully flat Earth. It's kind of hard to compress everything, but the whole bullshit that they talk about space and so on, it's ridiculous. So I'm a full flat Earther.
Okay. And
Okay.
by the way, just to do
Yeah.
you think the Earth is spinning or not spinning?
No. That's the first thing I noticed when I was on the way to the flat Earth. That the stars are spinning around us and not the Earth is spinning. And it's weird that they say it the other way, some kind, yeah. That the effect is because of we are spinning, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. But
there's
we'll listen.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, what? No. Excuse me, what?
Sorry. I was just gonna ask you: is there anything that is like lingering in your mind? Like
What you mean by lingering?
Yeah. Any remaining doubts in your mind that it could be a globe?
It's hard to say. For me, it's pretty easy to imagine why people believe in the globe Earth, because it's a natural behavior, human behavior, to sit on a narrative in a huge group, and this group became globally. So globally, the people think the same narrative. But I can imagine that they built up the whole thing on a false model with a huge how you say, which is 96% of a failure rate, because space exists just because of this 96% of dark matter and so on, and it's easy to build up a model on this failure rate, yeah. So I don't know how. Yeah, of course.
One last question. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
No, of course not.
All right. All right. We're good. He's good now.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
He's in.
I'm listening. Yeah. Okay.
That was your final test. You passed.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you.
You passed. Okay. All right. Let's see if there's any other global believers in here. Years, you there? I see you unmuted, but I can't hear you. Try say something again one more time.
Hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little bit
Okay.
buddy, but yeah, we can hear you. What do you think of the shape of the Earth in general?
I'm 100% on the side of a flat Earth.
Oh, you're fully flat Earth. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to have you. Do you want the flat earther role? We could do the little three test or whatever if you want it.
Yes, yes. I would love that role.
All right. I forget. Wait. Okay. I think I remember. Okay, I remember.
Take the rust off, man.
Sorry, it's been a while since I've done this. What are the three proofs? Well, actually, there's three different topics, but let's just say, what are the three reasons that you realize that the Earth is not a globe?
All right. Well, there is a side of globers being unable to prove the Earth is a globe. Evidence, showing measurements. It's like a negative proof. A positive proof would, be, for me, the I guess proof is
It's roboting too much.
water is flat.
Hold on a second. Wait. Can we do this when your microphone stabilizes or your connection? Because it's like really choppy and we can't really hear you.
Yeah,
Oh,
try rejoining.
Yeah, I'll leave.
Okay, wait, let's see. All right, now we need to play the baby come back. Is Grisp here? Grisp, you there? Oh, October 11th. Probably. Grisp, Rayleigh criteria, Space Laurent, and that. So there's one, Space Laurent, Rayleigh criterion, Crisp, and FX. Yeah, there's not a lot of Globers. I guess there's three people that are not flat earthers. Or they don't have the flat earth role, but they don't have none of them are talking, so whatever. Baby, come back. Oh, wait. We do have a Globe Earther in here. Rhino Run, are you there?
Hi.
Welcome to the Flat Earth.
Yeah, what's up?
Yo. Are you new to the server or have you been here before?
I've been here for a couple days.
Oh, okay. And you 100% can believe that it is a globe?
Yeah, pretty much. I thought being in the server would kind of make me doubt it a little, and it did for a little bit, but nah.
What was the
Yes.
Huh?
what was the thing that made you doubt it a little bit?
Well, I doubted a little bit. I was looking through like one of the channels that had like the videos of like people seeing things from like far away, and then using like that Earth calculator to see that they shouldn't be able to see it. And yeah, and then I joined the VC and talked to some people, and then that made me kind of realize that the same people that are saying that I don't really trust at all.
Yeah. To be fair, it's the best way is probably just. Do you have like a lake or a pond near where you live?
Yeah, but it's like
I mean, you don't have
50 feet by 50 feet.
Oh, okay.
So not really.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hold on, Zodiac. I mean, that's a good question. I gotta ask him though. So, I understand you were saying that being here made you thought initially this would maybe have you doubt with your current beliefs. But I'm just wondering what it is that gives it strength. What is reinforcing your current beliefs at the moment?
I mean, I don't know what reinforces it. Wait, what do you mean? Like,
Yeah, what do you stand on? Like, what are some of the pillars of your beliefs? Like, here's why I believe what I believe. Do you
Oh.
have anything like that?
yeah, it just makes sense. There's a lot of things that
Bro, come on, bro.
well, okay, I know. I'm continuing. Okay, but there's like a lot of things that like people here have told me that they don't believe in, like gravity, and I guess that's the pretty big one. And I guess
Yeah,
it just
let's
it all
start there.
fits. It all like explains
You know, people. You know what we're gonna ask you, right?
something like
What is
measure
that?
gravity.
No, define it. Just start with the definition first.
Yeah, define it first.
I was on Wikipedia earlier. I saw a cool definition: a fundamental interaction between particles. Wait, that's not the full definition, huh? Sorry.
Interesting.
It is a fundamental interaction between particles that causes mutual attraction between all things that have mass. I love Wikipedia, bro.
Uh-oh. So, what about Einstein, bro?
Oh, what about him?
Because you're talking about Newton.
Oh, I don't know. I just read what was on the Wikipedia.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're like, well, I have a big problem with you guys not agreeing with this thing, and we ask you, well, what do you know about it? And you're like, well, I don't know. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't see that? You don't see the problem with that?
I guess a little bit.
Maybe some of the folks here spend a little bit more time researching. Golly. Chill, bro. Chill. We're on YouTube, man. Relax.
Oh fuck.
But yeah. There's really not much to stand on. That's the thing. I would stand on it if there was something to stand on.
I
You see?
guess. Yeah, I wouldn't be very good at trying to convince someone in a globe Earth because
Well-
I don't really put a lot of research into it.
That's not the goal. We're not here to convince each other. Like
Okay.
a lot of us were in your shoes. We were trying to do the exact same thing you were doing. And just that, like when you say let me look this up real quick. The answers aren't really there to stand on. So that's the important. It's
Okay.
kind of why we are where we are now. Is
So
there anything
Brian,
else?
Sorry,
Go
go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna see if there was anything else, but if you had something else from Zodiac, go ahead.
Is the guy okay that was choking after his own? He said faggots and then
Oh,
choked
no.
and almost died. Like, are you
That's the
okay?
same, bro.
That was me. I was drinking a protein shake when he said that. I started fucking choking on it.
Wayne Brady gonna have to
All right,
choke
you
a
okay
bitch?
now?
And I'm good. That was just really fucking out of pocket.
Wait, was that you who said that? I thought someone just like
No,
did a
that was
drive-by.
That was like someone else who just like joined, opened the mic, and said "faggot" and then left.
Yeah, I thought so. Anyway,
Just fucking drive by.
well, so is there anything else that feels like you can stand on?
I guess like pictures from space.
Oh, come on, bro.
I know. Okay, I did. Like people were like yelling at me like yesterday or the day before, or whatever. For it, I think it was Thursday.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Before we move on to the pictures from space, what is it about gravity? Like, let me ask you this. Do you have a scientific experiment that proves gravity 100% without any doubt?
Me, no.
Or have you ever seen someone else do it?
No.
If
Also,
I-
wait. I have an interesting thing to say. I don't think that anything ever can really be proved 100%. Because, like, if you think about it, like you know how people always say, like, oh, what if we're in a simulation? Like,
Yeah.
you know, you can't technically disprove
Wait,
that. So
hold
that
on.
means there's always the slimmest chance
One
that
second,
anything could be false. So, I
Can
cannot give you something like that.
Let's just double check. Have you have you eaten food before?
No. Yeah, I've eaten food, yeah.
Are you 100% sure you've eaten food before?
That's an interesting question.
How, bro? What do you mean?
Personally, I'm 100% sure I've eaten food before.
Okay, well, second question. Are you on Discord right now?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're on Discord?
Yeah.
Okay, well then that just contradicts what you just said, that you
Okay, well,
can't
okay,
be
no,
100%
but
sure about things.
But when you ask like me, like of course there's always gonna be a little part of me that's like, what if I'm not? But that's just a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
facts.
Okay. I see your I see your point now.
All right, back to you, Zodiac.
Okay, so as I was saying, so you've never seen a scientific method experiment of gravity, yes or no?
I think in physics class a few years ago,
Yeah.
we were doing
What-
something where we had to drop items and measure like the velocity and acceleration of them, and then we had to like do stuff. There's like kinematics.
Do you know what the in that experiment? Do you know what the independent variable was?
Independent that's the one that you're changing to see how it has an effect, right?
Correct.
It was, I don't think there was an independent variable. I think it was more of a demonstration. We were just trying to see how it kind of worked, and then we were solving for different things.
Almost.
I don't remember. It was a while ago again. I don't remember.
The only reason I'm asking is because that is basically that's the the thing you're changing, being the independent variable, is also the cause. Do you agree with that?
Hmm?
Do you agree that the thing that you're changing in the experiment, which is the independent variable, is the cause?
The cause of what?
The dependent variable. The effect.
That's the one you're like checking for, right? Yeah, I guess so.
Right. So basically, when it comes to proving gravity in a scientific experiment, the challenge that I find myself in is that there actually is no way, there is no viable independent variable when it comes to gravity specifically.
Well, what do you mean? Like hypothetically, if there like could be, what do you think it would be? Like changing like how much gravity affects things?
You would basically, so in order to, so let's say hypothetically that my hypothesis is that the entire mass of the Earth creates or causes something that makes objects fall to the surface of the Earth, right? Or pulls something toward the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So in that case, the cause would be the entire mass of the Earth, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, now in an experiment, it's important to know what your variables are, right? So what is the entire mass of the Earth?
Would that be independent?
Yeah, like, I mean, that's the cause, right? The cause is supposed to be Earth creates or causes something that makes objects fall toward the surface, right?
I don't see how would that be independent or more of a constant? Because I mean, the mass of the Earth doesn't really change.
Okay, but even if it was a constant, you would still need to know what it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know anyone, or how would someone go about figuring out the entire mass of the Earth?
I guess. Let me think.
Or like,
I don't
a
think
better
I'm smart
question would be,
enough.
how do they measure it is a better question.
I don't think I'm smart enough to know that. My guess would be, I mean, I know how they kind of estimate at least the like the gravity of things that are far away is by seeing its interaction with other things around it with gravity.
Well, in order to, we would have to assume that gravity is real before we have to assume the Earth is pulling it down, or the Earth has an effect on objects that are moving towards it. Essentially, we would have to assume that.
I mean, you could just could you not just like drop things and then try to drop things from space and see if it pulls it in the same way?
What?
I don't know.
Well, the only problem. Sorry, the only problem with space is there's a open vacuum. Like, do you agree that outer space is an open vacuum?
Mostly, yeah.
Okay. And what happens when you put that next to the atmosphere, which is gas pressure?
Like the Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah. What stops the gas from going into outer space?
The gravity holding it in.
Okay, and how do you prove that?
It makes sense, and gravity also explains the interaction between a lot of things.
No, but I mean, like, for example, if you walk outside right now and you look up, you're not going to automatically assume that when you look at the sky that there's an open vacuum next to it, right?
No. If I knew nothing about it, I would look up and just see blue. No, I wouldn't know.
Right. So in order to demonstrate it, like, so let's say you have gas, like, let's say you know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you have a vacuum chamber on the Earth, and let's say instead of having the walls, like the doors to the vacuum chamber, you just replace the container or the walls with gravity. Have you ever seen that happen?
No, I don't think that's how it works.
That would be impossible, right?
Yeah, no, you can't. I mean, replace with gravity? What does that mean?
Instead of, like, in other words, if I wanted to show that you can have gas pressure, right, like the atmosphere, next to an open vacuum, outer space, and I wanted to demonstrate that gravity can accomplish that, that would be one way to prove it, right? Can you demonstrate an open vacuum?
Yeah, so you're saying, like, if you basically tried to model like the Earth, put it inside a vacuum and put like gas pressure around it to see how it wouldn't just disperse?
Okay, someone said something?
It's not about modeling the Earth. The Earth is supposed to have all this gravitation. We don't need the new Earth. We're on the surface of this imagined ball. So when we test the gas right at the surface where gravity is supposed to be the strongest, the gas is not prevented from expanding to fill the available volume.
What?
I posted a GIF in the live stream voice text chat. You can look at it. I can post it again. So when we test if gas is held down by gravity, under all tests that we can perform here on Earth, every single test, gravity never holds the gas down.
I think it depends on the gas, because gravity, it'll affect different particles of gas differently. Like, obviously, helium rises. And if you just put a bunch of like nitrogen in the air or not nitrogen, maybe nitrogen. I don't know. It would just kind of float there. Like the things
No.
you like, whatever you're exhaling isn't just going to immediately float all the way up. It'll just kind of linger.
The point is, you can take any gas, put it into a vacuum bulb, have a valve between it and another evacuated bulb above it. So gravity is never going to hold the gas in one bulb when you open the valve, because the second law of thermodynamics dictates that the gas will expand to fill the available volume.
Wait,
By
are you
claiming
saying
gravity,
saying-
gravity holds the gas down, you are violating the second law of thermodynamics.
Are you saying that the top valve has a vacuum in it, or it is just like an inert gas?
The top bulb is evacuated. The bottom bulb can have any gas you like.
Oh yeah. Well, that's because there's not enough force directly pulling that down. If you put like a vacuum directly on the surface, it's gonna suck it up into that vacuum. Wait, hold on.
The vacuum's gonna suck.
Well, yeah, because you're putting it directly in. Because the atmosphere doesn't just all of a sudden stop. It's more of like it just gets thinner and thinner, which is why you go higher up, you have to wear like oxygen masks and shit like that. Because the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner as it goes up.
That's delta X. We're looking for X. We're looking for what is the cause of pressure. So the claim is that gravity is causing pressure and holding the gas down. There's no evidence of that.
I don't know. You like said delta X, flew over my head, bro.
Yeah. The pressure gradient or density gradient is a consequence of the pressure. Gas is generated at the ground level. It's all generated at the Earth. And then it rises up away from imagined gravity and condenses back down, creating the hydrological cycles.
Yeah, I don't know. That's still flying over my head. I'm kind of tired.
All good, bro.
Sorry.
Is there any way you can? How about this question? Is there a way to show gas being held by gravity without assuming that that there is a vacuum above the atmosphere? Is there any way to demonstrate that gas can be held by gravity without a container?
I don't think so, because I think for it to actually hold it, you need to have like a pretty significant amount of gas if you wanted to hold it next to a vacuum. There might be a way, but not any way I could see.
What? Wait, where are you? Hold on. Where are you even getting that from? Can I just ask?
Getting what from?
Let's think of it this way. You have your car tire. Let's say you drive. You have
Okay, someone told me this before. They're not gonna fill the rims with
So
air.
increasing the size of the rim, right? Let's say you're just a hood nigga, right? You ride around on 30 foes, 50 foes, 39, 59s, right? That doesn't mean now all of a sudden that you don't need a tire to contain the gas pressure. Just increasing the size of the rim doesn't mean now you can just ride on the rim. You still need a tire to contain the gas pressure. So I don't think increasing the size now you don't even need the tire. Like that sounds cap.
Because like I don't know like the exact numbers, but at some point, like, I mean, there's like everything technically has a gravitational force, but to actually have a noticeable. Okay, but okay, that's like the law of gravity. Everything that has mass technically has
How
gravity.
did you test that? How did you test everything?
Well, I don't know. Can I? What was I saying?
You're just making shit up.
You didn't even get the new update, bro. Your DLC is your Xbox is stuck like on the old 2009 update, bro. Like the new DLC, the new DLC says it's Einstein's bending and warping of space-time, not bending and not mass attracting mass. So you need an update to the new DLC.
I'm not a physics major.
I posted a screenshot from a physics textbook. A gas expands until it encounters the walls of the container and fills the entire available space. In the spinning space monkey ball religion, the entire volume is your cosmos.
Well, yeah, this is a textbook. Obviously, it's not going to be talking about things on massive scales.
It's talking
Like
about gas
Earth.
laws and how gas operates.
Yeah, that it's obviously it's going to like change when you have things that have like, you know, if you're talking about the Earth, you can't just use simple laws like that because there's a lot of other factors in place.
And
No.
Rhino,
Nah.
what Rhino was trying to get at was
No.
if we have a sufficient amount of gas in the atmosphere, it acts as a containing.
Not really.
Well, no, the gas is kind of the gas. I mean, it's I guess it adds to the total weight of the Earth, but really not that much. It's more about the actual weight of the Earth from like the things inside of it. Like, I don't know, there's like what, like the core and the mantle and whatever.
Bro, why are you capping, bro?
Huh?
Stop going insta expert mode. You don't know about any core or the weight of the atmosphere containing itself. That's crazy. We would need to see a demonstration of gas pressure just existing on its own with no container in the first place.
I think that's kind of
say
a sad outlook.
What? What are you talking about?
That you need to like, I don't know. I just think
Auto believing what you saw on the TV seems sad, right? Just auto belief.
I don't.
Yeah, I think it's
saw
pretty
anything on
sad to
TV.
try to deny the gas laws and things we can verify here in reality for your imaginations.
You're accepting
My
the dogmatic
imagination.
belief. You're accepting the
Yeah.
dogmatic belief that things on a massive scale don't necessarily have the same properties as they do on a smaller scale.
Whoa, I'd love to see a demonstration of anything on a larger scale. And you know what? No one has a reference to any quote larger scale anyway. No one measured any Earth to
Besides,
compare your body to the Earth.
Besides, we're supposed to be on this imaginary giant globe, so we have this supergiant scale that he's imagining, but it's not holding any gas.
It's not. The Earth isn't holding any gas.
Yeah,
Not the
no,
way
it
you
doesn't.
think about it.
I showed you demonstrations of gas not being held down by the ground.
Well, yeah, because that was in a closed system with an immediate vacuum present. You know.
Yeah, vacuums don't suck. So
my.
Gravity is not holding it down.
Ooh.
It fills the entire available volume as per the second law. You're violating natural laws.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, get your notepad out and take notes.
I'm not a physicist.
Well, neither am I, but I can figure it out. So can you. Don't use that as a cop out. Just learn. You have a brain.
Yeah, I don't think I can learn much from that.
You're a smart guy. You can figure it out.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks.
Well, listen. When you say things like, "Oh, well, I'm no expert," what you're doing is you're having this phantom expert syndrome, where you think that there are quote experts out there that have the answers. Well, I'm here to tell you, those people don't exist, right? What you will find out there are more people who believe, just like you. Ain't nobody out there has the answers, bro.
I have a question.
Because we done asked everybody already, so go ahead.
Do you believe in like ancient history, like the things that they say about it?
I'm not history buff, not really.
Probably baloney.
Yeah.
Wait, really? So like the the Romans and like the Greeks.
Well, they had their civilization.
Dude,
We're talking
just
about before, like
bro.
proto-civilization, like the Sumerians and the Aztecs. Well, if you go back that far.
So hold on, just think about it this way, right? Look at the last 3 years. Just take a look at the headlines every day for the last 3 years, right? We're on YouTube, so I can't speak too freely, but we went through a certain cough, type of thingy, and just look at the headlines throughout the last couple years. Were all the headlines detailing exactly what was going on, or was there some fugazi stuff in the headline? So if that was going on in the last 3 years, what do you think, like if you compile the last how many thousands of years, what kind of bull crap is being told? I don't know, man. I'm not a history buff. That's not my cup of tea. There are some folks out there that are more interested in history, but I don't know. I focus more on the present.
Yeah, me
Less-
neither. I
What would
don't
be
really like
important
history.
to you? Like ancient
I don't like history
batteries?
either.
Like, what's the point of researching ancient batteries?
I don't know. I think
You're
people find it
running
interesting,
around
I
in
guess.
circles,
Yeah,
and you're
I'm not
searching
knocking
for
it.
yeah, you're searching for non-existent facts about our past, and they have nothing to do with modern times.
We don't even speculate. This is one thing to highlight is like we don't even speculate on how old this place is. I've been
There
around
is.
for flat Earth for a long time, and I don't ever hear flat earthers going, "Okay, guys, how old do you think this place is?" That although that is a good question, I don't even know what number I would attribute to. So
I think
we don't even
there
get into stuff like that for real.
there are estimates for like how long the Earth's been around.
Yeah, I mean, that number's probably all over the place, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yo, what is this pussy shit, dog? Shut the fuck up.
All right, get it off your chest.
Okay, Dave Grohl.
Get it off your chest with the drive-by. Golly.
Wow.
Go listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He'll tell you
You know
everything that you want to know.
what's way more
I have one of his
strong is, like,
books.
make an argument, bro. That's way more Chad.
Are you talking to me or that other guy?
The other guy, of course, with the drive-by. That's a weak.
He left. Yeah.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
gone again.
Drive-by. He drove by with a freaking Nerf gun. You did no damage, bro. So, fuck out of here. Gotta spin the block with a Nerf gun.
So
Yeah,
right
if
now,
anything, it makes the Globers look worse if that's their best argument.
Bro, this is what happens when you go to the politics server. They just unmute and go, penis. Like, okay, so, oh man, you know what? I'm back on the globe now. All right, back to you guys. What's up?
I was just gonna ask. So Rhino, do you believe that there is scientific evidence of gravity? Yes or no?
Oh shit.
Probably. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's funny.
Okay. Would you rather me just say I don't know?
Listen. Now here's what you should do. What you should realize is that you're in a room full of people that have been researching this for a long time. You're new. We've been doing this, right? You just popped in. Zodiac, I don't know how many years he's been doing this. Collectively, a lot. All right, let's just put it that way. You could just ask us, hey, bro, well, could you tell me? Is there any scientific evidence of gravity? We'll happily tell you the answer. There's no secrets around here.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
instead of you capping and being like, "Oh, well, probably,"
I think I would probably trust like books written by
don't do that
rather than
Don't do
random.
that.
Okay, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
That's your
It's random people.
phantom expert syndrome.
Okay,
flaring up.
let's be honest. It's you guys are to me random people on the internet. I don't have any way of like.
Okay, but
Bro.
compare that to. Hold on 1 second, Drace. Compare that to the imaginary panel that you have in your mind of experts that have the answers. We're actual people. You're comparing us, real. You're having a conversation with an authentic person versus an imaginary panel of experts you've imagined in your head. Those are your two options. You're going with the imaginary panel, imaginary friends, over like me, Trace, Zodiac.
And you're deflecting questions and you're diverting things into different topics. We're talking about gas. We're trying to prove gravity's effect on gases and inert gases in the atmosphere, and you start talking about the core.
Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. There's no scientific experiments for gravity, bro. There's no science for gravity. It's just as good as someone's idea. It's not even an actual theory.
Well, it explains
It's not
a
a
lot.
scientific
It explains
theory.
a lot of stuff, though.
It doesn't explain because you don't know what it is, so you don't know what how can you say it explains things? You don't know what it is.
According
Like
to
earlier.
Wikipedia, it's actually a fundamental interaction between particles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, you don't see this fundamental interaction between gases?
Oh, shit.
I mean, probably. I don't see them.
You don't.
I guess not. No. It's hard for me to see a lot of gases because they're kind of clear.
Yeah, if you just look into the kinetic theory of gases, you'll see that according to all our tests here on Earth, there's no attraction between gas molecules. I would prefer it if you say, I don't know. That's called being intellectually honest.
All right.
And when I say these
Yeah.
guys here will teach you, we're not, that doesn't mean we're just gonna like you have to just listen to what we say. We're trying to get people to stop doing that.
You don't have to accept it, but if the answer's I don't know, the follow-up is probably no. There's no provable way of saying that gravity has that effect on particles.
Especially gases.
Okay.
You see?
Yeah, man.
No,
well,
something, it's probably a negative.
I don't know. Or it just
You're-
means I'm not educated enough on the subject.
Yeah, but you're already in a mode where you believe other dudes. And we're not trying to have you just believe these dudes here in the panel. We're trying to have you, go and apply some critical thinking and you'll figure it out on your own. We're not trying to just have you believe us. So it's when you say,
So
well,
you're-
why would I believe just you guys? It's not like that for real. Go believe your own brain.
Yeah,
you
I get what
have
you're saying.
intelligence.
So you're
you can apply
saying-
critical thinking. Go ahead.
So you're telling me to go and try to find evidence for myself rather than to
Yeah.
just get it from other people. That's pretty cool.
Just listen to
of
Neil
course.
deGrasse Tyson. That's the best research you can do.
I have one of his.
Instead-
I got one of his books at like a fifth grade fair.
And you're reading it. Eventually, you'll come to the understanding that it's all pseudo-intellectual BS, and he's trying to
Probably.
shove it down your throat.
The Black Swan.
But see, what right now you're like, nah, probably there's answers. This is a syndrome that people have. It's called phantom expert syndrome. You're imagining that there's people out there with answers. Well, I'm here to tell you, we've asked everybody and their mama for those answers, and I'm here to tell you, Heretic will tell you, Flying will tell you, everybody in this panel, there is nobody out there with the answers that you think they have. I promise you. Oh, my astrophysicist teacher, he'll come in here, he'll debunk you guys. We ask him, hey, so we heard you have the answers. Where are they? Oh, well, I don't know. Someone else has them. That's the case every single time. It's called phantom expert syndrome. When you imagine someone else has the answers. They
And
don't.
One of my best friends when I was little actually became an astrophysicist. So when I heard about flat Earth in 2015, I of course went to him and asked, "Can you show me the evidence?" He didn't have any.
Well,
Mhm.
if anyone was going to have the answers, my bro, it's us. Because most people come in here, they're like, why does it even matter whether there's this or that? Well, we're the ones who actually cared. So if it was a globe, we'd know. I would tell you.
Yeah,
But
we
there's
didn't come
really
into
nothing-
this. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we didn't come into this to try to prove the Earth is flat. We were globers like you, and we wanted to prove the globe to be true, definitively. We didn't just want assumptions and baseless assertions. We wanted evidence.
I honestly wonder what you think of the behavior of the other globe earthers. Have you heard the way their presentations, their performances here?
There's been a lot of name calling from the Globers as of recent.
I don't know. I heard the one guy that was talking about, what was it like? I think he was talking about like something. Shoot, what's it called? Like how the air can like. God damn it! Wait, I'll open like a Wikipedia page on it later. Atmospheric refraction. That's what he was talking about. And I thought that was pretty interesting. And then one of the other guys just like kept yelling at him.
Okay, well,
Just
don't get
kinda
into
funny,
it.
at least, but-
Wikipedia. That's one thing.
What?
You said you love Wikipedia and you keep referring to that, but that's not a very good source.
I don't care what the teachers say, like you can't use Wikipedia as a valid source. I love Wikipedia.
Well, like random people are literally writing those pages. Like they're not, not that
Yeah, I guess.
credentials make you more valid, but still, it's like anyone could just say whatever on there. Also,
Yeah.
I was going to say, because when they were asking you if there's proof of gravity or whatever, and you said, well, yeah, probably some scientists probably have the answers. If people were asking us, is there proof of flat Earth? And we just said, probably, yeah, I think so. Would that be considered? Would that be considered sufficient evidence?
Yeah, facts.
Nah, I didn't give you guys sufficient evidence. I didn't really think I
Right.
could
Yeah,
because
I believe
I'm
you.
not well educated enough on the subject.
I believe you. Yep, facts.
But you keep saying that, but that's not. Stop saying I'm not smart enough. I don't have credentials, because that doesn't matter. None of us, most of us, don't either. But we're able to use our brains and figure this stuff out.
Facts.
And you can too.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't like that self-defeating behavior. Anyway, anyone that's in my circle, I always have them cut that out. So don't be on that type of timing where you're like, oh, putting yourself, I'm an idiot, but someone else is smarter than me. No, bro, you have a brain just like everyone else. So you can figure it out. Like it's just like with Christmas, right? Santa Claus. I don't know if that's a tradition where you are, but
Yeah.
my parents went hard for like Christmas, Santa Claus. They really had me thinking that the reindeer was showing up and eating reindeer food. They ate half of the cookie and drank half the milk and all that stuff, right? So, but it
You mean they
took
made
me.
sacrifices at the altar? Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't know what they was doing, but I had to creep down the stairs one night and realize, oh, okay, I see what's going on now. The record player finally lifted off the the vinyl. I'm like, okay. So that whole Santa thing was cap. So you have to realize it on your own. And what's funny is the world will continue on every single year after you realize that Santa wasn't real. Well, the next kid generation and the generation after that and every generation in the future is going to get the same exact treatment. And what do they have to do? They have to creep down the stairs on their own. So it's just like that with flat Earth, bro. The TV ain't going to tell you. They're never going to stop saying Santa Claus. They're never going to stop saying it's a globe. You better figure it out on your own. And we're here telling you, we're giving you some tips, some hints, but I mean, bro, you better catch up quick because it's 2024. Go ahead, guys.
I mean,
How you gonna not play the scratched record sound effect over yourself when you actually say that?
Also, to be
Well,
fair,
the vinyl.
the thing about like you had to creep down the stairs. My dad told me, so I guess.
L dad.
I was old enough.
Can't tell. That could be a W dad telling you the truth. But that the point is that we're essentially your dad. Then we're telling you the truth. Hey, yo, Santa's cap. The globe is cap. So, well, you still at that point have to go and do your own little investigation. Don't just believe dad. Because that's what people do with the government or NASA or whatever. They believe daddy. Flat earthers are stupid. It's a globe. Okay. Well, we're not just telling you to believe us. Go outside and find out for yourself, just like the rest of us did.
I understand that.
It'll take time, man. It'll take time. A good wine is aged over many years. And for me, I mean, I'm 6 years. I'm going, I think, 6 years into this thing. I did my first observations a few years into that. So
Watching
no
videos
rush, bro.
Astronauts on the International Space Station wash their hair is a pretty good starting point.
See,
The process.
How do they?
I don't agree with that, but some people would.
Wait, how do they wash their hair?
They don't because they're not in space.
Yeah,
would
okay, no, it is pretty comical. Like they've got a video showing it. Like they're taking like a Capri Sun bag and like just like squirting it into their hair, and then it goes flying off as bubbles in space.
Oh yeah, I've seen things like that. Yeah.
Don't you think that would be a disaster for the electronics in the space station? Do you think that they have safety measures or?
I would think that they would not spurt water out in a room where that would happen.
So you think they have a certain compartmental room where they conduct every activity that requires liquid and open containers?
I don't know. Can someone send the video? That sounds kind of interesting, actually.
As I said, it'll expedite the process.
Have you seen how ridiculous all the wiring and stuff in the ISS is? You know, look how no electrician anywhere in the world would create something like that. It's you know why they do it like that? To make it look all complicated and high tech and look at all these wires. They can't be for nothing. All these wires. It has to, obviously they're doing something up there. That's why they do that.
At least
It's a
make it
show,
somewhat like Star Trek.
right? It's a show.
No, at least make sure all the wires are covered and electronics are not exposed.
Yeah,
all
see,
switches are
that's actually
protected.
Exactly.
that's actually a really interesting part to me about it is like they could do so much better. It's as though they want certain people to like
Wake up.
raise an eyebrow and like ask the question because I think they're so cocky and so confident that they already have the masses brainwashed as hell that it's just comical to them at this point. They don't really have to try.
So wait, I think it goes without saying, none of you guys believe in the moon landings.
Just watch the moon landings.
Yeah, we saw it on TV, bro. My grandparents believed it because they heard it on the radio. Come on.
But
Even a lot
Zaldrin
of
is saying
globe believers
it
don't
didn't
believe it.
happen. But Zaldrin is saying it didn't happen.
I got the clip.
I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curve top radio
me
and listened.
talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop.
It was
and a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
How did they get back from the moon to Earth? Did they have a second fuel source? Like, they would
Exactly.
launch another rocket with the same parameters. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
You just heard Buzz Aldrin admit we didn't go there. So that I don't know.
Like, imagine all the fuel and all the energy required to launch through the quote-unquote gravitationally affected atmosphere, and then a return trip.
Yeah.
I
First,
mean, okay.
you,
To be
first
fair,
you
you,
have to,
you
yes,
don't
sorry.
really. Sorry, you go.
First you have to prove gravity, and then your space.
Drop a
Can you prove
pencil,
it?
Miguel. Just drop a pencil, Miguel. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Dropping the pencil isn't proving gravity. What the fuck?
Neil
Jedi-
deGrasse Tyson said so.
Jedi's an anti-globe earther.
He's most definitely not a scientist.
How do you prove gravity?
You don't.
It's automatically proven.
And how do you prove there's no gravity?
You don't because you can't test it. You can't measure it.
So
It's simple. It's simple. It's simple. In their globe, they have this water curving. So on the lake, on a frozen lake, we don't see that curve. That gravity holding that water and curving. So come on, you have proof of that curved frozen lake? Post it. You have nothing. Just bullshit talk. You see the problem? Your globe is just a fairy tale. Just an imagination.
It's buoyancy and density, Rhino. Buoyancy and density.
Huh?
Are you playing guitar? You're not even listening.
I kind of I'm listening. I'm listening.
I can show
We're
you.
here for you, Red.
I
We're trying
zoned
to
out for
help
like a second, and because like you were talking to someone else, and you said like my name.
You
Or am I
see,
using-
they can put this. They are talking about rockets. Yeah, put that rocket engine inside a vacuum chamber and try to work it. Okay?
They put what?
Yeah, put a rocket
Put
in a vacuum.
put that rocket engine inside the vacuum chamber and try to work it.
Engine.
Can they even? I wonder if they can even make vacuum chambers that large.
Yeah,
Probably could. But
You gotta
Yeah,
make a container for that.
It'd probably take like a while to actually suck out all the air.
Oh my.
I got a
You
question
can-
for him. Do you guys mind if I? Go
Yeah,
ahead,
Save
Leo, I'm
us.
sorry.
Save us, Hank, please.
Okay, so what holds down the water in the oceans?
Gravity.
definitely gravity.
Okay, so what happens if you expose water to temperature, like high temperature?
Evaporation.
Evaporation.
It
Yes.
boils, right? What happens if you put water in a vacuum chamber? Suck out all
Boils.
that gas.
I don't know.
Does high pressure and low temperature hold down the oceans?
No, it causes a state change,
No?
which means
But what
gravity
happens-
interacts with it differently.
What happens if you suck out all the oxygen of the Earth? All the atmosphere?
Oh, the oxygen or
oceans
the
will boil.
atmosphere?
The atmosphere. The oceans will
And you
boil,
would see the
right?
geometric horizon.
I think I don't know. I think because I heard that in a vacuum, like in space, if you're like take off your helmet, your blood would boil.
Right, so what happens if you
So
take
I guess
off
if
the atmosphere with the
My
oceans?
blood
took
boiling
off-
right now.
What happens if you take the atmosphere off the Earth?
Bro, I don't know.
Oh my
The
goodness.
ocean
mate.
would boil, and it would
You'd see
turn
the
into
geometric
gas.
horizon.
I guess so.
Even
So
in the
gas
Earth
pressure
model,
presses the oceans down then, right?
Gas pressure? No.
Yes,
Okay,
barometric.
what happens?
Sorry,
Go
sorry.
ahead, bro.
Barometric pressure. Yes, the pressure of the atmosphere will, if it's reduced or higher, reduce or higher the level of the water that it's pressing on. Low
What?
pressure, the water is higher. High pressure, the water is lower. Barometric pressure, right? Winds, hurricanes, that type of shit.
Well, I
Do you know
think
what
if you
swell is?
if you
Oh,
brought
yes.
water, do I know what
Do you know what a swell is?
swell?
Yeah, out to sea, water rises.
Yeah, like waves.
Yeah, cool. So when you reduce the pressure of gas above water, what happens to the water?
I don't know.
Just told you.
It swells.
When you reduce the pressure
Oh
on
my.
water, the water rises, right?
I don't know. I would think that if you took a cup of
it
water
will rise.
and
You're
brought it up, okay.
The pressure is less. Particles are moving away from each other. Water rises.
Sorry, Hank, carry on, mate. You can have him.
I just
Get
want
him.
him to stop playing with the G-string and listen.
Oh my.
I'm actually. This is the high E string.
All right, focus, bro. Focus, bro.
It's low. It's a lower note. So even though it's on top, close to the ceiling, it's actually the low E string. You know that, right?
Well, no, it's the higher frequency, so it's the
Higher
high.
off the ground. It's. I heard you thumping the low string, bro. I was
Well, yeah,
kidding
that
when I
was
said it was
earlier.
your G string. No, I just heard you. Bring, bring, bring.
Alright,
That's the E string.
I
That's your
didn't.
low. Listen, bro.
First,
got
you had
20
my
years of
curiosity,
experience in
but
this. Go back
Can
and
you
play
play
it.
any?
It was
Can
a
you play any
low E
songs?
string.
You know any songs?
I mean,
Yeah.
You had my curiosity, but now you have my erection.
Well, play us a song at least.
Yo, what the fuck?
But now you have my
Alright.
erection.
Wait, what the fuck is that sampled from?
Yeah, entertain us
Just-
some more. Play us a
Let's
song.
get this thing back on track, please.
That's a chord.
Yeah, sorry. Someone said play a song, and then someone said get back on track or something.
That was perfect.
So like,
No, that's
While you're
legit.
playing, you can give your argument for the globe.
oh,
Yeah, you
okay.
said gravity holds water down. Can you demonstrate it? Because I can demonstrate what actually holds the water down in a laboratory experiment. You know,
Oh
like
shit.
science, because I can boil water, so that's proof that low temperature holds it down, and I can create a vacuum which will boil water, which proves that high pressure holds it down. Can you manipulate gravity and prove that gravity holds it down? Or is that
No.
just like a cool story that you just made up or something you heard at school?
I guess you can say it's a cool story I learned at school.
Right, because you got absolutely no scientific experiment where you can manipulate gravity and make the
I
water
don't.
come
Nope.
up off the ground. That's right. It's pseudoscience.
Well, gravity's
okay.
everywhere.
Would you think your government was going to teach you like good stuff on purpose? You went to a government school, didn't you?
Yeah.
He's still in school.
Yeah. Oh, he's a child. Oh, I didn't know that.
No.
Oh.
I'm in college.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's still
Okay,
school.
so the G thing is a little less weird. Okay.
Yeah.
It's even worse.
Yeah.
College.
Yeah, you're in college. Okay, so you weren't allowed to educate your slaves like back in ancient Roman times?
Shit, am I a slave? Sorry, I don't know. That's so
Well,
weird.
don't commit any crimes, you'll be a 13th Amendment slave. You know what
What?
the 13th Amendment says?
Yeah, repealed slavery.
No, there's an exception to slavery in the 13th Amendment.
Oh, okay.
So how could it repeal something if there's an exception to it? But anyway, back to the water. So we know now what holds the water down. So what else did they lie to us about? Did Columbus discover America?
Well, he didn't discover it.
But that's what
There
I
are people
learned.
already living there. He discovered it for I guess you could say he discovered it for the East.
Did they tell you that
You
back
sure
in
about that?
school? Or
He
did they say he
actually
discovered America?
he actually hit land in South America before actual America.
And technically, the Vikings found it before him.
Officially, it was Amerigo Vespucci.
It was?
Yes.
Was he a Viking?
No, he was a sailor.
Oh, for who?
What is
Like
it?
what country?
Italy? He's
Sounds
from
like
Europe.
Italy. I thought Vespucci was a cartographer.
Sailor,
Oh.
cartographer.
Cartography,
Yeah,
you
do the same
need a
stuff.
flat earth. You're going to need a flat earth for cartography. You're also going to need a flat earth for navigation across the sea, Christopher Columbus.
Wait, so is there like an edge to the flat Earth?
The sand where the sea meets the land?
You could say that because it hasn't been proven, but you can only assume that there is one because there has to be a vessel that contains the Earth.
So what if you circumnavigate top down? Like you go from Antarctica to the North Pole to Antarctica.
Has that
I don't
ever
know.
been done?
I don't think anyone's ever done that. But if someone were to do that, would that
No one's ever
disprove,
done
like-
that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I just said. If someone were to do that, because I mean, there's no really reason to. But if someone were to do that, would that like disprove the current model?
There's a reason not to, because if you go 15 degrees south, then you're going to be shot down by fighter jets or be escorted
What?
by Coast Guard.
Well, yes,
Really?
but there is a reason to as well. Like, say you want to go from Australia to the south of like the tip of South America, right? You could just cut across the bottom of the ball, right? Go
Oh,
over
yeah.
Antarctica. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
no one ever does that. They go all the way up through the north, and then across the plane to the other because they're on opposite sides of the world.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Mhm.
But
Let me-
they
let me
lie
see-
and yeah. Well,
Let me see if there's a Wikipedia page.
oh God, Wikipedia.
The dynamic, when you
Yes.
reach as far north as the North Pole,
Mhm.
and you reach the edge, what did you say happens?
When you reach the edge,
No, when you cross over, you mentioned something about being able to transverse from the north to the south.
no, I was saying you should be able to cut across the south, like from Australia to the tip of South America. You should be able to just go whoop right under the ball, but you that doesn't happen. Instead they go all the way through the north, which makes no sense if it
That's
were a
true.
ball.
You're apparently they tell people that you are not allowed to go through Antarctica. That's pretty suspicious. That's
The
pretty
Antarctic Treaty. Look up the Antarctic Treaty. That's not even a conspiracy. That's widely available. Like,
Other than a constitution, the treaty is the highest law on the land.
Oh, it says it's because of fuel freezing.
yeah. They always have some
But
excuse for
space is
everything.
completely safe, right?
Yeah.
No, if you took a commercial airplane to space, I'm sure the passengers would be completely fine. Yeah, a little aluminum airplane.
Did you see the lunar lander?
how do rockets
Have you seen the
fly?
lunar lander picture? Does that looks like a piece of shit compared to an airplane? Yet somehow
a little piece of tinfoil.
yeah, but
the
that
ISS, the ISS is only 1/10 of an inch of an aluminum. That's the pressure seal of the ISS. It's just a big tin or aluminum can, according to them.
Guess it was built differently.
It's built differently.
Why would you use aluminum?
It's just
besides
built
the fact
different.
it was lightweight. It won't sustain that pressure. Look what happened to that Voyager.
Yeah, the submarine.
Oh yeah, the one with like the rich people. I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, that was like the same as the ISS, basically. But that was only water. That's not the vacuum of space.
So what do you guys think they're funneling the money to when they claim to go to the ISS?
Their own pockets.
Ooh, that's actually deep. Politicians would do that kind of
Yeah.
shit.
NASA's a
Pockets
black
are
hole,
deep.
money pit.
Yeah. Goes to
And all
other
kinds of-
agendas and stuff, probably.
You take
I got a
India-
question for you.
Me?
So, if the black hole, if the Big Bang was all the matter and energy in the universe in one spot, how would one single molecule escape that gravitational well?
Bro, I don't know. I don't even think the Big Bang is confirmed. It's just like a theory.
Oh shit, he understands what a theory is.
Okay,
It's
that's
just-
good.
It's just like
Yeah,
gravity, right?
Now
It's
apply
like
that to
dark
gravity.
matter.
There's a difference between a theory and a well-known like thing that's actually true. So, you know.
There's a
Well,
difference
what's the
between a
difference?
layman's theory or an idea and a scientific theory. A scientific theory is validated through repeated experimentation. The globe has none of that.
And their
So it
theories
has no
collapse
science.
themselves as well.
Oh.
So if you claim that the universe is ever expanding, you have to also make the claim that it collapses and that it is collapsing on itself at the same time, which can't happen in a stable system.
I don't know what if it's expanding, it's collapsing.
Yes.
How?
Well, that's what they claim.
Gravitational collapse is what they claim. They say that if you put gas in a vacuum, it'll collapse into.
Oh yeah. If you put enough, the gravity will whatever do its thing. Do you guys believe in God?
That's so random.
Wow. Okay, because I was thinking about it. There's no evidence of God,
There's flat Earth.
but a lot of
Do you
people.
believe in dark? Do you believe in
There's a
dark matter?
creator. There's a
What?
There's
creator.
a dark matter
Personally-
halo.
Personally, no. I think that dark matter is just like there's a thing where like if you're trying to calculate things on such a massive scale, like there's little small differences in like let's say like one of your constants are off by like the smallest amount, and it might lead when you're using it in like much larger equations to like things that don't kind of add up. I think it might be that.
Actually, I'm kind of curious about like where he's going with the
Come on,
believing in God thing on this one because he did that a little bit differently than it
Come on,
usually
Lou.
comes. Like usually, usually
killing me, Lou.
it's go ahead. Fine.
Yeah, just real fast. I'm so sorry. I keep asking people, "Are you skeptical?" And they're like, "Yeah, oh yeah." Globers are all skeptical. It's like, what's the number one thing about the globe model you're skeptical about? And like 99% of them say dark matter. But you ask them, what are they most confident about? Gravity. And it's like, wait a minute, do you not realize that gravity is so weak that you need black holes and dark matter to make that shit work? Do they not think like
Well, I
how
think
that's related?
gravity was kind of like they I guess put a name to it way before they knew about black holes and dark matter and all that Crazy shit.
Right, but if it doesn't work out scientifically because you can't prove it with science, and it doesn't work out mathematically because your equation is off, way off, and that's why they had to invent 96% of the universe as dark matter and dark energy. Like literally, we can only observe 4% of the universe. Everything else is made up out of thin air to make their model work because gravity is weak. But no one ever puts those two together. Your shit's weak, bro. And it's not yours. You didn't invent gravity. It's not your thing. Now, cell phones do fall when you drop them, right? But why do they fall? Is it because the bending and warping of space-time?
Gravity.
Can you manipulate the bending and warping of space-time to make your cell phone not fall? No, but you can manipulate the volume of a system and keep it from falling. Like a balloon tied to your phone, it'll still fall, but if you put enough hydrogen in that balloon, or helium, it'll float. So if I manipulate the specific gravity, look that up, or relative density, also known as relative density, I can actually make the cell phone rise or fall with a balloon attached.
That's a good
So
analogy.
that's the real gravity. They just hijacked that word. Like when you typed in Disney's Frozen back in like 2008, it would come up with Disney's Frozen Head. Now you type it in, it comes up with Disney's Frozen. It's a movie. They hid that shit real good, didn't they?
Disney's Frozen. Oh, is that the one where it's like they said that he like freezed himself?
Right.
Yeah, he was
Froze.
cryogenically frozen. Yeah, he's a
Sorry for
transhumanist. He thinks that he can be like reanimated someday.
So now you can't type Disney's Frozen Head and get that stuff anymore. Because Disney's Frozen, the movie, comes up. Same thing with specific gravity. Sorry, Lou. Please go ahead about the God thing.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if we're already past it, it's probably for the better. But I was just curious about the way he asked it, though, because it was a little bit different than we normally hear it. Like normally it's a straw man kind of like he's trying to pigeonhole everybody into being like these like ultra religious people who are just taking it on faith, and like they learned it at church or something about the flat Earth, and that's I don't know if that's where he was going with it. Maybe he was still doing that, but the way he
No.
phrased it sounded a little bit different.
I know that.
Sound like he's curious, which is
I
a
think
good thing.
I talked to like someone when I was getting like VC verified, and I asked him about like, I think I mentioned that like I originally thought that like people who thought the Earth was flat, well, it was because like their religion, like the Catholic Church tried to stop what's his name, Galileo, from like trying to say, hey, it kind of makes more sense if the sun was in the middle of the solar system because it defied the word of God, at least in their eyes.
Wait a minute. You know what Romans do to people they don't like? You ever heard about that carpenter? Come on.
No, what?
The Romans crucify carpenters that they don't like. So that whole Galileo story is sus.
Wasn't the heliocentric model created by a priest or something? Anyways.
That was the Big Bang Theory.
Oh, okay, yeah, Big Bang Theory. Yeah, it was
George
created
Locke.
by right. It's flat Earth is not a religious thing. However, there are atheists that, when they discover flat Earth, they realize the place is intelligently designed. The Earth is at the center. The stars, the sun, and the moon, everything sort of revolves above us. Everything, we're at the center. As opposed to you're an infinite speck of dust flying through an infinite universe. There's a big difference.
What was funny about the way that he asked it, though, is he said, because there's no evidence of God. And so, like, that's the part that I really kind of wanted to pick at. So, like, I'm not your standard Christian or anything, but I consider myself a deist. I do believe that there is a God. I don't think that I can know anything really about him. I don't know that everything in the Bible is 100% true or the word of God, right? But I think there is evidence, but it's evidence that it's not the type of evidence that we talk about like scientific physical evidence, cause and effect relationships, things that we can vary and manipulate, so on and so forth. You just kind of have to like look around you, and you have to find the evidence for yourself. Like, I guess that there's a huge difference there, though. Like when you say there's no evidence of God, you should be more specific, I guess, and say no physical, scientific evidence of God.
Yeah, because there's logical evidence. Like
Logical?
I don't have a religion, but using just basic logic, you can understand that there must be a creator, because information requires an informer. Otherwise, you cannot have any information. Matter requires a maker, because matter cannot be created or destroyed. You can't have laws by which all of reality operates by without an arbiter to set those laws.
Hmm. Yeah, the way I thought about it, like I used to kind of believe in God, and then I kind of thought about it and realized that I don't think it makes very much sense to attribute all of that to something humanoid.
Well, God isn't supposed to be
Not
humanoid.
humanoid, yeah.
Oh yeah, but the way he's described in
He's called
text,
the Great Spirit by the Native
it's-
Americans.
Is it
He's called
because he's
the
referred to as
Holy
him?
Spirit, which means set apart spirit by the Middle Easterners. He's called many things by many different people, right? But he's never
Yeah.
called like a human. People like to
Well,
anthropomorphize
no, I didn't
the
mean
creator as a
human,
human.
but I meant
Does it make sense that everything with all of its order and design came from nothing?
Yeah, does that make more sense?
I don't know.
Don't even
I
happen in
think
science.
it wouldn't make much sense to think about it like that, because I guess if you think about it from like the more traditionally accepted thing that about like the whole universe, that we're really just a small part of something much larger, and that if we're kind of like projecting ourselves, thinking that hey, something that, because I mean, when I said humanoid, I didn't mean like, that's probably poor wording. It like God has like a sort of emotions. It sort of acts like a human from like, because I read a little bit of the Bible, and like I've taken like classes that talk about religion, and it's still like if you were to just think about like if the Earth was not here, there wouldn't be anything around us that was similar to like God.
Right. So you read a little bit of the Bible. You know that
Yeah, it
there's
was.
like a lot more religious text than just the Bible that you only read a portion of.
Yeah,
Like
no,
many people
I
believe
got kind of
in
bored.
many different things, but
Like
like,
I've taken classes that talk about religion.
Now sum up the
okay.
atheist worldview in just like 60 seconds. Like what the atheists have to believe if they're claiming there is no God is that it rained on the rocks for millions of years and it washed the sediments into the primordial soup. And out of the elements and nature sprang consciousness, right? And the consciousness walks around and calls himself Larry. Right? Think about that. Like I'm the dirt where my body is anyway, and I'm walking around and my consciousness sprang up out of the elements, out of the rocks.
Well, okay. I don't really like arguing about religion because I think religion's actually really cool, and I think it's a good thing because it gives people hope. It can give people meaning with their life, which I think is actually really cool.
See, I disagree. I hate religion. I believe in God. I hate religion.
Yeah, I see that view too because it also pulls people apart a lot.
The globe is a religion. Think about it.
It is.
Requires
If it's
faith.
not science, then
Yeah.
it's belief, right? So, like, if 2 or 4 people said that, this carpenter raised from the dead, like, that's not proof, right? It's just a story. So you can choose to believe it, and that's called faith. Well, if, what was it, like 500 astronauts went to a place called space, does that make it more reliable because it's more people? Or would it be like how many astronauts actually landed on the moon so they saw the Earth as whole object, like as a whole object floating in space? Does that make it more reliable? Because you can't see the curvature from the surface of the Earth. Because they say the Earth looks flat because of refraction. I don't know if you heard that before, have you?
Nah, yeah, I've seen like yeah, I saw it on the Wikipedia page. I read the Wikipedia page on what is it? I still have it open. Atmospheric refraction, and it has a little diagram of showing how like the sun can be perceived to be straight ahead, but it's because the atmosphere that fracks it and makes it kind of look like that, which I think is a little weird, but I don't know
Right,
much
because
about
if
it.
there was
So
a fish tank in the air, that would make sense. But just air, I mean, at best you're
Well,
going to get heat waves, right?
there's moisture in there.
Right, but at best you're going to get heat wave. I live in Texas, so it's like the 33rd parallel here. So think Phoenix, Arizona, the Middle East, Texas. We're all at the same like temperature range, right? So it gets so hot here that we actually see like legitimate desert mirages, right? Or it looks like an oasis, but it's really not. And
Yeah, I've seen
what I
like
find is,
stuff
go
like
ahead.
that. Yeah, I don't know. I've
Yeah,
seen stuff
what
like
I
that, like
find is that
refraction.
causes things to disappear, right? Like you can't see it because it looks like it's a pond there where the land used to be, and it's the same color as the sky, right? So when they say refraction allows you to see further, from my own experience driving for a living, no, it don't. Not around here, partner.
All right.
Because what does an oasis look, or sorry, what does a refraction look like? Like when you see a mirage, it's a
I guess it.
mirror of the sky most of the time, right?
I guess it kind of depends. What I've seen is like I don't know, like on a hot day, looking out the window at like the top of like a car, how everything behind it looks kind of like wavy and distorted.
Yeah, it's
Right.
turbulence.
That's
Yeah,
turbulence.
turbulent flow.
Because the hot air is rising, and then there's cold air trying to replace it as it's falling against it, and so you got all that turbulence of the air moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys got to write that down. Ask them if they're skeptical. What is it about the globe model they're skeptical about? And when they say dark matter, okay, your shit's weak.
You guys have? Would you like write stuff down as like arguments?
No, that
No.
means to remember it. We
Oh, okay.
literally don't have to write it down. When we say that, it just
I
means
think
like
that,
take mental note. Yeah.
this globe earther just joined the VC. Better open my notepad.
No, that's what
I don't
Globers
think-
do. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
we
need
call
to
them
do
Google
that.
Earthers. Yeah, we got it memorized.
The more you study a subject, the easier it is to just talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the most interesting subject to me because I like to dabble in quite a few things, except for math. I don't like math too much.
Ooh.
Or fiction. But, whoops. Yeah, it's really interesting to me because if you go to college, like you're going to be a specialist, you're going to specialize in something, whether it's medicine, engineering, whatever, right? When you're hanging out with flat earthers, it doesn't matter if you believe in the earth is flat or what. Globe doesn't matter. You can think it's concave, cell, earth, whatever. It doesn't matter. Electric universe. When you're hanging out with people like us, you're going to learn a little bit of everything. Like there's no compartmentalization. You're going to learn math, history, geometry, science. You're definitely going to learn those subjects, like without a doubt. And then there's all this philosophy that goes along with the science because every Texan is an American, but not every American qualifies as a Texan. And in the same way, natural science is born out of philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as experimental natural science. So what we're doing is we're putting a line in the sand, demarcation, saying this is science and this is like imagination or philosophy or whatever you want to call it. Just don't call it science. If you do call it science, it's pseudoscience. So I don't know of too many other people who are like doing that sort of thing. If you think about it, a lot of people like to pass off like psychology as if it's like science. Like, okay, you can call it like lowercase science, but it's not natural science.
Yeah.
Well, they even preface that themselves. They don't call it pseudoscience. They call it one of the social sciences.
Yeah, but anytime, you put a word in front of something, like, I'm not just a Christian, I'm a gay Christian. Whoop! You needed to qualify that, did you? So if you qualify it like that, then you're saying you're not a Christian. The qualification words diminish the word after it. So if you say I'm a man, that's like a pretty legit statement. But if you say I'm a good man, oh, no, you didn't. Don't say that.
So
You
you're
don't wanna
not a
say that.
man?
Right, I am a man, but I don't ever call myself a
Well, no,
good
I mean,
man,
like,
fat man.
I mean, it depends on the definitions you're using, because like,
what if you say like a Protestant Christian?
Well, you're protesting against what? What are you protesting against?
Well, no, just like the sect of Christianity, just Protestant.
Well, I would just say that, I'm a follower of the way.
That's
Do
actually
you know
kind of
the
cool to
way?
say, I guess.
Do you know the way?
I mean, some people take a very rudimentary definition of science, and they say science is the study. Science means the study of, so the study of anything. If you say that, then sure, anything can be a fucking science, okay? But
Yeah, but
that's
then
not a very good definition of science. Like,
yeah, because then you've destroyed the meaning of science. If everything is science, nothing is science.
Yeah, so we like to differentiate between, philosophy, math, and science, because a lot of people come in here and they say that math is science. What? Math is science? Like,
No,
how many
I
math
think
credits do you get for taking physics? It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, another thing you hear the Globers tell you is that, well, we have observational science. Looking at things is not science. Otherwise, a pigeon is doing science.
What do you mean observational science?
Just
Because
looking at
the
it.
Globers can't use real science, like experiments, they claim that all they have is observational science. Well, if you grill the Glober long enough, when you show them, like, hey, the Earth looks flat, they start saying, well, that's refraction. Oh, so you can't trust your eyes? Oh, you can't trust your eyes, but all you have is observational science? You are
right.
dismissed.
Take one specific, like astrology, okay? What do astrologers do? Would you consider an astrologer to be a scientist?
Bro, astrology's a fucking joke.
But they're making observations, right?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
looking at things.
You mean astronomy?
I
Well,
feel
either
bad.
one.
No,
Either one. Obviously, the
astrology.
question
Yeah,
is the
either
same
one.
either
Yeah.
way.
I feel bad for anyone who actually devotes their life to astrology.
Well, think about it. Astronomy, cosmology, theoretical astrophysics. Can you give me one viable hypothesis that I could test with any three of those?
I saw Orion in the sky.
Right. Now, can you
Remember,
formulate a scientific experiment, having to do with seeing Orion in the sky?
Build
Can
a
you vary and
telescope,
manipulate
measure the
anything?
distances between stars and the relative distance to the Earth. Now you have a
It's-
picture of the approximate size of Orion, and
Great.
you could say that, yeah, that's a
And you
Great.
could
But
you could
now,
look at
that's observational only. There's no experiment. It's only observation. Therefore, an observational science.
well, how
so
does
with an
it
experiment,
how is
hold
it
on,
not
hold on.
validated?
Let me show you. With an experiment, you have to manipulate the cause to see the effect, right? Because it's not quantitative, it's qualitative. So if I said that I can prove what makes water boil, right, I should be able to demonstrate it by manipulating the cause and seeing the effect. How do you manipulate the heavens, the heavenly bodies, stars, the sun, the moon? You can't manipulate any of that. So if you think that there's only observational science and there's not experimental science,
Yeah.
would watching porn be considered science?
You could make the argument that it's not hard science because you're not directly controlling the variables of the experiment.
I would be doing science every day if that were the case.
Yeah, you can watch a geyser, water boiling, and you can imagine whatever you like. There's tiny little unicorns causing it. That's not science.
Well,
It's not
an
science
explanation.
until you manipulate the independent variable, which means the only one, and then that's the cause, that's the presumed cause, that's the guess that you're making, and then you see the effect. So if you and I were to sit in a hotel room for like a month, and we theorized about which switch went to which bulb and which circuit, like, it would just be like a theory, right? Until we started doing what? Flipping switches. And then we'd find a cause and effect relationship between the switches and the bulbs. And at that moment, we would have knowledge. That's why they use the word science. Knowledge.
Well, if you were just sitting and theorizing about those switches and bulbs, and you had no way of ever testing it, then the theories that you have, if they make sense based on your observations, then it makes sense.
No, but
Even-
okay, you're using the word theory in a colloquial sense, like in a real hard science, like natural science way. Like a theory can only become a theory when it's tested through experiment, which is using the scientific method that was already highlighted to you.
Yeah, that's the ambiguity fallacy. Be careful. Do you mean like pen, like a writing utensil, pig pen? You know, you got to be specific with your speech.
What
Hyper-specific.
if there were more than one explanation that made sense? How do you pick which one is the right one?
That's a good one, right? Because they say it's the moon's gravity that's causing the tides. What if it's the sun's energy that's departing on the oceans? How do you
Right.
eliminate one or the other? Well, you can't manipulate the moon's gravity while you control the sun, right? Or vice versa. So they're both
be right
just philosophical, like how many angels can dance on the head of a needle?
I think it's 2.
I'll say it's 4. You know, shrinkflation.
Yeah, I'm
Prove it.
convinced it's 15.
I was
That's
going to go
right.
with
That's right.
one. I was going to go with 1 because a theoretical needle point comes to a perfect tip. It's a point. It's a point source, and so only one, no matter how small it is, could actually fit there.
Yeah, well, angels are so small, they're smaller than the Planck size, so they can fit.
Okay, so how do we decide which one's true? Wait, doesn't Newton's razor say if you can't test it out scientifically, it's not worth arguing about?
Guess we gotta test it. Someone go
those
find
were
an
great
angel. Go summon
theories.
an angel.
Those were all great theories, right? But none of that was science.
Yeah.
He had to go. I don't know where.
He said he'll be back.
The thing is, he's still gonna come out of this being a Glober. So it's, I don't know.
So
He's going to be living for like the next 80 years. You don't know what's
Hopefully
going to
he'll be. No, I mean immediately after this, he's still gonna.
That's
Yeah,
that defeatist
that doesn't
attitude I
matter.
heard Creation Bear talking about earlier. Quit being a defeatist.
Yeah,
What
he's
the-
gonna be lying in bed, and he's not gonna be able to sleep thinking
hope
about everything
so.
we said.
Yeah, I hope he thinks about it.
Wait,
You know.
what did I say earlier, Lou?
Did Rhino sign off on his own?
Yeah, I heard you earlier saying you don't like that defeatist attitude. No matter what we say, he's going to come back as a Glover. That's a defeatist attitude right there. I don't like that.
I don't
Did I
want that to be the case. I'm just saying, through experience, that's usually what happens.
Bro, you don't experience a person's full life when you talk to them one time about philosophy.
I know, not his full life. I just meant immediately after this conversation. Like
It
if you
takes
ask him right
time.
now,
It takes time. He might come back. He might come back still a Glover, but the stuff
let's
takes
ask
a
him.
while to sink in for
Yeah,
a
it
lot of
doesn't
people.
matter.
You know?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All we're doing is giving him the ability to ask questions that he did not know that he could ask.
Gave some pretty good examples.
Well, I think he's back. Are you back, Rhino?
Yeah, I'm back. What's going on?
Are you still leaning mostly Globe at this point, or do you have any?
Who cares?
No, I'm just curious. What
Still pretty much the same.
the same?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
his subconscious just got this information. He hasn't even had time to dream about it yet. Come on.
Yeah, bro, let me cook.
All right.
But at least the things we showed you and told you got you to think a little bit, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's
Better
all I
than watching
want.
cat
Yeah.
videos
They got me
or
thinking.
the
They got
other
me
thing.
thinking.
You can't watch cat videos all the time.
Huh?
I'm projecting because I like watching cat videos.
Oh.
That's crazy.
No, it's not. Cat videos are great.
Yeah, they're better than dog videos. I don't like dogs.
I love dogs, but cat videos are definitely better.
Cats are better.
All right. Okay. As
No.
far as
Both
video,
got their utilities.
that
Okay,
video
so
is
I woke up this morning, my front door was open. So either A, my cat's open to the door, and it does have one of those pull handles instead of a doorknob. Unlikely. Or B, someone tried to break in my house and saw my dog in the living room and was like, nope. And they shut the screen and walked off without shutting the front door.
I've seen cats defend against like home intruders and stuff. You could have a guard cat instead of a guard dog.
Yeah,
I just
cats
like
are natural born killers.
dogs.
I need
Dogs
proof.
are
I need
bigger.
proof.
Do you think cats are flat
There's a-
earthers?
Cats.
I think all animals know.
I don't
that
think.
it's flat.
I don't think animals are even aware that we're on something.
What, like meth?
They-
What are we on?
They probably are only aware of the places they've been. So as far as they know, they could probably just be in like a big ass building, depending on where you take your pets.
Do you think that they know that they're standing on the ground, and that if you were to take them off the ground, do you think that they would realize that they're uncomfortable and want to get back to the ground?
Yeah, I think so. Whenever I pick up my dog, he like squirms.
Right?
But
Yeah.
he's like 80 pounds, so I think it's probably uncomfortable for
Right.
him.
Well, I mean, we're all just grounded here, right? Like we're
Yeah.
on something. We're on the ground, and I think they know that.
If you're so
And
grounded, how can you prove that stars are real?
we can see them. And what do you mean by real?
Stars
Like
in their physical form. I can't even believe I'm saying this. As a ball that emanates light, and we see it from Earth, and we can
How do
prove
you-
they're real because we see them, right? By observation.
all we can do is see them.
Yes, but that doesn't help.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know it's a ball?
Okay, I'm just
And
assuming.
how do you know it's a physical thing?
Oh,
Is
that's a
light
point.
is light physical?
It can be, according to hard
You mean it can be?
science. But okay, so if they weren't emanating light, and we observed the sky, and we didn't see any stars, right? Then we wouldn't
Like in
believe that
space footage.
Yeah, essentially. If we're convinced that it's non-tangible, right, for them to be physical, then how come we still believe that they're there? Like, we just have to assume that the stars are the stars and they're physical and they emanate light because we see them. But if they weren't there and we didn't see them, but we still, like, we wouldn't believe that they were there.
What's
Well, we
really
still
funny
see 'em.
about this is that even in your own model, and you guys would come and start talking about refraction all over the place, like they're not physically where you see them, even if they are a physical thing somewhere.
Yeah, and if you believe in the heliocentric model or the standard model of cosmology, the lambda-CDM, they're not even when you see them. Because if the sun is 8.5 minutes ahead of where you see it in your model, then the sun isn't where you see it either, and it's also not when you see it. Think about that. What that
Oh yeah,
suggests.
no, there is
Yeah,
a really interesting thing that I read about where it was like when you look at like stars in the night sky, right? You're actually seeing the light that they brought to you like, millions of years ago for some of them at least.
Was that on
Nice.
Wikipedia?
You're
Nice
not even
story. Nice
No,
story.
it was in a book. And so when you look up in the
Story.
sky,
real quick, like realize how ridiculous that sounds. You think that light is
What
coming
did
from
he say?
years ago?
well, yeah, it makes sense.
Okay,
You know-
you can make sense of it. Does it seem like realistic?
You know what doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense? You know what doesn't make any sense? All navigators, they knew that the constellations, the stars are always there at night.
That's relative to our time, though. But in space-time...
What space-time?
No, I'm just saying, even if you were a flat earther or globe earther, it doesn't matter. It doesn't take a million years for light to travel from the stars to the Earth, right? Because it travels at the speed of light, right? So the distance...
No, don't tell me stories, okay?
No, I'm
Don't
not
tell me stories.
making an argument. I'm just saying that
Yeah, at
light
Mount.
that comes
Shut the
from
fuck up. At Mount Kara. At
Bro,
Mount Kara
chill out,
observatories,
man.
Dude,
at
you
Mount
can't just
Kara observatories, they are shooting lasers. Okay, how can you? How can a laser reach the sky if they are light years ago?
because they travel at
Yeah,
the
no,
speed of
but
light.
no, there's no because. Okay.
Because they travel at the speed of light, dude. Yes.
What do you think? The
Yeah,
speed of
doesn't.
light is infinite?
Yeah, what
It's
is the speed of light? And like, what is 1 light year? Do you know how many miles 1 light year would have to be?
A lot.
Yeah, a lot. That's right. It's like trillions.
Probably something like
Also,
I don't know about trillions, but yeah.
with all the motions of the Earth, like the Earth is spinning and orbiting. How are these lights? How do they appear as little points of light? Wouldn't you see like trails of light? All like how are they mirroring the rotation and the movements of the Earth just to
I
show
don't
up as a little point of light? That makes no sense.
I don't think it spins fast or we move fast enough for it to do that.
We are
The
not
Earth is
moving.
supposed to be
Relative.
orbiting at 66,000 miles per hour.
And space is significantly larger than that.
Yeah, the space is the second law of
Larger than that?
thermodynamics violation. So your space is just a fairy tale story. And we are not
Right.
moving. You cannot land an airplane with Earth beneath moving 1,000 miles per hour, okay?
Why can't you? If the airplane's also moving
Show
at that
to
same
us the
speed.
experiment. Show to us that experiment,
Right,
Earth
so,
beneath
hold on.
moving 1,000 miles per hour.
Okay, so like let's say the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, while also orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, or whatever the heck it is. But let's just talk about the rotation of the Earth. Let's say it's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, but you need to land on a runway that points north south.
It'll swerve.
The Earth is spinning laterally, like from side to side, under your
Wait.
wheels.
Can you say that again? I wasn't paying attention.
It
Sorry.
would help if you did.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to burn something to a CD and it wasn't working.
Okay, just imagine a spinning
Who
ball.
puts anything on a CD anymore?
And you
The
have
fuck?
a model airplane
I
that's
love
flying
CDs.
at the same speed or a slightly lesser speed. How is it going to reach its destination on time, on arrival, if it's going at a slightly lesser speed than the Earth is rotating? It can't.
Well, because the Earth is it's rotating with the
They're
Earth.
both relative to each
No,
other.
it's not. I can
Well,
prove it
they're
to
relative.
you right now. The Earth is not moving with the air. Okay, we have multi-directional clouds move. So explain it. And if that's it, then we have the jump. No, I'm gonna show you. Okay, I'm gonna show you.
Just
Just a
have
second.
objects moving at
Just
the
a
same
second. I'm gonna show you. I'm
in your
gonna
hand.
show you.
Move
From
one
high
object.
altitude, you can do a jump. It is there, and there is not moving. So I'm gonna post it. Okay.
While you're posting it, I'm going to help him out a little bit.
Okay.
So,
Explain this. Why are these not moving there?
Is this
Wait,
the Red
where
Bull
did you
space jump?
post it?
So this guy he did jump 120,000 feet,
I
and
disagree
Earth
with that
is
as
not
well.
moving, and the
I
Earth
think
is
that-
not moving right there. He
I
is
think-
doing a perfect vertical free fall.
I think
Well-
that the whole Red Bull space jump was a hoax as well, actually.
That's true. In that image, the Earth isn't moving at all. You would see a slight deviation.
So it's not moving. Okay. When
Well, do you know?
before
Even
it
worse than
jumps,
that,
it's not moving.
even worse than that, where he landed wasn't conducive to the rotation either. But let's imagine that the airplane is moving at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. It takes off and flies at 500 miles per hour. So now it's traveling at 1,500 miles per hour, and it turns and goes to the north and lands in Iceland. How the hell is it landing at Iceland, traveling at 1,500 miles per hour, when the Earth is only supposed to be moving at 200 miles per hour there?
Yeah, you have to be constantly adjusting your speed in relation to the Earth's speed, which is different on all points of the Earth, on all laterals of the Earth.
That's a
Worst
problem.
part is we can't detect this rotation or assumed motion. There is no evidence of it. Even
I think,
Einstein told everybody that twice that there is no evidence of it. There's no way to prove it on the Earth, and so he had to force it to move within the math with relativity. All the experiments show that it doesn't move.
Yeah, he went on to say he basically said that it comes down to essentially a philosophical way of thinking about it, and either one is equally true.
which isn't even true because the Earth moving wouldn't, that can't be true.
Yeah, it has way too many problems.
Yeah, it's not even a 50-50.
Why is somebody posting pictures of two different clouds moving in different directions?
Yeah, because you're claiming that the Earth is moving with the atmosphere. Yeah, that's your problem now. You are not posting nothing. Just talk.
Yeah, he's
not only was
he's pointing out that the air moves independent of the Earth and doesn't move with it.
Right. And not only was his landing not conducive, it was 80 miles in the opposite direction of the spin.
Yep.
So it's like swimming upstream while free falling. Well, he's
Yeah, it
passed
makes
out
no
for
sense.
most of it. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
The one with
The only way to
Einstein's
make
hair.
sense of that is that the Earth is stationary and you have wind.
Rhino's not even here anymore, so.
Huh? I'm right here.
You're here. Thought you left.
Nope. How does wind is from like hot and cold air or something, right?
Yes, actually, very
Yep.
good. At
Yep.
least you didn't say it had to do with the rotation of the Earth. Yeah.
No, I thought wind was actually from the moon pulling on it. You know, it pulls on the air, of course. So it makes the air move. That makes
Did the moon lasso the wind? Does it got a rope?
That's not even.
Like, hey, if you wanna get
that's
that
actually what
horse,
gravity is.
That's not laughable.
a
either.
rope?
Yeah,
Like tetherball,
gravity
Billy
is actually
gravity ball?
perfectly explained as a lasso.
Show me a curve in
wait.
frozen lake. Show me a curve in frozen lake. Where is that gravity holding that water and curving?
I was joking.
Yeah, just another fairy tale story.
Show me the edge of the earth.
Sand
Okay,
at the
moron.
beach.
Wow.
Right in between the sea and the land.
What about
Well,
like
it's called
if you like
sand.
put a boat and just like go forward?
What if we made a curved lake?
Well, that's the end of the Earth. Now you're in the ocean. Earth is dirt. See, when I say Earth, you picture like a blue marble floating in space. That's the model
Yeah.
of the Earth. You know the difference between a model Porsche and like an actual Porsche that you can pick up females in? So the
An
Earth that
actual
you're thinking about
what?
is a model. A model
Yeah.
Porsche, you know what people call a Porsche?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
a Porsche. Yeah, okay.
Imagine Bugatti, fancy car.
Yeah.
A model of a Bugatti fancy car. That's what the model of Earth is. It's a model. They told you in plain English, but you added concreteness to it in your mind. Called a reification fallacy, by the way. So when you did that, when I say Earth, you picture a blue marble, but really the Earth is the dirt outside that the earthworms live in. That's what the actual
Yeah, I guess
Earth
so.
is.
So wait. So does the flat Earth model have an edge
We
to
don't
it?
have a model. We don't have a model. You are the guys that don't have a working model too.
Hey,
So
Rhino.
you don't have a model.
No, we don't. How can you have a
okay.
model?
And neither do you.
Okay, so you are inside the house. Now make a model of that house. Can you go outside? You cannot go outside of that house. Make a model. You are inside the container. Now you want to make a model.
Yeah, I can just walk,
yeah,
like, take
that's
pictures of like the inside of the
come
house and
on.
model it.
paradox. 'cause
Rhino.
you
I've
can't
actually,
make the house,
I've
and
I've
so
been
you
trying to
can't
make.
make a model of what's outside the house, is what he's saying.
I've
Yeah,
been.
you are inside the container. Now make a model.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, how you are inside the house and you cannot go outside. Okay, how can you have a exact model of that house if you can have even saw from outside?
It's a
You see
great
the problem?
Like map
Yeah,
the
fuck.
space, like take pictures.
Maps are all maps are flat.
I
Yeah,
guess
if
so. Yeah,
maps were
by
a globe,
definition, kind
then it would be a spherical triangle on the map instead of a grid, right?
A what?
If maps were made of a globe, it would have spherical triangles, but instead it's Cartesian coordinates with grid lines, like a chessboard.
But they
Yeah,
bend.
I also want to teach you something. Among scientists, there's a well-known aphorism: all models are wrong, but some models are useful.
Are we still on YouTube? Are we live on
Yeah.
YouTube? Okay. Never
Hey,
mind. I
Rhino.
was going to talk.
Yeah.
I was going to. Yeah, go ahead.
Just one thing, real quick. So all bodies of water require a containment to hold that water in place. Would you agree? A bathtub,
that's
right?
kind of
Why is the water staying there in one place?
because it's in the container.
Yeah, and the sides of that container are higher than the water. Otherwise,
Or
the
level.
water would.
Yeah.
Right. So same thing. Apply that to a pool, swimming pool. Why does the water stay in there? The edges are higher than the water. Okay.
Mhm.
Apply it to a pond. Same thing. A lake. Same thing. If you dug out the side of the lake, the land around it, what's going to happen? The water is going to flow away, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the same thing applies to the oceans. So we know that they're contained somehow. It's not gravity holding it down on the outside of a ball. So the when you asked about the edge of the Earth, we're talking about the container that's containing the ocean. There's land around. There's land around our oceans holding it in.
Well, but like, a pool, there's an edge of a pool. A bathtub, there's an edge of a bathtub. So would there be an edge
Right.
of a container holding in the ocean?
It's
Where
called the
there would be-
Antarctic
Correct.
coastline.
Correct. There's land
you-
surrounding it.
So
Yeah, you do realize that the Antarctic is actually a landmass.
yeah, wait. So you're describing like the picture for this server where it's like Antarctica, like a wall keeping in the water.
Yeah, not really a wall like Game of Thrones, but it's the coastline. Look at Miguel
It's a-
Sousa's picture. That the outside of that oceans, the perimeter is Antarctica.
What
It's
about
just land.
Antarctica's continent is the highest continent on Earth. So if you look at Operation High Jump, and you know how the military likes to name things like Desert Storm, what were they doing? They were storming the desert. Well, Operation High Jump, they were actually trying to jump over the outer limits of Antarctica. So you could describe it as a wall. And if you look at the actual images of the Antarctic coastline, I mean, in layman's terms, it's basically an ice wall.
Right. It's hundreds of feet high too. Like you can see videos and pictures of it.
What
And I
about
think I know where he's going with this. I mean, I guess you could consider it to be a conceptual model, but it wouldn't definitely not be a scientific one. We're not saying that the picture for the server is what the Earth is, but that's a conception for you to kind of get an idea of one way that it might work.
Wait, so what about like people who walk from one side of Antarctica to the other?
They don't. No
They
one has
don't.
ever done that.
Yeah, they don't.
There's like, I don't know, I looked it up the other day. There's like, and I saw like
I know
a
what
world
you're talking
record.
about. I know what
On
you're talking about.
Wikipedia.
You walked over a tiny little tip. You see this little tip here where most people go when they are allowed to go to Antarctica? They don't go below the 60th parallel. But if you walk across that little tip, you're not walking across Antarctica. But that's what that idiot did.
Oh. Well, I guess that's one way to cheat a world record. What about like the South Pole?
Compasses
about
don't work there. Compasses don't work there, so how you know there's a pole there?
Well, compasses don't work there. I think that's a pretty big indicator that you're at the South Pole.
No, they would work.
No, they don't work at the North Pole either.
Well, then, you just know, are you south of, like, I think it's kind of obvious if you're at the North Pole or South Pole based on how you got there. Like, are you going up or are you going down?
Compasses
No, you're going
needle
out.
always pointing. Compasses needle always pointing to north.
Yeah, there's no compass that points towards any southern pole. That's just not how it works. There's only a northern magnetic pole, pole, I guess that would that your compass needle points towards.
Yeah,
And
we only
so-
have magnetic north. There's no magnetic south, and there's no magnetic west.
Or even in Antarctica as well. Like when you talk about what about the South Pole? Like, do you think that there is like a pole at like 180 degrees antipodal from the North Pole sitting there in the ground in Antarctica? Because there's not. In fact, they have many. They have a multitude of like ceremonial poles that for people who do go down there, they go down there and they like literally set a barber pole down in the fucking snow, and they're like, "Here we are. We're at the South Pole."
Yeah,
And then they have,
there's not like it doesn't like really signify anything other than like just a geographical location.
Right. So how would you prove that there's a legitimate magnetic South Pole there?
Well, the word pole
I don't know that much about magnets.
Well, wait a minute. The word
Well,
pole itself indicates that there would be two of them, right? So if there's a magnetic North Pole, then there would be a magnetic South Pole, but there's not. So if you look at any magnet, it has a north and a south. So
Good question.
where's the South Pole at? And in the Southern Hemisphere, like Australia, they have to have special compasses that are like specifically made for Australians because the Northern Hemisphere compass doesn't work.
actually, there's ring magnets, and there's a couple of designs of magnets that are similar towards kind of like the AE map or whatever, where there is a solid North Pole, but then all of the outer ring, no matter where you are on it, is the South Pole.
Yeah, look at this picture here I'm posting. They claim that they can circumnavigate north to south, but when you look at the flight path, it's just a big circle. They don't actually go over the Antarctic. They don't go over the North Pole, so-called. They just go in a big circle and call it a day.
So I had a question. Does the S, the south on a typical compass, does that represent anything? Or could that be removed from the compass? So we just
It
have
could
a
be-
narrative north, west, and east.
Well, I mean, you would still keep a south on there. I mean, but essentially, yes, you could remove that other half of the needle and just let it point north. You would still have to you would have to imagine yourself or the needle extending out to point towards, like, if you were trying to go away from north, then you would follow that direction, but it's not pointing. It's not
It's not
the
pointing.
needle
to
itself
either.
isn't actually pointing towards it. It's
Pointing
pointing the
north.
opposite direction, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, what it boils down to is the surface of the Earth. Like, it's not like I work for NASA and you can't verify what I'm telling you is true because you can't go to space. What I'm telling you is to find a large body of water at rest. That way you can eliminate the variables of topography. And with this large body of water at rest, there should be like a geometric horizon. If they're claiming the Earth is a geometric shape, it works out that there should be like a curvature rate. Now, when we debunked their curvature rate, that's when they started invoking refraction. Oh, the Earth looks flat because of refraction. Well, that's called a changing the goalpost fallacy. Yeah, you can't do that. So, that's like the oldest trick in the book, the bait and switch. If you debunk the 8 inches per mile squared, Well, then you debunk the Earth's a globe. Well, we debunked the 8 inches per mile squared. Well, now you got to debunk refraction. Wait a minute, that's not how it works. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You can't just say you got to debunk that I'm 7 feet tall. No, if you claim you're 7 feet tall, that's an extraordinary claim, which requires extraordinary evidence. I can't just, say, oh, you proved that I'm not. Like, that's not how that shit works.
Funny aspect of that is also they refuse to test it and validate their assumptions that all light is bending around the globe or refraction. But then we go out and test it because they don't wanna, and turns out that the light isn't bending around the globe. We got the military testing it, and those results are available. You can go check it out. 3 different lasers of different wavelengths shot between the Hawaiian Islands, and all 3 lasers are hitting the target. That wouldn't work if all the light was bending around the globe, because different wavelengths refract at different rates, so those 3 lasers would separate, and you wouldn't be able to get all 3 lasers into the target. But that's what happens.
So what happens is when you ask Google or ask a globe earther how to tell that the Earth is a sphere, they'll tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses. They'll tell you to look at anything but go outside and make some observations. Now, they'll tell you boats go over the horizon, but if things are looking flat because of refraction, then in that same worldview, things would also be disappearing the bottom up because of refraction. Because if the horizon is not a geometric location caused by sphericity, then it would be caused by the atmospheric conditions of the day. Where we differ is we're telling you, hey, go to the beach on a clear, calm day, make some observations, use the Earth curve calculator, and find the farthest distance that object that you can see in the distance, and do the math, make some observations. Like, that's what we're telling you to do. So we're brainwashing you to think for yourself and question authority. You don't need a scientist. You don't need a lab coat. You may need some field goggles, also known as binoculars. But really, I did mine with my naked eyes in the ocean, a foot above the surface of the water, and I saw Ingleside on the bay 10 miles away. Now, if we're talking about 10 miles away and we're going by the 8 inches per mile squared, it should have been 66.6 feet of curvature, assuming 1 foot waves. So I'm looking at beach houses 10 miles away during the day, and I'm looking at street lamps at night for 3 days and 3 nights in a row from North Beach, Corpus Christi. So how is that possible if there's no cliffs? We're not talking about 6-story buildings. We're talking about beach houses.
Interesting.
So go
I've-
check it out for yourself.
I don't think I'm at any sort of place where I could do that. Anytime we go to the beach, you look out, there's just ocean. I'm also gonna go to bed, so good night.
Yeah, good night. But before you go, you don't need to actually look directly out over the ocean. You can look along the coastline and pick out markers that you know the distance to.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Like usually when we look down the coast, we see like a dock or something. All right, see ya.
All right, the horizon's flat. Those are some good examples.
He was a pretty good conversation there. He was cordial about it, that's, I guess, sorry, Miguel, but you were coming in kind of hot. I was trying to stifle that a little bit. Like, I don't know if it was necessary to try to, too often it whatever. I'm not going to get into it. Too often it happens around here, though, where we're just out to attack.
Yeah, when someone is playing bad cop or going too far into bad cop, that's the time to bring the good cop. And somebody needs to do that. And I like that you try to bring it back, Lou, and the rest of us try to play along, because it's important to get them to actually look at the thing. Sometimes you need to shake them to wake them, but most of the time you do need to bring it on their level or try to bring it in a calm enough manner that they can actually absorb it.
Well, being
Yeah,
a
I
good
guess that's true to a certain extent. I don't think you make much like positive progress though. Like when you put somebody on the defense, they shut down. They don't really they stop taking in information. They go on defense. You know, like
Yeah, yeah. But that's why, like, the bad cop sometimes works because when they're going crazy, you need them to stop. So you need them to stop with the bad cop, but then the bad cop needs to go away when the good cop is bringing it back to get him to think. And we did pretty good here, I think.
Maybe
yeah,
I
I
should get
agree.
me a super soaker and fill it up with vinegar. What do you think? I should try the bad cop thing?
listen, but being a good cop doesn't involve attacking the bad cops in the precinct.
Yeah.
You see,
Well, and nobody did that either.
well, I know. I'm just saying it's working in tandem with the bad cops. It's it's a teamwork type of thing.
Yeah.
And some people need that poke in the chest. Really, I understand from an like if you open up YouTube and you tune in, and the kitchens are already hot, tempers are already rising. It's spicy. It seems you're like, oh man, this doesn't seem good. But sometimes people need that poke in the chest. Wake up, you know. But I understand that optics aren't always good, so I can acknowledge that.
I think we just want people to think for themselves, and they get so wrapped up in their programming that they're just like gravity, refraction, and you got to shake them out of it. Like they're so programmed from the television, indoctrination, school that they just having trouble like thinking for themselves. Weird.
Let me say this as well, Hank. Okay, oftentimes when people join the server, this is their opening round. The first time they've experienced knuckling up with a flat earther. Well, I think it's good that they get a good little whopping in the first round, right? Because why? How many times have you seen someone come back with more respect than they had originally? I see it actually a lot. They come in, they think you're an idiot, you mollywop the fuck out of them, and then they come back again and again and again with more respect than they originally had of you. So I think sometimes there's that element too, showing them
Maybe.
that it's standing your ground, right? Oh wow, you gain respect. People honestly, men build camaraderie through beef. Sometimes, not always.
Yeah, that's true.
So I do
Well,
think that there's that element. It's not
men aren't
always.
really men most of the time these days now, though, are they?
Well, yeah, it's not a one size
True.
fits all. It's not a one size fits all. But sometimes I do think, just like in boxing, you can earn someone's respect when you drop him. He might come in confident, but if you drop him, he's gonna have a lot more respect for you moving forward.
Yeah,
And
but
so,
how you drop them though is important. You know what I
sure,
mean? You got to
sure,
like
sure.
you can't sucker
100%.
punch them and have them come back with respect.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree with that. Yeah, it needs to be with skill. Obviously, you can't
Y'all,
cheap shot the guy.
y'all
Of
seen
course.
that video of like the 60-year-old guy gets in a ring with like a 20-year-old guy, and the 20-year-old guy's like laughing at him. The 60-year-old guy like punches himself in the face a few times and starts a head movement, starts dancing around, and he just like destroyed that young guy in like 30
Yeah,
seconds. Y'all seen that
right.
video? Ooh.
Imagine how quickly he gained respect for the old guy. Like
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
he wasn't laughing the second time.
yeah, you're not laughing anymore. And so I see this all the time. People come back round 2, round 3, round 4 with way more respect than they originally had. And actually, I kind of like that. But it takes sometimes you have to poke them in the chest to get them to respect you. And I get that it doesn't always seem friendly and the optics aren't always the best.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it happen. What you're saying, I just don't think that it's the majority. Like, I think most people freaking like I said earlier, like they take a defensive stance and they're no longer like they, now they've got you just as like an enemy Like, and it's only about defeating their enemy. No longer is it about logic or learning anything or freaking taking in any information, so on.
Yeah, the more narcissistic they are, the worse that's gonna be. Because the more you hit their ego, the more they're gonna become irrational as a result. But that's also a shit test in a way.
I mean, there's people, I've seen it happen where there's people who come in like legitimately interested in the flat earth and they get, you know, because their logic isn't in the right place or they don't know enough about science or whatever, they get attacked and they just determine at that moment that all flat earthers are their enemy. And
Yeah, that's the
it.
lack of humility. That's a delusional mindset.
A lot of it'll be to do with pre-programming too, from the television and the rest of the crap. They come in here with their preconceived ideas that we're all banjo playing knuckle draggers, and then someone like QE, who's got the IQ well above the majority of most humans, smashes the shit out of them, and it gives them something to think about.
But Lou is also right that many of, especially because in modern day society, narcissism is rising. It's becoming very common, and narcissism is a spectrum. So you have people all over that spectrum. The deeper they are into it, the harder it is for them to accept being humiliated or humbled.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've dealt
people
with
are
some of
not.
those in my life.
But that's where the good cop comes in so well, because like I can be like, oh, he's retarded because of all these logical fallacies, and he's like, he's against me now. But then CB comes in and is like, oh, let's cool it a little bit and go over this. And now CB is the safe harbor that he wants to talk to, and he doesn't want to repeat the nonsense because he knows Drace is going to go crazy on me.
Right. You've set the boundaries.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Problem,
That's
reaction,
hilarious.
solution. Nice.
Yeah, he creates the problem. Drace creates the solution.
It's funny because it's kind of the same at work, because sometimes when you have kids that are like not gonna necessarily listen to just anyone, I might come in there and I'll be like, hey, these are the rules, do this, do not disrespect the staff member. And then they start being the one that's too soft to do that, and they don't start up any more shit because they know if they do, I'm gonna come back in there and then there's gonna be trouble.
Instant karma.
Nice.
That was a good one. You got me.
I mean, there's a time to drop the hammer, you know, like it's, but I think it needs to be warranted, you know, it needs to be, you know, like that guy, I just didn't see any reason for anybody to go on attack for him. He was being extremely cordial and civil, like, and actually taking in information. Like, I didn't want to see him go into a defensive mode because I could see that he was actually like considering the things that were being said.
Yeah, he was. But when Miguel also went off a little bit, he was starting to waffle a little bit, just a little bit. But he stopped right away after that. And I'm not going to attribute it completely to Miguel because, you know, it's never just the bad cop that fixes it. You need the good cops to draw him back. Otherwise, he's just going to continue being defensive.
Also, a good thing that happened with Miguel, it made him have an emotional response, and he said, "Where's your edge?" And we got to explain that to him.
Yeah, no, it didn't go. I've seen it go way farther. It didn't go all like too far. I kind of wanted to stop it before it did. That was all.
You know, yesterday a guy was here, you know, Phonics, and you know, you guys. So it was you know hard, but then you know I do the good cop, and you know I did post many things, and he was accepting, so he's more open minded. He did said I'm sorry for at the beginning I was like a dumb guy or hard, and yeah. So sometimes
You took the cue. I noticed that too. You calmed down, but yeah, you kind of did come in a little bit hot.
Yeah, but that's the teamwork. Taking the cue and letting the good cop bring it back.
Yeah,
I don't think I'll need. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to say, a few guys went to the, they came here, they trolled it, they were banned, and some of those they confess, about that, and they came here with another account, and they said, first I came here to troll, but then I started to think what you guys said, and it makes sense. So now I'm here to know more about it.
Yeah, let him. Like Hank said, he didn't have a time to dream about it yet. You got to let when you take in this kind of information all at once, it doesn't hit you right away. You gotta mingle on that a little bit. We go to bed and you dream on it, and you might come back the next day with a different perspective, but you're not going to just switch immediately.
Yeah, it always depends of the person that comes here.
I've never seen anybody switch immediately. If they did, they were faking.
Huey said that he did the first time he thought about entropy. It took me a couple years on the fence because I was debating it before I believed it, but I sure was fucking interested.
Yeah, some people it hits like a freight train, mate. Others, it'll take them years and years and years of little things affecting them, and it sinks in. Whereas other people, one thing like that, gone, done, and that's it.
Yeah, you never know what key is gonna work on it.
I think a good approach would be to not attack their defensive ideas that they have about globe Earth, but start with some of the lies of indoctrination that they've been brought up on initially.
Well,
That
that's
might
where
be
the
the
good
moon
cop.
landings. Sorry.
Yeah, that's where the good cop, bad cop comes in. One person is against them, and then someone like CB or someone steps in. Oh, mate, I'm on your side. Think about it. We were all taught the same crap. We were all lied to. You haven't been taught anything that the rest of us have not been taught. And that's truth. That's fact. We were all taught the same shit. And that's where you start breaking them down.
I've been playing GTA 5 for years. I just now figured out when you pull your car in the garage, you can look around. I didn't know that.
You look around in the house garage or in the
Yeah,
garage?
when you're in the garage to repair your car, you only get that one point of view, right? Until you grab your mouse and grab the car and start looking around 3D, see where all the damage is. I've been playing this game for years. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah,
That's the
no,
first
that's how
time
you got to
I've
do
ever
it
done that.
when you're customizing it and you want to do a pearlescent freaking paint job and shit. You got to look at it in different lighting and move around, man.
Yeah, we need to play more together, Hank.
Hey, usually when I'm on here, I'm just driving around in circles because I like driving so much.
Even in those games, they account for perspective.
That's right. Yeah, whenever you're ready, just let me know. I'm just driving around in circles.
You just on the highway, just doing laps around the map, or what?
Well, I got a little groove that I get in, and when my car gets too badly damaged, I stop and fix the car and drive as fast as I can without wrecking. And I don't know, it's fun to
You
me.
ever you ever go and pimp out a freaking off-road vehicle and see if you can climb the tallest mountain?
No, not very often. I just drive. I just like piloting vehicles.
Dude, that's fun. No, that's ridiculously challenging to go. There's 2 mountain peaks or something, and to try to get to the very top of it with a vehicle you can do it. It's very difficult though. You'll probably die a couple times. You'll roll down the hill and explode.
Sometimes I go to the airport and hit them really good ramps, but for the most part, I'm just driving.
Trevor's vehicle is actually probably the best off-road vehicle in the game. Like, pretty sure it is.
I used to play a long time ago. I used to play Need for Speed, and
Hell
then
yeah, my boy.
and
Yes.
then my favorite part was come get me, you cups. And then I did choose the car with like on the front with a ramp, and they just flying up away in the air.
When you're at the airport jumping the ramps, it's a little bit like Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Oh man, that game was awesome.
Don't get greedy. Keep it 2 or below. You try to get 3, you're gonna bust ass.
Yeah, yeah. You already know. I've been setting
Yeah,
up. Go ahead.
I think about it now. I do play bad cop sometimes. When somebody gets kind of crazy with me, like I kind of slip into this mode where I usually don't act like that, but I do give them back a little bit what they give me. So I guess I do play bad cop sometimes, but they're the ones pressing buttons and turning it on. But I usually don't act like that. But yeah, I can get pretty, not really defensive, but, attack the fuck out of their logic. Like one day, this lady told me that I couldn't call myself I Am Larry. And I was like, why? She was like, that's God's name. I was like, what? No, I'm just saying I am Larry. Like, that's my name. And then as soon as I, stopped playing video games and like I focused on her and I looked at her, she had Jesus as the last part of her name. So I asked her, you think Jesus is God? Gotcha, bitch.
I had never heard that Larry was God's name. Like,
No, I am is, yeah, I am that
oh,
I am.
I thought
That's
she
what,
was saying God's name was Larry, and I'm like, her God's name is
Oh,
Larry? What kind
I was
of God?
thinking the exact same thing. I was thinking the same thing. Not gonna lie.
yeah, it's even in lowercase, so you know that I'm not claiming I am the I am. It's in lowercase because it looks like a stick figure. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but her perspective was where it's got I am God Larry.
When her name was Sharkeisha Jesus or whatever her name was, I don't remember what her name was.
Sharkeisha, no.
Yeah, the I Am Larry, she's taking it too far. She's probably getting it from like the whole like Will I Am, like that guy. Freaking
Oh yeah,
like that's a little bit too far.
yeah. I don't have a Messiah complex. Never been through MK Ultra or anything like that. Yeah, I usually try to take it easy on the Christians, but when they start, saying that I'm being blasphemous because I got God's name, it's like, that's my name. I am Larry. That's my name. But she was doing all kinds of other weird stuff. She really deserved what she got.
And blaming you for your name is not really fair.
Especially when she had her God's name at the end of her name. Oh, shit. Funny. Everybody else in the room just kind of be quiet and started listening because, in a Christian room, they had never seen that side of me until that night.
With that soundboard there, CB, hopefully some of those clips I've been sending you can be used. I think some of them will be useless, but yeah, some of them will be funny.
I'll never get tired of that accent. I miss Steve Irwin. Rest in peace, Steve. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. The other day, myself and CB and a few others were talking about the sound clips that he uses on the soundboard, and some of it's actually quite funny. But he put up a thing if we'd like to have other clips put in, where to put them. So yeah, I've added a couple in there, and hopefully he uses one or two of them.
I got you, home dog. I got you.
I remember playing that game, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and listening to Promise and going, what the hell is he doing to that bass guitar? And I, figured it out. He's playing lead bass guitar. I always thought bass guitar was like a rhythm instrument. Apparently it doesn't have to be. So I modeled my playing style after Primus, Chili Peppers, and Mudvayne, and tried to play like lead bass because we had a rhythm guitar and a lead guitar. So, yeah, it was fun.
I used to love the soundtrack to Tony Hawk Pro Skater. That shit was awesome.
How did it go? Jerry was a race car driver? Something like that. I can hear the bass line, but I don't remember the lyrics.
Yeah, you got it. Jerry was a race car driver. He could drive so goddamn fast or something like that. He never did take the checkered flag, but he never did come in last.
Yeah, I think that music really woke me up because before I got injured, tore my quadricep, everything was about football and strength, endurance, and then after I tore my quad, it was like I got to rebuild my leg, hacky sack, music, and it kind of changed me a lot. Like I don't know, like the new me woke up. Before that, I was all like full retard strength.
So you
And then
attribute
after that, it was,
this to Primus? I mean, Primus is, it's unique and but
well, I attribute it
it's
to a torn quadricep, actually.
Makes you wonder with some of the songs out there. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication. You listen to that now, and the actual wording of just the whole song, and it's like, ooh, they knew some shit back then.
Also, Owl
yeah,
City
literally talking
Fireflies.
about fornication. Yeah.
Owl City Fireflies, and also back then, Flat Earth wasn't as ubiquitous as it probably is now. Which, yeah. Have you
I'm not actually sure if these bands know these things themselves or somebody else writes for them and they just sing it.
What about the
guys-
Beatles, Full in the Hill, right? They definitely knew.
Have you guys
They
become
had to
more
have.
spiritual, or do you believe in God at all? And not like what Rhino was asking. I meant, did you become more spiritual over the course of learning about Flat Earth?
I was always a believer.
Okay.
I would say I did a little bit more, you know, but yeah, I had already been pretty much the same as I am now. Like I believed in a God, but didn't support any religion.
More so after learning about flat Earth stuff for me.
Okay, but what about traditional like religions? So, assuming you were brought up
Oh, I'm against
Catholic,
organized religion. Yeah.
just a minute, and that's
Sorry.
great. But so if you were brought up Catholic, do you still feel like you're a Catholic, and do you still feel like you praise the same God, or over time do you feel like you've dismissed organized religion completely?
Well, number one, I'm not Catholic, so that's out. I would consider myself more spiritual than religious.
Yeah, I'd say that for me, it got even more like I was already that way, and even more did I hate like organized religion is even worse now than I had already thought it was. All organized religions, not Catholics, not Judaism, not, you know, not all religion is, in my opinion, a construct of man for control of man.
Is it meant to mislead people or give them false hope about certain occurrences?
Meant to control them. That's it.
Well, it does help, right? In a lot of ways, doesn't it?
No, it
Organized
hurts.
religion doesn't.
Organized religion hurts man. All men.
Okay. So it doesn't help the community. It doesn't bring them together. And
No, it's separate. It separates.
You have to
okay.
realize
It
what
does
organized religion is,
the
right?
opposite of
If,
what they try to strive for.
if you look at people who meet together in the woods or at the river or at each other's house, it's ran like a book club. Like, okay, this month we're going to read the first 8 chapters of John, right? And they get together and they like share their ideas and gleaned what knowledge that they gleaned, and then they have like a little discussion. Maybe even it might descend into a friendly debate. But when you go to the church, it's like the preacher reads a few lines and then he talks for 30 minutes.
Yeah, but what he talks about is important too, to a degree. It's not like he's just babbling on about nonsensical ideas that he's read in an already established book. He's made his own interpretation, right? Of
It's
the
usually
same
3
things that
verses that
repeated over and over.
it's usually 3 verses that don't have anything to do with each other.
Yeah. Yeah,
Whereas the
it's a bit
first 8
contrived.
chapters of John all have something to do with each other.
So just take the Bible for example. So that's not meant to help us in modern day at all.
Yeah, the Bible is, but organized religion is like, we got a building fund. Anybody got $5? Do I hear $5, $10? You know, it's like it's ran like a business. Whereas people who willingly get together and have like a a little private membership association.
That's a good take.
Make sure to tell the neighbor kids to come here and join our church because their parents are going to go to hell, and so will they if they don't fucking change their ways.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with people wanting to get together, but it's like organized religion, people that go to seminary school. I've talked to people that have been. He said he dropped out of seminary school because he had his heart in the right reason, to get people saved, and then he dropped out because he realized that they were teaching him to run a business.
So his morals were in the right place.
Right. And he could not continue in seminary school because they were just teaching him how to make money off of people.
Oh yes, the tracking.
Why
Yeah,
did they have
spirituality, people. Go ahead.
why did they have to crumple the flag on the moon? They could have just left it folded and then unraveled it, and it would have been in perfect condition. Anyway, back to what you were mentioning about organized religion.
Well, first of all, like in here, we usually try to stick to the geometry and the science and point out the pseudoscience and separate the two as much as possible. And you brought up religion, and I was just giving you a friendly answer, but we usually don't tolerate a whole lot of religious speak in here because it's kind of outside of the realm of the conversation, although it often leads to that, right? Because once you're looking at this, people start asking questions, but we try to
Wait,
avoid it for the
I
most
wasn't
part.
trying to contradict you. I wasn't trying to say or ask
No, it's not
you
like that.
rhetorical
It's not like
questions.
that.
I
It's not
wasn't.
like that. I don't care what you're doing. I'm indifferent. I'm just saying we usually don't talk about it. But yeah, I think you can learn a lot from a lot of different spiritual books, not just the 66 books in the Bible. Like earlier today, I was passing out a book called A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga, and I was saying it's a must read, but you got to take notes and practice. It's not just something that you can read and like, oh, I got it, moving on. No, it's something you got to take notes and practice.
Iki, your sound is little low.
All right, I'll adjust that.
Okay, thanks.
Is that better? Is that better?
Yes, now it's okay.
Perfect.
Thanks.
So, Hank, what was your pardon the pun, but ball drop moment?
I really didn't have one. I was on the fence for like a year and a half. So I was just like enjoying my lofty position, not emotionally attached to either side, just listening to the arguments and participating. And during this time, I was kind of arguing the geocentric position. Never really argued for the globe Earth, not once. And after a while, just 2018 came around, and I just realized that they were all fallacies. Like the global arguments, they're all some sort of fallacy or leaps of logic or not scientific. And right before the Black Swan argument came out, I just, realized that it was fucking flat and went to the ocean. And, once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's like, how am I seeing this from 10 miles away? It's a beach house. That's a beach house. It's not a skyscraper, it's a beach house. So even if you say that there's refraction and you can see on the other side of a water hill in the middle of the bay, it still doesn't make sense because the refraction would have to be curving with the curvature rate of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared. And if that's happening, right, let's say that is happening, hypothetically. Well, what if it's, a really high amount of refraction and it was 10 inches per mile squared? Well, that would cause things to disappear from the bottom up. Or what if it was a low refraction day and it was actually like 4 inches per mile squared? Well, that would cause things to disappear from the bottom up. So the only way that you can see curvature is if you turn on your TV or go to space, which you can't go to space and you can't verify what you see on your TV. So I was left with absolutely no room for doubt. Like it was just confirmed over and over and over again. And QE called me a Berean. And that's in the Bible. When Paul went to the Bereans, they were like, hold on, we got to double check and make sure. And we're going to triple check and make sure. And it doesn't say that exactly, but QE called me a Berean because I was on the fence for so long.
Yeah, QE's got a nice way of putting things. But it's interesting with the refraction argument that you always hear. You can't see past the geometric horizon because of refraction, and we always get it slammed down our neck. Now, if there was refraction, wouldn't the refraction points be perpendicular to the surface of increasing value from where you're standing to the point of what you're looking at, instead of being parallel or perpendicular, parallel to the surface? Because if they were parallel to the surface, then there would be no medium change. You'd be in one medium, and there'd be that same density the whole way across. So your actual medium change would have to be vertical lines.
In the if they claim refraction on the Black Swan, I'm gonna post it. There's 2 oil rigs at the left, and then we have the Black Swan. Those those 2 oil rigs close by, and then we have 3 more at the right. So 7 oil rigs there, and if they claim refraction, at the middle, where is that refraction at left and right? Because that horizon is there.
If you have a look at that photograph, the one that I think QE put it up a couple of hours ago, if you have a good look at it, there is actually compression on the back oil rig. And if you look at the arm that's off on the left-hand side, you can see compression at the top of it. So that just shows how much temperature and humidity there was for that day, that it had risen to that point, that it was 90% of the way up on the second oil rig.
Exactly. And as further you are looking at, horizon, there will be, always things that, the visibility things that will interfere with the visibility, looking far away.
Yeah, I just love the Black Swan. The fact that you can see the horizon behind the second oil rig.
And that's, let's say, 10 miles. And I have the Lake Titicaca, at the south of America continent. We can see 70 miles there. With they choose the malt with the less humidity in the air to make that observation with a telescope, and they could see the bottom of the mountain there in the border between Bolivia and Peru.
But I just love all the globetards that get out there. Oh, refraction, gravity, and they pull out these stupid excuses. But in all sensible respect of the argument, you should not be able to see the mountain at all, full stop. And they're complaining that the bottom section's got refraction on it. It's like, come on, guys,
Why
we
would
should
you
not
even
be
bring
able
up?
to see the top.
Why would you even bring up refraction? Like, you would have to take into account. You would have to have the entire surface of the horizon pop out, and you're using refraction as a justification. You can't. It has to cover the entire surface.
It's just an excuse. It's because they don't know, and they have to be educated or re-educated. Refraction is when light changes angle when it passes from one density to another. Example, air through to water. So it looks as if the image is bending or being bent at a very significant point. In order for it to refract over a assumed globe, it would have to do in multiple stages. So refract a little bit, and the air would have to get denser and denser and denser as you get closer to the object you want to view.
Wouldn't it be funny if we started a re-education camp?
Yeah, I think it would be a bit abusive.
The flat earthers did do a FEMA camp where they all met up in Colorado, I think Denver. So there's already been a FEMA camp. It was flat earth, music and art. Flat earth music and art, I think is what they called it.
Yeah, and as you said, if you take refraction into account, the things that you see from far away would get gradually more difficult to see.
Due to the medium you're looking through getting
Yeah.
denser and denser and denser.
Yeah.
Someone actually posted up I think it was Adam posted up a picture of it showing what technically should happen, what it would look like, and it just makes baltards look even more stupid.
Hey, can I read this real fast? I'm sorry for interrupting, but this paragraph gives a really good understanding why organized religion is wrong. Christians today should learn from the Bereans as good role models. Many Christians have not studied the Bible for themselves, but instead rely on their pastors for spiritual information. If a person doesn't study the Bible for themselves, comparing Scripture with Scripture, how would they know if they're being deceived? How would they know if they're even being taught the truth? And that's why organized religion is bad, in my opinion. Sorry for talking about the Bible, but someone else brought it up.
Yeah, it sort of behaves like modern science, doesn't it? So you're given a book and it has nonsensical language in the sense that not everything that you read you can basically analyze and make sense of. So you have to read behind, like in between the lines, and make more and more justifications for what you read to justify and prove that that's the truth, but it's not.
What up, Hank? Larry, you there?
Yeah, I was just away from my computer. What's up?
Blood.
Oh, nothing. Just saying what's up.
Good old days. Day off tomorrow. I was hearing there's supposed to be a special planet alignment tonight, or starting
Was
in the
there?
morning. And it's supposed to be aligned with the center of the galaxy, whatever that means. And it has something to do with the Kali Yuga.
What?
Not really
What
sure.
the hell is that?
Has something to do with the Hindu cycle, long-term cycle.
Well, that's crazy because my surgery's tomorrow. Hopefully everything goes well. Isn't that crazy how everything lines up?
Makes you wonder sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, I get that a lot. This strange thing with like sky star patterns in my life. Some crazy shit happens all the time. It feels like I'm part of the cycle, you know?
Back in a sec, guys. I've got to grab myself another beer.
Oh, sweet. Good for you. I can't be doing drugs for a couple weeks now. Well, oh, it's gonna be a while until I start doing drugs again. Fuck. Sucks.
Just do crack like Hunter Biden.
Nah, man. I mean, 'cause I had to be sober for the surgery, right? So I stopped smoking weed for 2 months. I'm not really a drinker, so I don't drink alcohol. So, and by drugs I mean marijuana, pretty much. So, like, I'm gonna smoke after surgery, though. Like, that's for sure. But tomorrow they're gonna give me some good drugs. Give me some nice drugs tomorrow.
You ever had a hernia surgery before?
When I was less than a year old,
Oh,
I
okay,
still
so
have
you
the
don't remember.
scar.
So,
I don't know.
is
I
it
don't
the
remember.
umbilical hernia repair?
Yeah, it's a gastro-abdominal. It's right above my belly button.
Okay. Well, it's probably going to feel the same. So when I woke up, they gave me morphine. It was terrible. The morphine was so bad. And they were like, "Are you in pain?" I was like, "I don't know, like a little bit." And they gave me more morphine, so I went back to sleep. And then I woke up again. They were like, "How are you feeling, sir? Do you still hurt?" And I was like, "I don't know why." They were like, "Well, we need to know, so in case we need to give you some more morphine." I was like, "Is that what that was? Oh, don't do that again. No, I don't like it."
No,
You
they
didn't
don't put
like
me to
it?
sleep.
You didn't
No,
like
I hate
morphine?
morphine. No,
I
I
kind of
told them that
liked
I
it.
was allergic. I was allergic to opiates. I told them that. Guess what they sent me home with? Opiates.
Opiates.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
No, I
Yo,
got my
listen,
wisdom teeth out, and then yeah, that was a bitch.
they're not gonna put me to sleep though.
What?
Yeah, they're not putting me to sleep when they're gonna do the surgery. It's
what's the surgery?
local hernia. They're gonna do local anesthesia and give me some like Xanax or some shit.
I thought if you request it, they have to give it to you.
No, it's a special hernia hospital. These guys only strictly do hernias. It's not like a general hospital. It's a private, semi-private hospital in Canada that's like very famous for only hernias. Yeah, so they have their own way of doing it. And I strictly went to them. Like I went there 2 months ago. I already had the surgery scheduled, everything. But then when I told them I was smoking like 10 grams of weed every day, they're like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! You gotta fucking go through the withdrawals." I'm like, "Oh man!" So he canceled the surgery that day, and now it's 2 months after. So now I'm
What?
going back again. Yeah.
Damn, that sucks. Oh, I wish you luck.
Well, I hope everything goes well too, man. I just don't want them to fuck me up because I want to be able to do stuff after.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But if they are a 70-year experienced hospital, I assume they're gonna be pretty good, right? I'm not. That's why I went there. I'm not gonna be fucking around.
Yeah, you can always sue them later if they mess up.
Well,
Get rich.
I don't think they will. That's I'd rather not be crippled with money, you know.
Yeah, good point.
I'd rather be poor and healthy.
True.
What the fuck am I gonna do with money and being crippled? It's stupid.
I bet I could still find a way to have fun. I'm not very active anyway, so it probably wouldn't affect me that much.
I'm too active. That's why I think I got the hernia because I was fucking doing some crazy exercises last year. And it came out more. It was tiny. It was like it wasn't even visible. It was like in between my abs, right? And then all of a sudden, I keep like on a daily basis, it starts getting worse and worse to the point where it started hurting. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I keep pushing the bulge in, right? And then it keeps coming out. I'm like, fuck, this is not good.
Damn.
Yeah.
What's a hernia exactly again? Like, what is it? How?
Okay, so
You
like
have a stomach lining, and your
Yeah.
intestines
yeah.
pop out.
Yeah.
So it can come out down below. It can come out up top. Usually doesn't come out of your rib cage, but
I heard that could be caused by stress or something too.
yeah, physical
Lifting
stress,
heavy
not
shit.
emotional stress.
No, like emotional
damage. No, come on,
emotional
bro.
stress.
Are you serious?
No, but
What do you call feelings?
I had the groin hernia when I was a kid, right? So I had like the guts coming out through my leg and shit. So they had to put my guts back in. And then I still have the scar, bro. I had that shit done when I was a kid, and I still have the scar in my groin. It's fucked up, man. Right, but
Did you play sports or something?
I played sports all my life, man.
Oh, nice.
I still. That's what I'm saying. I was physically training last year really hard. I went really hard on like fucking the monkey bars. It's like fucking chin ups, muscle ups, all kinds of shit, right? So I was doing everything. And then I think it's the muscle ups that killed. Because it was still because you're pretty much lifting your whole body weight like downwards, pushing down. But yeah, I don't know, fucking. There's a lot of different things I was doing. So it's because once you go ahead, sir. No, you
Guys,
say you
don't
go ahead.
interrupt. Something we don't use enough is the Kansas is flatter than the pancake. For some reason, I think we should be using that one more. So we'll post that for you guys. Well, it's just
Maybe.
The
I'll show
what?
video. There was a study back in the day. Kansas is flatter than a pancake.
Oh
You heard
yeah,
me?
yeah, Kansas, yeah.
Yeah, I think we should use that more because
Don't show that to Bev, because the Earth isn't flat according to Bev, because he used a fucking instrument and it goes up and down and all that shit. It's,
Well,
anyways,
you know what they'll
Bev is
say about that,
retarded.
right? They'll just say, "Well, the globe can have flat parts on it." Doesn't mean the whole thing is flat. That's what they say.
No, Bev is not a glober. Bev is like that idiot that hates the word flat. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
There's these
some
flat
people don't like
earthers.
the word.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, level.
I think he'd be against that too.
Well, how else do you describe it?
Well, he says it's reality. I'm like, bro, do you guys know who Bev is? I know
I
Hank. You know
don't
Bev.
know.
Haven't had the privilege as of yet.
She's been in this thing for a really long time, and I had a conversation with him last night, and I'm like, still like, yo, bro, you're like, when we mean flat, it's not like fucking like smooth flat. They're the other version of flat, bro. Like the flat horizon, like, but he never gets it. It's like, yo, bro, it's like you're doing this on purpose, bro. To the point that he got banned. He got banned. Oh shit.
Well, yeah, that's what level means. That's why some people use level instead, because the surface doesn't have to be smooth and flat like a piece of paper, but it's horizontal and level.
Right.
From one side to the other, it's the same
But
elevation.
why not use simple terms? Like I told him, like, bro, why not just keep it simple? What's wrong with you? So fuck. Some people are just pedantic pricks.
I think it's because they don't want to be associated with like the whole stigma around flat Earth. So like when they don't want to say like, yeah, I'm a flat earther, because people will make fun of them.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. I think that's it. I think you hit the nail on the head right there.
When we're describing like bumps, what about like mega bumps like Mount Everest?
It's
mega bumps.
It's a topographical plane, man.
Okay. But it's a very high one.
You know what a topographical plane is? It's a plain with hills, mountains, valleys, ditches, We understand that it's bumpy and shit, bro. It's not hard. Fuck, I can't figure this out.
Wish I could tell you
But-
guys my surname, because my surname means flatter.
No way.
Yeah, I'm not joking.
Wow, then you're meant for this, man. That's crazy.
The tierra plana in Spanish.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, really?
No, it's not. It's funny though.
Dude, I wish that was my name. That'd be cool.
Bro, I don't fucking understand this.
Topographical plane theory.
Man, I should be going to sleep, man, but I hate going to sleep so late, early, and man. But what am I gonna do in the hospital? Just sit there and wait until they start cutting me open, right? So I might as well like.
Yeah, I would make sure I'm like really tired, so I just fall asleep.
No, they're
'Cause
gonna
if you're
keep
not
me
giving
up.
me
That's the
anesthesia.
no.
That.
Listen, no, but that's what this lady's gonna sit next to me. They're gonna cover me with a fucking blanket above my chest, so I don't see what's going down below me. Right? There's gonna be doctors working on me while this lady's sitting next to me, holding my hand, trying to stay. She's gonna try and keep me awake the whole fucking time. That's because I had a buddy. He had 2 surgeries in that hospital, right? And he told me exactly what they do. I'm like, no fucking way. That's crazy.
I don't get why they need you to be awake for that. It's like brain surgery where they need you to be awake so you can like talk to them or something.
No, but I don't think they like doing I don't think they like putting people to sleep, and they don't do that. Like that's their thing. They just
Like
don't
a
do that.
liability thing.
I don't fucking know, to be honest with you. I don't know why they do, but I think it's better.
Some people don't wake up.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Some people don't wake up. That's a good reason.
It's a good way to die, though. Just go to sleep and never wake up. That's how I want to die.
Tell them you didn't sleep last night, you were nervous for whatever reason, and you're tired as shit.
It's okay. I'm fucking.
They're not going to stop in the middle of the surgery if you just fall asleep.
No.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much gonna probably fall asleep because I had a root canal recently, like the same this year that passed. I also had a root canal I did. And while the two ladies were working on my teeth, right, I was like fucking nodding off. I actually almost fell asleep right in front. And they even told me, "Hey, listen, if you want to fall asleep, go ahead. That makes it easier for us." But it was kind of hard when the fucking water was spraying into your mouth and you're like fucking semi choking on it, and you got to tell them, "Yo, suction it out, suction it out." You know. So, but I almost nodded off though. I have no problems with this shit. Like, I'm not scared, man. Open me up. Do it to it, please. You know, I'm not nervous. It's just the process to fucking go through it. I'm like, fuck, man. I don't want to waste all my time. But anyways,
Wait, so you're in Canada? Is it free surgery?
well, it's a semi-private hospital. I'm paying $1,000.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So a lot of it is covered by the but hey. Thank God this hospital, because I wouldn't want to go to a general hospital, because these motherfuckers don't know what they're doing in those general hospitals.
Mm.
They'll
Yeah,
fuck
here in
you up,
the
man.
US, that'd be like $10,000 for that shit.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I think my hernia repair surgery cost $5,000.
If you
$3,500
have
of it was the room, but this was like 10 years ago.
right, my room is the one that cost me $300. The rest of the shit's free. Crazy, eh?
300? Yeah, they gotta make sure the room is sterile, I guess. I don't know.
300 a day, you know, so 900.
day?
So yeah, so I'm gonna spend 3 nights there.
What? Dude, I walked
Yeah.
away. Like, I had my surgery, and as soon as I could get to the restroom after that second dose of morphine,
just walked away.
I walked in there and took a piss, and that lady was like, "This man wants to go home." And after I took a piss, they let me go.
Well, that's
I went
good.
home and ate a salad.
Wait, do they let you drive home after that?
No.
Oh.
I got a wife. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a
chauffeur.
buddy that's gonna drop me off tomorrow, and he's gonna pick me up too. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
And I have another buddy that's taking care of my dog, so I'm okay. I have a couple nice buddies that live next to me.
That's good. Well, wish you luck. Come back and tell us how it went.
Oh hell yeah, that's the first thing I'm gonna do. Is I'm gonna tell. I'm probably gonna wake up and be on Discord. Hey, no, but they're gonna keep me in that hospital, right? They're gonna after the surgery. I'm gonna spend like another day, and they're gonna give me what do you call it? All sponge baths and shit. You know. So hell yeah, why not? Because you can't take showers because it's all the stitching and shit.
How are you gonna go to the bathroom?
Oh, you just gotta take a shit. I don't know.
Or something.
No, they have toilets, man. The fuck.
Oh, okay. I don't know if they use like a catheter
Dude,
for you to
I was
pee.
walking around that day. Like, when I left, I literally went to a restaurant, made my own salad, and left. And then the next day,
But
I think I was
how-
walking around a Walmart.
Was it epigastrial surgery or what kind of epigastrial? What
It
kind of
was a
surgery?
umbilical hernia repair. So,
It's almost like me. It's like just above the umbilical cord. I mean, like your belly button, right?
Mine was on the right side of my belly button, but it was in my belly button. So
shit.
my umbilical, my belly button is fake. It's fake as fuck.
What?
They made me
Fake
one.
belly
'cause-
button?
Yeah, because it was an umbilical hernia repair surgery, so they didn't have to. But because I let the students watch, he was showing off in front of the students, so he made me a fake belly button, which is kind of cool because
Wow.
I don't want
Is
to
it
not have a belly button.
Is it an innie or an outie?
Well, it was an Audi till I got it fixed.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Damn. Damn. But you know what's crazy? The doctor says that like right underneath my hernia, there's another little hernia right where the belly button is. He's like, "Does this one hurt?" I'm like, "No, what the fuck are you talking about?" Yeah, he's like, "Yeah, you have another little hernia there." I'm like, and he's like, "We're not gonna touch it." Because if it doesn't bother you, I'm just gonna leave it. But if it starts
What?
bothering you, yeah, man.
Bro, get them
It's-
both fixed.
Damn, your
Well,
hernia
that's
has a
what.
hernia.
Well, I know, isn't that fucked up? But no, he says if I do that, he says if I do that, I'm gonna have one big fucking scar because they're gonna have to like open it from like the belly button upwards to like the top of my
I
or
can't
the
even
bottom
see
of
my
my.
scar.
Well,
Like
that's
I'm
I don't
so
know.
white, my scar is white, so I can't even
Oh,
see it. So I'm like clear.
fuck.
I'm so white, I'm clear.
I just don't want it to have like a shit scar. I hate it. Like I don't want to have like an ugly scar on my fucking abs, you know?
No, that would
'Cause
look cool. You'd be like, I was attacked by a bear or some shit.
I'm proud of my six pack, bro. I love my six pack, man. I'm gonna fucking destroy it. I'm gonna start doing. He said you can't lift heavy for 3 months, and no aggressive abdominal exercises. That's what he said. You know, because he sees my fit, right? He checked me out. He sees that I did sit ups and fucking squats, all that shit, all my life, right? You could see it, right? I'm like, yeah, bro. So
Yeah, you're gonna lose a little muscle.
I don't want that. Well, I mean, yeah. I'm gonna as soon as I'm 100% again, I'm gonna go back into training. I have to. I can't. I like being strong. I can't being weak. I hate being weak. Weak
It's a wonder
feels bad.
wonder they didn't tell you got to eat baby food for 4 months.
No, I hope that doesn't happen, man.
Now, I had a gallbladder removed, and I'll tell you something now, I'll never be a model again, that's for sure. Because I've got 7 holes across my guts and scars to match, and yeah, not pretty. They told
That
me, oh, yeah, you'll
sucks.
be right in a couple of months. And the nurse afterwards popped in and said, you know how the doctor said you'll be right in 2 months? She said, add another 4 months behind that. She said, that's when I advise you to start going heavy again. And it's like, holy shit. I played B grade squash, and you're telling me I'm out for 4 months? Yep.
Well, that sucks.
So that was a couple of
Funny.
years ago. I'm good now. But my advice for you, mate, is when they tell you you're going to be out for a couple of months, add another couple of months behind it, because there's nothing worse than tearing a hernia that's been fixed up.
Yeah, I know. I was actually thinking of that too. I was like, if I'm gonna start doing any kind of like, I would just do like planks, you know, just as long as the plank doesn't hurt, you know, I'm not gonna force it. I'm just gonna keep like, because I walk, even now, I walk to work, and that's like from my house to work is about 8 kilometers, and then I walk back from work. So like on a daily basis, almost 16-kilometer walk. So like my core is solid, right? I'm gonna keep doing that, right? But I'm pretty sure like I will feel it tearing, right? If I do something wrong,
No, you won't.
right?
You won't feel anything. You will be 1 second you'll be good, the next second you'll be done, and you won't know why. Did you feel it when you done it this time? No, because it happens gradually over time.
Yeah.
Just use machines at the gym. Don't use free weights. Just go light on the machines.
But
I
free
use
weights
I
is
use
what makes you actually strong, right?
I
Right, but if you're
use
recovering, machines are
I
better.
use I use I know I use my I'm calisthenics guy. I'm a calisthenics guy. I'm not a I hate the gym.
Oh, CrossFit?
No, calisthenics meaning body exercise like pull-ups, sit-ups, fucking all that shit. Push-ups, calisthenics, just body exercise.
Using
My
your
body
core.
as a thing, yeah. Like pull-ups,
Well,
all
yeah,
that
pull-ups
shit.
shouldn't affect that. The
No, it does.
Yes,
really,
it does.
It
All
does.
of his core work is going to be affected by this,
really.
which is bloody near
Yeah.
everything he does. Core is king for those that don't know, but anyways, yeah, all of his work is core work, and that's what's affected
Yeah.
at the moment. He is going to be out for a while. No offense, brother, but you're going to be down for a while. Your advantage is because you've done previous good core work,
Yeah.
you're not going to look like shit in 2 weeks.
Oh no,
Maybe
no, no.
I'm doing pull-ups wrong because I don't use I use like my shoulders, my biceps, and that's it.
Your core is engaged when you pull up, like I asked him.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, that's how
What
I
does
got
it
my
mean?
hernia.
What does it mean if I have a really stupid fast computer, but when I type, it takes like 2 seconds to register?
You have a virus.
Is it because I have a VPN?
No, it's something to do with the. Well, I mean, depending what program are you typing into?
Brave, Discord, whatever I'm typing into, it like takes a minute.
Everything.
Well, let me try the Windows. It's still kind of slow, but that's because it's trying to load whatever it is I'm typing.
What did you possibly go on like a bad website?
No, I don't do that stuff with this computer.
You have latency where? Like where is the input? I mean,
typing
off the keyboard. He presses A and it comes in at like a second later.
I would just unplug the keyboard, plug it back in, and then restart the computer.
All right, be back.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, just hold on. If it only does it when you're on Brave, then it's something to do with the software. But if it does it on every single thing you use, then I would suggest it may be keyboard related.
It's doing better now that I unplugged it and plugged it back in.
What kind of keyboard do you have? Is it wireless?
It's a gaming PC wired keyboard with alternating latency.
Alternating latency.
So, you know, I can press game and function, and now it's like really fast for FPS. So in
Maybe
other
you
words,
just
it's
have a
$100 keyboard.
So yeah, so you might have a, what do you call it? Maybe you have a setting set up some way. I don't know.
No, it's a stupid fast keyboard and stupid fast mouse.
Is
I'm a
it
gamer.
is it Razer?
I got a triangle. I think it's game something. Oh wait, here it is.
Just restart the computer.
All right, I will. Game Deus. I guess that's game day. Hermes.
Do you have the software with it or no? Like, do you have to have a piece of software with it?
No.
Because my Razer mouse and keyboard, there's a piece of software that goes with it, right? And there's all kinds of settings on it.
I would just like to point out that I'd like to point out if your memory is running low, as in like you have a lot of programs open, let's say you have 16 gigs of RAM, maybe you have 32. 32 is a little bit harder to max out. But like when I'm rendering videos and I have my memory completely pegged out, once it starts up getting like 15 gigs, I'll have the same issues where I have latency. I'll start typing things in, my computer will slow down. That also has to do like when you're using your hard drive, it can, you know, if your hard drive's writing stuff in the background and your OS is also on your hard drive. I mean, it's not as often with like a solid state drive, but that can also do that. I'm not saying I'm just saying this could be because those are also symptoms of that kind of issue too.
Yo, Hank, before you restart right now, press Control Alt Delete, right? Go into
it's
your
18 gigs of free RAM. Yeah.
No, go to so Control Alt Delete, go into the task manager, go to the performance tab, right? And then you see all these like percentages, like CPU, memory, and you'll see the percentages running at. And then try typing something somewhere, and then see what's spiking. Like if your CPU is spiking, or
14%.
because that will tell you if there's something
Looks like
wrong
my
with your hardware.
Ethernet is spiking.
No, but that's fine. That wouldn't affect the latency on the keyboard.
No, CPU's at like 2%, memory's at 6.9.
All right.
Disk 0. GPU 0.
While you're typing?
Yeah.
Like keep this window open and try typing, and so yeah, then it has your computer's a monster. I know you have a monster computer, so.
Oh, was it something that you're typing in Discord or Brave or everywhere?
Everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's
Looks like
a weird.
It did spike the CPU, but I don't know why it would do that. That's weird.
How much did it spike?
All the way up to 100%.
Whoa! You clipped 100
150.
on your CPU?
Yeah, that's weird, right? My
Whoa.
CPU is
A
what is it
Ryzen,
called?
no?
Yeah, Ryzen 5 7600X.
Yeah, you got a crazy. It's a 3D one, right?
No, it's just a pretty mid-range, 5.3 gigahertz.
You could go into your power settings and then change your max CPU output to 99% and try and see if that resolves the issue.
All right, I think I had that already set up to 100%, but thanks. Yeah, let's turn off the troubleshooting. I'll see if I can't figure out. But I appreciate you guys' input.
Yeah,
So
it's
power
probably
settings.
just yeah.
That's crazy. If your CPU spiking at 100% and you're not doing anything, that's not good. That's a bad sign.
Could just be a random event. Don't stress.
But this is just random shit. Doesn't happen like that in computers, man. Not to 100%. Just a CPU just overloads 100% for nothing, and he's not running anything. That makes no sense.
Yeah, it's on high performance.
After owning a computer shop for 6 years, shit like that does happen. And like I said, don't lose any sleep. Don't stress.
Yeah, everything's high performance. Yeah, I set it up when I first got it. When I first built it.
I mean, do you know what interrupts are, right?
No.
Well, it's so when you like the computer's running, right? The CPU is running, and it's running like, let's say, your operating system, right? It's keeping it up. But whenever you press, like whenever you move your mouse or whenever you have an input of some sort, right? In order for your mouse to move, it has to interrupt the operation it's doing. I mean, that's when it's just a single core. I mean, when it's multi-core, it's spread. The operations are spread. So when you press on the keyboard, right, this type of problem would happen in like old computers where like if you'd have a lot of programs open and then you press a key, right, all those programs are clogging up the CPU. So when you press it, the interrupt has a slight delay, right, before it registers,
I
right?
think it's the internet that's slow.
But it wouldn't affect it because if
I
let's
just
say you
did
open
the
up a
Word
Word.
program. It didn't do it. Yeah, it didn't do it. So when I'm typing stuff that's
Oh.
connected to the internet, it's doing it. So let me turn off my internet security VPN. All right, let's try it again.
What kind of VPN are you working on? What's your VPN?
I don't want to say because it might give away my location.
Why, like
Well,
the
not really.
program? It's like NordVPN. I use NordVPN, and it's a problem.
Oh, I turned off the VPN. It's way better now.
Okay, so maybe your VPN is like reading your keyboard inputs for some fucking reason. Why would it do that though?
Let me try changing the location.
It's because he was using Brave. That's why. Brave is basically a window to another computer. So you're not technically typing on your computer, you're typing through a window to another computer. So when you're using a VPN, you're bouncing to another location, to another computer to type through the window. That's why. And that's the basic explanation.
Okay.
That I
fixed
use
it.
a Brave. Okay, listen, I have a computer that is fucking at least 10 years old, right? It's a third generation i5. It doesn't even have hyper-threading, right? I run Brave browser on it and I run a VPN on it, and never do I get that issue.
Well, I think it's because I set it for Seoul, South Korea.
Okay, so why would you do that?
Because I've never used VPN before and didn't know that would happen.
Okay, so do you know how VPN works, right? It goes through that server before it hits anything else. So the best thing to do is like, if you live in the USA, find a server that's close to you. You don't have to necessarily find a city, right? But like somewhere close, because then it's less latency.
Yeah, set your VPN to your nearest capital city. It's not your exact location, but it's away, and you'll find that your everything will be a lot faster internet related.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
And
Sorry-
never do
sorry
I
about
run
the huge waste
VPN
of
when I
time.
play games. When I play games, I never run the VPN.
Yep,
There's no
I'm with you
point.
there, 100%.
The only reason I run a VPN is when I go on these websites that are like, uncensored.
Right. Well, I just got this for free when I got this internet and kind of installed it and didn't think about it.
Fair enough.
Because
Well, now
I've
you
never had
know,
it
man.
before, so since it was free, I was like, well, I might as well use it.
Or the
And
other reason you may want to use it, for example, let's just say there's particular items like music, for example, that you cannot purchase because of the state you live in USA, and you can buy it if you live in Canada. You would set your VPN to Canada, purchase the music, download it, and Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, off you go.
Purchase. Listen, if you have a VPN, why the fuck are you purchasing anything, man? How do you?
I used to own a computer shop. People used to bring that shit in to me for free and then pay me to fix their shit up.
So listen. If that's another thing I use the VPN for, right? Because my ISP always watches everything I do, right? I live in Canada, so they're really fucked up right now. Every little fucking 1 and 0 they read, right? Down to the sometimes when accidentally I leave the VPN off and then I download something that it's deemed illegal in Canada or I have to pay for, like Rick and Morty episodes, right? You're not allowed to download them in Canada. If you download a Rick and Morty, like the ISP sends me an email saying, "Hey buddy, this number, blah blah blah, it has all the registration codes and everything of the fucking episode I fucking downloaded, right?" And they say, "Hey, you can't do that again." I'm like, "Okay, fine." So then guess what I do? Well, I turn on the VPN and download it, and the ISP never sees it. That's why I use a VPN, is when I do like torrenting and shit. That's another reason why you want a VPN. Is
Wait,
when
you
you
can
want to
still
pirate.
purchase them, right? You just mean you can't download
I
them
don't
for
want to
free.
purchase them. I don't want to
I know. I
purchase
was
them,
just
man.
trying to see what you meant.
No, I download the whatever. Like, bro, I have like over 30,000 gigs. No, yeah, 30,000. No, 40,000 songs, right, on my hard drive, which I downloaded albums. I fucking download album after album, like rock album, fucking all kinds of albums, right? And I use that shit through a VPN, so nobody can find me.
I got 30 days worth of songs. Whoa, somebody just launched into space? What was that?
I don't know.
Oh, that was my window. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I got like 30 days worth of music. So if you play one song and just rotate back to that first song, it take 30 days. But then you start listening to the music and you realize what, the music is doing to you and the stuff that it makes you say. Like you're cursing yourself when you're singing the lyrics out loud, and there's
Well, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I got all that music, and I don't listen to like that kind of music anymore. So
You don't listen to rock and roll, bro? Come on, man.
I mean, I still like bands like Tool and Perfect
Oh, Tool's
Circle and
amazing.
Mudvayne because they're not
Music is
really.
weaponized, like the hip hop music, rap. They
Yeah,
use it as a
sure.
weapon.
Yeah, and like even
'Cause
Tupac was selling
the
out.
more
those
if you
people.
hear songs about shooting people up, violence, all this shit, you're more likely to. It kind of normalizes it,
Yeah, I don't listen to that shit. I
And
used to when I was younger, but no, I
yeah,
don't. I barely listen to it anymore. I
Yeah,
find
I've
it
seen some
sounds stupid now.
documentaries. Thug Rap and the Tall
yeah, it's
Israeli. Yeah.
Yeah. I listen to
it's
right
all the
now like
same shit.
Russian music. Like right now, I listen to a lot of Russian music and
What?
rock and roll. Russian. I'm a Russian,
Russian
bro.
rock?
No,
I know,
Russian
but
everything.
I've never heard Russian.
They have whatever music. They got everything, bro. You got pop music, whatever.
So you speak Russian too?
Да, конечно, я русский. For sure, bro.
Привет, привет.
Yeah, привет.
До свидания.
So yeah, that's what I'm
No, that's
saying.
cool.
Like Russian music, because it's good to listen to. Because I like to like kind of not forget the language, right? Like the more I listen to it, the better it gets. Because I don't practice it as much in Canada, which I should have. But it's hard to find people that are Russian in Canada.
Yeah,
Not
there's a lot
really,
of
but
French
like
people, Russian.
Je parle français aussi. That's my third language, man. That's the crazy part. Yeah. I had to. They forced me when I lived in Quebec. They force you. They're communists there. They force you to fucking learn that shit.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm learning Spanish as a second language. Pretty hard.
Yo trato de aprender a hablar español un poquito.
Oh, sí.
¿De
Muy bien.
dónde vienes los pendejos? Yeah, los pendejos vienes de Mexico. Ha, 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 ha.
Vienen.
Well,
Yeah, the conjugations, all that. It's fucking hard.
It's close to French. That's number one. But number two, believe it or not, when I was like 5 years old, I lived in Spain for like a while, and I actually picked up Spanish really quickly. But then when I came to Canada, I forgot it all. But I learned English instead, right? Yeah. So it's. But because I know French, I kind of sometimes can pick up the Spanish. Like when they speak fast, it's really hard. Well, when they slow it down, like, oh, okay, so you're saying that, okay.
They always speak fast.
They speak so goddamn fast.
All right, I'm out, guys. Have a good night. Peace.
All right, have a good one, bro.
Adios.
Catch you, man.
Yeah, learning a second language is tough, but like most Americans only know English, so it's like. But then you look at foreigners and they're like learning like 3 or 4. It's like, damn.
Yeah.
Like, how do you do that?
I know some people that know 5. And
Yeah, that's
fluent, not fucking around. They're fluent in the 5, yeah, so. Like Ukrainians, I know Ukrainian people, like they have to know Russian, they know their native language Ukrainian, then they fucking speak Spanish, French, and then fucking Romanian. Imagine that. It's like, what? And all of them she speaks well in, like it's a girl, yeah, it's fucked up. 5 languages? You know, most of us we know 3 in Quebec. In Quebec, most people know 3. Like they know their mother tongue, they learn English in the streets, and then they're forced to learn French in school. So most people in Quebec know 3 languages minimum, right? Unless you're a fucking Quebecer. If you're a Quebecer, then you just know French.
Yeah.
Like most immigrants in Quebec is it's kind of crazy.
I feel like it's a little easier to learn English for foreigners because of how popular the language is, like the movies, TV shows, music, like they're exposed to English all the time. But like it's harder for Americans because we're not like exposed, to as much. But yeah.
100%.
Like I've heard of people who learn fluent English they're like, yeah, I just learned from TV shows and movies. I'm like, really? That's it? It's crazy.
Yeah. And then they speak pretty well after too. That's what I'm saying. I listen to Russian music now because I don't speak much with Russians. Like I do get on Discord, Flat Earth Russians. There's Flat Earthers that are Russian, so I speak to them sometimes, practice my Russian, brush up on the Russian. But when I don't talk to them, I just listen to the Russian music, it keeps it in my head.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Russians on TV.
Believe it or not, if you don't practice your mother tongue, you can eventually forget it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I can't imagine forgetting English though. That's like such a strange concept because that's like all I've known.
Right.
But yeah, it's possible.
You think in English, everything. Like when you think, it's in English, right?
Right. That's what's so hard about learning Spanish. Cause I'm trying to translate everything into Spanish, but that's not how you're supposed to learn a language. You're supposed to like try to think in that language instead of just translating everything. So.
Right. So like that's what I can think in Russian, I can think in English, and I can partially think in French. But I still sometimes have like these hiccups where I have to kind of translate what I want to say in my head before I say it.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the drive-through right now. Hold on.
All right.
Getting some
I'm holding
tacos.
on. I'm holding
Talk
on.
amongst yourselves.
Well, I'm actually
First
gonna
there was
go
a
to sleep
debate.
too. I gotta go to fucking surgery tomorrow, so I'm gonna be like chilling, villain
Oh
killing. Yeah. I'll talk to you later, bro.
All right, have a good one. Good luck.
He's already gone. Anyways, Dynamic, I will catch you later because it's gaming time for me. Peace, brother, and I'll catch you around, alright?
Alright,
Hi, welcome to Top Taco. Order when ready. Okay, 1846. Thank you.
Hot sauce, please.
So it's ready to 970.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for whenever you're ready.
Out of 10.
Okay, 745. Want to take? Okay, 38. Suggestion?
I'm waiting for more fries, so that's the thing with the fries.
Okay.
There you go. Be careful, they're really hot.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Have a good night.
You guys
Why
are the
wouldn't
ones
it
with the
flow?
story.
All right. So, do you think that something more dense will go lower in
Why
water?
wouldn't it flow? Why
Because
wouldn't
it's
it
not
flow
higher.
if it
No, hold on. I'm
reached
trying to.
Right, why would it
Why
flow if it's
would
reached a change in elevation?
if
Because it's
something is
not.
more if something is
Come on,
more
Peter, we've
dense?
been
Do you
through this
think
before.
Well, you're
it'll?
changing. Like, what are we gonna stick on what T-Dub just said, or are we gonna move on?
No, I'm talking to you, some dude, because I don't know
Alright.
what he was talking about. Yeah. So
Go for it. It's just that someone said. So it's just that someone. I just want to point out. Someone said water flows when it changes. Reaches a change in elevation. Right? It flows.
Yes.
Right? And then
Right.
someone says, "Why does it do that? Because it fucking reached a change in elevation." It's the fucking
Just-
mystery.
What's causing
So,
it?
yeah,
Why
so,
does the change
so-
of elevation cause it to flow?
Exactly. Like differing elevations is just an observation. I'm asking for the mechanism as to why it would go from high to low. Why would it not go from low to high?
Serious?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't think that was that difficult. My bad.
Oh, it was. It was.
Some of us are curious as to why that happens.
Yeah, I'm just asking
As
for
to
the
why what
mechanism.
happens?
What
Water
is the
goes up?
mechanism? Yeah, what is the mechanism? What is the mechanism of action that causes water to flow
There's
from
no
high to
wall
low?
there to
Why would
hold
it?
it?
Why would it not be from low to high though? What? There's clearly a reason.
Why would it?
Did the
That's
apple
what I'm
fall on
asking
his
you.
fucking head, or
Wait.
didn't it, dude? Like, fuck, man.
God,
Right?
He just doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know. He's not
Did the
curious.
apple fall on his fucking head, or didn't it?
So you do believe in gravity?
I believe shit falls down to the ground. Yeah, fuck, we can see that every
So-
fucking day, everywhere, man. Like, why would
Yeah,
you
but
not
that
believe
doesn't.
that?
But that doesn't mean you believe in gravity. You could
So
believe
tell me
that we're
what
on
causes that, dude.
Well, you could believe
Gravity.
if you're an actual flat earther that we are like hurtling through space and momentum exists, and the plane itself, the Earth, is hurtling through space.
So hard,
Are
Bubby.
you fucking kidding me, man?
I'm asking you. I'm trying to figure out what you actually mean when you say it flows from high to low. Why?
I don't know why, dude. You tell me, man.
Gravity.
Do you care why? Are you curious why?
I understand that fucking your explanation for it is gravity, right? But you guys just have this fucking word gravity. You have nothing to explain this fucking force. You tell me that we're fucking hurling through and it's fucking inertia from us and causing a fucking gravity well and blah blah blah. Like, fuck off.
No, we don't really know how
Nobody
magnets
said,
work
fucking
either,
story
right?
nobody
time,
said
right?
gravity well, but
But so, dude, you don't know how magnets work either, dude. But you know they work.
Right.
Stick a magnet to your refrigerator, it sticks to the refrigerator. How?
I get it,
Magnetism.
man.
I don't know. Do we know? I don't know why magnetism works.
yeah. So
Same with gravity.
you-
I don't know why it works. It
yeah,
just
if you
works.
right. So if you believe in gravity, you have to understand that a flat Earth cannot exist where gravity is real, which is why most flat earthers will say, "Well, actually, we're accelerating
Yeah,
through
you have a
space."
different definition of fucking gravity than I got, man.
Oh,
Things can't fall down on the
Things
flat
fall
Earth.
down, dude. Fuck, man.
no, they can't fall. They literally can't fall down on a flat Earth.
Why can't they?
This is mathematically this. You can actually look
See,
this
you
up.
got
Why
your-
gravity doesn't work.
You've got your
Gravity is
explanation of
so
what
difficult,
gravity
man.
is, and fucking I've got no explanation of what it is. That's the difference, man. I'm admitting I don't know what fucking causes shit to fall down. You're fucking telling me that you got fucking the answer.
I'm just saying that my belief seems to sync up with the common belief of a globe. Yeah.
Why are you comfortable with
Of
that,
what we've been
dude?
taught, right? Of what you've been programmed to fucking tell me.
No, that's not true. Come on, man.
It's totally true, dude. We're all
It's not
fucking
true.
taught this bullshit.
So do you
4
believe?
years old.
Do you believe that you should wash your
We're not
hands after you
programmed.
shit?
Listen, man, you want to get stupid, dude.
I'm not being stupid. I'm asking
Yeah,
you
you're
a
being
genuine
fucking
question.
stupid for
Why-
sure.
No,
You're being
no,
stupid,
no, no,
man.
no. You
can't
just
fucking prove gravity to me. It's not fucking even
You
close
just
to fucking
said-
watching my fucking hands, you fucking idiot.
why? Can you tell me why that's
you, why,
fundamentally
man?
different?
I'm done with you.
Okay.
He's done with you, Bubby.
I just whenever you say like, oh, you were programmed to believe it because someone told you that, I'm just trying to figure out like where does that limit stop? Apparently, it's washing your
Well,
hands.
it kind of is, considering that, like it's not the only thing you observe things doing, and you've just chosen to focus on the one.
I went as fundamental as possible, and I'm trying to work my way up. I started with germs and washing your hands. I don't see how that's difficult to understand.
There's no proof that there's a
Okay, I might have
force
missed
that
that bit.
gives objects their weight.
it could just be relative density. Like,
How does that work?
Listen to what you just said. What is density then? Why does density cause something to happen more when it's more dense? Is that a force?
And what is it? What is it density of?
You can't
'Cause
fucking
density
tell me
can be a
either,
variable.
dude. Fuck, man.
Yes,
You guys
I
ask
can.
questions
It's
and
called
you don't have
gravity.
to-
I
What?
did. It's
What
called
is
gravity.
called gravity, dude? Fucking things falling? Is that what we're calling
Yes.
gravity?
Yes.
Well, what makes them fucking fall? man?
9.2 meters per second squared on
What
planet
makes them
Earth.
fall at 9.2 meters per second?
Gravity.
Dude,
Gravity.
Dude,
Well, the
dude,
thing
dude,
is the
dude,
thing,
dude.
right? Fuck me.
9.2? Come on.
So the effect causes the
9.8.
effect.
Sorry,
Thank you.
9.3. My bad. My bad.
9.8.
So that's the
Come
effect,
on.
right?
Yeah, 9.8. Whatever it is.
Gonna get all uppity.
Effect.
Gotta get your
Effect.
facts.
Don't
That's the
cheat me
effect,
on my
right?
gravity. I love gravity.
The effect, right, Bubble?
What is it? The bending of
Bubby, what do you-
space-time? Is that what's causing fucking things to fall?
Well, gravity does explain the curvature of space-time as well. Yeah.
What are you talking about, man? Gravity explains the fucking curvature of space-time?
Causes or
Isn't it the
explains?
other way around, man?
I like curvature.
So you don't think black holes are real either?
Well, some people might.
What, we see fucking black holes in space. I get it, man. Yep, I believe in them.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'll even tell you there are big black hairy holes in space.
No. Yeah. Of course. You can see them. How can you see them? Because they're big and black and in the night sky. Jesus Christ! Are you stupid or what? You know that
Well, I've been
big
giving me an
giant dark
effect, man.
spot when you look up? That's a black hole. Stop acting stupid.
So they're still going with
God
stuff
damn
falls
it,
down,
people.
therefore 'tis globe.
Gravity equals
God damn it,
gravity, man.
people.
Yeah, they are.
You know all the darkness when you look up at night? That's just a black hole.
Yeah, I don't think anybody said that.
Yeah, okay. Please don't think that. And please don't let other people think anything differently.
I think you might be the only one saying that right now.
And I think I might be only because I heard something ridiculously stupid and I had to make something.
I think
as
your brain
equally
got sucked into a
stupid.
black hole. That's what I think happened.
Oh, it happens.
But Dr. Kindergarten, they want to know why water doesn't flow from
Who's jumping
low
down
to
the
high.
fucking mic? Jesus.
Low to high. Well, geez.
Yeah.
I guess since it doesn't do that, 'tis globe.
I think it's esoteric.
Is that
Esoteric.
Japanese?
Are you eating on mic?
Oh, I was chewing gum. My bad.
Yeah.
No, Sri Lanka.
I was about to say
Yeah,
somebody's
you kinda
been
just
eating
seem to
something for
do
like
that
20
the
minutes.
entire time you're in the BC every time, so I'll just take care of that.
Papa is here.
So if you believe that the Earth is flat or you reject the globe, then you must have a complete, fully working model and have
Oh,
an
of course we
explanation
must, right?
for everything. I
Yeah.
suppose.
Well, I don't know. What are we talking about anymore? I mean, they proved the globe just now. Water doesn't flow up.
Well, that's not
Yeah.
what we said at
That's
all.
what's up.
Yeah, water doesn't flow up, so it's over. Let's call it a day.
Yeah, that wasn't the claim, but
It must be a ball.
You don't need to prove that like one mass of objects can attract another mass of objects.
Yeah, but what do you mean by up?
Well, in your fucking world, which way is down or up, man?
closer to Earth or further away, that's up and down.
Yeah.
In and out. Yeah.
I would imagine the same thing on a flat Earth. It's
I
closer
guess it's
to
opinion,
Earth or-
right? Opinion based in your
Wait, hold on. On a flat Earth, would you not say that up is further away from the ground and down is closer?
Yeah, everything makes sense in your world, dude. I get it.
I just asked you about your flat Earth. I just asked you.
Man. I understand, dude. It all makes sense in your world.
Right. And instead of answering the question,
you ask
really
stupid
need an
question, you get
obfuscate.
stupid fucking answer, dude. Fuck, man.
do you really think that what is up and down is a stupid question?
Yeah.
do you have a different alphabet as well?
Is up further away from the ground than down?
What does Q versus orange mean? Because apparently, when I say Q equals orange, a lot of people think one thing and you think a different thing.
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Really? Who doesn't know that Q equals orange? Hypaga.
Wow.
You're
really trying. You're really trying.
Globe proofs are becoming like a Kids in the Hall skit.
But Pythagorean theorem. We're that's right? Hypaga, like a squared b squared equals c squared.
This must be between classes, right?
Wow.
I think I'm wrong, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Not
A
at all.
squared b plus b squared equals c squared.
I think you're just
I
high, bro.
think that also proves the.
You're high and drunk, actually.
Yeah.
It does prove the
Crossfaded.
entropy.
Oh yeah, totally. Pythagorean theorem totally
proves entropy.
Proves entropy.
No, not entropy. Centropy.
Centropy.
Centripetal. Centripetal. The fact that
these goddamn centrifugals.
Yeah. If we can have one central spot on the top, we can prove whatever.
We can prove curved water.
Yeah. Plus light and stars on the back, and my sister misses me.
Jesus.
Can you tie your shoelaces without sustaining serious injury to yourself or others?
I like the others.
Not on a flowing ship, if that's what you're asking.
Farts are always funny. I don't care if you're a flat earther.
You are gross. You are nasty.
It's not nasty if it feels good.
No, he's not wrong, dude. I'm in my 40s and I still laugh at a fart. Like
Tell
I'm
that
10.
to the police.
It's ridiculous. I wish I could turn it off too, because like at work, if my boss rips ass, there is 100% chance I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna get myself fired over a fart.
Why didn't it work just now?
It did.
Wah, wah, wah. Wah.
So you guys believe in the Big Bang then too?
Or I believe in fucking big bitches, if that's what you're asking about.
Yeah. Is that a big bang?
The fuck is that Antichrist rhetoric?
What are you talking about?
Sometimes
Well,
you
if you
slap their
believe in the
cheeks
globe-
and you ride the gravitational wave in, you know?
You believe in the globe, you gotta believe in the Big Bang, right?
No, well, sometimes that wave just brings you in some really good octopussy.
Mm. So flat earthers don't believe in the Big Bang?
Nah.
What do you believe in?
I'm not sure what I believe in a creator, dude. I believe somebody fucking made this shit.
So do you think that no one who believes the earth is round believes in a creator?
I didn't say that, man. Don't put words in my mouth.
I didn't put words in your mouth. That's why I asked you, do you believe that?
No, I just believe there's a creator. That's what I believe.
So do you believe that a belief in a flat earth necessitates a belief in a creator then?
I don't know if it necessitates it, but
Good answer. No.
That's a fine answer. That was good.
How about a belief in a globe Earth?
No, I think there are plenty of
Do you think
people
it's a
who
Big
believe.
Bang, or do you think there's a creator?
I'm still wondering why you created a little terrarium instead of a big ass universe.
Well, how do you know what he created, Scott? We can't see that all.
I mean, you guys are saying space doesn't exist, which means your God created a
I'm not saying
terrarium.
space doesn't exist, dude. It's not the way, not the way that you think
part
about it, right?
about this is the person who knows what happens after I die created what happened before I was born, and we know this for sure.
And there's like a link
We're
container on top of it.
we're arguing over the semantics of the things that neither of us will ever know.
I must have missed that meeting.
dude.
Well, I wouldn't say that you'll never know it. I mean, if you die, you'll know what happens.
How do you? Yeah, okay, bud.
Well, wait, are you telling me that you won't know what happens after you die?
Well, I don't know, man. Fucking.
You don't know? Do you know anything? Because you keep saying, I don't know, man.
Well, you're asking unknown questions we can't know, dude.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know when I get there.
You're saying we can't know. No, you're saying you can't know what happens after you die. But what if you die? If there's something to know, surely you would know it.
What I'm saying is, no one can tell you what happens after you die. I'm not saying you can't know. What I'm saying is, anyone who tells you they know what happens after you die is lying to you or trying to sell you something.
Well, anyone that tells you that they know what you're going to eat next Tuesday is a liar too. Like, you don't actually know that.
Exactly. All right. So why?
So the point is, So the point is, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. No one actually knows the future,
dude. Fuck. Before
I didn't say I know anything. I said I know. I've been specifically saying no one knows,
dude.
Yes, when you die, you will know what happens when you die.
Anyone who tells you that
that's a fact. When you die, you will know what happens when you die. What?
Yeah, but
I don't understand how is that.
If you die, sometimes people don't die, and they say, "Oh, I had a near-life experience."
All right, name one person who never died.
Oh, so you got really close to not dying.
I've never died.
Yeah. Have you died?
Give it a little while.
Oh, trust me, I will. Like, I'm not saying it's not going to happen to me. It's happened to everybody ever.
Everybody in history. That's true.
How about Jesus?
Oh, he died too. Yeah, he definitely died.
I believe.
That's in the Bible. He died. He died. He got murdered.
He came back, and he didn't. Oh, I guess he didn't die after his resurrection, did he?
No, he disappeared.
Name one person over 200 other than Joe Biden.
Good point.
George Soros.
Oh, shit, I was wrong.
Jeffrey Epstein.
No, he did.
That Soros motherfucker, he's definitely 200 years old, man.
I reckon you could pull off a good impersonation of him, Subdued.
I think if you tried hard enough, you could.
So what causes gravity?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Come on, dude. I already gave you my answer. I don't know, man.
Okay.
No, I can tell you.
That's a lack of an answer, but
I can tell you. It's called the Higgs boson. They did a very complex experiment in France and Belgium.
Think Higgs boson has something to do with gravity?
No, yeah, they discovered the exact point where a molecule gets mass, and it's called the Higgs boson.
No, that's only certain particles.
Yeah, you don't understand it either.
The exact time that a particle gets mass.
Get ready, everyone.
Some particles.
Do something stupid.
Not some particles. Every particle.
No.
Not light. Not photons. Not electrons. But every other particle.
No.
Photons. Not photons. Not electrons. But every. What do you call those? God damn it.
Bonbons.
No, well, what are they looking? No, they're very specifically looking for the time that a particle gets mass, and they're shooting very small particles that run through your brain at 10 times the speed of light at daily.
Bro, where?
No,
he asked why the apple fell. Where are you going?
No, listen. This kind of stuff happens to your head daily, but they just don't collide
your
to
head.
each other. No, listen. This kind of stuff happens. The speeds and the particles, they happen all the time, everywhere. You know, it goes through everything all the time.
The kingdom come flash, the speed of thought. I get it, man.
Yeah, and then
I guess we're
they decided to shoot them as fast as they possibly could in together to break them apart and then see what happens afterwards. Creating
Peter, tell him, man.
basically a fourth of a second after the
Tell
Big
him what's
Bang.
going on here.
I don't know. I've
Just
lost
trying
track
to
of
recreate what happens a fourth of a second after the Big Bang. I'm sorry if I'm not as eloquent
and fucking light
as
and
everyone
bullshit
thinks.
and fuck.
Whatever. No worries. Yeah, so that's what they're trying to do. Questions?
No.
Yeah, good.
Everything
Good.
was clear.
Thank you. Call me.
So still nothing that causes gravity then.
We know what causes gravity.
What's that?
Rosie O'Donnell.
Mass and energy.
Yep.
Mass and energy cause gravity.
Yeah.
What causes that? Like, what causes mass?
Same thing that causes same thing that causes electric charge.
So
What
it's
does the
electricity?
Higgs boson mean?
What was there a question to me?
Yeah, so
Sure.
the cause of gravity is electricity?
No. What causes electric charge?
I don't know, you're the genius.
Energy.
No.
Okay, what
No.
causes energy then?
No. Hold on. One question at a time. So we don't know what causes electric charge. It's
Okay,
just
so
a
what
property
causes
we
mass?
observe. It's just a property we observe in nature. Some things have a property called electric charge.
Just like gravity, right?
Yes.
Just like mass.
It's
Okay,
like mass,
so you don't
density, gravity. Yeah. Density
Very
is
equivalent. Mass is a property of an object that we observe in nature, so is electric charge. There are many more, but that's one of them.
So what causes it?
We don't know.
Okay, so then why can't someone say, I don't know why things fall down? It's the same
Well,
thing.
physicists will tell you we don't know what causes mass. We don't know what causes electric charge. They just exist.
Good.
I know.
right, except that mathematically, which has predicted all these things,
Yeah, but mathematics do.
Yeah, but hold on.
a flat Earth doesn't.
Hey. Wait, don't fall into their trap, Bobby J. Just give them the minimum information they ask for. Don't overdo it, because they then wait for you to say something strange and they're going to pounce on it so you forget the bullshit that they said before. So take it one step at a time. They ask you a question, you give them an answer, you wait for them to respond. They're adults, right? They can handle
I
it.
think we all agree now that nobody knows
Hey,
why
Jerry,
things fall
so has mass been explained to you? So from now on, you know what mass is, right? You'll never ask again.
down. Well,
Wait,
yeah, you said you don't know.
I thought Einstein solved what energy is.
No, he didn't. He just said there's
It's not mass in motion?
No.
No.
He said there's equivalence between mass and energy. That's it. Nobody knows what they are. They're just equivalent.
Yeah, he found a way to predict things that are, did not explain what they are.
And we can all predict that things are going to fall high to low.
Yes, you can.
So we're all at the same.
No,
level.
you actually can though.
You actually can what?
Predict if things will fall or not. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's higher than something else, it'll fall.
Yeah, we watch this every day, all day, dude.
I agree.
Still, no effect.
Right. So, if you criticize this imaginary
story,
completely inexplainable force of gravity, then mathematically it predicts the way that a flat Earth would actually behave gravitationally, and you can look up
in your fucking mind, dude. Fuck, man.
In your
like
in
you
your
got this
mind,
picture
okay.
of what flat Earth is or something, man.
I mean, I saw your map. I don't know.
You saw my map.
No, you guys told us already. You have no
Yeah.
idea what your flat Earth is, so we're not going to tell you what it is. It's just you don't know.
How
You
does that
just
work
know-
when gravity
you just
just
What are you
know it-
saying that the gravity won't work on
Yeah,
our
Jerry.
map,
What's
right?
up? What's up, Jerry? What was your question?
Well, how does that happen if gravity just acts vertically?
Acts vertically.
Yeah.
I guess it could. Like you could have some weird distribution of mass that would pull things
Isn't that the way it
down
does, though,
towards
Act
the bottom. It acts towards the center of a sphere.
Yeah,
Oh.
vertical is a relative measurement.
Everything's relative, I know.
But Jerry, actually, I have to give Jerry some credit. He asked a good question.
Well, yeah, you got your vertical and then you got your horizontal. So
Here we
It's
go.
not straight. Oh,
Fine
there
with
we
me.
go. No fucking way with this horizontal bullshit again. Jesus. Jerry, you were almost there.
Hurts.
Repeat the original
And say
question.
horizontal, Jerry. Damn it. My kryptonite.
I talked to Bev today and I pushed him so hard, all he could say was straight lines and horizontal and vertical, like in a loop.
yeah, objective frames of reference are a problem for the ball model.
Explain.
Yeah, explain.
Like horizontal and vertical.
Oh, fuck, you did it.
All relative, Jerry.
He called it.
Get
He called the shot.
It's all relative, Jerry. You should know that by now.
That's the only exit. Just say it's all
It
relative.
is.
And
I know every time, man. Plane flies at fucking 1,200 fucking miles an hour, but it's fucking everything's moving relative.
There ain't, what plane is flying at 1,200 miles an hour?
An F-35, dude.
Oh, so one plane. Gotcha. All right.
Whatever. You want to make a fucking fuss? Go ahead.
You think Spirit is flying at 1,200 miles an hour?
I don't understand this guy, man.
No, does that happen a lot?
I'm going to beat this other guy to it. Can anyone tell me the mechanism behind why the Earth is flat?
Okay, here's what we know. Okay,
There
we
we
know
go.
the Earth is flat. Okay, we know. Everybody knows that. No point in arguing about it. We know that it's accelerating upwards at 32
No,
feet
we
per
don't,
second
dude.
squared. We know that. We know that. Everybody knows that. That's what explains gravity. Okay, and we also know that the universe is not infinitely
Here
expanding.
comes the
okay?
concave fucking Earth there.
Listen, we
For
know
the
that.
win.
We know that. We know all of that. So here's the problem, okay? The problem is that if we keep going up and there's a limited amount of space, we're eventually going to hit the wall. Guess what?
Fucking hate when
We're on
that
the
happens.
side that's going to hit the wall, the edge of the universe. We need to start building the steel columns now. We need to do it. Atlas, Operation Atlas. We need to do it right now.
Don't worry,
And you
dude.
know who?
The universe is ever expanding, man.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Everybody knows the Earth is flat.
It is.
And make sure to vote for Joseph Robinette Biden. He
Yeah,
will
fuck
get the
yeah.
funding. He will get the funding for the steel columns to make sure that the Earth is not squished.
You're gonna blow our asses all up.
Sir, frankly, you don't even know that the Earth is flat. Okay, you think the Earth is a globe, sir. So I don't care about your opinion. I want serious discussion about the big slam. Everybody knows the big slam is coming. Okay, we need to prevent the Big Slam.
What?
Okay.
Why don't you go eat a
Mute
fish
this
and
guy.
teach a man?
Moot him.
Mute who?
You fool.
You're too scared to talk about the Big Slam. You know what you are? You probably went to a liberal arts college class. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why you don't. That's why you can't understand the problem of the Big Slam. Okay.
I'm a poor kid. White kids are smarter than
Yeah,
me.
I
in
could
the
tell.
hood.
I could tell. And the reason why I could tell is because you don't understand the Big Slam. You don't understand it.
Dude, you're a triple latte. We get it.
Another liberal arts college class failing America once again. We need to start building the steel columns at the ice walls. Okay? The ice walls can can support the steel columns. Okay? The steel columns are what's going to save us from the Big Slam. Okay? Unless you guys want to be the fishmen, okay? The fishmen that the liberal arts college classes want you to be. Okay? So unless you want to live in the ocean, like the liberal arts college class, okay, we need to start building the steel columns now. Okay, not today, not tomorrow, maybe next month. Okay, but we need to start doing it. Okay, we need to get funding to prevent the Big Slam. Okay, I'm
I'll
tired.
just go at clown school or something.
You know what I'm tired of? I'm tired of the Globies. The Globies will deny the flat Earth. You want to know why? It's because they feel safe. They feel safe thinking that the Big Slam isn't coming. But everybody knows the Big Slam is coming. We need to defend against the Big Slam. Okay.
It's gonna be a big slam at your mama's house. I'll tell you that.
What does
It
that mean?
already happened, bro. Fuck.
Oh,
What does that mean,
burn.
Jerry? I don't understand. Can you clarify?
No, you'll see.
I think it was an innuendo of
An
some kind.
innuendo towards what? I don't understand. The Big Slam
But I'm
refers
still
to
thinking
the
about
Earth.
it.
Well, the Big Slam refers to the Earth hitting the edge of the universe. So I'm just not sure why you would make fun of that. Okay, it's coming. Okay, it's coming hard. Okay, and it's coming
Oh
fast.
man, mute this
Okay.
fucking guy.
So before we get busted, okay, we need to make sure to prevent the Big Slam. Okay,
You
because it's
done?
not going to just be my mom. Okay, it's going to be your mom too.
Done.
Okay, it's going to be
You
everybody's
sound
mom.
like fucking Michelle Thaler with a fucking voice changer.
I don't understand who. Jerry? Jerry's a good faith interlocutor. You can insult me all you want. Okay, you can say mute this guy, mute this guy. But saying that to Jerry, okay, I won't stand for it. Okay, can somebody mute this guy, T-Dub? Okay, he's a bad faith interlocutor, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, okay, getting overtaken by the Globies. Okay, especially these LARPing Globies. T-Dub, he comes in here every day. Okay, he says, oh, I'm a flat earther. No, you're not. Everybody knows you're not. Okay, and you want to know how I know you're not, T-Dub? You want to know how I know you're not? It's because you don't even believe in the Big Slam. You don't even know what the Big Slam is, T-Dub. Okay, everybody knows what the Big Slam is.
Especially his mom.
Okay, yeah, it's not going to just be my mom. It's going to be your mom. Okay.
He's
Gonna
completely
be
unhinged.
everybody's mom.
He's lost it.
What do you mean? And this is what the Globies do. This is what the Globies do. They refuse to debate because they know their ideas will. They know their ideas will lose. Okay, they know. So they do these pot shots. Bad faith interlocutor.
Drive-bys.
Wow. Wow.
Boats go over the horizon. I know.
He's done.
Fuck,
The
that
end
one's
of
broken, eh? Boats go over the horizon. That one just fucks you guys.
the end of the world's
Whoa.
coming, guys. The end of the world.
Somewhere deep inside. Oh. Yeah, no, we even had one guy kept repeating that things fall over the horizon. Oh yeah. On repeating that over and over.
I'm sure they'll change that one in the next history books here.
Yes, there is an edge to fall over, according to some of the globers. Yeah.
See, it will go past the part that it should be getting obstructed by. Then it's not, because light is bending over that part. Then it will reach the next part that it'll get obstructed by.
And bend over that one.
So T-Dub, is it that you don't understand how light can bend over a curve, or you don't accept that it is?
No, I don't accept that light is curving. No way.
Why not?
I don't accept you can see past an obstruction.
No, we can with mirrors and stuff, right?
Okay.
Or anything that can refract the light. As long as we can bend the light, like a mirror does. A mirror just bounces light, which is essentially bending it. Then we can see over the obstruction, right? Or we can see around it or past it, or right?
If you say so, Scott.
No,
Making some sense. He's making
doesn't it
some
make sense to you?
Where's that obstruction again?
No, I mean, I'm just wondering if it's the light bending that you don't accept, or if you don't understand how bending the light can get it around an obstruction.
I think it's the amount of obstruction too, though, Scott, right? And the amount
kinda.
of bending going on here.
Yeah, but the bending necessary for the Black Swan is like 6 arc minutes.
No, but see,
Well,
this
it's
is
not-
the
it's not
thing,
a lot
right?
of
You say
bending.
that boats go over the horizon, but then you say that we can see this far, right? And
No,
if boats are going over horizon, that tells me there's obstruction, right? Or
Tells me that, yeah.
that's what it's supposed to say anyways,
Tells
right?
me that, yeah. I don't know what it tells you. You have to
Well-
decide that for yourself.
Yeah, I should decide that. I misspoke, but anyways, you know what I'm saying.
Not really seeing it, right? So
Not
you're
really
seeing
seeing
something,
what?
but it's not really. It's not the thing. It's not. You're not really seeing the thing that's being obstructed, and you're not really seeing the obstruction.
What is the thing we're talking about in this case? The ships or the
That part's
oil?
happening down further, right? That part's happening down at a place that you can't see. You're seeing it.
Oh,
You're
I'm
not
sorry,
really
I'm a little lost on what the it is in this case.
the obstruction, the boat being obstructed. You're not really seeing that, but you're seeing that where it's happening somewhere where you can't see. You can see it. Right.
I'm not sure. I would think that part of the boat is behind part of the water. If that's what you're saying, then I agree.
It's making sense. For me, it's making sense.
So it's curved water.
Yes, it definitely is curved water.
Absolutely, it makes perfect sense that you're seeing something that you can't see.
Yes, it's like
get
playing
it.
peekaboo, you know? Like when you play peekaboo, like you know that person is there, but you can see them because they covered their face with their hands.
But we know we can bend light, right? We do with prisms all the time, right? Or we do we do with lenses. Lenses bend light. That's what they do, right? And so the question becomes, right? Does the atmosphere bend the light, right?
Well, we know it does, Scott. We have a refraction index, right? Like, I get all that part, right? Like everybody
Okay.
understands that, but that
Yeah.
only accounts for so much, buddy.
I know, and we only and the Black Swan you guys keep offering only needs 6 arc minutes.
Okay, so the Black Swan, big deal. Like, I'm sure you've got your own observations. Like, you guys I've looked over water and seen fucking distances. Like, I mean, great distances.
But we didn't.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you didn't? Nobody has? I'm the
No.
only one?
Yes, you are.
Fuck, man.
Well, how much refraction did those distances require?
I don't know what the index is, but I know that there's so much per, like you say, per arc second or whatever, right?
So your intuition is telling you that you're seeing too far, and it's unexplainable by anything else other than flat Earth. You're just going by your gut, like W did with Iraq.
Nah,
Your gut is
Reality.
telling you. That's it.
Just
a
grass.
little more than my
Bits
gut,
of
but
paper.
What is it? If it's more than you got.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson
doing
couldn't
research and
convince
stuff,
you.
checking out refractive indexes and stuff like that, checking out how light bends.
Have you done the math, the geometry of it, and you said like, shit, it cannot be a globe.
No, like
I
when we're
can show
talking
it.
600 feet of curve here, man. Like if you want to say that
Show us, show
light
us.
fucking show us what?
But it's not 600
Do
feet of
what
curve
I'm
that
doing.
we.
Sorry,
It's
Scott.
not
Do
it's
what
not the
I'm
feet
doing
of
in
curve.
my stream. Show us a diagram showing the
Messing about on a
relation.
computer.
Yeah,
That's
show
it.
us the triangle.
Not
Show us the
reality then.
distances.
Not reality
Not
then.
reality. Not
Oh,
reality.
is that
No.
Bev I hear?
Not reality.
No, that's his
You know where the
minion. That's his minion,
horizontals and the
Scott. That's
straight
his
lines and
clone.
the perpendiculars live. Eh? Where the straight
That's his
lines and
clone.
horizontals and
I
perpendiculars
debated
live.
this
In
clown
reality.
for like 4 hours today, Scott. 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm sure that the video will be produced and people can judge for themselves about how well you did with your
4
rubbish.
hours, Scott. 4 hours.
Peter
This
the
one
Globe
guy.
Failer. Peter the Globe Failer, that's what he is.
We
He
covered 3
failed because he
slides.
tries to bring all this crap. And when
We
he's faced
covered
with
3
reality,
slides.
he hasn't got an answer.
Bev refused to acknowledge that arcs of circle
Listen.
existed in nature.
What
Wow.
actually happened was that we were standing on a canal 6 miles long,
A
with a
canal.
bridge either end. And this
Yeah.
joker wants to tell us that the bridge isn't there, it's somewhere else when you're standing on it. And that the water is bending
The water.
and curving. He wasn't clear whether he's a drop man or a hump man. But that's as far as he could get, because he couldn't bring his, geometry
you've learned
off
all
the
these
screen
lessons,
into reality. And
You're
that's where he
talking like a
failed.
master now.
Just stay with the reality. And this other guy,
Yeah.
Yui, help me.
Peter the
Yui.
Globe
Help
Tard.
me.
He had to bring Yui with him to hold his hand.
Oh dear.
Yui, I couldn't do it without your support. Help me now, because I'm under attack by some.
No. Well, I'm just bringing the truth about what the story you were telling.
Bringing
about
Bev's
how
truth.
it failed on something else.
A good little
When in
minion
fact,
you are.
it failed on reality itself. So there we are on the canal, a bridge either end, and this joker's telling us
Scott,
that he
they
can
were
get an
afraid to
angle
let you in. They
from
didn't want to let you in.
GeoGebra. He can get an angle on his computer that apparently tells me the bridge I'm standing on isn't there anymore. It's actually either higher, lower, or maybe it could be 10 miles away. And then he says, walk along a straight line. We'll send somebody walking in reality, and there's a straight line. And then there's this other version that goes downhill, but somehow when you're walking downhill, you don't know you're walking downhill. That's reality. But that's where he failed. He didn't fail on any geometric argument or disagreement. He failed when he tries to put his stuff into reality. And that's where it all fails. Reality.
Nobody passes the
So
reality
Peter the
check
Globe
with Bev.
has failed. Everybody can go out, walk down the street. Where they're going, it's not in another place. Reality is where it is. Level, horizontal.
Vertical.
Places where we can stand are where they are in reality.
Don't
they're not
forget
somewhere
the
else.
vertical.
They're not higher. They're not lower. You can measure it in reality.
You forgot vertical.
You have to take your little graph out of the picture because it has no bearing on reality at all. Absolutely none.
You forgot the
And if
vertical.
you're just over here, wasting people's time. This is what you do. And
I'm
if
not
people are going to
wasting
get
time.
sucked into this proof you think you've got, then you're fools. Don't
Do you
give
mean
this
the
guy any
ultimate
time.
globe proof?
Ultimate globe fail.
Wanna
We told
see
you
it again?
reality. That's where you failed, in reality. Because you can't bring that stuff to reality. You can't change people's reality. You're just trying to twist people's minds, but reality is reality. The water
Really?
is level. It's a canal. It's not flowing.
Reality
It's
is
level.
reality.
Reality
And the bridge,
Oh,
the
well,
bridge
that's very,
either end
very
doesn't ever
informative.
change.
Peter's just here for Twitter clicks, man.
Yeah, guys, let me tell you what I've
He
learned
was over
today.
there last night. He had to leave Bev's thing
I've
last night.
learned
He
that
had
when
to
you
rush
talk
off
to Bev,
to gather with
when
his
Bev
sophists in the
invokes
middle
the
of some
reality check,
computer world,
you've
so they
already
can plan
lost.
the next stage
You
of coming
cannot
over
pass.
here to waste people's time. And that's all they're doing. They don't care about the argument.
I'm a paid
It's
shill.
about wasting people's times daily. Yeah, no, you are shillheads. That's right, you are.
Mostly our own time.
Yeah, shillheads. Well, yeah, but that's your game. Just over
Shillheads
here,
are
just
after you,
if
brother.
we can take 30 minutes out of their day and just put them round in circles and waste their time, then that's what they've won. There's no argument here. Because
No
we all
argument
know this
above
reality.
reality.
We all know we're standing in reality, Peter the Globe Failer. You presented this like some triumphal thing. You had to keep changing everything. 6 hours to create this little fail you've got. And then you had to come and tweak it and change everything because it doesn't work. Bring in some model that doesn't even exist and telling us this is the model. But
Is
it's
he
just
still
your
going?
imagination.
Yeah. Yes, Yui, yes.
He's going to be going for a while.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Reality.
I mean, I must have done something right.
Really?
That's
I'm
how
just
you know
saying
you
that
did
you're sitting there at the
something
top
good.
of the tree there with your stream talking bullshit, telling
It's
the
like
room that
winding
you've
up one of
achieved
those
something
old-fashioned
you
toys,
haven't
you know? You
achieved.
just wind it
Yeah,
up
yeah.
and you let it
Beacon.
go.
And this is all there is. There's these two voices that are in
In
this
your
little
head,
club
in your
together.
head, in your head.
Yui with his little apprenticeship going on there. You see him all the time, swapping names, living
Hey,
with each other
look
in
at
each other's
Yui's
heads.
stupid face on his profile. That's
Yeah,
how I
yeah. Now
imagine
he's
Yui
enrolled
sitting there
Scott.
right now.
Now he's enrolled Scott into his little club, and you're
He's
just a
sitting there
waste
with
of
this facial
space.
expression,
Don't
trolling
give a
you all
shit
day
about you,
long.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been told, Peter.
Oh, I know. I don't think I'll recover from this one.
Peter the Globe Failer. So why do you come here?
I think you misread my
Every day
name.
you come with your shit presentation, trying and twist people's heads up, but it doesn't bear any relation to what anybody's living in.
Sorry, who's trying to twist who?
Me.
Peter the Globe Failer, coming with
Yeah,
his
I think
presentation.
you maybe have that backwards.
Yeah,
Maybe.
You can't change the bridge or the water either, in reality.
I
In
don't
You might want to
reality.
tell us
I'm
that
going
we're
to go out
actually
on
not
a
standing on that
limb.
bridge.
I'm going
You
to take
might
a
say we're
wild
not.
stab in the dark and say nobody suggested math changes reality. I'm
Well,
just going to take a wild stab in the dark.
No, he's using his maths. He's using his maths to try
Pretty
and
bold of you
pretend
to
that.
say that, you know.
That would be
Here's another
really
one,
cool as like
Manufactoden.
a
He's another
magician
one
if
of
you
the
could like
club.
add a couple of
They all
numbers and
come
make
together
it
as a
disappear.
team. A total waste of space. If you waste your time on them, you're wasting your time. I've got to go and walk my dog now, so I'm going to lose connection and it won't sound very good. But I might get jumped in a minute.
Please, no.
Yeah,
No.
that's reality. So you can do what you want with the rest of these guys, but Peter is Peter the Globe Failer. Peter the Globe Failer.
Vertical
Right?
and horizontal,
Total
brother.
failure because he can't disprove reality.
At the
All
complete
His
horizontals
lines
are
and his
vertical.
circles and his angles and his arctans and all that old bullshit.
Oh, I hit you
Utter
with an
bullshit.
arctan today, didn't I?
Yeah, lovely. I don't need it. I know where I am.
No,
Arctans
you
don't
did not
even
use
exist in
Arctan.
reality.
I
don't
know
think
where I am in
arctans
reality.
exist in
And
reality.
it's not in your head or your kind of twisted dream. Imagination. That's all you got.
Twisted trigonometry.
Yeah, it doesn't move the bridge. It doesn't make the
Satanic
water curve.
trigonometry.
It
We
doesn't make the
all
water
know who
flow.
invented
It doesn't change the height of the
function.
bridge. Yeah, it
And
doesn't
Mason.
change the perpendiculars are parallel or horizontals are
All
parallel either.
verticals
You'll
are
never
horizontal.
change that, Peter. You'll never change it because we live in reality.
All
And so
verticals
we've
are
got something to
horizontals
refer
in
it to, something
disguise.
real. Something real to refer it to, not
Every
just some lines on a
horizontal
paper or
secretly wants to
some.
be a
How much do you?
vertical.
Yes, or just some,
Every vertical wants to make love to a
just some
horizontal.
geometric program you got on your computer won't change anything in reality.
All parallels hate perpendiculars.
We're all living in it. Look,
I think we lost him finally.
So this went on for
we're
4
digging
hours,
it,
huh?
swimming
Scott,
Oh,
4
he's
hours.
Oh, he's got the
There's
whole
none of your.
schematic,
Yeah, okay, thank God. Oh, phew. Thought we were about to lose the debate there.
Off you go. Yes. The globe barely survived tonight, you guys.
Yeah.
That guy banned me from Bev's channel, like permanently.
No.
Yep. Because I called him out on his bullshit.
Well, I'm gonna see. I should have. Had you told me, because they.
As I
Bev
said, I
really.
was breaking up. Sorry.
Oh, God
Lord.
damn it.
Damn. Oh,
Everyone's holding their breath.
this is really good. A grown-up man, a fully developed Homo sapiens adult male, is doing this.
Are you sure? What, living in reality?
You might be
mean?
underdeveloped, I don't know.
Is that what you mean? Is that what I'm doing? You can't change that bridge, Peter, or a level stretch of water. No way. It's not possible.
You said that already. Twice, I think.
That's okay.
Maybe 3 times.
It bears repeat. It's worth repeating though, because you come here and repeat everything you say every day. What difference is that? You think you've got more validation because you
I
come
don't
here
know
and
what that
repeat yourself
means.
week after week? How many years have you been doing this? Repetition shit. We can all do that, but when anybody else does it, you
He's got you on the
Here's the
ropes
flat
now,
earther.
Scott.
No, but you said it like 3 times in 5 minutes. It's different than 3 times in 3
yeah,
years.
well, you need to hear it because you're
Why?
in reality too, aren't you, Scott?
I do
Everybody
believe
is.
I'm in reality,
But
yes.
Peter, the globe failure here, wants to change that. He wants you to believe you're not living in reality.
I don't
You
think he
don't
does.
see what you see. You don't experience what you experience. He wants you to think something else.
What do I experience?
No idea what you experience. It's your
Well, then
place,
why
not
did you
mine.
say it? Well, then how
Well,
do you
because I
know?
know that you live in reality in a world where water won't be changed by some geometry written on a paper.
I don't think anybody's saying it does change by geometry, though.
Peter is.
No, he's not.
Peter, the globe failure, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He told me that the bridge I was standing on isn't there. It's somewhere else.
I doubt if he would have said something like that.
Oh,
I
he
wasn't
did.
even
Oh,
there.
yes, he did. That's what he was trying to prove. If you've
The
watched the
bridge is
presentation,
not
if you didn't get
there.
out of the presentation, his globe fail presentation,
I
wouldn't let me
wanted
in,
Scott to be
apparently.
there, but you guys wouldn't let him in.
You won't let me in, man.
I wanted
nothing
him
to
there
do.
to keep me honest.
Nothing to do with me. Keep you
Well,
honest.
you made a mistake.
Keep
You
you
didn't let
honest.
Scott in,
Peter,
and
do you believe in the
you got
globe?
abused by
I
me.
have no
You got
power.
abused.
I have no power to
I
do any of
abused you.
that.
I abused you so hard you cannot even walk your dog in
Yeah,
peace.
well, let's wait for the video to come out.
I
And
hope
then
your
we'll
dog
see.
is okay. I hope your dog is okay.
My dog has more intelligence than you've got in your little finger, Peter.
It was
That
recorded,
is the
right?
truth.
Wait, Elder
And that
Bear.
is reality.
Elder Bear, are you
Your
flat
dog
Earth?
has more intelligence than I have in my little finger. That's probably true.
That
doesn't sound right. My
That
my
don't sound
cat has more intelligence than I have in 2 fingers.
It's crazy. Oh, that's fine. Well, at least you acknowledge that. Because
Yeah, I do
they're living in
acknowledge that.
reality
Yes,
too.
I stand by
Goodness
that
me.
statement. Yes.
Oh, so that's the problem. Peter's been using his fingers to think all this.
Oh, here comes the gang.
I'm pretty
Here comes the
skilled.
gang.
Oh, hello.
Peter can hoop his forehead.
Globers and
Yeah.
flat earthers united, you know, it's rare.
Peter the globe failure. He came from his little.
The Bev gang unites the Flurfs and the Globetards.
Yeah, all right. You can say that if you want. You can do what you call anybody what you want, can't you? You know, it's a big man's life.
I
You got
have
there.
never met a group of people so thick as you guys.
Yeah.
You
But
guys
listen,
don't even know what a
we're
triangle is.
we're so
I-
thick. We're so thick that you know you
Hey,
you bend in the
listen.
water.
Listen,
You're ridiculous.
listen, you halfwit. I
And the
suck
two-
at
Shut
geometry.
up. Fucking this Twitter whore, man. Somebody mute him already, for fuck's
Geometry
sakes,
is
man.
my
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of
You're
here, Peter.
a failure, Peter. Fuck off. You're a
And you
failure.
guys, don't even know what it's.
No more clicks for you, man. Fucking, you're
Who's the
cut off
flat? Is
tonight.
Peter Flat Earth? What is he?
No, the 1%. guy.
She's a Twitter whore.
If we wanted to
I'm a
watch
Twitter
this,
whore.
The Twitter.
if we wanted to watch this whole thing and decide for
That's what they
ourselves,
call me. That's what they call me.
This is turning into audio chaos now, guys. Come on.
yeah, where is this recorded? So we can maybe judge for ourselves.
Oh, well, I don't know. It'll be released, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure Peter will release it on Twitter.
I didn't record it.
He didn't record it. Yeah, he didn't record it.
Bev recorded it.
Yeah, he recorded
Probably.
it. He'll do what he wants with it. It's nothing to do with
Oh,
me.
Peter fucking recorded it. Don't you fucking doubt
I just
that.
happened to be there because he invited everybody from 24/7 over there, and I was in 24/7, so I went over there.
There were
I wasn't there
6 people
already.
there.
I was in 24/7. He invited, so I'm going over to Bev's. Everybody come over there, and Yui was the only one who followed him, Lapdog Yui. And so I went over there, and I wasn't there. I took the invitation.
My lover. It's my lover Yui.
Why did Bev decide to let his dog off at the collar today? I had a bet on his own.
I don't know, because Bev is still recovering from what I did to him using trigonometry.
Well, at least Peter kept his dog on a
really
leash,
did
right?
some
Yeah, at least
dirty
I'm on a
things
leash.
to him. Dirty
At least I'm on a
things.
leash.
TMI.
Oh, so amusing. So amusing.
Oh,
Listen, I'm a nobody. I'm not looking for followers or anything.
I have
You know,
not
I'm just
laughed.
standing up to these idiots who talk bullshit, and they think they're going to, confuse people with some graphs and lines and geometry and angles.
Oh, those
And they
graphs
can't
were really
change.
so
I was going to ask for an application
And you
form.
can't. And there's no way you can change a 6-mile body of water.
Do you actually have an
Wow.
argument, Edda, or are you just going to keep
Yeah,
going?
I got good arguments. Yeah, but I'm not here to argue with you. You're low life.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus, that's all you got.
Yui's like, just lie back. Let's start at the beginning.
Yeah. He to the globe failure. I don't know why they put up with you coming here every day, stand at the top there trying to present your bullshit. Really don't.
Well, it's the ultimate globe proof. How could they not?
And the
want to see
globe
it?
fail. You failed last night. And that was a pinnacle. That was a pinnacle. That was the person you wanted to take down the most you've been saying for days.
Yes, Bev is the ultimate boss.
And you failed. You failed.
Yes.
How did you get on?
Bev,
Yeah.
Bev is like, if I can take down Bev,
Yeah.
it'd be something.
Yeah, well. He's
Change
not
the
the
game.
only one you got to take down, is he, though? Not everybody's stupid,
You calling Bev stupid?
Not everyone's stupid. It's not down to one person who can see through your bullshit.
It must be.
Because you're going to have to change reality for everybody. And that's what you're trying
I'm
to
gonna
do.
make reality my bitch.
Yeah. Now, Yui's your bitch.
I'm gonna move that bridge for you. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna
There you
abuse
go.
that bridge.
That's where it failed.
Would you
All
describe
those
yourself
years
as
of
Bev's bitch?
struggle through education to get where you are, the pinnacle, the best the globe has got to offer here in this room.
You're going to get back
And you
underneath that
failed.
bridge, you troll.
I can't believe that these are adults having this
Yeah.
conversation, including myself.
Yeah, exactly. You brought it. Brought your childish pictures.
Yeah.
Childish pictures.
Yep. Still standing on the bridge. Still where I thought it was.
And Peter's
Right
still
under my
underneath it.
feet. Right under my feet.
Wow, I'm glad that's over.
Don't provoke him, Yui.
Are you under the bridge with Peter, Yui?
I think so, yes. After all, I am Peter's bitch, as we all know.
You're a lowlife, Yui.
Thank you, Edda Bear.
Yui, how can you even look in the mirror, Yui?
Yeah, I know.
You're low life,
Yeah.
you.
You know you couldn't stand on the bridge with me, Yui. So that's the reality you wouldn't be able to deal with.
I wouldn't stand on the bridge with him, Yui. Don't you even don't go
No.
into a bridge with
It's
that
actually
man.
10 miles away. Or how many? 24 feet lower or higher, is it?
Do not stand on any elevated structure with that
24
man.
feet over 6 miles. It has to curve, hump, or drop. Which is it?
What would you like it to be?
Well, it's your claim. You know, you told me it was like that.
No, my claim was I'm going to show you how to test which way it is.
I don't need to test it. I'm standing on it. I can see.
Yeah,
I
but
know
we're
the
just going to
water is
do it.
level.
But you like your lot. You like some measurements in reality. I just wanted to show you how to make a measurement in
I
reality.
don't want to see. I've seen all that bullshit.
And you ran
seen through
away.
it.
You ran away. Bev had to run
The
away
water
from
is level. For 6 miles, the water's level.
I said, Bevy, do circles have arcs?
Why you keep
And
bringing
he
up
said-
Bev for?
And he said,
He's your
in
master.
reality,
Sit down, bitch.
Okay.
what did he say?
I said, sit down, bitch. Little
What
bitch in the
is
corner
wrong?
there.
What is wrong with you British people? Okay.
Yeah, you started this, Peter. You started it, man. You know, it wasn't the Native Americans who started the scalping. Did you know that?
No, but I lived in Ireland for 2 years, and I used to defend you people because the Irish hate your guts.
You
and I would
people.
always, and I was always
Yeah,
said,
I know
like,
some people who've got some
I would
Polish stories too.
I
So
would-
don't just
I
jump
would
up on
always
some
tell
kind
them,
of story.
I would tell them, give those Brits a break because you're living their culture essentially. So, like, just appreciate what you got and move on. But
Yeah,
they
the
used to
Native
hate your guts.
Americans-
Maybe they knew something that I didn't know. I don't know.
Yeah, the Native Americans, they took to scalping to honor the people they were facing because they felt that, that was a respectful way. This is how you did war.
Uh-huh.
So they took it
Where
on.
did
but it's
you
been
read
left
that
with
then?
them. So your Bevtard slogans and all your script, you start that. So you pull yourself into
Are
that
you
too.
comparing Bev to a warrior chief of a Native
I'm
American tribe?
Absolutely not. I'm
Oh shit!
talking
I'm
about
worried
it.
now. I'm worried now.
You, Peter the Globe Failure, and his little
Bev's going to
troop
tell him
of
off when he finds out that
cockroaches.
you come in here, the bear. On your
Those
own.
Indian, those Indian warriors, they don't fuck around. When
I'm
they're
alone. There's
mad at
nobody
you.
else here. Nobody else here, big guys. Just me. on my own.
Are you inviting us to a confrontation there?
Well, you got a confrontation here. You're the one who created it.
No. Are you saying to me, let's go outside?
But well, we'd have to see in reality how that works out, wouldn't we? That's something else.
I know, right?
Yeah. If you want to lump everybody into a group, that's another part of your game.
Yes, I am.
Nobody can be individual.
You know how
but
I
you
know
can have
you
your
are
bitches
you are all members of
in
the
your
group?
group, and then you cry when somebody says that.
Can I tell you something?
Yui's your bitch, and Scott's your man, and Manufactotum has to come here with his.
Why do I have to be the bitch?
Sorry,
Why does Scott get to be the man?
Okay, can I
You
be
sure
my
am.
own bitch? I'll be my own bitch. Okay, how about
You're
that?
on the top, Yui. That's how it is, buddy.
I can be my own bitch too.
Okay, hey, listen, I don't
So
even know what your name is.
stop with this bunching people into groups.
Okay, can I
You
tell
know.
you? Can I tell you the group that I am bunching people into? There's this group of people on Discord who all say horizontals and verticals are perpendicular to the parallel. Those people, in my opinion, belong to a cult named the Horizontal Vertical Cult.
Yeah.
And I think you're one of them.
I
think you're one
prefer
of them.
Bevtard. I don't know.
And those simple straight lines and horizontals and perpendiculars lay your geometry rubbish you're presenting there to waste.
Lay
'Cause
your
that's
own
reality.
Peter, you
That's
got
reality.
bullied a lot in school, eh?
Yeah,
No,
he did in
not that much.
Poland.
Does Peter
He only got fed
not
bread
believe
and
in
water.
perpendiculars?
No.
Are horizontals vertical to perpendiculars?
What the fuck?
Yeah, he got bullied a lot in school, Peter.
Are all perpendiculars vertical to horizontals?
No, horizontals, perpendicular to verticals, you said.
Horizontals are always parallel to vertical
Yeah.
plumb
Well, that's
bombs.
in reality, that's true, yes. In reality, that's
I
what we
thought
all
so.
experience. But you want to change that.
Do
You want to tell
triangles
people
exist in reality?
He does.
you're not living in reality. That's what you want to tell people. Hey guys, you're not living in reality. Look at my graph. Look at my graph. Computer says yes.
He thinks it's
You
true
can't
at
change
one
reality.
point, right?
You can't
True at
change
one
reality.
point.
You can have your point. You know, you try to tell me that's the only thing there is there. But the water's level. The bridges are where they are. However they're measured, they're not going to move from there by some graph.
I just wanted
No,
you to measure it, but you wouldn't
vertical
let me.
is the dominant
It was
reference,
measured.
right?
It's already been done. It's been done in reality. Some people have been there and measured it. In reality. And you just shined your ass on some chair for years. But some people have actually done it.
Oh, have you done it, Bev? I mean,
Not yet. No, I haven't. No.
Freudian slip.
An honest mistake.
Ah, yeah, you see, you got it in your head. You can't cope.
It's actually genuinely an accent. Ed, have you done it before?
Yeah. I haven't done it. I'm going to do it, though. I will go.
Yeah.
But
I thought he was for the first 5 minutes
Doesn't
he was
matter about
talking.
that. I've seen, there's videos, there's evidence of it.
Videos. Cartoons.
Right? I logically know
Yes.
that 6 miles of non-flowing canal is going to be as horizontal as you could get. And that's not going to change. If I stand on either one of those bridges at the end of it, there's no way I'm going to see 24 feet of drop, hump, curve, or any of that bullshit you're talking about.
Wanna
Impossible.
bet?
In reality. Yeah, come and do
reality?
it. Come and measure it. Yeah, not on your graph, not on your computer. In reality. Where you stand and actually do it. Where we do things in reality. Yeah. Where you measure a distance, it doesn't change. It's not shorter somewhere else or longer somewhere else. It's a measured distance.
I think he's done now.
I don't know.
I'm in a dead end.
This globe?
Are your neighbors worried? Are your neighbors
It has to
worried
be,
when they hear you yell about horizontals and verticals all day?
It hurts you, but that's about all. It's the nemesis of your argument, isn't it? Reality.
No.
So
You know what's your nemesis?
Peter the globe failure.
A triangle.
I know what a triangle is.
A triangle kills your entire reality.
Yeah,
A single
for sure.
innocent looking triangle.
Yeah, the one that sits on the canal.
Yes, it sits on the canal and it destroys all of your reality.
Shows that all the perpendiculars are parallel to each other.
Peter Trifford.
In reality.
In reality.
Yeah, you should try and get out a bit more, Peter, instead of spending all your time on headphones and computers for hours on Twitter and over here and hoovering while you're doing that at the same time.
I don't spend much time on Twitter.
Yeah, just go out in reality for once. Check it out yourself. Go and test the bridges that you can stand on. See if they've moved from yesterday.
So, Erdba, do you actually have an argument, or are you just gonna do this? Any argument?
I don't talk to low-life people.
You don't have Bev holding your hand today, I see.
Nope.
Oh, my other friend
walking with my
is here.
dogs.
My friend
Walking with my dog- I tell
Indio
you-
is here. Hey, Indio, want to
I'm
talk
nearly-
spherical triangles?
I'm nearly at the front line.
Want to impress us all with your knowledge of spherical triangles?
Come on, man. He doesn't come in here much. Like, don't fucking.
Well, he's an idiot. He's trying
Yeah,
to
well,
be. He's trying to be disingenuous as normal. It's normal still.
Oh, Crimea River.
Oh well,
Snowflake.
state my claim back to me first before we
Your
engage.
claim is we need a line of sight between 2 points, a curved
No.
line of sight.
No, that was not
Read your own nonsense. Read your own gibberish.
I literally typed it out.
Type it
You
out.
can read it verbatim.
No, why don't you read it
I
with your
didn't say
sweet
2 lines of
voice?
sight. I said 3 lines of sight, right?
Oh, curved
Well,
line of
look,
sight.
see,
You were
like I
saying
said,
curved line of sight. You don't know what that means.
look, to make if you're going to have a triangle that makes, that has interior angles that sum to greater than 180 degrees, those lines of sight have to be curved. You can't make a
And
triangle.
I showed you they don't.
No, you didn't, dude. No,
Would you
didn't.
like me to walk you through it now, interactively?
Don't go there, Indio.
Listen, so really simple. So you're claiming 3 straight lines can make a triangle that sums to interior angles that are greater than 180 degrees. 3
No,
straight lines.
you didn't listen in school, did you?
Answer my question.
The answer is no. No, that's
Okay,
not my claim.
so you have curved lines of sight. It's either straight or curved, right?
No, you're wrong. No,
Is there
you're
a third
wrong.
choice?
Yes,
there a
there
third
is.
choice?
Yes,
What's
there
the third
is.
choice that's not straight or curved?
Would you like me to show you?
No, I want you to
go
tell me
there.
what's the third choice other than straight or curved.
He'll move your house, Indio.
Establish a bearing between the points.
What does that mean?
Would you like me to show you?
No,
It means
I
your
want you to
house isn't where
explain
you
what
think
that
it is.
means.
It means establishing
Look,
a
you showed me
bearing
a triangle. You
between
showed
the
me
3 points.
like you posted a triangle, right? That was on the surface of a sphere. They're not doing a line of
course.
sight. It's not on the surface of a sphere, is it?
I don't care. It doesn't have to be.
Okay, so it has to be curved, right? The line of sight.
Absolutely not.
That means it's straight. It's
The
not
line
straight
of
or
sight.
curved.
The line of sight is straight. Yes.
Okay, and you just said you can't make a triangle that sum to angles greater than 180 degrees with 3 straight lines. You
And
just
I am
said it was
not.
straight.
I am
that
not.
means it's not greater than 180 degrees.
No, it just
It's really
means
simple logic.
No, you know what it. There's a third explanation.
You said something about tangents, which are also straight lines.
No, there's a different explanation.
An explanation.
The explanation is this: your understanding of geometry is below the level of a high school student.
Oh, that's really.
And you don't know what you're
evidence
talking
for your
about.
claim.
This is not
Talking
evidence.
about
This
me
is a
is
fact.
compelling evidence for your claim, Peter. You gonna
The
tell me my
fact
dick is small
that
next?
you don't understand something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means you
and
don't
just saying
understand
I
it.
don't understand it doesn't mean I don't understand it.
I can prove it to everybody in the room. How about that?
You said you got no proof, Peter. You said you have no proof.
For some things I have proof. For example, that Indio does not understand geometry. I can prove it right here, right now. Who wants to see it?
In India's house isn't where he is.
Who wants to see it?
Yeah, post it for everybody
No,
else.
it's bullshit. Don't waste your time on that.
It's in the stream upstairs. Look at it
Oh God,
and
dear,
learn.
not again. How many hours are you going to try and refine this to try and impress somebody that you've got something?
Until I smack some sense into you all.
Yeah, no chance, man. No chance.
I am afraid so.
Say,
Yes.
Lines aren't
Yeah.
straight or curved, dude. That there's a third choice. Just think about what you
Are
said.
you willing to look at it?
No, canal is bending.
Twitter, Peter.
Are you willing to look at it?
I
Where's the 24 feet of curve?
And you understood nothing.
I understood.
So would
perfectly
you
well.
like me to walk you through
What's
it
there
step
to
by step?
understand, Peter?
Would
think everybody's seen it 10 times.
What is a bearing? What does that mean?
I will show you what it means if you're willing to listen and look at the screen at the same time. Are you?
Oh, look at
You
your
don't
screen.
understand.
Yes, my
Oh yeah. Share your screen then.
Okay, I am.
Okay, this should be funny.
This will be very funny.
Oh, you said Oh yeah, that's right. You said they're tilted vertical planes, but they're not, dude, because they never measured tilted
Stop
vertical planes.
talking and listen. I will walk you through it. So stop
It's not
talking
bending, right?
and control that
6
idiot.
miles.
Control the
It's not.
idiot if you can.
It's not bending though. That's the reality.
Control the idiot
Let
with the
Peter embarrass
1%
himself.
sign.
Let Peter
Control
embarrass
him
Yeah.
and listen to
1% of
what
those who don't follow your bullshit. The 99% may do, but I don't.
can someone mute that person?
Yeah, you're not in control, Peter.
Elder, can you let him talk for a minute?
Indio,
Okay.
can you mute him
Thank
unless
you.
he shuts up? Okay. So, Indio, here's a spherical triangle, right? You agree those things exist, right? These are arcs.
There's a
correct?
spherical triangle on the surface of that sphere, yes.
Yes. Okay. Sum of angles 183 degrees, right?
Okay,
I'm
awesome.
going to show you how we do this. So by definition, each of these arcs are arcs of great circles.
Arcs?
Yes, arcs.
Arcs. Are arcs straight lines?
No, they're arcs.
Okay,
See?
okay.
They're curved, right? They are curved. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So these arcs are parts of great circles going through the center of the sphere. So these are geodesics, basically. Each of those arcs exists on a plane. You see these planes?
Yes, Peter. I see those planes.
We measure angles between those things by measuring the angle that the planes intersect at. You see here the green. You see how these two planes
Yes.
intersect? They form an angle. That's
Yes.
what an angle is between two arcs.
Yes.
You see?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Wait, I'm not done yet. So, just for the audience, this is the definition of an angle on the surface of a sphere. It's the angle between the planes. Got it. Okay. Now, let us say, so these things exist and they truly add up to 185. Now, Mr. Indio has been contesting that somehow when I stand on a point and I don't see the other points, so like here, I stand on the
Okay,
blue
no,
dot.
no,
Wait.
no. I never said anything about seeing another point or anything like that.
Okay,
So
fine.
just stop.
I retract.
My claim is really simple, and I'm going to say it to you for like the 95th fucking time. Okay. Geodetic surveyors do not measure raw with their instruments angles greater than 180 degrees.
That
they
is
can't
correct.
because-
That is correct.
Okay, then what are we
Do you
talking
know
about?
why? Do you know why?
Yeah, because they have straight lines of sight, and you can't make a triangle with straight lines that is greater than 180 degrees.
And you're
It's
wrong.
really simple.
You're wrong. They measure different triangles and they project them onto a different surface. But listen, this is because they're interested in
Thanks for the
measuring other.
newsflash. I told you that.
Wait. This is not the same point. They do that because they're interested in measuring other things. They're not there hunting for spherical triangles. They know they exist. People have known this for a very long time. They're measuring the shape of the land. I am telling you that if your goal was to only confirm the existence of a spherical triangle in nature, you wouldn't need to do that at all. What you could do, and let me walk you through it, standing on a point A, doesn't matter if land surveyors do that or not. They could do it if you could pay them, for example, to do it. They would show you. You stand on a point A. Point C is what you need to get a bearing towards, because all you want to do is measure the angle. You don't have to see point C, no curved line of sight. If there's a vertical sticking out of C, the orange line, your line of sight will intersect with that vertical and you will have established a bearing. You see how I'm establishing a bearing over that arc? That's done using a straight line of sight to the vertical, to the orange vertical. When I do this, I turn by 36.69, what a nice number, all the way here until I establish a bearing to the other point, the green line, with a straight line of sight, and I know that I have 36.69 degrees of angle. Then I go to B, and I do the same thing pardon my thing, line of sight to the vertical, line of sight to the other vertical, that's not turned on. Here we go. And I have another angle. Should I continue? Once I measure these angles, I get 185.68. Game over.
Yeah, except for that's not how they do it.
Well, it doesn't
It's
matter
not how
what
they do it in
because they do
surveying.
something else, you moron.
Listen,
nobody's
at
trying
point
to
A,
prove
so
the
if I'm
Earth
at
is the
point
globe.
A,
Do you understand? Nobody.
What is an angle, bro? Do you even know? Like seriously?
It's a portion of a circle.
Okay, yeah. Or
Oh
it's
my
the
God.
separation of two lines.
Yes,
So if
by
I'm at
what?
point A,
By what?
and I measure the angle separation between B and C, and then I go to point B and measure the separation angle between C and A. Then I go to point C and measure the separation angle between A and B, and I sum those angles. Those angles are going to be 180 degrees. Period.
Those are different angles.
Different than what?
Those are
That's what they
different
measure.
angles. You're hallucinating.
That's what they measure in reality.
In reality, you want me to show you what they measure in reality? I'll show you.
Yeah, show me. Go ahead, show me.
Wait, I need to click a few times. Are you looking at the screen?
I thought it was a question, Peter.
Are you looking at the screen? I said I'll show
Yeah,
you,
I
so
don't
just
see
wait.
I don't see any like theodolite or anything, any measuring instrument there.
Oh, no. I'll show
You're
you
gonna
the
show me what they
relationship.
measure in reality, right? Where is the reality in this?
Watch. In reality, they measure line of sight. They have line of sight between different points on elevation. These points, imagine, are points on the topography. That's what they look at. They get a very different triangle because these are straight lines. These are lines of sight from H to I and from I to G and so on.
What's the sum of those angles?
180.
Okay, it's over.
Wait.
What are you talking about?
No, it's over for you because you see now the relationship.
No, there is no relationship. Listen, they measure the top
did
triangle,
not go to school.
and they have a reference ellipsoid which they project that triangle onto. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction to sea level. Okay, the sea level is the reference ellipsoid, whatever they happen to be using. The bezel ellipsoid, the area ellipsoid, the freaking WGS84, the fucking Everest spheroid, right? So pick one, right?
Yeah. You know what's
when
funny?
you do that projection, then if you look at that triangle, it's greater than 180 degrees.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Yes, you're absolutely correct. This is exactly what you're looking at on a sphere. Exactly.
Cool, dude.
Look at this. You just realized that the Earth is a sphere. Just now, by looking at this, because the explanation you gave to the audience exactly explains the relationship between the black triangle and the red spherical triangle. You have just tried yourself.
See, listen, Peter, this is an abstract
You
idea,
have
right?
just
What you have on the
fucked yourself
screen is
over.
an abstraction, right?
You just explained to all of us, I am grateful for this, that what surveyors do, they establish a regular straight line of sight triangle and they project it onto the surface, which is spherical. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Game
no
over.
shit.
Welcome
It's
to the
called
globe.
the reference ellipsoid. It's actually more complicated than
Welcome
that.
to
I
the
simplified it for you.
globe. It's a
Oh my
beautiful
God,
blue
this is
planet.
legit sad.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Make sure you share it on Twitter, okay? Because I'm a Twitter whore. So please publish it there. You'll see my Twitter link in my profile. Indio just proved spherical Earth. Good night.
How did I prove spherical Earth?
By explaining this picture exactly in nature, in your stupid words,
This is not what nature is.
exactly that's exactly what
I'm
nature
gonna
is,
take a
and you just
screenshot
proved
that.
it.
Peter thinks
Proved
that a 3D program is nature.
the relationship, the geometrical relationship between the black triangle and the sea level spherical triangle. You literally say it. This
Does
is
not
sea
exist
level.
in
The red
nature.
lines exist in nature. Everybody knows
No,
the
it does
Earth's a
not
globe.
exist in nature.
You're
You're just
just
claiming that.
yeah.
No, see,
I'm
that's what you
claiming
need, the actual evidence that it exists in nature.
Yeah,
And
this
that
is
it's not
evidence.
just a presupposed mathematical
Evidence.
model. Oh my God, you're
Evidence.
devolving into
Peter,
sadness now.
what happens to the land that they survey that gets cut off when you fucking do your projection? It just disappear?
What?
For the spherical access.
That's a tough question, Peter.
What do you mean the land that disappears? This is nonsensical.
This
It's
is
not a
called
tricky question.
spherical excess.
Spherical axis, yes.
Excess.
Excess, yes.
Yeah, we lose land
What
when you
about
do
it?
your projection.
No, we don't. You just don't understand
we do.
geometry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Peter's great.
This
So-
guy, man, he's got a delusion.
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about, okay?
Yeah, great argument.
Okay,
Keep
buddy.
drinking.
And neither does Indio. Indio's your Papa Flare, and he
So
doesn't
you take
fucking
your
know what
planar
a
fucking
spherical
measurements,
triangle
you
is.
transfer
Now you're
them
just-
to your fucking
Now
other
you're
one.
just gonna get shut the fuck up because we're not gonna tolerate that shit, dude.
Well, I wouldn't tolerate it either, because you just smoked yourself.
Sure, tell yourself
Not
whatever
really,
you want.
Peter.
I am glad this is
In
recorded.
front of everybody, you just proved the Earth was a globe.
Not
How did
really.
I do that? I'm gonna ask you again. How did I do that? How did I do that in a 3D program? I proved the Earth is a globe. And
You
what if
explained the
instead of in
relationship.
this 3D program, what if instead of this 3D program here, I didn't use a sphere and I used a pretzel, and then I projected this triangle on a pretzel? Did I prove the Earth is a pretzel, Peter?
According to Peter, yes.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
You were trying to debunk the globe while you were explaining the picture on the screen exactly as it is measured in
No, I'm
nature.
not trying to debunk the globe. I'm debunking a Glober claim.
Amazing,
The
amazing.
Glober claim is that MC Toon, right? He did a stream, said they assumed the Earth was flat and measured triangles that are greater than 180 degrees, which is bullshit. You even said it 5 minutes ago that they don't measure angles greater than 180 degrees with lines of sight.
You can do exactly the same measurement on a flat plane and on a sphere, and you'll get two different results. What I showed you with the planes.
you won't.
Yes. Oh, of course you
What's
will.
the reference ellipsoid for then, Peter?
Dude, this is practical engineering. What you're describing, not the geometry.
What's the reference ellipsoid for, Peter?
It's what they use to do their calculations.
Exactly. What are
Yes.
they calculating, Peter?
They're not calculating if the Earth is a globe because they already know it. Everybody
Then why are
knows
they
it, but
using a
you.
reference? They are
Because
listen,
it makes their work easier.
if they measured a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid. It wouldn't be
It makes
necessary.
it easier because they're doing these the black triangle that you showed, that you used to smoke yourself,
How does
is
that make it
exactly
easier?
what they're
Explain
doing.
it to me.
Because they measure this lines of sight and then they project it onto the sphere.
Yeah, why not just measure it?
Because nobody's walking on the flat sphere without
Because you
topography.
can't. Because you can't measure it,
Yes,
Peter.
you can. This measurement, the way
You just
I
said
walked
you
India
can't.
through it, you can do on flat plains or whatever, salt the fuck lakes. You can do that measurement without any topography, and you will literally just establish the bearings, as I showed you, and you will literally add up degrees to more than 180. You should try it if you're really into establishing the shape of the Earth. I
No, it
won't
does-
try it,
it does-
because
it
I couldn't
can't.
give a fuck because I already know what it is.
Yes, I'm sure
So
your knowledge
take
comes from
this,
3D program.
take this diagram that I gave you, take the recording that some guy made of you smoking yourself, go into a flat salt lake, whatever the hell, and establish those three bearings like I showed you, and take a theodolite and measure the degrees. That's all you need to do. You won't need to do any other math, any projections, any ellipsoid, nothing.
So
Just that.
on this okay, just see, I'm getting you straight. So I can go out on a big area and just measure from lines of sight, separation of the angles, and have a triangle that sums to greater than 180.
Absolutely, yes. Let me show you one more time. Yeah.
No,
let
show
me
me, show me it in reality it happening. That's what I want.
In the reality, you'll have to do it because I
So
couldn't give
now,
a fuck.
straight lines of sight can make a triangle greater than 180 degrees. But
I
5
showed you
minutes
how,
ago,
right?
they put in, and then 5 minutes ago, they also did measure lines of sight, and they were like, make up your mind. Which is it? Pick a struggle, Peter. Because
let's
fake
walk-
it till you
I
make
will.
it. It's not going to work it. It's not going to work,
Okay.
bro.
Would you?
Because that's
Let's.
all you got is fake it till you make it.
Why don't you stop yelling and let's walk the audience
'Cause you're a
through this
phony.
again? Let's walk the audience
Yeah, let's
through
walk.
the problem
Let's walk.
again.
Look, we can walk through it 100 times. Nothing
Let's
is going to
do.
make
You know what?
correct.
Let's not do 100 times. Let's do one more time. So here it is, friends and family. Indio and Peter are going to explain to you spherical triangles. Mr. Indio, is
He
this a
definitely got
spherical
beat up as
triangle?
a kid, man, for sure, dude.
Is this a spherical triangle? Yes or no? Hello?
Jesus Christ, man. That was painful. Stop drinking, Peter.
I haven't drunk today, actually. Is this a spherical triangle?
Oh, I know. You must be wrong because you drink.
Is this a spherical triangle?
So, hi, everyone. I didn't really even want to engage in here, but, you know, Peter can't shut the fuck up about being wrong.
I think this is like day 3 from doing this. It's a bit weird.
He's bringing his Twitter nonsense here. So this is Twitter in a nutshell. Globers on Twitter.
I know.
Have some slogans because they got slogans. They got first lie of plurp, second lie of plurp, third lie of plurp, or got a lie to plurp. So they got their little slogans and hashtags. And this is shitloads of them. It's not like just one guy. And then there's the So basically, you do two things. Whatever a flat earther says, that's a gold proof. So I tied my shoes as a gold proof. I stood on my head as a gold proof. Anything. So whenever you post any evidence, yeah, they'll say, "Oh, thanks for the gold proof." Okay.
I know, he's
And
a
if you say
Twitter
whatever-
whore.
And then there's a third one. Okay. You don't understand, and you're a liar. Which I don't understand how that works exactly. How you cannot understand something and also be a liar at the same time. Because lying means you intended to deceive, but if you didn't understand it, how did you intend to deceive anything? Because you didn't understand it in the first place. So I don't get how that one works. So it's like psycho repeat, and Peter brings this here, right? So his initial argument was, you don't understand geometry.
You
Flat
don't.
earthers this, flat earthers that. So it's the same crap. So it's basically an ad hom, poisoning the well, just a bunch of nonsense, and that's why you're wrong.
Statement of fact.
There's nothing you can change, Peter. The thing is, everything you said about why they use the reference ellipsoid is wrong because you don't know what you're talking about. I know why they use it, right? Because of the plumb line. Right? The plumb line.
No, not right.
In the gold model's curved.
When you say right,
it
it
has to
actually
be
doesn't make
because of
what you
lumpy
say
gravity.
right. It's just a
Because
figure
what
of
they
speech.
measure on the Earth doesn't match the celestial sphere. Right?
The
because
celestial
it doesn't
sphere.
match. Right? So if I take a plumb line and look at zeniths and there's supposed to be a star there and that star is not there, well, now I have to say the plumb line is tilted. Because you can't project that plumb line onto an oblate spheroid, right? By using a ray. Have to use a curved line because it has to intersect that reference ellipsoid at an angle that is
What
90
are you
degrees.
What are you talking about? I literally
Okay,
showed
this is
you
my opinion, Peter.
no
Go
curve,
read the
nothing.
literature. It explicitly says it going back to the 1800s that they can't measure a sphere. It's really simple. They can't. It's not that they could and don't want to. They can't. Because when they try, it don't work.
I just showed you how it
Because
works.
of the deflection of the vertical.
The deflection of the vertical.
Because the first It's really simple. The first operation of a theodolite, when you set it up, after you put the legs out, you set it up, is to level it. Leveling it is finding plumb. It's really simple.
And is that it?
So that is your reference, right? So plummet, then you
Stop
find
saying
that's your
right, because
spatial
every
reference
time you
compared
say
to
right,
everything
I
else.
know that you're
And
covering
if
up
plumb
lack
is
of
not
confidence.
perpendicular to the surface of the fucking Earth,
What
then
am I
you
having
can't
here? What am I
measure
showing
the
here?
Earth directly as anything.
What are these blue lines in relation to the
So here's
blue
a reference
point
episode,
A?
which is
What
probably a
are
dozen of them,
these lines?
hundreds of datums.
What are these
Anyway,
lines
Jedi, what's up?
geometrically?
Everybody else.
What are these lines geometrically? They're horizontal lines. That's your plumb bob. That's your fucking theodolite. Horizontal line from the observer. So what are you yelling about? What are you droning on about? A horizontal line intercepts the vertical from the other point, like so. You see? This is establishing a bearing from point A to point C without any curved line, without any ellipsoid, without anything like that. It's just that simple. Same here. Game over. 3 angles, more than 180.
There's a bunch of other people in here. Are they worth unmuting?
You can mute on whoever you want, mate.
I mean, do you know why they're muted?
Haven't got a clue.
I don't want to fall back into the cesspool I just crawled out of. A lot of people in here for this time.
Yeah, man, there's quite a few. I'll start unmuting people. King, you're unmuted. What's up, King? Hope you're doing well. I know why Matt's muted.
What's up, sir?
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Doing good, man. You doing okay?
Good. Yeah, man. Not too bad, thanks. What brings you by?
Oh, I just want to see some of these Globesards get destroyed.
I hope you're happy then. Ninja just did that.
Oh yes, sir. It's always funny to see people's worldview get changed in a moment of minutes.
Apparently, Peter has two worldviews. A worldview in which triangles sum to 180 degrees, but are simultaneously greater than 180 degrees. And the lines of sight are straight and curved simultaneously.
I just showed you that's not true, so you're just making a fool.
How many positions did he take? I should have took notes. Matt, nuclear?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
just
I
don't
never
go
even did
nuclear.
anything. I don't know
Just
how I was
don't
muted
go
before.
nuclear. Just don't go nuclear, okay?
I'm not, dude. I'm a calm dude. I don't know why I was even muted before. I didn't even say anything.
That's allowed.
You know what I was just going to say?
Actually, though, like,
I was like, did Heretic ask you if plumb lines are curved?
Huh?
Never mind. It's an
That
inside
one,
joke.
but he was I mean, he was really freaking out the other day, but today he's just been LARPing as a flat earther, so I don't really know what to make of this guy.
Dude, I was trolling when I was on the whole flat Earth thing, man. I was just trolling. I get bored in this VC. I gotta join in and have some fun. It's entertainment, man. You know? It's fun.
Well, I don't know where I should start. How long have you been in this chat, hanging out in here?
Me, dude, I've been in here. I don't know, man. Has it been like a week, 2 weeks? I think maybe. Yeah, I think it's been 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. I think I've probably been in this chat.
I'm sure you've heard a bunch of nonsense.
Speaking of geometry, man, you guys are trying to figure out geometry. I'm doing geometry right now. I got geometry homework I got to do, man. Some dude was helping me with it in the in the VC while you guys were arguing in the VC chat.
Well, I mean, why do they tell people that the Earth's a globe is somehow figured out by science when it has nothing to do with science or anything like that? I mean,
What do you think it has to do with?
under a very broad definition of science, I guess you could say it's science, but generally it's just geometry. Like, what's the geometry? What's the figure of the Earth, right? What's its form? It's not really a scientific question.
What would it be then? It would be a.
Well, I mean, because if pure science deals with like phenomenon, right? Why does water boil? Why do gases rise? You know, all phenomenons of nature, right? But like, what is, right? What exists is not really science because you really can't. Well, think about it like this: go in your kitchen, look at your table, go, hey, what's the shape of my table? Is answering that doing science?
Huh? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention at all.
Well, the table in your kitchen. You have a kitchen table?
Yeah.
If you ask yourself the question, what's the shape of my table, is to answer a scientific answer.
Well, I mean, I can observe it. I mean, I can literally see that it's flat. I can measure it.
Yeah, you can measure it, right? But you wouldn't consider that I'm doing science because I took out a tape measure. We don't
It
call
is science,
carpenters
though.
science.
You're still measuring it.
Scientists? Would you consider a carpenter a scientist?
No.
Well, they measure shit all day.
Yeah, but yeah, sure. I mean, mathematicians aren't scientists either, but there's math and science, right? So I don't get the point there.
Well, the point is that these are tools of science, but using the tool of science does not, like if you have a common tool, right? That doesn't mean that
Table
like
equals Earth.
if
Amazing analogy.
one field uses that tool, everything that uses that tool is that one field. So
Well,
science
listen, I mean,
uses math and measurements, right? But so do other fields.
yeah,
And
but
when
you have
those
to use
people use
math
them,
and
it's not
measurements
science
for
anymore.
science. That's how we figure out the distances
Well,
and
you
stuff
can
of
do
things. That's
science
how it
without
works.
mathematics. You don't need mathematics to do science.
What? According to who? According to who?
Okay,
I mean, it depends what
so
science you're doing, maybe. But I mean,
so
if you're talking about the
Faraday
shape of
came
the
up with
Earth,
his law
obviously.
of induction, right? For Faraday, Michael Faraday came up with his law of induction without using mathematics. Law of induction is how I don't even know the proper definition of this. So an electric current will create a magnetic field, and there'll be a resistance. There'll be a resistance. The magnetic field will create a
How long have
resistance
you
to the
been a
electric
flat
current,
earther?
right?
Yeah.
I don't know, since 2018, 2017.
What made you change? Like, what made you be a flat earther, really?
Observational reality. I mean, initially I looked into it because of the Chicago. Well, I mean, but let's just start with initially there was a video from that was on a TV news channel about the Chicago skyline being able to be seen across Lake Michigan, and the TV news host says, "Well, you know, what you're seeing here is a mirage." Basically saying you don't actually see Chicago because the Earth's a globe. This is just a mirage of Chicago. Well, nothing in the image indicates a mirage because mirages are typically double images of something. So there's two types of mirages, inferior and superior. One is what superior is, which the tops appear like they're touching. You'll see a city in like the reflection of a city in the sky, or you'll see a city in the reflection of a city underneath. So superior and inferior, one above, one below. So this photograph didn't have that. And in knowing quite a bit about mirages, refraction in general, I'm like, that's like that claim is nonsense. And if like it doesn't match the globe math, like we got a problem. So from there, I investigated this claim that we can see too far. Because once again, the globe has a specific geometry. And it makes predictions about what we should see and what we should not see.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Even though you don't believe in the globe, isn't like the whole lore of like of cosmology like pretty like deep and intricate?
I don't understand what you mean by that. Really.
Like what I mean by is all of the things proclaimed by like astronomy and things like that. All the different asteroids and celestial like things that we observe like it's pretty deep.
Well, I mean, when you say observe,
or claim to be observed.
Yeah, no. They do observations of things. That's indisputable. Their interpretation of what they're seeing is disputable. So if you see a pinprick of light in the sky, oh, is that an asteroid? Is that a galaxy? I zoom in on it, get a bigger telescope, still a little pinprick of light. So, like, what can I say about that thing in the sky? I can make up a whole story about what it is, right?
Well,
it's the spirits of our ancestors. That's what they used to think. Why is that not true anymore?
But certain asteroids, so they claim to have down like the exact like orbit of certain asteroids, like the one that's kind of close to us that they used to think would have maybe hit us in 2029, but they know isn't now.
That's partially true. So, as far as like plotting the trajectory of supposed objects,
they're pretty close.
It's not as straightforward as people think it is, because there's something. It's called the three-body problem. So you can't use Newtonian gravity on three or more bodies. Meaning you can only use two bodies, meaning two planets, planet in the moon, asteroid in the Earth, asteroid in the sun. Can't have more than three. Because it doesn't make stable orbits. So what they actually do is so we're talking about extended in time, right? So what they'll do is they'll make a short-term prediction and keep updating it over and over again, right? So you make a prediction, make it up, like say we make a 1 month prediction, and we make another observation of the object, see where it's actually gone, make a new prediction, extend out a month to see where it's gone, right? Do you just keep leapfrogging this, doing it over and over and over again? So when they say things like, "Oh, this asteroid is just gonna just miss Earth in the year 2092," they actually can't they can model it to 2092 if they want, but it's not accurate.
Yeah,
people have ideas about astronomy. They have ideas because astronomers are really good at selling what they do to the public as being some super precise esoteric art, and the truth is a little bit different than the way they sell it. Because you got to remember, astronomy relies on public funding, right? There's no private telescopes other than like little teeny ones. Think about this. Would you want to pay your taxpayer dollars if they were like, yeah, we're going to build a giant telescope and maybe we'll see something?
Well, I mean, they've published what they claim to be a lot of different things.
I mean, but have you ever looked at what they published?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of the things claimed by the Hubble and things like that.
Well, I wouldn't consider that a publication. I mean, published like in an astronomical journal, that type of publication.
I mean,
Hubble's images are all, even according to them, are computer generated.
Well, what about like the Voyager and like these crafts that or like really far in outer space. Supposedly.
Yeah, supposedly. So let's just use a little critical thinking. Voyager is supposed to be, I don't even know how far away it is now. It's like
it's like past Pluto or something.
It's like outside of the solar system. It's like in the Oort cloud or something, according to them.
Yeah, it didn't die, or it's gonna die soon.
Okay, it has an 8-watt transmitter. According to them, it's an 8-watt transmitter. Okay. Think about that for a second. An 8-watt transmitter, dude. You could probably buy a handheld walkie-talkie that's more powerful than that. It would be a beefy walkie-talkie, but that's nothing. That's literally nothing as far as power. And if just from practical use, you have 8 watts of power. That
you want to last a while.
Well, the point is that it doesn't have enough power to even transmit that far, but they claim they're picking up signals from it. Because as long as they're still picking up signals, they can still get the funding to maintain the program.
I'm pretty sure Voyager's going to be out of commission soon, or it is already.
No, what they keep doing is they keep kicking that can down the road. What they'll say is, "Oh, it's sending back garbage. We're sending, we're trying to figure it out, right?" And then they'll say, "Well, it worked for a couple days," and then so they keep the program going, right? We're getting something, we don't know exactly what, yada yada yada.
I mean, it's going to be hard for them to give up because it is the furthest man-made thing, supposedly.
Well, somebody's working, right? Somebody's getting a check, right?
Mm-hmm.
To do this.
We give out checks to do dumb shit all the time.
I know that. I'm well aware.
Not even just NASA and shit. Not even just NASA. Just like a lot of government shit. My job is dumb.
I'm well aware what the government does to keep people employed. Just look at the past, what just happened, the pandemic. They said everybody stayed home, and nothing happened. That means there's a shitload of people with jobs that don't mean anything in reality.
Literally. I argue one of the main reasons why we keep the health insurance system that America has is because it does subsidize a lot of jobs. The whole private healthcare system.
Yeah.
Maybe we're gonna blow off topic, I guess, though.
Yeah, that'll freaking go right down a spiraling toilet.
Yeah.
The point is that, in my opinion, NASA is just a giant government make-work program. Look at the time it was created, all this attendant stuff that goes along with it. To me, it's like just a big government make-work program. That's, it started as one thing, and then now it's just like, now it's got multiple functions other than just giving people jobs. So an interesting thing that happened during the Apollo program is that the director of that program said that no controller could tell the difference between the simulation and the real thing. And this is back in the 60s. Right? So none of these people that work at NASA have any firsthand knowledge of anything, really. They look at a screen, they might build it, not nowadays, but in the past, they'd build stuff, right? Put it together, hand it off to somebody, goes into the loading dock, some truck drives it away, and that's the last they see of it, right? And then they go watch TV and they're like, yeah, what I made is on that rocket right there. They have no actual knowledge about anything, really. Only people that claim to have actual knowledge are astronauts. And only a small subset of those astronauts claim to have been far away enough from Earth to see the Earth as a ball. we're dealing with an exceedingly, a vanishingly small number of people that claim to have had the personal experience of a globe Earth. Everybody else, other than those people, everybody on Earth that's ever lived has to believe the Earth is one thing or the other. They have no knowledge other than how they directly experience the Earth as. So we got, on one hand, we got everybody that ever lived that observes a flat and motionless Earth, and we have a small group of people that say they went to the moon and that they saw a giant sphere Earth. So, that's really what you're left with. What I experienced and what everybody else experienced, what these special people over here that went on a giant rocket, what they say they experienced. Assuming they went on a giant rocket, of course.
What do you make of the ISS?
I want to know how they open and close the door.
I mean,
to go on spacewalks, how they open and close it. I want to know how they open and close it. That's what I want to know.
Well, I'm pretty sure they get into like a room, right? And then they depressurize the room or something, and then open the one doors and keep the other doors closed.
Yeah, but to see, when we make vacuum chambers on Earth, the seal on those vacuum chambers is a one-time use. When you open the vacuum chamber door, you have to replace the seal every single time. And the seals are made of metal. They're not made of so plastic seals or rubber seals don't work. They have to be made of metal. So they use a copper seal in between the door and the vacuum chamber. And when they close it, that copper thing deforms, right? It kind of molds itself to the door, like the gap, and it makes a vacuum tight seal. But when they open it up, they have to scrape that off, right? And then use another seal when they close the vacuum chamber again. So I want to know how they get in and out of the ISS without making a seal, considering the vacuum that they claim that they're in is stronger than any Earthly made vacuum.
Well, they're still technically in the atmosphere, right? Because it's in inner space.
Well, they say they're in low Earth orbit, but it's still 10 to the negative. I think they say it's 10 to the negative 11.
What's the difference? What's the difference in pressures inside and outside?
Ultra high vacuums are something like 10 to the negative 9 torr. So it's not even as strong as vacuum. It's what we make on Earth isn't even as strong as what they claim.
What's the pressure differential?
Neil deGrasse Tyson even said it. If you went to if you took a jar and put the lid on it and then brought it back to Earth, it would be stronger than any earthly vacuum.
The only reason I bring up the ISS though is because it's one of those things that you yourself could see it looks like a satellite in the sky through a telescope.
I mean, it's like a TIE fighter too. I mean, it looks like a satellite. What does that mean? It's like a TIE fighter to Star Wars, right?
It just looks like something's in orbit,
Doesn't. No, see, there's a difference between. No offense. Seriously, no offense.
No, none taken.
A globe earthers, seriously, they mix their belief of what they think they're seeing with what they're actually seeing, the actual description of it. So, I have examples of this, but you can't see an orbit. If something crosses the sky, you're not seeing an orbit. You're taking your idea of what that thing is doing and saying, "Ooh, that's in an orbit."
Yeah, but I mean, otherwise it would have to be something that would be powering it, right?
Visually, I mean, the visual difference between the ISS and let's put it this way: if I had a drone that was 7 feet long, flying at 40,000 feet at 350 miles per hour, it would be visually identical to what you see to the ISS. So the thing about seeing things is it follows a simple rule. It's linear perspective. So they claim the ISS is 300 feet long, going 17,000 miles per hour. 250 miles in the sky, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So you can take all those numbers, right?
Those aren't earthly.
Into for the same visual, so what it would look like. You can half those numbers, right? So now not 17, half of 17, half the size, half the speed. It would look all the same. Well, you could take any ratio, right? 100 times smaller, 100 times, 100th the speed, 100th the size, right?
It was half the speed.
All these are visually identical.
If it was half the speed, that would take twice as long to travel the distance.
No, because it's closer. It's closer, right?
Well, no, if it's
you have
closer,
a car going 60 miles per hour, that's like, say you're 10 feet from a road, and then there's a road a mile in the distance. And a car, right, is on the road that's 10 feet, and it goes by you at 60 miles per hour. The car in the distance that's a mile away or whatever, it's also going 60 miles per hour, but it's going to be visible longer, right? Even though both these are going the same speed.
I mean, I would only agree that that it's gonna be take less speed the closer to Earth, because it's because in a globe that would be the case. It's it'd be a smaller circumference.
The point, you're missing the point. The point is that we see in angles, we don't see in absolute speeds. You don't look at something and go, that's going 1,000 miles per hour. You can only tell the speed relative to your position and its distance. Okay, so a jet. Say you have a jet that's 20 feet off the ground, right? And it flies over your head. That thing's going to whiz by you. But if it's at 50,000 feet going the same speed, you're going to be able to see it in the sky for a long time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's further away, right? So the angle change from your viewpoint, right, is slower. Because it's further up. It's just, like I said, linear perspective.
So what's keeping the moon in the sky?
I'm leading up to something.
Oh, sorry.
This is the point I'm trying to make. Is that the ISS would be visually identical to a 7-foot long drone at 40,000 feet going 350 miles per hour.
Yeah,
you would not be able to tell the difference visually by looking. That's close, that's far. You can't tell by just looking.
I hear what you're saying completely. As I was moving on to what is keeping the moon in the sky, because the reason why I would think that it's what was the word, orbiting around the Earth, is because obviously it's a natural thing. Like we didn't make the moon. It just has always been orbiting around the planet.
What the hell does the moon have to do with the Earth?
I mean, it's close to the Earth.
Is it?
Yeah,
How can you tell?
It's really big.
So it looks. First of all, its size, its visual size is half a degree. I wouldn't consider it really big, but like I said, they say it's 300,000 miles away, right? And it's a quarter of the Earth's radius. Well, it could be the Earth's radius and be 4 times the distance, and it would look the same. It could be 100 times the distance and 100 times bigger. It could be any value. The value doesn't matter. You can't tell just by looking at it how big it is, or how, in absolute terms. When I say how big, you can't tell how big it is. I mean in absolute terms, as in it's this many inches, it's this many miles, it's this many. Those are what we call it absolute values, right? You can't tell in absolute values. You can only tell in an angle or way.
The whole phasing
angle that it subtends.
The whole phasing, so the different phases of the moon, and the crescent and the half moon and so on and so forth, and that being based on the reflection of the sun, it makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, I was reading the chat. Say that again.
I was just talking about the phases of the moon, and how it appears to reflect the light of the sun.
Does it really?
Yeah, I mean that explains the moon phases.
Well, I mean, explains to me. That's just tell me. Whenever I hear the word "explains" in this topic, I think tell me a story. That's all I hear. Because there's a lot of explanations, but there's very few scientific explanations. That means an explanation based upon some actual experiment, So we have a just so story to go along with it.
I mean, why do you think the moon's phase?
I mean, the phases don't always align with the sun, and this is well known. So, like, they say the sun illuminates the moon, right? So
Yeah.
that was true. And then wherever the sun's position was, the terminator line, if I draw a straight line from the sun to the moon, right? The center of the moon, center of the sun, center of the moon. The terminator line of the moon should be perpendicular, right, at a 90-degree angle from that line. But we know it's not. And to cope with this, they say this is an illusion. That's literally what they say. They say it's an illusion that you're seeing this. Okay, and there's other factors of why the moon might not be reflecting sunlight, right? Is that it's a sphere, you don't see any specular highlights. So a sphere will have like a hot spot on it. Because on a curved surface, or a what do you call it?
Concave.
A convex surface, right? Right. If you just look at any 3D game, right? You take any sphere in a 3D game, wherever the light source is, shows like a little hot spot on the curved surface, right?
Yeah, the part that's really shiny.
A specular highlight. We've never seen the moon look like that. A specular highlight on the moon. Because there is like saying, yeah, the sun illuminates the moon. There's no actual. It's not an actual scientific claim. It's just them saying it, and everybody else going, yes, it makes sense to me. Why not?
I mean, because it doesn't appear to be like any other explanation for like the phases of the moon.
So then that makes that explanation true.
It seems to be the best explanation that we have, like thus far.
That's compared to what?
Exactly.
I mean,
there is no other explanation.
If you have,
if I heard
you can make up anything. You can literally make up anything, and if none of them have evidence, every explanation is equally valid.
Well, I mean, there is evidence of the sun, though. Like, there's evidence of light reflection. And...
No, when I say no evidence, I mean there's no evidence that it's reflected sunlight from the moon. You can't do an analysis of the spectrum. You can't, and it doesn't line up, and you don't have features which would indicate that it's reflected from the sun. That's what I mean, no evidence, right? The claim can't be the evidence, right? The claim can't be the moon reflects the sunlight. That's my evidence for the moon reflecting sunlight.
But from my knowledge, no one else has ever posited like another explanation because it's like
there's a whole bunch, man.
I haven't done my research. Like, can you share some?
One of them is that the moon is a reflection of the Earth's surface. Another one is that the moon is self-illuminating. There's a bunch of them. None of them have any evidence that have the same evidence the other one does. Nothing. They're just claims, like they have no actual physical evidence for the claim.
But like all the light and energy like over your solar system is coming from the sun. Like that's like the biggest evidence, I feel.
I mean, how do you know that?
How do I know that the sun is giving us energy?
No, dude, you said all the energy comes from the sun. Like how do you know that?
Well, not all. I shouldn't say all.
Why can't the moon be self-illuminating? Why can't the energy of the moon come from the moon?
There is like a majority, a large majority of the energy of the solar system is coming from the sun.
There is no solar system. What are you even talking about?
Okay, true.
I mean, dude, people can't cope with this. No one has ever observed. No one in human history has ever observed a full orbit of anything, ever.
And another
Do you
quick.
wonder why that is?
No, I don't wonder why it is. It's just a fact.
Another quick.
I don't care why it is. The story is irrelevant. It's just a fact that people throw around the word orbit. Oh, orbit this, orbit that, solar system. No one's ever actually observed the orbit. And you can say, well, it's because of our point of view. Fine, fantastic. It doesn't matter. No one's ever actually observed the orbit to be giving like the idea that it's like, oh, things are just orbiting. as if it's
and
self-evident.
I mean,
sorry, Clay.
we can observe the Earth, and we know that the Earth is orbiting.
From where? So we've seen that. So who's observed the
Space.
Earth orbit?
There's
Anything
literally time lapses from space of the Earth.
of the Earth orbiting the
around
sun?
the sun.
Oh, really? Please
The
post
Earth
that in the
orbiting,
chat.
yeah.
Yeah, post that in the chat. Earth orbiting the sun, time lapse.
I mean, it wouldn't show the. It wouldn't show the. It wouldn't show the sun. It wouldn't show the sun because the sun is like 93 miles away from Earth.
Yeah, so no orbit.
And another
Still,
weird.
yeah, it's showing the Earth. Yeah, so it's showing the Earth turning on its axis. I don't know if that's. I mean, do you understand how like math works and like?
You didn't use any math. I didn't hear.
No,
any
I'm
math.
just telling you. Like, do you,
What was that
do you
equation you
understand
gave me?
like distance? Do you understand like distance though? Like the Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun. So how the hell are we supposed to like? How are you supposed to like video
That's not
that?
my problem. Like that's not my problem, dude. It's
It's
not my
not my
fucking claim.
problem.
No,
Exactly.
So a claim
So-
needs evidence, right? And you're saying that I made a claim, but I can't find the evidence for my claim because the evidence for my claim is impossible to get. Guess
You want
what?
video?
Like-
I can
I have a
show
question.
some evidence, but we won't take it.
What about like Haley's Comet?
No, you just said. Hold on a second. I've seen
Okay.
Haley's Comet. I was alive then.
But is that not an orbit though?
It doesn't look like they depict it. Believe me, it looks like a smudged cloud in the sky.
According
That's
to
literally
what?
it
Though?
looked like.
According to who? According to what? Does it
According
not
to my
look
own
like they
eyes.
depict it?
According to my own eyes.
You know more than them.
Hey, before
I
the
saw
you know more than
Haley's
scientists.
Comet. I saw Haley's Comet with my own fucking eyes, dude.
Yeah. So isn't that like an example of an orbit? Because we know when it's going to come back. Like it goes to the sun, and
Doesn't mean it's an orbit.
and then it launches around really quick around the sun, and then shoots back out. And when we know,
That doesn't make it an orbit. It's just a recurring visual phenomenon.
Okay.
They know when
Okay,
Haley's Comet's going to come back because they recorded it happening, right? So they've already recorded it happening multiple times, right? The observation of it. They recorded it. They
Yeah, since for a
look,
long
there's
time.
pattern here, right?
Since-
Let's see
for
if this
thousands of
pattern
years.
holds. Pardon me?
I was saying for thousands of years, it's been recorded for a long time.
I think there's 5 observations of Haley's Comet.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in history, like it's speculated that Haley's Comet has been like a recurrent phenomenon that like has been recorded. In, you know,
They predicted it before the heliocentric model. How did they do that?
well, not that they predicted it, but like there's writings that it was seen like in the skies, and
Yeah,
and
I
it
know,
was
but
seen
they
again.
did.
Yeah.
But they did predict it recurring before the heliocentric model existed. How did they do that?
Yeah, because it was an observed phenomenon that was like written down, and you know.
Okay, exactly. So it doesn't support or debunk the heliocentric model, or any other model. So here's another thing is that people think eclipses are predicted using the heliocentric model. They're not. They don't model like a bunch of balls in space. They go, oh look, when in our little simulation here of a bunch of balls in space, there's going to be an eclipse. Oh, here's the time. We're going to tell everybody this is when the eclipse happens. That's not how it works at all. Eclipses have been predicted
how it works, then.
since 2000 BC because they occur on a recurring cycle. The first eclipse that was ever known to be accurately predicted, right, to the day, where they have a recording for, was by Thales. Thales was a flat earther. Literally a flat earther.
Yeah, but how are they going to know where it's going to be unless they have like an accurate like prediction based on like the model?
The accuracy of that, right? The accuracy of where it's going to be.
Or where you're going to be able
I
to
don't
see
know how
from.
accurate that actually is, quite honestly.
Well, because
None of
apparently
these are
this upcoming one is going to be pretty close to me, and I'm curious.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, you're not listening. How accurate it is, right, of where it's going to be on Earth. First of all, we know it's going to be on Earth because eclipses happen recurringly in the same place. So there's something called an eclipse here, right? So eclipses occur over and over and over again in the same place. And they move, right? So they move northwards. They have a bunch of different cycles. It's called Saros series, like 21 or 2000. Like there's a whole bunch of them, right? So take all these, right? Say, hey, there was an eclipse here in 1832. oh, there should be another eclipse here at this date, this date, this date, this date, and they occur in recurrent patterns. But the idea that they use a globe, like mathematically, otherwise, they don't. They just use the repetition.
So, do you believe in space?
Is it a belief?
Asking you.
Oh, is it a belief, man? You said, do I believe in it? Is it a belief?
Are you going to answer my question with a question?
Yeah, I am. I just did.
Yeah.
Well, when you say, do I believe in space, I hear, do you believe in leprechauns?
It's a question. You're supposed to answer.
Do I believe in space, outer space, vacuum of a near infinite void? No, I do not believe in that.
Don't believe in it?
No. He doesn't.
So, do you believe that we're like in a dome or something then?
No.
Don't believe that we're in a container? That's what F.E. Earther
Container,
believes.
yes, but not a dome. Container, yes, not a dome. I don't think that I don't think about it probably like you think about it. I don't think about reality of it like there's like an outside, right? That we can astral project ourselves outside of Earth and our experiences and look back at it, and that the Earth is inside some greater space. Right, because this is just
you
like
know how high that container would be
infinite
then?
regression, right? All this ends up in an infinite regression. Okay, so like, oh, what's the Earth inside? Where's the edge? Is there a dome? Well, that assumes it's like inside something else, right? Some space it's inside. Well, we could do that with anything, right? Oh, what's the universe inside? A meta universe, super universe, multidimensional brain theory? Like we can. This is an infinite regression. Like whatever you say.
So you're telling me because it
where's
can
the
be an
edge and
infinite
where's the edge of
regression, that means we're
you're not
supposed to
actually
figure it
listening to
out.
what I say. If you're not going to actually listen,
I'm listening
like-
completely to what you're saying.
okay, so repeat it back to me.
Yeah, so what you're basically saying is that because the Earth can be in an infinite regression, you don't have to prove it to me. You don't have to explain why you believe it is.
No,
and
anything
you're just
could be
talking
in
about
an
how
infinite regression.
you're just talking about the universe and super universes and how it can just keep going on, but I don't understand how that
Anything-
answers my question.
Because this is a known paradox that goes back to Zeno and the Greeks. Okay?
But can you try to
That
so
it's not
okay,
just the Earth,
because it
it's
can
not
be an
just-
infinite regression. Okay.
It's everything's an infinite.
don't wanna figure-
when you start asking where's the boundary, right? Where's the boundary of anything in any context, right?
I'm talking about
When it
Earth. We're
comes
just talking
to
about
all
Earth,
of
dude. You don't have to
reality-
go on about something
No,
else. We're
Earth
just
is
talking about
it.
Earth.
There
dude.
is no outside Earth. The Earth is the container, dude. Okay, let's put it this way. You think that there's
So there's
a
nothing
space
else in the
and
physical
that
realm
Earth is
outside of
inside
Earth.
that. Okay, listen. You think the Earth is, here's the Earth, and it's inside a larger space, right? That's what you think.
What you can measure.
You think the Earth is inside a larger space, a volume that's outside of the Earth, right?
That we can see, that we can measure.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you what you think the Earth is inside of. It has to be
I
inside
don't
of
think
something, right?
I don't think the Earth is inside of anything. There is no outside volume that the Earth is inside of.
So
The way
what is
you,
going
you
on?
the way it should be put in mathematical terms would be like Earth is the embedding space. Earth is not an object embedded in space. It is the embedding space itself, which everything else is embedded.
But if you want to have a
What
replacement
about things
story,
outside of Earth, though?
if you want to have a
You're not supposed to
replace,
think of it.
if you want to have a
King,
replacement
you're hot
story,
micing, dude.
if you want to have a replacement story, you could go to something that I believe, right? But at the end of the day, it's the same belief, right? You could go to biblical cosmology. In biblical cosmology, we're surrounded by water. So the Earth is literally planted in the midst of waters, and the water was separated through firmament. That's the biblical cosmology. But I think it's not really getting the whole conversation anywhere, because it just would be a replacement for the belief that you have right now in an empty space of a vacuum.
Yeah. So why don't you believe in the empty space in the vacuum then? Is it because it doesn't
Made up
seem logical?
bullshit.
Because I understand how like a fifth grader would tell me. They'd be like, "Well, you're floating a ball in space, and there's like fireballs in space, and they're floating." Like I understand that fifth grade way of thinking about it, but why don't you believe it? Why do you believe it's false?
Why should we believe it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's just
Seriously, why should
questions get asked. Good
no.
question.
Like the fifth grader understanding, that's some bullshit, dude. Why should we believe it? The burden of proof isn't on us.
Okay, it's not on you according to what?
Because it's not obvious. It's not
So,
obvious
it's
that
not
there's
obvious.
outer
Okay,
space,
so
right?
it's not
You didn't
Indio,
wake up.
Indio. It's
you didn't-
obvious
You
to
didn't
a
wake
lot
up
of
3 days
people.
ago
Okay.
and like, dude, like, oh, there's outer space.
Yeah.
It's not
Indio.
obvious, right?
It's obvious. Yeah, Indio. It's obvious to a lot of people, just not obvious to you because you won't take
What
the evidence presented to you.
observation makes it obvious?
You won't accept it to. Yeah, observations. It's all about. Okay, let's talk about this observation then. We both agree that the moon does exist, right? We believe on that. We agree on
Yeah,
that.
obviously, dude.
Okay, the moon exists. You think the moon is also in the container or what?
What container?
Container
You
inside the Earth.
You either don't comprehend what I'm saying, or you just don't get it.
Are you saying that the universe is like a closed system?
Right?
Look.
Yeah.
No, listen.
So,
and I
the
tried to
moon's
clarify
inside,
what Matt. I tried to clarify what I meant by that, but you didn't actually understand or comprehend because
Okay, go back
your
and explain it
thinking
then.
is a
Go ahead.
Muppet vision, right? When you picture Earth, you always picture everything from outside of it, right? So you picture the solar system as if you have Muppet vision.
Dude,
and
you're just gonna
looking
go
back at
ranting. I just asked you a simple question. I don't know
Well,
why you're
I have to
ranting, dude.
explain it to an infant, dude. That's what I'm doing right now. Explain it to a fucking
Okay, go
infant
ahead.
because this is obviously too complicated. Because when I told
Complicated.
you
I
in
just asked you if the
mathematical
moon is inside
terms
the
that
container.
Earth is the embedding space, the word
Okay.
container is meaningless in this sense. It doesn't mean anything.
You don't want to prove
Because
anything. You don't want to
there's
prove any of
nothing
your
out. A container implies that there's a boundary, and that outside that boundary that there's something else, right?
Yes. So if that's what you believe in, then you can just say
there
that
is
yes.
something else outside. There's no boundary like that.
Yeah. So if you say that, then why don't you just say yes? Moon is inside of Earth. Why won't you just say that?
Talking about no, because you didn't say moon is inside of Earth. You said moon is inside of
I
container.
just asked you a simple question. Is this inside the
said
container
no.
as well?
No, you
Isn't
tried
the
to just
container and
move
Earth
the
the same
goal.
thing, or is the container the outer space that we
There
don't know
is
about?
no fucking container in that sense.
What?
Look, you're in a loop. Listen, there is no container because to have a container, you have to have a space outside the container, right? This is why it's a paradox. This is why I try to explain to you. No matter how many times you slice this up, right, you end up in this infinite regression. Where's the container?
So
Where's
you
the
said
boundary?
something
What's
about a
outside the
container.
container? What's outside the boundary? Oh, it's 50 miles that way. Okay, then what's
I wasn't
outside of that? It's
asking
50
that,
miles
though. I wasn't
farther.
asking.
What's
I wasn't
outside of
asking
that?
that,
It's
though.
50 miles farther than that. What's outside of that? When you look for a boundary, mathematically, logically, geometrically, Zeno proved this 2,000 fucking years ago that this question can't be answered using logic, reason, mathematics. It just can't be answered. It ends up in an infinite regression.
I don't know where you got to this from a simple question. So if you believe we can't get out of the container, and the container is basically
There is no
Earth, 'cause
container.
we're
There's
inside of
nowhere to
Earth, there's
go.
nothing
There
out
is
of
no
it, and
out,
there's nothing
dude.
out of it. So
Why
I don't
don't you
understand
understand?
why you didn't answer that.
There's no out. There's no out of the
There's no out.
container. Because there's no
So it's
container. Dude.
So
There's-
because
the
there's
idea
Indio,
of outside is meaningless.
Okay, because there's no outside of the container, then the moon is inside of Earth, right? It's inside the container.
Yeah, you can say it's inside of Earth. There's no container. Stop trying to foist that shit. You can say that shit one more time. I'm gonna
You just
fucking
said that
leave
there
you.
was
I
a
told you,
container,
There's
though.
no container. I told you the word container is meaningless in this context.
Okay, someone in the chat remind me. Did he not say that there was a container?
No.
He did
We
at
are
the
contained.
beginning.
Or am I tripping here? There's a YouTube thing in here that we can probably replay
Okay.
too. He definitely said that we're contained.
Okay. When you
He
first
said
asked
there
me-
was no dome, but
when
a
you first
container
asked me
for pressure.
right?
to
Yeah,
exist.
he did say that. So
I
I don't.
said,
Why is he backtracking?
Listen.
Because you
First
cornered him.
asked me, I said container, but I clarified what I meant by that. I said this is an infinite regression, and a container implies an embedding space. That means if the Earth has a container, that means it's embedded in a larger space, and that the container, right? Theoretically, you could breach the container and go outside of it, right? On the other side of the container, into some other space, right? Is anything I just said wrong?
But Indio,
Well, I don't agree with
Is
it. It's like
anything
for-
I just said wrong?
Indio, how
Yeah.
can you prove that
Yeah,
to
it
be
is.
the case?
Apart.
Yeah, how could you prove that to be the case, though?
I mean, I could also just say there's a
Because it's
firmament
logically
dividing
impossible,
water.
which was demonstrated 2,000 years ago, which I already fucking covered. You just don't like it. Okay, let's play this game
Indio,
with the
it's the
modern
same thing with you. You
cosmology.
don't like evidence, but when it comes
What
to you
evidence? You
telling
haven't
me that something was
presented
discovered
any
2,000 years
evidence.
ago, I mean, we figured out that the Earth was round 2,000 years
Who's
ago. So I
we?
mean, what does that prove?
Who's we? No, this is a
Humankind.
logic. This has nothing. This is independent of the physical world. This is just the human mind.
When I
Has
asked
to do
you
with
a very
logic and
simple
reason.
question, I don't know why you got to this whole ranting. I just asked you if
Because
the
it's not a simple
moon
question.
is inside the container.
No, you think
said
it's a
that you
simple
said that there
question
is
because
nothing
you're
outside the
simple-minded.
container.
It's not a simple question. Okay, where's the edge
It
of the
is,
universe?
though.
Where's
Indio,
the edge?
Indio, listen,
No.
listen. If we are all inside the container and there was nothing outside of the container, then the
container?
moon would have to be inside the container, correct?
What container?
Container that you mentioned that we're all in.
There is no
Contained.
container. The word container in this context is meaningless.
So
Okay,
we're
what's
not
the
contained.
container? Let me ask you: is the universe a container?
Oh, no.
No,
You
no,
have
no,
to
no.
clarify.
We're gonna
Are
play
we
this
not
fucking
contained?
game. So two can play this game. Is the universe a container?
What?
Is
Okay,
the
Indio,
universe?
I'm sorry, but I heard
known
you
universe,
previously
right?
say before.
After the Big Bang universe, the expanding space, is that a container?
So, Indio, you told
Answer the
me
question.
previously,
Is that a
right?
container?
You haven't answered my question if the moon is
Okay,
inside Earth,
no,
so why
I'm
should I
just
answer
saying
yours?
that this is stupid.
You want to
Now,
just
is
switch
the universe a
subjects here. We're
container?
not going to switch subjects.
Is the universe a
You
container?
answer my question, I'm gonna answer
I did
your
answer your
question right
question.
after, buddy.
I answered your question in
Okay, answer
excruciating
my
fucking detail.
is the moon inside of Earth? Is the moon inside of Earth?
Inside the physical ground?
Go ahead.
No, but it's inside the realm which we would call Earth. But there's no outside
What do you mean inside the realm of what exactly, though?
where you are. What do you mean? What is it? What do you
Well, it's
mean?
inside of the planet, then. It's inside of Earth, as
No,
we know.
the Earth isn't a planet.
Okay, my bad. It's not a planet. I forgot. That's not the term we use here. So, what is Earth then? What would you call it?
Earth is unique. It doesn't have a category.
It's not a disk either.
It's not in a category. No, it's not a dip. Jesus fucking Christ. You're really
It's
at
not.
that
It's
level.
not categorized at all.
The
We're on
mind
the
fuck, the
21st
mind
century.
fuck
We're
Who
on
here
told you
is
we
just
thought that the Earth was a
unbelievable.
disc?
A lot of flat earthers believe that the Earth is a disk.
Okay,
Ancient
yes.
Greeks.
Wait, so historically,
Fucking Christ. No flat Earthers think the Earth is a disc. None. Zero.
They used to. They used to.
I've never met a
No.
flat Earth that thinks the Earth
The
is a disc.
ancients.
Never.
Yeah, the ancients
No.
So the Earth,
No
it's like
one
we're
ever.
going back
did.
in time here with flat earthers. Because Indio,
Yeah,
do you have
here
a
we go. Now
model?
it's
My
about
bad.
us again.
You wouldn't have a model, would you? Do you have a
Now it's
model?
about a model of what?
wait, yeah, but sorry, I don't mean to speak too much, but like historically, like the way that over time, like we circumnavigated the Earth, like the Europeans went over to North America, and then they like Asia was even further to the west, and we've just literally like traveled around the globe,
Yeah.
and
How do you think
Oh.
I feel like that kind of proved like
Who did
without
that?
a doubt
Who,
that
How
the
do you think
planet.
who navigate?
circumnavigation? Oh, go ahead. I've talked enough.
I'm sorry, no,
Who
I
navigated
finished.
around the sphere?
Like
Who
Fernando
navigated out, who
Magellan.
navigated around the sphere?
Magellan.
Magellan. Really?
Yeah, he was the first one, right?
Yeah, but
Oh,
he died.
really?
He never made it.
First guy to go in a circle, right? Big flat
Yeah.
circle.
Yeah, he was in a
Magellan
big
and
flat circle.
other
Hey.
millions. Can you name it? Other millions.
Who?
Other people from Magellan. Who was the other ones?
I don't know. I googled the first
You
person who circumnavigated the Earth.
I will tell you. Nobody else. Only that what you said.
Oh, just this dude.
I told you there is nobody else. Only Magellan did it.
Nice, dude. What a badass.
Do you want to bet?
Do I want to bet?
Do you want to look?
I mean, I'm sure. I mean, people have flown like around the Earth.
Type this: how many people circumnavigated the sphere? 1,000, 1 million, or one?
It says a couple people, 180.
180 people in all human history circumnavigated sphere. That's great.
That's just by sailing.
That's great. 180. It's 180. It's a 0.00001.
So that's I don't understand how that's an argument. So 0.001% of the population navigated the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is a flat. What?
We don't need to listen. We don't need to invoke how many people did it. We just need to talk about. No, 1 second. Listen, we just need to talk about circumnavigation. Okay, you make a circle.
Exactly.
Can you make a circle on a pizza?
Make a circle.
And
can you make a circle on a pizza?
Yeah, but the idea is they just went straight west.
What they use for navigation
for the aerial ones.
Ancient people. What the ancient people use for navigation?
They used like choreography and like coordinates and things and stuff, and like
they use sextant maybe.
And sextants and things like that.
Did they use sextant?
Yeah.
Is it sextant device which measuring the angles?
Yeah.
How you can measure angles with the curved surface?
Because it's essentially flat.
How you can measure angles with a curved surface?
Because
you measure angles, big boy?
You can round, and it is essentially flat. The curve from where you're standing, it is slightly curved, but it's so tiny and minute. You can mathematically count it as flat, and it works.
Mathematically, can we check the math in reality?
I mean, it works.
Can we check the size of the Earth in reality?
Let me get this pizza model.
Yes.
Pizza model, it's made for you on internet that you believe that we believe that it's pizza.
Yeah, so
I do like pizza.
Posted, listen.
Let me get this pizza model.
Okay, cool. Pizza model. So east-west circumnavigation on a flat plane, posted image. That's a representation of Magellan's route.
How do we know that is correct?
What is this map? What is this
map? What do you mean? How do you know
how did you get this map?
You think on a globe is correct.
It's supposed to be the
That's
Earth?
your claim. That's you made a positive claim. What is this map from? Where is it from? Did you make it? Did you make the map?
Y'all are the one running around saying.
Oh, now it's on us.
No. Who made the map? You made a positive claim.
Who made that map?
Who made the map?
Pardon me?
You made a positive claim that this is.
Who made that map you just showed?
You said this is the route of Magellan. Who made the map?
It's a representation.
So your claim, you brought this claim.
Magellan circumnavigated a globe, and that can only work on a ball.
That's your positive claim.
Obviously, it can work on a flat Earth, right?
Okay, prove it.
Because this is his route.
Prove it. I don't know. Where did you take this map from? I see a different map
Projected
now.
on the flat plane.
That's the map?
Projected what?
What the hell is that?
What did you project?
Top-down Muppet vision.
It's top down, like from the North Pole.
Yeah, you'd say that.
Dude, the very simplistic understanding. Listen, no, don't interrupt me. The very simplistic understanding of a compass that needs to be held perfectly flat, and looking at the representation, it just literally represents the very plane you live upon. If you think a compass makes more sense on a spinning, wobbling tilted spaceball flying from the very expanding world of darkness, you might be in denial, and there's no way to help you.
Why is it like further?
Yeah, you're laughing, but you know it's true. You know that the compass literally represents
so let me ask
our
you,
position
no,
way more logical than yours.
Oh, you wanted me to talk, but now you're talking. So who's speaking?
Same with
here?
the phase
You or
of a
me?
clock.
Who's speaking here, bro? You or me?
Why does
Who's
it take
speaking?
more time to fly?
Is the universe a container?
from like let's say Chile to
Yes, the
Australia,
universe is a container.
then
And because the universe is a container, we have gas pressure.
Talking about it. Look, just don't parrot somebody else's argument, dude, unless you know what you're talking about.
We have a container, we have gas pressure. That's all about you say with your argument. Nonsensical argument, gas pressure needs a container. Nonsensical.
Okay, because if I whipped out a physical globe, started measuring parts of a physical globe, they wouldn't work either. So
What?
I don't. Y'all just do this shit, right? Where you like see this representation, you're like, oh, this shit don't work. Oh, so show us your globe map that works. Oh, we don't have that. They're all distorted. Well, show us a physical globe that works.
No, I'm
Oh, we
holding a
don't have
globe
that
right
either.
now.
Yeah.
I'm holding a globe
No.
right now.
We tested physical globes, dude.
You have, yeah?
You
Like
couldn't
you
tell me
test
where
a
you got
physical
your
globe, you
maps
see, like
from,
with a
Indio.
piece of string, right? You can measure the distances on a globe by taking a piece of string, put it on the surface.
Yeah. And what
right?
did you
Like, okay, Australia's supposed to
calculate
be this
from that?
big, this many miles wide. So you cut you put a piece of string across Australia on a physical globe. You cut it, right? So now you have a reference length, and you can compare it to other parts of the globe, which is supposed to be the same distance. When people do this, they don't add up. They're inconsistent.
Oh, who are the people?
All people what written educational program
No. Let Indio cook himself again. So how do you know this? So you measure, and then did you measure those distances in reality, in nature? Did you measure them yourself?
We have known distances.
No, let me cook. So who did you measure those distances?
We
What are you
navigate in
comparing?
certain ways, and we navigate long distance. We don't use a map.
Oh, have you measured those distances, like in
Use the
nature?
sky.
In
I
nature,
love
did you measure
you
them?
using their logic on them. I love it.
In
Love it.
nature, did you measure them?
What logic is that?
This is
I
the
haven't heard you
logic.
make a
Answer
logical
it. It's a
statement
simple
yet.
question. Yes or no?
Did you measure those
What question?
distances in nature before you compared them to your string measurement on the globe?
Did you just say, is your container is a simple question?
Yes.
Indio, he's asking you, how do you know that
He's
distance
trying
is
to backtrack.
correct?
He's trying to switch subjects now after a simple
No, I
question
didn't.
was
No,
asked.
I didn't hear what he. No, I didn't hear what you said, Doofus.
How did you measure?
Listen, stop trying to divine my motivations. You don't have ESP, you don't have clairvoyance, and you definitely can't predict what I'm going to say next. So just
How
stop.
did you measure distances?
Did you predict that? What was my motivation for saying that? You're going to divine my intention on that one too?
Come on now.
See how he's
You don't need to
getting
switch
everyone in here. Do you
subjects.
guys see how he's getting asked questions and he's just talking about something
I didn't hear
else
your
that's
question, stupid fuck. What's your question?
I'm not even.
He's dodging the fucking sound waves so you can't hear it.
What was the question?
My question is, how
Did anybody else hear it?
I think he has me on mute, that's why.
Oh, I got this.
Hey, I can answer the.
Hold on.
I can answer it.
I see this manufacturing dude lighting up, but I can't hear him.
No, I want to
Anybody else
cook
hear
the Indio.
No, Peter's talking to you, and his question is, when have you measured the
I vocally
distances?
muted Peter? Fuck, dude. That wasn't what I was supposed to do. That was what I was supposed to do. Fuck, dude. I was supposed to server mute Peter. I fixed it. Sorry.
He's asking you, how do you know the distances?
Should I respond to that?
Distances, whatever, Indio. He's asking, did you measure distances to understand? How do you know that's what you observe, the distance is there?
We don't have any measured distances, technically.
For example, if you ask the captain of the ferry, do you know what is the distance of what you are, of your ferry from one beach to another? He will not know.
Yeah, I can respond to that. It's very easy. So there's always distortions, no matter what map you use, because all maps are legitimately derived from sky observations. So if you use a grid system that is being used nowadays, you have longitude and latitude lines and meridians, which are derived from celestial observations, and then applied to the ground, which means the distances are based on these measurements in a
nautical
I'm not gonna
miles.
use it with- Yeah. Anyways, it's all about the sky. The sky is the navigation map. So it doesn't matter what you want to think about the surface in the first place. Neither one gets it right. Your paradigm is also saying that all maps are distorted. So you will never have the perfect right distance between this and that point, because it is indeed distorted.
No, sure. You could have like statute miles. They're not curved, like horizontally measured.
And every map is still flat. That's
Right.
that's another problem. Every
Yeah.
map needs to be flat. So you're always gonna use a flat map in order to use
Yeah,
navigation.
the only things that are distorted on scale maps are the latitude and longitude lines, not the actual measured distances. Like that scale applies to the entire thing there.
Okay, Skywalker, if he's pissed by getting smashed by Peter, how about you listen to my voice and actually listen to the answer that I've already given to this question? There is no legitimate person who says I have measured Russia from A to B or going completely around it. Okay? In your paradigm, all maps are distorted. The only way you can get correct distances, for example, for navigational data regarding airplanes, right, making huge, long circumnavigated distances, they use the sky, right, a sky-based grid system for their navigation. It's very simple. The distances are according to that grid system derived from sky observations. But again, all this is just an obfuscation, a runaway tactic. I'm gonna jump on my little branch and hold on to it in order to just avoid everything else, from the very simple premise, which is we can go outside into reality. We have a mathematical claim of a spherical surface that is supposed to be roughly a circumference of 4,000 miles, radius of roughly 4,000 miles, and we go outside and we're gonna go over a large body of water, for example, or whatever you prefer as a long distance observation. It doesn't need to be extremely long. Then you're gonna see, is that 4,000 miles of radius observable, measurable, and repeatably measurable on that surface? And then when you get 100 black swans from all kinds of people all over that plane, you can make the conclusion of either stay in your delusion and say, oh, it's just all light refraction and it's an illusion and maybe it's just a flat spot, maybe it's just an anomaly, and maybe it's just Kansas flat as a pancake. Or you're going to be intellectually honest and you say that maybe there's not all these coincidental flat spots and just flat earthers are the ones who for some reason show up at these flat spots all the time, and realize that this radius derived from the sky in the first place is maybe not the ground, is not the earth, and the earth is actually not a spinning wobbling tilted space ball flying for expanding void of darkness. But what we can also do is just go on a circle jerk all day, talk about everything else, especially the sky, which the globalists love to talk about, in order to just escape the very simplistic truth of the matter is the ground being directly measured and be able to be measured by every human being. You don't need any authoritative constitution or government agency to tell you what the ground is. You can literally go outside in reality and do observation yourself. It might sound very complicated, but it's indeed in practice very simple. You can even just do it with another friend and a mirror, and you're gonna do mirror flashes. And you're gonna realize, oh, that mirror flash is still visible, even though it should have been hidden behind 10 feet, 20 feet, 35, 50, 60, 70, 80, 120 feet of curvature. But you can still see the flash. And you have two options: be delusional and think it's all just an illusion, and it's a refracted upside down left penny, whatever light you want to introduce or whatever excuse you want to make to jump on that next branch to just in order to keep your spinning wobbling tilted spaceball belief. Or you're just going to realize it's a very simplistic truth and the radius of roughly 4,000 miles is just not existed in reality. It's your decision. I made my conclusions based on my own observations. You can do it so too. But you can also just stay on Discord all day and talk about the sky and say, why is this and why is that? Why don't you give me a replacement story for my stupid ideas of stories that have no proof in the first place? And be a child all day, not a man. It's your decision. I'm just laughing about it because it just shows how completely incompetent some people are. It's so simple. At the end of the day, it's just about the ground. That's all. That will prove you the shape. Doesn't matter what you see in the sky. Doesn't matter what replacement story you want to have. It's all non sequitur. I wonder how that works for stars. We all see the stars in the sky, so they're also in our realm. Oh, the sky is so important.
I wonder what the stars are. Could they be like angels or something?
Golly, man, the stars are just lights in the sky. That's the only thing you can conclude. Everything else is gonna be a replacement story. No matter what someone tells you. If I can tell you the stars are created by unicorns that have farted 2,000 years ago when they flew through the sky and they're super glued. Whatever, dude. It's your brain that is unsatisfied with the very notion of accepting a fact. Factually, the only thing you can observe is that it's a light in the sky, which everybody else does. But man is so corrupted in their vain imaginations that they just want to be like the Most High and 100% understand and know everything the way He made it. That's my belief, by the way. My belief. I cannot prove that to be a fact. It's just my conclusion when I look at man. Man wants to be exalted above the stars and wants to, think that he has the superior knowledge above the secrets of the Creator and the creation. That's the very reason why all this confusion started in the first place. I want to know how you made the stars. I want to know how you made the moon. I can't accept the fact. I can only accept what I see. It needs to be some crazy story, so I feel superior in my knowledge. I don't just want to be that ant on the ground looking at your creation. No. So again, factually, within the realms of reality, the only thing you can do is observe what you see and accept what you see. And what we all see is the so-called planets, in other words, wanderers, in other words, wandering stars. We see something move in the sky, which is represented as a light. That's all. You can cry about it all you want.
I don't even know who muted me. Clay Sunder, I know you're just like going on about like whatever. It was kind of funny. But let's hop back on topic. I don't know if Indio's here, but we were basically talking about like whether or not the moon is inside the container. So do you believe that we're contained? Do you believe we're in a container?
Bro, I'm literally, the very reason why you probably didn't listen to what I just said, yeah? I'm literally
just
sick
ask you a question.
Of these.
Why are you gonna
Yeah. You think because you can ask a question, I'm now entitled to be forced to respond to you, and that's not the case, bro. This channel is about the surface area of this. Listen for once. This might be very important for once in your life.
Don't ask me a question either, then. I'll wait for you to answer
I'm
that
not
question.
asking you a question. I want you to listen. Okay? This is not a question. You're just gonna need to do nothing but just open your ears for once in your life. Okay?
Go ahead.
It's very important that you understand that this channel is about the surface of this ground that you're standing on, right? And there's a proposed mathematical claim about the surface regarding your paradigm. And the claim is that the surface is roughly a radius of 4,000 miles at the end of the day to create your spinning wobbling tilted spaceball flying for never expanding world of darkness. So in order to verify that, we can go outside and just partially... don't spiral yet, man. Don't spiral yet. Okay?
Sorry, it was just funny the way
just
you
listen.
said it.
Yeah. Listen before you spiral.
Darkness. It was hilarious.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know it's crazy. The funny thing is, what you need to realize, you just laughed about the very thing you tried to defend here. Okay, you're laughing about a sum up explanation of what you're defending here. Okay, spinning wobbling to the spaceball and so forth. Right? I don't want to say it again. Anyways, so you can go out in reality and you can literally try to prove for yourself if that radius of roughly 4,000 miles exists. Okay, what you can do is long distance observations. And we do these long distance, we have done these long distance observations. Yeah, I'm repeating myself again, right? But what you want to do is you want to be in a channel right here and just have conversations about the sky and things that no one has factual knowledge about. No one has factual knowledge about what the moon, the stars, whatever is. It's all based on basis, claims, and beliefs. That's why you started. I think it was you or someone else who started to ask Indio, do you believe space exists? Do you believe my religion about the sky phenomena? It's a belief.
Yeah. My first question actually is, do you ever stop talking? Do you ever stop talking ever? Do you ever stop talking, dude? I mean, can I speak? Or what's going on here? So, okay. So I'm going to assume I can speak now, okay? So my original question before you started ranting about, like, whatever the hell you were ranting about was, do you believe we're contained? Do you believe we're in a container?
You know, it's very, very unfortunate if I need to realize that you literally, a second time I repeated myself, you're not able to listen, right?
What? So I asked you that question, and then you just go talking about, like, what, 4,000 radius, and you go talking about we're in an infinite spinning ball.
Maybe I need to talk
like, that doesn't answer my question, though.
Yeah.
It's like me asking you why you think Joe Biden's a good president, and then you start talking about, like, Russia and whatever without actually talking about that.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You're so right.
Just answer my question, please. Do you think that we're contained?
So we're in a channel where it's about the surface of the Earth, right? And in order to understand what the surface is, it says flat Earth up there, right?
Yeah, flat Earth 24/7. That means we're discussing flat Earth.
It's hard to understand, right? It's hard to understand that
any moderator saying that we have to discuss the surface here?
Yeah, so it's about the surface of it's a shape claim, right? In order to talk about the surface, we need to look
he
down.
doesn't want to talk about what I want to talk about. He doesn't want to answer some questions, does he?
Yeah, exactly. I just don't want to give you an escape and waste time of the viewers and time in general for why this channel is here in the first place. I want to get you into the corner, and I want that's why you're here. You would be gone a long way if someone has put you into the corner where you belong and where you need to. First of all, support your basis claim of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles. So can you support that? Can you post a peer-reviewed paper of direct measurements of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles that represents your Earth? Can you do that?
About measurements, Indio started muting people. So do you really want to talk about measurements? What have you measured?
I'm talking about a simplistic measurement that proves your spinning wobbling tilted space ball or your rounded rock in space.
Okay. So if that's not the case, right? If that description's not the case, what's the description?
Topographical plane.
Huh?
Topographical plane. A plane with topography. Hills, mountains, valleys, caves.
That's
in mostly level water.
Yes, and level water. Bro, I know it's hard, right? Because as soon as we're gonna get to the very notion of what this is all about, this whole conversation, without, circle jerking about the sky and stupid questions, there is no interest anymore in having the conversation, right? Because it comes down to the very point why we're all here. Is it a ball, or is it just as perceived a topographical plane? And measured, by the way.
Measured from where?
So again, I mean, this might be I don't know if you have cognitively the ability to remember anything I've said in
You are
the past
very
10
good
minutes.
at dodging questions.
No, I'm very good at repeating myself, because it seems like as if you're not capable of digesting what I'm saying. And I'm gonna say it one last. This is gonna be the last time I'm gonna
You
tell
said
you
we have
this.
measurements, and I asked you measurements
There's
of what?
a last
and then
time
you
I'm
just
gonna tell you this.
don't say anything
Okay?
after
The
that.
surface of the Earth.
We have a measurement. We have measurements, multiple hundreds of measurements, falsifying the claim of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles. This is the short version of what I was talking about. The last 10 minutes. This is the last time I'm gonna tell you this. If you're gonna need to listen to this one more time, I'm gonna refer you back to the stream. You can rewind it and listen to my voice once again. I'm not gonna repeat it for you again.
So, do you answer
If
questions?
someone else joins, I will do it, but not for you.
Do you answer questions?
If it's about the surface, yes. If it's about the stupid shit we have talked, sorry for my language, stupid stuff
You
we've talked
determine whether
about
or not
the
something's
past 1 hour, I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not your entertainer. I'm not your.
You are actually. You are.
no.
Believe it or not, you are, buddy. You are. I'm
No.
sorry, but you are. You are.
I
you
hear
are
the change of your
So,
voice.
Clay, let me just jump in here real quick. Matt, so where does the idea of outer space come from?
Oh,
Was
golly.
space
So
invented or
you didn't.
discovered?
So the issue with you is you never answered my question.
Historically.
Never answered my question, so I'm not going to answer yours.
What question?
That's how it works here.
What
so
question?
my question is: are we contained? Are we in a container? That's a simple question.
No, it's not a simple question.
Okay,
It's not
but
a
you said
simple
before
question.
earlier that we are
And
contained.
I told you in excruciating detail why it's not a simple question.
So you can't answer it? Is that the answer to the question? That you
It's
can't
not
answer that?
Nobody can answer it.
Huh? Okay. So beforehand,
can answer it.
Skywalker, I don't know if I'm wrong here, but I swear I quoted him saying that we are indeed contained. And when I asked him whether or not the moon
Yeah,
is
who cares
inside
what he
the
said? I don't even
container,
know who he is.
he started ranting. So I don't know where we're going here.
I don't know who Skywalker is, and I don't really care. Like, why are we talking about him?
Oh, because I'm just asking if you remembered you saying that. It's on YouTube.
Dude.
Do you want to rewind it? Do you want to rewind when we were talking about it?
So when you initially asked me, and I'm going to say it again, I think this is the 4th or 5th time, right? You asked me, is the Earth? You asked me if I thought there was a dome. I said no. You think the Earth is contained? I said yes, but right?
Okay.
But not in the sense you're thinking. It's not contained, as in there's a container
tell me the
that
sense
the Earth.
then. Tell me the sense
Dude, shut the fuck up, right? And let me finish. Okay.
Then show me the sense of this.
Can I finish now? It's not contained in the sense that Earth is Earth is a container, and there's something that's outside of it that it's inside of.
Okay, so
that's why you don't want to answer the question: is the universe a container? Because you know that it's going to expose your entire game. Because this is a game, Matt, to you. This is just a little game you're playing.
So if something is to be contained, so like you claimed that the no one ever claimed that the universe is contained. Did anyone claim that here?
Well, I asked you. Is it?
No one claimed that. No one claimed that the universe is contained. You claimed the Earth is contained.
But is it? Is
so
the universe
if the Earth is contained, like you say it is the moon inside the container? It has to be.
So you think that the Earth is inside the universe, right? Correct?
You said that. I'm just asking you a simple question.
Earth is inside the universe?
I never made a claim on that. I just asked you whether or not you thought the Earth is contained. You said yes. Now my next question. And I also hold on.
You
to add
think
on
the
to
Earth
that.
is in space?
Yeah. To add on to that. Hold on. To add on to that.
You're trying to deflect, dude, from from what's going to happen. That I'm going to reverse this infinite regression fallacy on you, and you're doing anything you can to avoid it. Okay?
No, it's
You
because
think
no,
the
because
Earth
when I
is
asked you a
in
question,
space, right?
I'm gonna get to the
Is
bottom of my
space
question. Right?
contained? Is space a container?
No, space is not a container. Space is not contained.
So there's no boundary, no edge, nothing. It just goes on infinitely forever. Yeah, that's right, dude.
I'm back. Sorry.
Got it.
So I said no. Space is not contained because we don't.
Not
I mean,
contained. So
we
you
have
can't
no
go out.
idea what would be outside of space. Could be a super
It-
universe, like we said before.
Okay.
Now you said that Earth is contained. So my question to that would be: is the moon
No,
inside
I
Earth?
did
Now
not.
that's a simple
I did
question. I don't.
not. I did
How
not.
is that
Matt,
impossible?
I'm going to say this for the 7th fucking time. Container is meaningless because the Earth is not embedded in a larger space, right? So just like your
How do you
space
know
is
that?
not
How do you know
contained,
it's not?
the Earth is not contained because there's no evidence it is.
How are you saying that objectively like it's true? Like you're saying the Earth is not like contained or it's not like embedded in a larger, but how do you know that?
Well, I don't know it as in has direct knowledge of it. Nobody does. The
So
question
you're
can't be
assuming that it
answered.
is.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm going with what the evidence is, right? The evidence, right, is that you can't go outside of Earth. That's the evidence.
How do you know that?
Well, I've never been outside of Earth. You've
Well,
never been
of course
outside
you
of Earth.
haven't.
You don't know
99% of
anybody that's
people
been
haven't
outside
been
of
outside
Earth.
of Earth.
The only people that claim to have been
Yeah.
outside of Earth have done like meditation or taken ayahuasca or been on drugs, right? Those are the only people you know that have been outside of Earth. I don't know anybody that's been outside of Earth. Anybody in this chat know anybody that's been outside of Earth?
I mean, I don't know anyone that's inside of Russia. What does that mean?
Yeah, fantastic. But it's not a absurd claim to think that there's a place that they call Russia, some land, and that there's people dwelling within it. That's normal, right? Because like we have land, we give land names, and then we have people on them. So that's not an absurd
I mean, there
claim.
can be made up.
Claiming that there's an infinite vacuum is an absurd claim.
How is that absurd?
It's outside of all human experience, which I've already
So
demonstrated.
anything. So let me just clarify this. Anything that is outside human experience. What would you consider outside of human experience? For example,
So,
let's just get
okay,
to.
so
to
there's
bottom of
different
this.
types of claims, right? There's claims which are extraordinary,
No,
and
just
then there's
answer the
claims.
question, dude.
No, I have to clarify. You asked the question, so I'm going to tell you the answer, right?
All right,
So
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, so you're trying to make what we call an all or nothing fallacy. That shit ain't gonna work, bro. So there's ordinary claims, right? Oh, Australia exists. Yeah, that's not an extraordinary claim because we know there's islands in the water, and if someone says yes, Australia exists, there's an
Okay,
island
according
that's
to
called
that,
Australia.
then
No,
if there was if someone said that
stop,
yeah,
dude. So it's not an extraordinary claim, right? That there's an island in water somewhere. That's not really extraordinary.
okay, why
Right.
is that? I've never seen an
Why is it
island.
not
Why
extraordinary?
is that?
Because it's within the realm of most people's experience that they've experienced an island.
I mean, I'm not most people don't. I mean, most people haven't experienced space.
Well,
They haven't been up there.
nobody's experienced space, dude.
I forgot.
So
No one's
no one
experienced.
has anybody experienced Narnia?
I don't know how that.
This is pointless. You're a dishonest broker, buddy. You don't want to have an
How is it
actual
dishonest?
conversation. You want to play fucking games.
I mean, this is all because I just asked you whether or not the moon was inside the container, which it should be. I don't know how that's
What
complicated,
container?
Indio. Listen,
Because it's
if
not
you
a
say, hold on,
container.
let me speak now. Can I speak now without you interrupting
Yeah,
me?
go ahead.
If you said that the moon, yeah. So if you said that, we live on Earth, right, which is the realm of reality that we're in. Okay, I can agree on that. Sure, we can observe Earth. This is reality, right? This is a part of reality, right? And we are contained. You said that there is a container. We are contained
No,
in Earth,
I didn't.
right?
Stop
That means
it.
the moon.
For the eighth
That means
fucking
the
time
moon would have to
now.
be inside the container.
No. For the eighth time, you muppet, dude. I know it's really hard to not astral project
It's
your
not a hard
consciousness
concept
outside.
for you to grasp.
It's no. The hard concept that apparently you can't grasp is the idea that there's. So in mathematics, it's called an embedding space. No, unmute him. So in mathematics, there's something called an embedding. Who keeps muting him? Okay, I'll just finish anyway. In mathematics or in geometry, there's something called an embedding space. So we have a coordinate system, then we embed objects within it, right? So you can think of it as a piece of paper. And I'm going to draw a depiction of Earth, and the Earth is on the paper. It's inside the embedding space. The paper is the embedding space, and the Earth is inside the embedding space. You said that there's space, but it has no boundary. So you have an infinite embedding space, which means it's actually not an embedding space because there's no boundary. Right? So this is why it's an infinite regression. That's why I've been talking about this for an hour, because no matter what you do, we just keep going over this and over again. Earth is the piece of paper. It is the embedding space. There's no outside of the paper. Comprehend that. It's not a container, because if it was a container, right, the paper is the container. And if I draw a picture of the Earth inside on the piece of paper, right, Earth is inside the container, the paper, and then off the paper is the area for which the container is embedded within. There is no outside the paper. You comprehend
Thank you
now
for
what I
unmuting me. I don't
said.
know why I was muted anyways.
I
Because
didn't
I'm pretty
mute you.
sure that if I start talking, you'll interrupt me and you won't be
Well,
muted.
that's
So
not,
it's
like,
just
I don't
pure
care. I
biasism.
don't care. I didn't mute you. I don't
respond
care.
to what you said, though.
I want you to respond to what I said. Do you understand what I said?
Do I understand what you said? Not really, because I just want to
You
get
don't
over
understand
one
embedding
thing.
space. You don't understand that idea. You don't understand.
I don't know. I just want to get over one thing I said earlier.
Yeah,
That I
yeah.
never
Do you
got to be.
understand what I
That
said?
was never
Because
addressed.
if this conversation is going to continue, and it actually has to be a conversation, we're actually paying the fuck attention. Because I'm not playing your game anymore.
So yeah, the thing is, you're saying you're not playing my. I'm literally asking you with some like I'm pretty sure a flat earther.
Okay, I'm
we
going
would
to
have already
count
got like
down
another
from
flat earther. We would have already
10
got a
seconds,
lot
dude, and you're
further.
going to get banned.
They just agreed to the terms.
I'm going to count down from
It's
10
simple.
seconds, and you're going to get banned, dude. I'm not fucking around.
You want to ban me now? What the hell did I do? I just asked you a simple question, right? So you say that Earth
It's
is
not
contained.
a simple
correct?
question. I explained to you in infinite fucking detail why it's not a simple question, and we know it's not a simple question because it was proven 2,000 years ago.
How was it proven?
Zeno's paradox.
What
One
did
of
the
Zeno's
Zeno's
paradoxes.
paradox prove?
Okay, so if I have a boundary,
Oh,
right?
God.
I wanted to. You just like
Oh.
talk when you feel like it.
Keep going, keep going. I'm saying hi.
Yeah, you can shut the fuck up. Anyway, okay. So Zeno's paradox is, how do I prove where the boundary of something is? Oh, let's use logic, math, or geometry, right? So our boundary is going to be a wall, and the wall is some distance away. So how can I
Earth
prove
has
how
a
far away?
wall. Okay.
How can I prove where that boundary is? Using a distance, right? So I'm going to approach this wall, and each time I approach the wall, I have to go halfway to the wall, right? To get to the wall.
Yes.
So it's 10 feet away. I'm going to go 5 feet away. I'm going to 2.5 feet away. And 1.25 feet away, right? And 0.175 feet away, whatever the fuck it is.
Yep.
You never actually reach the wall because each increment is only halfway there. And just as sheer logic, mathematics, geometry, this demonstrates that you can't show where a boundary is in space relative to you.
Yeah. So if I'm in a room, so like I would say that this room is contained. I'm contained in this room. I mean, I can leave, but I'm contained. You know,
Okay,
it's like contained,
what's outside
right?
the room?
There is a well outside the room.
It's
There's
a bigger container.
the rest of my house probably.
Yeah, and that's inside like a country. That's a bigger container, which is on Earth, which is a bigger container, and according to you, which is inside space, which is a bigger container, which is inside of what?
Why do you have a reason? Hold on. So when you first say like, I mean, I know you won't ever answer my original question.
And no matter
What's with the interrupting, dude? I'll let you speak sometimes. Why are you always interrupting
because
me?
you're not acknowledging what it's being said to you. You're just thinking about what
No,
you're going to say
you
next
said
and try to
something,
dance
but you
around.
never let me speak. You never let me speak.
You never address what the fuck is said to you.
So you never address what's said to you.
You want me to do it for the 9th time? I'm literally counting as I'm doing it. So you can just illustrate that you're being dishonest.
So I understand what you said something about the container. Now all I'm asking here, I mean, you said we already agreed that the moon is real. We've agreed on that, right? You don't have to complicate
Yes, we see the moon. Yes, we see it.
And we see the moon. We agree it's real, and we also agree. I mean, you said that we're contained. Cool. Okay, that's fine.
No, I
so
didn't.
We're contained, and we see the moon. Oh,
okay, that's it. You're out of here.
You literally said that we're contained, though.
Nine fucking times, dude. I just remember why I don't come over here. So, Chicken Man, you're unmuted now.
Ah, thank you.
Where's the container? Well, what's the container for that? And what's the container for that? And then what's the container for that? And what's the container for that? And what's the container for that? Fuck, dude. Like, are we really at that level? Is this where we're at? Infantile, dude. Start arguing about time next. What time was it before time began? And what was the time before that? And what was the time before that? Let's just keep doing this.
I don't understand why we even entertain this.
It's really just to demonstrate their psychosis and their dishonesty and their cultism.
Yeah, but
that's the only reason I entertain it.
But they're so trapped within their psychosis. They think when they get banned or kicked or muted, that's a win. You know.
I don't care. Look, they can look. Do you think that like somehow magically a ban matters to them?
No, but what is more fun is when they don't have any fun. When you just put them into the corner where they belong regarding the surface of the Earth. If you just talk about the surface, you can see so many globals just run away because they have nothing to say.
Oh, of course.
They hate that.
But he wants to go into the straw man what's the container, what's the dome, what's all this crap, which is obviously speculation, right? They don't want to talk about
Yeah.
anything. They don't want to talk about anything of substance. They want to talk about speculations.
Exactly. He wants you exactly there. It doesn't matter what answer you give. It's just about straw manning you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you, Flat Earther, every question about things that have absolutely nothing to do with the ground, in order to avoid the conversation about the ground.
I think
Because
the
to
old
maybe I-
saying is
Well, I was just going
true.
to say,
Like,
to them, they think Earth is in the sky. That's literally in their mind. When they look up, they're seeing like the Earth. It's up there somewhere.
But it is consistent. It is consistent with the understanding and knowledge that their model has been derived purely from the sky in the first place. It's consistent with their model. It's a sky religion. It's what I call it. Anyways, I think someone else wanted to say something.
yeah, I just wanted to say, like, someone like Matt. I mean, he was in here a couple of days ago, just spamming memes and just talking, just flipping out in the text, and like, he's a douchebag, man. Like, and like that. The old saying is like, never argue with an idiot, because from a distance, you can't tell which one is the idiot. So, like, arguing with him is Jesus. I mean,
Yeah, plus did he fake being a flat earther too? He was saying he did.
well, yeah, well, the first day he said that he was like making fun of all the flat earthers, and then he came in last night saying that he was a flat earther, and now he's not a flat earther. He's just a douchebag.
Time waster.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I don't know why people say that, but
In Japan, you don't say that.
Yeah, my wife says "bless you" to our kid, but I don't. I was like, why?
Good question.
should be like, don't sneeze on me.
Yeah.
In Germany, we say Gesundheit, which means healthiness. Like, it's kind of like we wish someone health.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this the whole duty of man.
Amen. You got it, bro. That's the whole thing
Flat
that's gonna
water
give sense to
crisis
your life.
support.
The only thing that gives sense to your life is to fear the one who made you, obviously.
Flat
Everything
water
else is
crisis
just
support.
senseless.
That's Peter's Twitter Spaces.
Ending colonialism is cosmology.
In cosmology.
Sorry.
The heliocentric model is a colonialist, and I'm not even into this woke shit, but it's back to the matter. It was imposed on the rest of the world by the Western powers with a gun.
Got a reason for not going vegan? Tell me.
This guy said that the sun
They don't
evaporates
taste like
earlier.
meat. That plants don't taste like meat. That's why. That's a good reason for not going.
You know, I got my degree from McDonald's University.
Yeah, that's
This
why
guy-
you said. That's why you said that the sun evaporates earlier. And you also said that I said that NASA is a conspiracy theorist. That was good stuff.
Oh, this is the one.
He
Yeah,
also
it's
said
Morally grandstanding.
the curve of the Earth is visible on a playground slide.
I think you should look for your validation on the internet, dude. With
You know,
your,
nothing is certain in
attention
life
whoring.
except death and taxes. You know who said that? Some fucking loser. It's defeatist bullshit designed to make the feeble feel better about their tragic lives.
Oh my god, what a shitty act.
You know, you're not special. It's increasingly dangerous to think that, with utter certainty, that you are the outlier. You're average, and here's a little dose of reality. Statistically and probability-wise, you are.
Yeah, cool story, bro. Do you have any original material?
The copium is no longer a theory. This man
Do you
demonstrated the
have
proof
any original
indisputably.
material? Or are you just going to read other people's shit? I can do that on my own. I don't need a narrator.
You know, you're just groveling for I gotcha moments.
No, I'm asking if you have any original material.
Stop catering for the idiotic masses.
Oh, God, dude. It's fucking ate the lead paint.
You know, the thing is, though, people listen to me for my profound knowledge and insight. They only look at you because you're a female.
There's got to be someone else who
I'm
wants to
not
talk.
going to say what I would just normally say because this is a family program.
Abysmal, neurologically, chemically imbalanced, low mild, synopical way of thinking.
He's funny.
In the
Let's see,
twilight of. 1 second, listen. In the twilight of delusional embrace dwelled a soul named Borset, lost in space, where reality and fantasy entwine, a dance of shadows, his world divine. Invisible realms, his refuge and might, whispers of wonder in the darkest night, delusions bloomed in his wandering mind, in Borset's dreams, mysteries entwined. To the world outside he seemed to stray, but in his illusions he found his way. A delusional poet lost in the night, Borset's world a mesmerizing sight.
Broken moral compass, hostile deception, hunger for power, lying for personal gain, manipulation, control freak, impulsive behavior, and lack of empathy. This is all just pure and utter
Word
nonsense.
salad? You mean word salad? The word you're looking for is word salad.
You know, it must have been a sad day when you slithered out of the abortion bucket.
It's got balls.
The contradiction that this guy just managed to pull out in a matter of 5 seconds is actually kinda insane.
You know, you call me that because I hold a higher level of mental capacity than
Bro,
you.
you just talked about a lack
better?
of empathy. Anyway, I'm not even. No, I'm gonna entertain you, bro.
You know, enough people have lied to you in order for you to believe it's real.
He doesn't know what the words he's using actually mean.
You know, I'm a police officer. I'm here to point out all your inconsistencies. You can draw whatever conclusions you want, but you need to respect the badge. Now get down on your neck so I can knee you.
Oh, God, you're fucking out of here, dude. Fuck's sake, dude. You hear that metal grinding? Anyone else hear metal grinding? Is it just me?
No, I don't hear anything.
No, that's a scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel, bro. Hey, has anybody heard of the werewolf game? Not one of your perverted fucking games.
You mean the NES game, Werewolf?
No, it's like a role playing game.
Oh,
It's super
no.
it's super simple. It was invented by a Russian. I found out about it today, which is very interesting. Owen Benjamin actually posted about it. So what you have is like you deal these cards, right? Two of the cards, there's werewolves, and the rest are villagers. So you start the game, like you deal the cards out, so you have a group of people, and then at nighttime, it's a role playing game. So you pretend it's night, and then all the villagers close their eyes, and the werewolves kill one of the villagers, right? And then they're out. Then they open their eyes, and they have to try and figure out who's the werewolf, right? So they all talk about who's the werewolf, and then the villagers decide that they're going to kill one person to figure out who the werewolf is, or try to kill the werewolf. Now, the villagers win if they kill the werewolves, and the werewolves win if they kill all the villagers except for two. Who do you think wins most of the time? Fucking werewolves. Right? So now you have a small conspiracy, right? Two werewolves against all these villagers. But the werewolves have knowledge, and the villagers are ignorant. So the werewolves know they're werewolves, and they know who the villagers are. But the villagers don't know who the werewolves are. They all end up dying. Now, if you think about this in context of, why did they lie? How do they keep such a vast conspiracy secret? There's 147 space agencies with a gazillion employees and all these scientists, and doesn't matter, man. It only takes a small, well-informed people to deceive and manipulate vast swaths of other people. Here's something crazy I saw. So I'm on YouTube, and you know how they have the little context box? We all know that, like, whenever you type in flat Earth, globe Earth, something, get a little context box that says flat Earth is the archaic, disproven theory that the Earth is flat, blah, 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 blah. Fact checking. Gotta debunk those flat Earthers. So somehow in my recommended, I got thing about let's call them UFOs, but these UFOs are not like from outer space. They're like interdimensional. They had a context box, not debunking this idea of interdimensional fucking beings floating around in UFOs. Their context box supported the idea and actually went into greater detail about interdimensional extraterrestrials. But flat Earth is crazy. And you need a context box to this debunked theory. Bunch of horse shit. I got a screenshot because this is great stuff, man. Great stuff, man. Flat Earth is a bunch of bullshit, but ultra-terrestrial conspiracy theories and the hell it even is that? An interdimensional UFO hypothesis needs a context box to give it validity. The interdimensional hypothesis is a proposal that unidentified flying object sightings are from other dimensions that coexist separately alongside our own. Trust the science, man.
Hello everyone, how's everyone doing? Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Well, hello Jerry, how are you? Look at this man, his name is Jerry from Tom and Jerry. That's cool, man, that's cool. Why is it so quiet in here, guys?
You're really a Saudi man? Because I'm in here and I've been smacking them around and they don't like that. Now they're hiding.
That doesn't make sense. Yeah, you
No.
guys, you know, guys, look at this. Heaven, the dwelling place of God. Okay. And then we have a, what do you call it? Is this called a sci-fi picture or like, what's the genre called, man? Where there's only magic? Fantasy? Yeah, fantasy, man. This is either a sci-fi or a fantasy picture, man. Look at it. See this one? They're down there, Jerry. I've seen them. I mean, I've seen the flat earthers as well, man. They're not really that impressive. Look, there's like what, 20 flat earthers here, and none of them are speaking. They're terrified of me, man. They're terrified.
Of you?
Bro.
Jesus
And
Christ.
he's muting and unmuting himself 3 times. He's contemplating if he should speak
Are you
or
going to
not.
talk about me? That's because you have such great globe evidence. You're going to talk about me and what I'm doing with my microphone. Why don't you just mind your business what I do with my microphone?
I never said anything, man. Jeez, relax. You're so quick to assumptions, man.
Are you actually a Saudi man? Are you in Saudi Arabia?
Are you actually in a flat Earth?
Yes.
Like, how far is a flat Earth from the round Earth, man? This is
You're on a
like
flat. We're
are you
all
like
on
from
a
another
flat Earth,
planet, man?
We're
How did
all
you
on a
humans
flat
evolve
Earth.
in a flat Earth?
Humans didn't evolve.
1 second. I'm hearing something. Okay, continue. I couldn't hear you through the flat Earth. Like the audio can't actually like move around in flat Earth. It's crazy.
Yeah. This ain't gonna last long.
Did you guys know that Christmas doesn't actually happen if you're on a flat Earth? Yet we have Christmas. It's
What do you think
crazy.
about bans on a flat Earth?
Guys, did you know that fish
What do you think
wouldn't
about
even
bans on a
exist
flat Earth?
if you?
What do you think about being muted on a flat Earth?
I wouldn't. Oh, relax, Indio.
No, I'm not
I know
relaxing.
your Earth.
No, get serious or shut the
Why,
fuck up.
Indio? Why? I am serious, but you're
Because I
just
don't
really
entertain
angry, man.
children. You're acting like a child.
But you're a child, though. You're acting like a child.
I have kids older
Your
than
name
you.
is literally Indio. My guy,
Yeah,
your
and?
profile picture is a weird guy with white hair and weird eyebrows. We're both children here. Relax.
No,
The only
I'm
difference
not a
is you have
child. I
mud
haven't been a
pies and I
child
don't.
since 1990.
Bro, you can't even count, man. You're obviously a child. Relax.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. I have to see. I always have to sit with the weird
Are they
kids in
still killing
school.
people for
It never
witchcraft in Saudi
changes, even in
Arabia?
Discord.
So let's go there. Are they still killing
Hey,
people for witchcraft and
that's
sorcery in Saudi
impossible. The
Arabia?
earth is
Are they
flat,
still
man.
like beheading them
The earth is
on a
flat.
giant
The earth
axe
is
and
flat.
chopping halfway
The
through
earth
their
is
neck?
flat.
Are they still
The
doing
earth
that?
is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Yeah, I know.
That's tough.
No, just why, man? I don't understand it. I really can't understand, and I'm sure you've noticed it. You've been around long enough. This psychology, man, just like I just don't understand it. Like why they act this way. It blows me away.
Oh, they're just kids. You know, they're just bored kids. You know.
Yeah, I know that part, but like it's the foundation of the behavior is in the globe, right? In their dogma. Right? They think, oh, Earth's the globe. It's obvious. These flat earthers, they're just a joke. But if you ask them about why they believe it, even in any detail, they have no idea why they even believe it in the first place, other than I saw it on TV. So it's like, why do you act like this when you're like your quote unquote evidence is so flimsy?
It's always someone else said so.
Yeah, man. Well, I think about it like this. Okay, so this is Globe Earth claim. Someone made this claim. You know, pick one. Plato, Aristotle, Eratosthenes, whoever, right? Doesn't matter. It ain't anybody in this chat, right? It's not their idea. It's not their evidence. It has nothing to do with them. So somebody else out there somewhere, some stranger made some claim. And they're defending it as if it's their claim, right? Like, you know, like when you go for your PhD, you have to have a defense of your doctoral dissertation. You have to put up your PhD defense. These guys are in here like defending the globe like it's their PhD defense.
But you ask Globers to defend their claims. I'm confused.
No, no. That's fine. Right? It's not their claims. They're repeating somebody else's claim, technically. But that's not the important. It's the behavior associated with it. It's the emotion. It's the trolling. It's the sarcasm. It's all that stuff. The condescension. All these things, right? These other behaviors. that are independent of what do you call it? The actual evidence, right? So you have the evidence, and then you have the people as he's presenting the evidence, how they behave. And what I've noticed from doing this for a long time is that the behavior does not match. Like if you look at some other subject, and if two people debating some other subject, you wouldn't see one side, if they had this sort of evidence to support their idea, behave like this. And people to behave the way they behave, as far as Globers, how uniform it is. It's very uniform as far as like debate style, things they say. It's very uniform. But none of these people know each other. But they all behave the same way. It's like it's literally like so it's like a pattern, right? So they come in, go, okay, I got my gotcha. What about time zones? Blah 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 blah. Okay, refute the time zones. Oh, you fucking flat earthers! You just think everything is fake. Blah 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 blah. Every time, it's this cycle. It's make a claim, get your claim debunked, talk about flat earthers. Right? So it goes from, here's my evidence sucks, therefore you must suck. It goes from a so-called scientific debate, to put it even in simpler terms, goes from a quote-unquote scientific debate to a social shaming attempt. Peter tried it a little while ago. I'm immune to that shit. That's what you like. A lot of Globers don't understand. Flat earthers have been doing this well. We are immune to that shit. I do not give a flying fuck what any Glober thinks about me being a flat earther. You can't shame me out of being a flat earther. You can't say, well, everybody else believes it. Oh, or try to be different, or any of your social psycho fucking bullshit. That ain't gonna do it. Only one thing's gonna do it. Direct measurements of curvature on Earth's surface. It's really simple. It's not difficult.
If it's simple, why don't you do it?
I've tried, but there's no curvature there. So when I went out to see if the Earth was curving, it wasn't curving.
Yeah, it looks pretty flat, doesn't it?
No, I mean, yeah, it looks flat, but the globe makes predictions about how flat it's supposed to be, how curving it's supposed to be. And you can go out and test that in reality. The reality doesn't match the globe claim. So why would I keep believing the globe claim when reality says it's wrong? See, I live by the ocean. Right?
Same. Me too.
Yeah. Never seen a ship go over the horizon. I watched boats sail from Boston Harbor, 4 miles away, out 30 miles, with the ship visible the entire time. If you look at the globe math, a ship should have been 400 feet under the horizon, which is like a football field, right?
So what are you saying? It's a bigger globe?
It would have no. I'm not saying it's a bigger globe. Can't be a bigger globe, because then all their other shit would be wrong. The radius value has to be what they say it is, because the entire cosmic distance ladder, maps, all that shit is based upon that radius value.